I'm sure there's some globe explanation.
Yeah, they brought some early coins like this. The globe or the atheist. The coins have switched their facing back and forth many times. It's not like that. It's you're reading too much into it. I go, yeah, but have they switched their facing back and forth since they put in God We Trust on the money? No. After In God We Trust was enshrined on the money, they said, hey, this is the direction it'll face. And it stayed that way.
That's just a conspiracy. There's technically a reason. The experts. It has to be.
Snopes.
Yeah, I just fact checked that, and that's a conspiracy, sir.
These guys in the chat are hilarious.
Oh yeah. That's what Kola I was gonna post that earlier. He had a good point too, turning his back on liberty. That's been kind of like a joke, like an inside joke, and that's where this is coming from now. They're like, look at what are the rest of the presidents doing now? Because like somehow where Lincoln changed it, where you cannot leave the Union, even though in the Declaration it says you might have to dissolve political, social, and economic relations if your partner is your whatever political partner is standing against liberty. So that's why you've got kind of like the joke at the time was Lincoln turning his back on liberty. You cannot leave this abusive relationship. How about Bacon? Can you talk to CB like voice, or are you busy?
Yeah, yeah. I just didn't want to change the subject because they're talking about
Oh,
coins.
yeah, that was just kind of a side thing. But the fresh and
Alright,
fit and the coins, those are like kind of just side topics. But really go back to the Earth. That's what the channel's about.
nice.
So if you ever hear a side topic like that, you can jump in, say, "Hey, Crit, how about you cut the shit and let's talk about the Earth again?" Right on.
I wouldn't be that rude.
No, it's not. It's blunt. It's just like the facts. Like take your side conversations to a different channel. Roger,
Alright,
boss.
cut the shit. Cut the shit. Let's do it.
I mean, can we just agree that flat earthers are just discussing the earth as it is? Like right now,
I
currently?
wouldn't say so. I would say as they think it is.
What? No, dude, no, 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 no. Please, I really want you to understand this. We don't think of the earth as any type of way. We're just going outside. We're saying that is the flat earth. What do you mean you don't think so? That's our position. How can you tell us that's not what our position is?
You can't say you're not thinking the Earth is any specific way
Correct.
while calling yourself a flat earther.
No, I'm telling you that right now, that I don't close my eyes and imagine some flat model that you guys are trying to debunk.
That's not what I
We're
said.
going outside. Oh, that's exactly what you're doing. You said assuming the Earth is a flat plane. I'm not referring to a specific flat Earth model. That means you have come up with some ideas of what you think flat Earth is. We don't. I've not offered you that. We don't think
The-
that. We don't think of flat
You
Earth.
offered
We
by
just
the
go out-
title.
I really just want you to address the fact that we're only flat earthers because of the way the Earth is currently.
I know that's your position. That's what you think is what you're doing. I don't
Well,
think that's
you're
a
not.
reasonable conclusion.
You're not actually trying to address that position. What you're doing in the chat, you're saying, "Well, I've come up with some flat Earth models, and they don't make sense."
I didn't say
It's like,
that. I didn't say that.
should I just read verbatim what you said? You said, "Assuming the Earth is
Yeah,
a
no,
flat,
no.
not what we're doing."
Oh,
And
yeah.
you
But that's not
referring to
verbatim what you just said.
referring to a specific
What you
flat
just
Earth
said
model.
was that.
Oh,
What you just
they-
said that I said. What you just said. It was not something I said. Was that I came up with a flat Earth model. I never said it. I'm not referring to any specific flat Earth model. I'm only
You
going
said
with
using
the.
a flat Earth model. Could you
I didn't
present?
know.
Well,
It's in the
let's
chat.
get down to the nitty gritty.
I specifically said I'm not referring to any specific flat Earth model. I'm just
Using
saying starting
flat
with
Earth.
the
It's
starting
in the
with
chat,
the
dude.
assumption that the yeah in chat I said I'm not referring to a specific flat Earth model. I'm
Oh,
simply
about
talking
that.
about.
You said using a
Oh,
flat Earth
can you
model.
stop interrupting me?
Well, you're lying to the
Yeah.
panel right now.
No, I said a flat Earth model. Whatever,
Which
however you want to. Oh, can you stop cutting me off like once? I wish I could get one sentence out, like completely, right? So I'm simply talking about treating Earth as flat. That's it. Whatever you want to put around it, that's up to you, right? I don't think you can complete anything starting with the Earth being flat in any way that would give you the paths of the totality we get from the eclipse. That's my point. I'm not talking about this particular model. It's up to you.
Oh, can you tell us anything? I don't know. Any sort of task or
Thanks for not addressing anything I said, bud. But back to one deck.
yeah, I mean the guys. I mean, I try and think how is the so-called globe Earth? How is it accounted for in anything that you do, or not just you personally? Any, any. Sorry, I've got two phones sort of going off there. Any engineering, any occupation, just everyday life. When do you have to account for this globe? And you know, I can't think of anything.
Navigation.
Right. How's that then?
I'll just take a look at the process. It entirely depends on Earth being a circle.
Sorry?
The way you when you're doing the process of figuring out your location, all the computing of azimuths and distances that you have to run to figure out our position, they're all completely goal based.
So how are you using the globe when finding your position?
Just told you.
No,
You gotta compute azimuths and distances, and those are completely based on Earth being a sphere.
Okay, well, the Earth actually has to be a sphere. Okay, you can't just stop your argument at like, well, the tools require the Earth to be a globe. Well, that would require the Earth to actually be a globe, which you would have to then prove.
That's the point.
So we'll wait.
Yeah, the process of he asked me how we are in which practical way we're treating Earth as a sphere. Just gave an example. In celestial navigation, you're treating Earth as a sphere.
Well, we could just say, oh, no, it requires the Earth to be flat. That's not where the argument
then
ends.
show. No, yeah. Let's dive
flat,
in.
Right? So you have to show
dive
the Earth
into
being
that.
not just it requires a globe. Okay, show us the globe it requires.
Right. how you compute an azimuth, for example. I'll show how I compute an azimuth when doing a selection navigation fix, which is based on the sphere, and then you can show me how you can do that on a flat
No,
plane and get the same result.
you can't just
And
say it's
then
based on
you're gonna be on equal footing.
it has to be based on reality, which isn't a sphere, sir. So you have to go out into reality and show us where the sphere is, and not just say, "Well, the papers say it's a globe." Cool.
So I mean,
Azimuth. We know
so
what an
you've got
azimuth is.
so a distance on 2 points on the ocean then has got a distance between them, which you work out obviously with that GP and degrees per fucking mile. So when's the globe used in that? I can't follow that.
Oh, right there. Like when you have a GP and you have your assumed position and you want to figure out the computed height of celestial body, the exact equation you use for that is the equation for distance between 2 points over the surface of a sphere. If you
So
want to
that'd be
figure out
another.
the
So that's a GP of the sun or whatever to the observer's position is 2 points, yeah, on the ocean.
The observer's assumed position is 1 point on Earth's surface, and the GP of the celestial body is the other position. And you want to figure out how far those 2 points are apart. The equation you use for that is the exact same equation you use for the distance between 2 points over the surface of a sphere.
So the distance is worked out. Is it per a mile per degree?
That's how you get the distance from the angle measurement. That's not how you
Yeah.
get the distance between the assumed position and the GP. But you need those both. If you don't have both, you can't plot your position.
Yeah. So you've got the angle and between the 2 points, and then we've got a distance per degree that we're going to give to that between 2 points on the ocean.
Yep.
So then that gives us a mileage.
Not necessarily on the ocean, but yeah.
Yeah. So we've got an idea. So between that GP of the celestial objects and me, that's so many miles. We'll just make something up, say 1,000 miles.
Mhm.
So we've not done anything. We've not used curvature to get to that point.
That part is what, as I just explained, you need two things to plot your position. You need the difference between the position between your assumed position in the GP and the angle you measured. Like you need the difference between where you think you are and where you actually are to compute your location. That's how you plot a position during a selection navigation fix. So part of it is what you just described, which is the measurement. I'm not saying the measurement itself depends on the globe. You have to compare the measurement to the distance to your assumed position, because you have to plot that line of position. Otherwise, you can't figure out where you are. And the way you compute the distance between your assumed position and the GP is using the inverse of the Haversine.
Well, that's just a formula, isn't it? The Haversine.
Yeah, it's a formula for distance between 2 points over the surface of the sphere, or the angular distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere.
So you get a distance between 2 points on the surface of the ocean, let's say, and then you convert it to a globe.
You don't convert it to a globe.
What's
No,
the formula for then? What's the formula for?
I just said it. It's for the distance between 2 points over the surface of a sphere.
But you've not measured a distance over a sphere. You've measured a distance between 2 points on the ocean.
Yeah, that's half of it. The other half is the computed distance, which you're going to use your assumed position, which is usually your last dead reckoning position, and the GP to figure out how high the star would be if you were where you think you are. And then you compare to where it actually is.
Well, we're not really interested in the height of the star, are they? And they're interested in the GP.
That's a fundamental step of the doing the selection navigation fix, called the computed height. You need that to plot your position.
No, I don't think I think you're incorrect there. I think.
Oh, let's compare. Let me see your selection navigation fix, and then I'll show you mine.
I haven't got one to hand. Sorry. But I've read a few notes on it, and it doesn't mention finding out the height of a celestial object at any point.
Oh, look it up again. See the pros of selection navigation fix. The way you get the distance between your line of position and your dead reckoning position is the same as the distance between the computed height and the measured height. But the computed height comes from the side reduction tables. Like you gotta get familiar with the process, or otherwise you're not gonna know about this.
Yeah, so you're taking the elevation
Like,
angle, yeah? You got the elevation angle.
That's how you get the measured distance.
Yeah. So you know that angle now. So I know you can write these things down as you're plotting to get your true altitude. So I don't know where on that when you're documenting the errors and the corrections. I've not seen any abbreviations or notes mentioning the height of the luminary. Have you got that to hand so we can have a look at it?
It's called computer height. HC is usually how it's the acronym. It's HC. I'll grab some. If you want a citation, I'll just Google it right now to give you something.
What's the claim? He's trying to find the distance to a celestial object.
Drop the link.
Oh, as you put it in, I want to see the claim. I want to see this claim.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a step doing a celestial navigation fix that you have to compute the height of a celestial body based on your assumed position and the celestial body's geographical position. That's called the computed height. And the equation for that is the Haver sign, or the inverse of the Haver sign, because you're using the arc sine instead of the arc cosine. The Haver sign gives you the zenith, not the altitude. So you simply switch the arc cosine by the arc sine, and you get the computed height instead of the computed zenith. The Haver sign is, of course, how you get this between 2 points over the surface of the sphere. I dropped the link in chat for the calculated altitude.
Yeah, I'm reading. I'm looking at it right now. JeremyClark.ca, right?
Right. Yeah, if you want to see how that plays, what role that plays doing a fix, I'll also paste a drawing, a quick drawing of how a celestial navigation fix looks like. So you have 3 dashed arrows, sorry, 3 dashed lines. Those represents the direction of the stars, and they're the way you get the direction of the stars is also something you have to compute, which also comes from side reduction tables or a calculator, and it also works with the assumption of a sphere. I know that because I derived that myself. The one I'm using that website is the one that I derived myself. But if you use the side reduction tables, you end up with the same result. So my derivation is correct. And you have the thick lines that has tips. Those are the lines of position, and they're plotted away from the center of the chart based on the difference between the computed height and the measured height. That's how you fix your position, which also comes from by assumption of Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this, so I'm trying to.
This reminds me of how, Bacon, you're still wrong in the world you live in, and you still believe it, and you turn to the books in academia that has been created along with the modern falsehood and the system we live in, and it's all mathematical and it's all this and that, but the math actually works in the real world we live in. Yes, I mean, you guys believe that the moon is 400 times a size smaller than, but the sun's 400 times farther. Coincidentally, so obviously coincidences exist in our world. But Bacon, you're not grasping the other side of this coin that we're keep trying to flip at you to take a look at. The reality is that you believe that it has to be a globe because of XYZ, as you're pointing out. But we're telling you that the XYZ that you're pointing out is a lie and a false Now, give me for instance. I know I'm kind of long-winded here, but just give me like one more minute. For instance, a lot of bullshit nonsense has been going around lately, probably because McToon and Craig Fight the Flat Earth has been saying it so much on their streams. But you hear a lot about it, the reciprocal zenith angles. That is such a bullshit, bamboozled, pulling on everybody
Maybe,
because
maybe more
they're
concise.
simply hold on, just listen. They're simply
I am.
speaking about a they're specifically speaking about a tactic, if you will, that you can set up equipment incorrectly and use it incorrectly, and you will actually produce a measurement based off your observation, and then attach it to a falsehood, even though you have used the equipment incorrectly, and that's not what it's used for. And obviously, you're going to get those greater than 180 of an angle if you're using it incorrectly. So, but then they'll turn to the manual of the system. It has to do with surveying, where they're telling you account for the curve of the Earth and say, see, it says right here in the manual. Now, again, going back to what I originally stated, we live in a world, in a system that has all these manuals and books telling you it's a globe. But then, if you look into it and say, you ask the surveyor, hey, when's the last time you calculated the curvature of the Earth? Never had to. Yet they say you have to. So, Bacon, you're still believing the falsehood. You come in here so confident, like this is what is. But I'm sorry, buddy, you're just still lost, and you believe the lies. Okay, that was long-winded. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. Well, you said believe those things from books or whatever, and those are lies. Well, first of all, the math that I use for navigation are not any math that I found in a book. I derived entirely from myself. I didn't copy any formula from anyone. I did my
you created
first
math?
things,
My bad. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I derived all my calculations. I simply derived from basic trigonometry, and
Yeah.
they happen
Do
to
you have
match
an
exactly
R
the
in
same.
those maths? Are there any R's in those formulas?
Only when you're
Yeah.
sighting the
Right.
moon.
Okay.
If you're sighting stars, I don't use R.
So then it's not yours. So then it's not your
Huh?
math. If you have an R in there, then it's not your math, because that was in your formulas. You're telling me there's not one R, no radius included in your formula at all. That's what you're saying?
Only when sighting the
Is
moon.
that what you're saying?
Yeah. Only
Okay.
when sighting the moon.
So if that's your math, and you're saying this is my math, I didn't use nobody else's math. So then you are now assuming that the Earth is round, and you threw an R in there. But I would argue, well,
I don't
not your
have to
math,
throw an
buddy,
R
because they
there.
threw that R in there a long time ago. But
I'm
go ahead.
only throwing an R there when I'm using the moon side. When I'm using star sides, I don't need any R. But the thing is, when you're
Isn't that
doing this
funny?
process,
Sorry. Go ahead, Bacon. Sorry.
yeah, when you're
Go ahead,
doing
sorry.
all these processes, you're gonna use a bunch of equations or tables, and both of them you don't have to rely on any of them, because you can start with the assumptions here and you arrive to the same answer. There's no lie I'm believing, and it's simply that what they're doing and what I'm doing. It's pretty much the same thing. They all match exactly 1-1, and I simply start with the assumption of a sphere, and I got the working results.
Okay, so when you do your celestial navigation correction, what
Well,
exactly do you establish?
you didn't start with the assumption of a sphere. You started with the assumption 3959, which you derived from latitude measurements to Polaris at the equator.
Just said I didn't use the radius.
Okay, so then how do you use a sphere?
I work with the unit sphere.
A what?
The unit sphere.
Okay, what size is the sphere?
1.
What?
1.
1.
It's the radius
What does
of a
1
unit sphere.
represent? What does 1 represent?
The radius of the sphere. The radius of the unit sphere.
Just 1. Okay. So what's the what's the argument?
Yeah, when you're doing a celestial navigation fix, you have to
Hold
compute
on.
two things.
You're applying. All right. Okay, go on.
Yeah, you have to compute two things. You have to compute the azimuth of the stars you're sighting, and you have to compute the height of the stars you're sighting. So you can plot your
How you
position
gonna do that?
using site reduction tables or a calculator.
So you're looking at stars to a site reduction table.
No, you're computing the height of them and computing the azimuth of them using the site
No, I'm
reduction
saying
tables.
how you getting the height of them?
You're getting the computed height, not the measured height. You have to
No,
get
okay, I
both.
know. Yeah, the angular, the angle above the horizontal of what? Like, what is it
The
in
horizon.
relation to? It's not in relation. It's to relation of this sphere of one. How?
I'm
You're
telling you.
using site reduction tables, and you said you're not using R, but how?
Yeah. When you're doing a fix, you have to compute two things: the azimuth of the celestial body and the
Mm-hmm.
computed height. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Understand what that is? What that's used for? Understand that?
Yeah, but then the next step is using the nav books, right?
That's what you use the books for. To compute the
Right.
azimuths and the height.
And that's what I'm saying. But the books are, I mean, without elevation angles to Polaris and that conception, like, you don't have any of that. That's what I'm saying.
No, they have nothing to
It's
do with Polaris.
already all in there.
No, it doesn't have anything to. The site reduction tables don't have anything to do with the angles to Polaris.
Well, that sorry to interrupt. That HC you're talking about is just your apparent altitude after you dip. Yeah, it's your apparent altitude. Yeah.
Bacon, you're wrong. You're using lat and long, and that presumes 3959.
And then when you do your height of eye, then you get your true altitude. That's all it is.
No, the
second he does
from the
dip
measurement.
correction. That
Yeah, you've got lat and long for your positions. That assumes a 3959 ball.
It doesn't. Latitude and longitude don't assume specific
Yeah.
radius. They're angular values. They're not linear.
Yeah, it
values.
does. I mean, what's the distance between latitude? You're done. Okay.
You don't have to know the distance between the latitudes to get your position. If you want to know the linear distance between two lines of latitude, then you're going to use the radius. But we're not using that to get our position. We're using the angular distance between them. So you don't have to know the radius.
But you're using latitude and longitude, like I said, which has a prescribed distance of latitude.
Yeah,
and
but
you're
I'm not
assuming
using
it
that.
curves. You're assuming it's a ball in the first instance.
No, I only have to assume the ball to have that radius if I'm using the linear distance over the surface. In my
so Bacon,
which I'm not.
Would your math check out in the north of the equator and be the same as south of the equator? Would your math check out? Would the latitude and longitude stay the same? Like, so then what you're explaining then is a ball. Because if your latitude and longitude is going further apart until the equator and then coming back together, that's a sphere, bro. Right? Yes or no? Yeah, you're all bro.
And isn't the radius?
Bro, you got.
Shouldn't the radius not be assumed to be constant because of the ellipticity of it all? I mean, I still don't understand that. If it's flattened at the poles,
right? Yeah, if we use geocentric latitudes and do not account for the oblateness of the Earth, we would get up to 13-mile errors in navigation. That's why we don't use geocentric latitudes. We use geodetic latitudes, which are not based on the angle to the equator of the Earth. It's actually based on the normal of the surface. That's why it doesn't show up as an error, but it does make a slight difference. But it's not significant for navigation. It is significant for eclipses, though.
Sorry, I said you say you're not using a sphere, but your math is creating a sphere.
How am I not using a sphere then? It's a mathematical process.
No, you are.
The mathematical process is using.
Not that you're not. Okay,
right.
so
yeah, that's the point.
That's the point. Oh, that's our point. Our point is you have a math that's creating a sphere. It's your math that's doing it. Not that you're actually traveling the Earth and actually documenting its points. You're just creating a model and.
unfortunately, you got no connection there, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I heard
Sorry.
enough. I think I can address it. Um.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
bad. It's I was on.
I agree. I'm using a sphere assumption,
Right.
but I'm not using devoid of any measurements or practicality. I'm using connecting the measurements that we are taking the useful information, and it has practical value. And I've already tested both standard methods and the ones that I derived myself with real life data.
But but Bacon, if you're using a model, and because latitude longitude is, I don't care how you're going to say it, but that's using the model. I don't care how if you want, you can say but you're still using the model. If you're using latitude and longitude, you are putting yourself in a box, okay? Because you're that guy that's using a model. Now you're deriving a model from a model, and you're saying, "Aha, it checks out." Well, of course, Bacon is checking out because you're using a model that is like it's like using the falsehood to prove the falsehood. Like what, I mean, dude? How are you not? You're smarter than this, Bacon, or do you think we're just that dumb?
A bit of both, but by using latitude and longitude, it doesn't actually.
I knew it. I knew it.
That
I
was
knew it.
I was just playing with you. You can have latitude and longitude in something like the A map. The A map is just a disk. So saying you're using latitude
No,
and longitude.
no. It's not true though. That's why I asked if beyond the equator, does your math bring those longitude lines closer together again? Like, that's why
Yeah,
you
mine
can't say, "Oh,
does.
you can just."
How do y'all feel
Yeah,
about Kyrie
because
Irving?
yeah, yours does because you literally are taking the model that you're saying I believe, and then you're saying I'm going to prove this model that I believe in. I'm just using that model to prove the model. Like, come on, man. Like, that's exactly what you're doing. And then you're
That's
coming
not really.
up on the podium here, and you're saying, "Look, guys, no, that's exactly what you're doing." And maybe you're not getting it. Maybe you're the.
I wasn't making. Well, maybe you got late into the conversation, but I wasn't here saying, okay, this is my globe proof or this is my globe evidence. I was asked by one deck, in what practical way the Earth is treated as a sphere, and that was my example.
Okay, so he's asking, how do you know it's a sphere, right?
No, in which practical way we treat Earth as a sphere? And navigation was my answer. Flash navigation was my answer.
Okay. So then you go from there. So he's saying, I mean, you're just wording it different, Bacon. But technically, he's
It's not the
saying,
same thing.
you know, how do you know it's a sphere? You're saying navigation, dude. It's the same. Come on, bro. We're on the same road here. You're just trying to, trying to be funny about it. You're walking differently. You're along the same road. But here's what it is. He's asking you about how you believe it to be an Earth. You said navigation. Earth that's round, sorry. And you said, oh, because of navigation. And then you're saying, well, I've proven that by this math that I did, and the math I concluded, it matches up with the model. But what you're leaving out is the math you're using is the same math that it takes to make the model. So you're literally using the lie to prove the lie, and that's kind of the point making. I don't know why you're not understanding what I'm saying, or maybe you do. You're just trolling. I don't know.
I think what he was saying. I think Bacon. When we drifted apart. We were sort of. He was explaining that once you've got your GP on if you're in the ocean and you've got your GP on the surface of the ocean, and then your GP, the observer, the distance between them 2 points on the ocean. There's a distance that we give that in miles. Depending on the how many degrees from the angle measurement we've just acquired. And Bacon, I think he said that is a curved measurement because of a Haversine formula.
Not exactly that. Let me try to be more clear. So the way the process works is like this. You don't usually start by being completely lost. You usually have a position that you're not that far from. It might be Like you might be 30 miles off, you might be 100 miles off, but you're not going to be much more than that. It's usually your dead reckoning position. So that's your starting point. Now, when you're doing a celestial navigation fix, what you do is, okay, this is where I think I am, but I'm not exactly here because there are ocean currents, there's wind, and my calculation is probably off somewhat, and I want to fix it. That's when celestial navigation comes into play. You want to fix your assumed position to be more correct than you think it is. So you're going to take some star angles, and the thing is, you're going to first calculate what those star angles should be if you were where you thought you were. So for example, your assumed position is X, but you're actually in Y. You're not in X, you're in Y. You do the math from X to see how high each star would have to be. And then there's going to be a discrepancy between those heights of stars and the ones you actually measured. Some stars might be higher than you measured.
Yeah, so sorry to interrupt. That's what you're calling the HC, which is your
exactly
apparent altitude.
Not apparent. The HC would be your prediction, like what you're predicting you should see the star based on your assumption.
It's apparent. It's the apparent if you look it up.
No, that's the HA. That's the HA.
And then
the apparent.
And then when you do your dip height of eye correction, you'll get your true altitude, because then your eye will be on the same level as the GP, 3,000 miles away.
It is correct that that's what you do with the apparent altitude, but what I was referring to wasn't the apparent altitude. What I'm referring to is the computed altitude, and that one doesn't come from your sextant measurement. It comes from your assumed position and the math, how high the star would have to be for you to be there. That's the computed height.
What I was asking you earlier was, there's no on them columns what you're adjusting for, the dip and your errors. There's nothing. You're saying that HC, I think you said, is the height of the star.
That's the computed height,
which is just your. It's just your apparent altitude.
No, I mean, check the link I sent you.
It's not a true altitude. It's not your true altitude. It's not a true altitude at that point, because you need to do a dip correct.
No, but the computed height doesn't have anything to do with the sextant measurement. So go to the link I sent you. You do have the description of the apparent altitude, which is the one you're talking about. That is not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is the HC, the computed height. And if you read it, it tells you calculated. It doesn't come from your measurement. It comes from the calculation based on your assumed position. It's not the same thing as the one you're talking about. You're talking about the apparent height. I'm talking about the computed height. We're talking about different angles. The one I'm talking about comes from the math.
Really funny how you guys both just breezed over the fact that Bacon, you agreed right now with him when he said you do your dip correction that's bringing up the altitude of your GP 3,000 miles away from you, and you said yes, that's what it is. And it's funny because
not exactly that we're agreeing to.
You said yes.
I said yeah to the fact.
Agree? Oh,
I said yes to the fact that you do the dip correction to get from the height of the section to the apparent altitude.
And he said that's 3,000 miles away from you to match your altitude.
I don't agree with. No, that part I don't agree with.
So you're saying you're not making a baseline when you do dip correction? Is that what you're saying?
Does that even mean? No.
Huh?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's the distance you said he mentioned. That distance that doesn't come into play.
Well, regardless, it could be 1,000 miles. It could be 1,500. That's just an arbitrary number. What we're trying to get at though is that when you do dip correction, are you thus creating a baseline? Yes or no?
You already have a baseline. You're just raising it up with a dip correction.
Oh, okay. Now, and that's because it's your altitude, right? Based upon your height, correct? Above the surface of sea level, right?
Based on the horizon dip, which is calculated from my height, yeah.
Okay, so and obviously, because if you were in the position to where there's this assumed place where the sky looks like it's meeting the ocean, let's say that's 40 miles away from you. Would you agree to that? That it's 40 miles away from you, that you can possibly maybe see water that far, or to the edge, or is it less?
No,
Is it like 25 miles?
the
How's
distance to
the
the horizon isn't used in a math
no, no,
navigation.
no, I know, no, I'm just saying that apparent position. Or are you saying no? The star is 1,000 miles away. The GP of the star is 1,000 miles away from you, right? You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying though is that if I was to stand directly underneath that star, I am, going to be 8 feet off the sea level because I'm going to stand on the dock or whatever, 10 feet off sea level, including my height. So then all of a sudden, you're trying to create a baseline, a straight baseline to where you're at, and you're assuming that if I was to be standing directly underneath that star, I have to raise up sea level to my eye level because technically that's where I would be. Is that safe to say? Yes or no?
Honestly, I'm lost in your.
Okay, so you're lost. No worries. What you're doing, obviously, for those that don't know, I'm sure everybody in here knows already. But when you're standing, taking, doing the dead reckoning, and you're like, all right, I'm about to go on this voyage, standing on the pier, and you set that up, your dip correction is because you're assuming the position of the star, that you're going to get the elevation up to eye level of where you're at. So you create the baseline, a flat, straight line, because you're raising sea level up to your eye, because you know that you're not lower. If you were underneath the GP, you have to set up a baseline to represent that. So you can do your math because you're creating a triangle. And triangles, we all know, they have a flat baseline. There's no curving to it. But I think this is where the argument derails, because then you start jumping in with your.
It already derailed.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Can you chart this out on a flat map? I mean, because celestial navigation, you can put it down on a flat chart, right? You don't have to use a curved surface to do that, right?
If you're working with a small chunk of the Earth, yes.
Well, yeah, I mean
locally,
that's usually what celestial navigation is working with, right? When they were using it, a long time ago, weren't they just using it, based off of charts and charting it down from the sky to a flat surface?
Yeah.
They map a small chunk of the Earth, and they do that in a piece of paper, which is
because celestial navigation. Why would you be using a gigantic sized map? I mean, you just need to use local sized map, and it works just fine. Right?
Actually, let's say you do not have an assumed position, and you want to figure out where the circles of equal altitude intersect. You don't need to have a gigantic size map, because it can just be a regular size map as long as it has the entire mapping of the Earth there. So you could simply draw the circle of equal altitude, get your position without having to do all this complicated math.
You really don't need to do any complicated math, because how the celestial navigators did it was just assume the flatness of the locality of their area, probably for a long distance, because I don't know what distance you're assuming what local is.
Still need a complicated math.
I understand that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Is it safe to say that this skill or knowledge existed before they started saying it was a globe?
Yep. The method we're describing, getting circles of equal altitude and figure out your location,
No.
around 200 to 300 years old.
No. I'm not talking
celestial
about
navigation.
I'm not talking about what we are saying today. I'm saying way back when they used to travel by the stars, way before. Is it safe to say that they did that even before the Earth was a globe in their,
Yeah, you're referring to different methods. There are ancient methods that could navigate using the stars, but they are not what we're talking about. They were more rudimentary. They couldn't get their longitude. They were pretty much following lines of latitude. They didn't have clocks, so they couldn't pinpoint their location. There's a lot of downsides in using those ancient methods, but they were good enough, depending on, like, if you're traveling east and west, for example, mostly. If you're traveling north and south in ancient times, you're gonna have a big deal. But not with modern methods. With the modern methods we were talking about, so getting circles of equal altitude, that is around 200 to 300 years old, and yeah, they came before we understood Earth as a sphere. I mean, after.
Yeah, well, I'm just pointing out, like, if they were doing the celestial navigation in a time where they didn't even, they didn't have satellites in the skies, they didn't have, all these, the modern day, entities,
Well,
if you
a piece of paper to chart down their nautical endeavors, and it seemed intuitive to say, yeah, okay, let's put this down on a flat surface because that's all we see in front of us. It's a big plane.
You cannot map your positions on a flat map and use that for navigation. Like,
well, they were doing that. They were using celestial navigation and charting it down on a flat map.
I'm talking about mapping the positions, because when you're doing celestial navigation, you're trying to figure out where lines of position intersect. So you have a piece of paper that represents a piece of the Earth, a part of the Earth, and those lines, they are lines that cross the surface of the Earth, and where those lines meet, that's where you are. So you need to have a mapping of those lines, and that mapping, you cannot extend that mapping into the entire Earth. It won't work. You can only work with small chunks, and when you're working with small chunks, you have to make assumptions of where the rest of the stuff are. Those assumptions, if you try to use a flat Earth for those assumptions, you get different results, and they're inconsistent. The ones that you actually use in navigation, they assume that the rest of the thing that is not mapped is a sphere, and they do work.
See, I don't know how you'd assume all that, considering you can't get to all of the South Pole. You can't navigate any of Antarctica regions. A lot of the Earth is water, and so some of these triangulations that people put into it, are you doing it over? Can you do a lot of these just over land, or are you having to go into water where then it becomes conjectural? Then you start making concepts, and then you get away from empiricism.
Stop. He said map the whole Earth. Sir, that's not. No one's going to do that. There is no map of all of reality. So,
that's what I'm saying. That's why we have to work local, and he's trying to broaden it to this expansive Earth, where it's like now you're taking it from a local measurement to a concept.
Let me address it.
You can't have a map of all of reality, and you don't have one of those either. So let's not have double standards. Go ahead.
Yeah, we do.
Actually, hold on, wait. No, you don't, because I'm not going to pretend along with you that the globe is the end of your reality, sir. So no, you don't have a map of all of reality. Thank you very much.
I don't need you to agree with me that that's reality. The fact is, we do have
not the end of reality. Hold on, you have to be fair, because I remember I started off by telling you what our position is. So if you're going to try to debunk a straw man, that's fine. But our position. Hold on. You don't know how to pose our position if you don't know what it is. Your worldview does not consist of just a globe. Right? So there's a reality that's bigger than this place that you do have a map of. You have a little chart of your little local area, globe, but you don't have a map of the whole entirety of existence. What we're saying is the flat Earth, hold on before you interrupt. The flat Earth is not like that, where it's a little thing in a large space. We're saying the Earth is the large space that doesn't have a map of the whole thing. So you and I are in the same boat here, where we don't have a map of all reality, sir. But if that's what you're going to ask us for, we're never going to give it to you, just like you're never going to give us a map of your reality either. Thanks.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, because we're talking about...
It's exactly what you said.
Let me can you stop interrupting me?
Hold on, wait. No, I got to explain why that's relevant, because you said, well, we have charts. We have charts and maps of local areas, but you guys can't expand it to the whole Earth. I just explained to you why. Yes, it's relevant. Nothing to say? Yeah, that's why you can't expand the map to the boundaries of reality that no one's been to. That's why there isn't a, quote, flat Earth map of the whole Earth. As if you could see all of reality anyway. Holy. You guys lose the thread too quickly, BC. You said, well, you guys can't make a map of the whole thing. And I just went in detail. You're like, well, what does that have to do with anything? You just challenged us saying we can't do this thing that you can't do either.
stupid.
I check.
So thanks. Yeah, back to you, Gemsy.
And he said he knows better. He said that back then they didn't know better than now. Yeah, but now we have longitudes, and that's what Apocryphon point out, that he's pointing out to this model construct of his, or whoever passed it down to him. He's like his heritage. He's protecting his heritage. So now he's presenting that as the fix of how we do things in reality.
Well, yeah, and
this
again,
is what they needed, the longitudes.
He's providing a graphic, and I would like to see him actually, try this experiment. What he's referring to, because there's so many variables even when tracking all this. Atmospheric conditions, instrument air, horizon clarity, whatever you want. And so again, I don't get the sway from empiricism. They really don't like to use it. It really is all conjecture, opinions, and none of it's actually validated by them. But it's a nice attempt, and to put forward something like this, brings in nice discussion and debate.
Mic check.
Hey, we can hear you.
Yes, sorry, my connection's shitty right now. I lost connection for a couple of seconds. Can I try to get back where the discussion was?
Yeah, we were. So yeah, I mean, you're here. Remember we were talking about, right?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, before we dive into if we have a map of the universe, when we're doing celestial navigation, we are concerned with geographical positions, and that's what we need mapped, because we're working with distances to geographical positions. We're working with lines on the surface of the Earth. So the mapping of the rest of the universe, I don't see what's the relevance on that when talking about position.
PC.
Wait a second, please.
I just need, because I'm trying to give you what our position is, so at least you.
I'm not talking about your position.
No.
I wasn't talking about your position.
Okay. Well, you're saying, well, I can't understand how it would work on a flat Earth. Like, well, because you have your own.
That's what I'm saying right now.
You're asking the relevance. Listen, let me explain, because you're confused right now. You're asking, what's the relevance of bringing up the universe? Well, if you're trying to compare the globe to some sort of object that is flat, you're fucking up. If you want to compare your worldview to the flat Earth, you better compare it to your universe, because you don't know where the boundaries are. You don't know what shape it all is. No one's been, etc. All these problems that you realize flat Earth has. Well, what's your map and what shape is it? You have the same problems. Okay. You have to compare your universe to our flat Earth, not your globe object to some flat object. Please get that through all of your heads, especially Scrotum Hacky in the chat.
I'll try to respond to what I was talking to Brober, because to me that's just too far from what the conversation was. When you're talking about getting your position, and we're working with a local map, as you said, we're drawing lines of position. For the lines of position to be drawn on a map, and for you to figure out your position within that map, you have to know where those lines of position are. And those lines of position are based on positions that are not in your local map. So for example, you have a UPS, which is what we call a universal plotting sheet. And you're using GPs that are not within your plotting sheet. Your plotting sheet is too small, so the GPs won't be within that piece of paper. So you got to figure out in what direction those GPs are, so you can draw the lines. So when you're doing that, you have to calculate, okay, the GPs are in this location. My map is centered in this location. Where's the direction of the line from my map? When you're doing a calculation like that, you have to work with a certain assumption of how those positions are spread over the Earth's surface. If you use an assumption that all those points are on the same plane, you get a different calculation than if you assume that those points are spread over a sphere, because the directions aren't the same in a globe and on a flat plane. The directions change, the distances change, so your math is going to change. And the math that we use to then plot those lines that our maths are not big enough to be drawn is when the math that assume the Earth to be spherical comes in. So you can say, yeah, you're working with local maps because you don't have a big enough map. That's not actually what the problem is, because when you're working with the missing part of your map, you're working with a globe assumption. And it is true that you can actually use a map of the entire Earth, because when you're drawing circles of equal altitude, if you draw them on a sphere, you can actually use that sphere to represent the entire Earth, and the circles are still going to intersect your correct location. Actually, how my first method worked.
We do not care.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out though how you're taking small local maps, and you're saying if you put them all together, you're going to get all sorts of what am I trying to say? You're not going to get a correct map if you put all those together, or because how would you even put? I'm just trying to figure out how would you put all those together, even back then, because they were using local maps and they charted this out locally over long distances, right? Didn't they piece them together over, like, if they were traveling back and forth from the West Indies, just for that example, before all this, and wouldn't they just be piecing together all the small maps to make one large one?
Yeah, if you get enough small maps to try to piece them together, they don't really fit. If you force them to fit, you're going to distort a couple of things. You're going to distort directions and distances.
Well, how? Because that's what I'm curious.
Just try it out.
But they were able to have sustainable routes back then, and this is with celestial navigation plotting it out on a flat map. So it worked enough, right? I mean, I don't understand where the error is coming from, or what errors are being shown. I guess.
Well, not just that, but the longitude wasn't invented until like the 1700s. Anyways, they were.
Oh, it wasn't solved. It's not that it wasn't invented. It wasn't solved. Like the idea of a longitude existed.
It wasn't used on a mass basis until like the 1700s, and so like they didn't need it. It was absolutely unnecessary.
So that's not true. It wasn't absolutely necessary. If you're traveling east and west, you can do it without longitude. It takes longer, and you don't know really where you are in the meantime, but you can get there. So it's possible to navigate without longitude. But having your longitude is actually having your longitude is actually a great advantage, which is how the British came up with the invention of the clock, because the clock solved the problem of longitude, and the British put an enormous price on the first person to come up with a clock that could be carried in navigation, so they could get their longitude. And in fact, the British dominated the seas after they solved for the problem of the longitude. They did it first, and they are now where the prime meridian is, because they came up with that. It's not like the longitude is not a big deal. It is a huge deal. If you don't get the longitude, you can only follow latitude lines without knowing really where you are.
And you need Polaris for that, right? And the sun?
No.
No?
No. You can work with any star.
Okay. For some reason, this is a long time since I've been into celestial navigation, so it's kind of a refresh. I thought I heard Polaris can be used, though, and it was used, but it doesn't have to be used.
Yeah, Polaris is very close to the celestial north, so elevation angle to Polaris is very close to your latitude by a couple of minutes, or half a degree, which is around. That would be an error margin of 30 miles, give it or take, which it might be decent enough, depending on what you're doing. Nowadays, celestial navigation is done with mile precision, so just citing Polaris isn't enough. You have to take into account where the GP of Polaris actually is, which is not fixed in the North Pole. If you're doing that with Polaris, you can actually do that to any other star and get the same result. So Polaris
is technically fixed, though. No,
it's not. No. It's almost fixed. It's close to the celestial pole, but not exactly. There's around, I think, 20 or 30 arc minutes away from the celestial north. So that you have that as a deviation in your measurement.
Sure, but for navigational purposes, it's fixed.
Depends on the accuracy you need. For example, if you're in a small boat and you try to hit an island, you're gonna need more than just 30-mile precision. So you might miss an island if you're 30 miles off. So you don't want to simply take an elevation angle to Polaris and call it a day. You're gonna use something more accurate than that. But if you're in the middle of the ocean, you're just gonna want to get a general direction. That might be good enough, but not always.
Yeah, but we do not. If you mean parallax, we don't experience parallax with the North Star whatsoever.
Oh no, not parallax at all. No, I didn't mention parallax. No.
No, I didn't know if that's
window.
what the other guy meant, as in fixed, where you don't see any movement over ever, like over a long period of time, which is fascinating. Must be really far away, huh?
Yeah, well, not something that you can measure with a Sextant for sure.
Well, they just don't measure it. You can't measure it. It doesn't get measured. The parallax of Polaris is one of the most fascinating things, I think, in this model.
I'm not sure about Polaris, but like with the accuracy of a telescope, you can get a parallax to Alpha Centauri, for example, or Radiant Centauri.
I'd love to see parallax from Polaris.
Yeah, not Polaris. That's what I've looked into this, and that's a fixed star to us.
Yeah,
right? like even on a heliocentric model, that's a fixed star.
Yeah, the distance they say it is what's causing that too.
First of all, there's you guys probably heard of the precession of the equinox. That's documented in the Nautical Almanac. So if you want to talk about celestial navigation has keeping tracks of the position of stars with sub-Bark minute accuracy for at least 100 years. And within the same year, you can check what's the declination and sidereal hour angle of Polaris, and it's not the same from January to December within the same year. So no stars fixed; they all change in position slightly over time, but they are. That's documented. You can check in the Nautical Almanacs. It's what
so the stars are moving.
The precession of the equinox. Their position in the skies are changing gradually over time.
Yeah. So the Earth's not moving; the stars are moving.
Relative to us, sure.
Oh, the Earth is
celestial
moving.
Navigation can. Yeah, well, celestial navigation is not making any claims about which one is moving. You can work with a geocentric assumption, and celestial navigation will work the same. It doesn't require Earth to be geocentric. It can be geocentric.
So it requires the Earth to be stationary, and it requires the Earth to be flat.
Well, no, for practical purposes, you can act as if the Earth isn't moving and use the stars to navigate. But for theoretical purposes, the Earth is moving, right?
No.
Yeah, for celestial, as far as celestial navigation is concerned, it doesn't really matter if the Earth is stationary and the sky is rotating around it, or if the sky is like fixed and the Earth is just spinning. Both would work the same for the purpose of navigation. But the other thing he asked was if the Earth has to be treated as flat, and that does have an impact on navigation. And I have.
Well, how is the plane rotating?
Which the Earth
how is the plane rotating?
What?
How is a plane rotating? Can you describe this motion for me? This flat plane that you're using to get this elevation angle. How's that rotating? Oh, you're measuring from a curved surface. Can you show me how you're getting an angle from a curved surface then?
Getting an angle between two lines of sight during a celestial navigation phase.
So two straight lines.
If you're calling the lines of sight straight lines, sure, I'll give you that.
Okay, so straight line horizontally, and then straight line to the star.
No, one of those lines are going to be horizontal if you're very close to the surface. If you're not, then you're going to have to correct for that. But
hold on, say that again a lot slower. Don't mumble your words. Don't jumble your words, Bacon. One of those lines is going to be what? Horizontal? So a plane?
One of those lines can be treated as horizontal if you're very close.
Can be. Can be or must be.
Can be treated as horizontal if you're very
so close. So not must be. So it can be a curve too then, right?
That had no meaning.
Oh, I'm talking about whether that line is horizontal, not whether it's straight. I already gave.
So horizontal is not straight?
I never said it. Opposite of that, I'm actually considering the line of sight to be straight, and I'm not debating whether it's straight. I'm actually giving you that line is straight.
Straight. Horizontal.
you can consider horizontal if you're very close to the surface.
I'm going to consider it. I'm not going to consider it is. Otherwise, you don't have a baseline to measure an angle off of.
You do have a baseline that is the line of sight to the horizon.
Okay. Is it horizontal? Is it 0?
No, not exactly.
No, it's not. So what angle is it at? How would you determine that angle?
Based on how high you are above sea level.
Well, I'm not above sea level. I'm going to skip. I'm right at sea level, so I don't need to adjust for any height. So is it horizontal or not?
Yeah, that's as far as the sextant can tell, yeah.
Yeah. So you're right at sea level, horizontal, dead straight with the Earth, and the GP's on that same line, isn't it?
Say that again?
Is the GP on that horizontal line?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? So you must not know anything about celestial navigation then.
Well, I can solve a star fix, so I would say
Okay, you don't know where the GP is, so how could I ever trust anything that you say?
Small question. Where's our flat escape?
The GP is where the almanac says it is. It's not in your horizontal.
No, is it on the GP on that horizontal line between you and the star?
Australia fall in the horizontal line.
We do not
You're sighting the horizon, you're not sighting the GP.
You're sighting the horizon, you're not sighting the GP. Where's the GP in relationship to that star?
Directly below it.
Directly the zenith, right? And so you're measuring an angle between the star and a horizontal line that goes to the zenith of that star, right?
It doesn't go to the zenith of that star.
It doesn't? Okay, show me a diagram where it goes to. Oh, so the star is just on the horizon then. So where's the horizon? Is that a geometric point?
Not necessarily. You can assume so.
Not necessarily. Why don't you make absolute statements, Bacon? This is really frustrating. You say things like can and possibly. Why don't you actually make claims or actually just know what you're talking about?
I do know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so is the horizon a geometric location? Is that where the star is?
Let me just finish answering you. For the purpose of celestial navigation, it doesn't matter where the horizon is. What matters is that we know the angle between the horizon and eye level. That's all celestial navigation claims.
Well, it's 0 because we're in a skiff. We already talked about that. So now, where's the GP of that star?
It depends on the time you're taking the measurement and in which star you're sighting.
Where are we measuring to? Are we measuring to where the zenith of that star is going to be on that horizontal plane?
It doesn't matter.
No, you're measuring between
No,
the
we're not.
horizon and the star. You're measuring the angular distance between the horizon and the star.
The horizon and the star, angular distance. So the star is right above the horizon, right?
From your point of view, yeah.
Okay, so the zenith at the horizon is where the star is going to be. How far away is the horizon?
It's not where the star is going to be. The star is not going to be.
It's not where it's going to be. You just said that's where the star is going to be. That's where the horizon's going to be. You just said that.
Oh no, I didn't say the star would be where the horizon is. That's
okay. So where is the GP of the star?
As I said, it depends on which star you're measuring and when you're measuring.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and forego that as far as the almanac and all that stuff is. Where is the star at? Is it at the GP zenith position on a flat plane?
It's above the GP.
Above the GP, zenith position, right?
The zenith of the GP, at the zenith of the GP, yeah.
Yeah, and is that GP on the same horizontal plane that you measured?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, show me where it is then. Show me the diagram where it's not on that same GP, because I've got something from Sustainable by Design that says exactly the opposite.
Let me see it.
You must not know a whole lot about celestial navigation. You don't sound like you know anything about celestial navigation.
I know how to do it. I can give you your.
No, you don't. You don't even know where the GP is. I doubt you know how to do anything.
Feel free to test me. I can answer any.
I just did, and you just failed.
I know.
I just tested you, and you don't even know where the GP is.
You're testing me against what you think is correct. You're not testing me to.
No, I'm asking you to show me, cite me what you're talking about, and you won't do it. You just want to make claims, right? So there, in the chat, the altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer, right, and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So I'm correct, and you don't know what you're talking about.
I know how to do celestial navigation. You can test me on that.
No, you don't. You don't even know where the GP is. You think it's on the horizon.
I didn't say it's on the horizon. You said that.
Okay, so where is the GP then? Is it on the horizontal line that's created by the sextant? Oh, it's just what the almanac says. Yeah, and how are you going to know that unless you get an angle between that and the horizontal line?
This is how you show you don't know anything about what you're talking about. You don't even need an angle to...
No, I'm showing now you're projecting because I'm mopping the floor with you, Bacon. You're trying to escape the inevitable here, that you've created a horizontal plane using the Earth, and now we're going to measure to that GP on that horizontal line to where the star is at its zenith. And that's all we need.
You in my sights. You just said you need the angle to get the GP. You don't. All you need is the time.
Oh, you just need the time, so you don't even need to measure an angle.
Bro,
what do you know?
Huh?
The GPO does. You don't need any angle to get the GPO to start. The GPO.
Oh, no angles. Okay, so we're not measuring angles in celestial navigation, folks.
Not to get the GP of the star, obviously. That only takes the time of the measurement. Not the.
I'm not talking about how we get the GP. I know the GP is based on the almanac. How are we going to get the angle to it, Bacon? This is what we're talking about: is the angle. Are you getting an angle off a curved surface? Oh, so we're getting it off a horizontal plane. Okay, good. So thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. Now let's use the Flat Earth to get our position. Can we do that?
Great. Let's do that.
Yep.
All right. I'll post some star angles, and you take me to the next step because so far I was using was here to do it. So let me see how I can do it using the assumption of flat.
Yeah, we'll do it together. You can show me how we do it, since you're the expert, right?
All right. Let me get.
Is this like make you feel better about it being flat, or it's already flat? We just walked through it. You need.
No, I heard a claim.
A little bit. What do you mean? You just walked through how there's no angles on a curve.
So is someone else doing something different than what you and I just described, Bacon? Are they measuring off of a curved surface? Or is someone doing something opposite of what we're talking about? Or are they measuring off a curved surface?
I believe so.
Oh, you believe so? So you don't even know that? You don't even know that fact?
I'm allowing the conversation to get there.
Stupid.
What are they measuring off of? Curved surfaces or flat planes?
The horizon. You don't need to make any assumption on the surface to get an angle measurement. That's
Yeah,
why
because
I'm saying.
it's a straight line.
Is the horizon a measurement?
The horizon is a straight line. It's
Horizon
called the line. It's called the line of the horizon.
Yes, but that's horizontal and it's straight.
Absolutely.
If you're close to sea level. Right. I posted 3 star angles in a timestamp. Can we get where the observer was on flat Earth? I bet you can even get the GP and see where.
No, you already got that. You already proved the flat Earth right there. That's perfect. Thanks, dude.
No, I accepted your starting point that the Earth is flat. Let's see how we can.
So no. You just did you take these?
A friend of mine did, yeah.
No, so you didn't. You are a lying sack of crap, dude. I just asked you if you measured these, and you said a friend of mine did. Yeah.
Yeah, like I know the person who did it.
And everybody heard it, so don't try to skate out of it, Bacon. Everybody heard you lie. Immediately.
It was loud and clear. There was.
Did you take these measurements, Bacon? A friend of mine did. Yeah.
Oh, you want mine angles? I'll give you my angles. Give me another second.
So yeah, so if you get an angle, then you've proved the flat Earth.
You say that. Let's see how that can be used to get your position.
No. If you get an angle, you measure a flat Earth. How are you not getting this?
I understand you claim so. I want to be that.
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm actually letting you prove that to me unless you can show me how you got an elevation angle from a curved surface. What elevation angle did you get from what curved surface?
Okay, from now on, if you keep interrupting, I'll just keep going. I'm not going to stop. You give you the floor every time you interrupt me. So have the decency of waiting until I get to the end of what I'm saying.
Have the decency of not lying constantly. You can stay on mute. I'll interrupt you as many times as I need to, especially when you're lying. which you've already been caught out in probably multiple times now.
Did he leave?
So you're gonna show me? Yeah, he left. Big baby.
Yeah, they always try to do this. It's like, okay, well, I'll just ignore that you just gave me evidence that it's flat. But so how can it be flat? Well, we just walked through exactly how. What do you mean?
Yeah.
We're not just gonna
you gave me.
respawn with you, bro. Like, bro, it's not a video game. It's gonna respawn. Like, we all were just listening. Okay. Holy.
Someone tells me they got an angle off a flat plane because they're not getting any angles off of a curved surface, and then they want to ask me if the Earth is flat. Yeah, you just measured it that way. That's all we need.
Just ignore that. So how is it flat? Like they just gonna pretend like we didn't.
He says, how are you going to get a fix on a flat Earth? So the next thing they do is, let's move over to the straw man that I've created. How are you going to get your fix? Well, I just told you I'm in a geographic location from these 3 GPs that I just measured. That's how I know where I'm at.
And you can
Right,
see the
Sonny?
line. You can see the line of the GP, and it's what is that called? Tangent to the sphere, and that's all flat. I mean, that would have to be flat for that many miles. So, like you're saying, you're measuring on a flat plane, and it's assumed flat for a long period of time. Like it doesn't occur. It only occurs 1 degree. They say every 69 miles. Right?
Yeah.
What's the thing? So you'd have to assume it's pretty
60
damn flat.
nautical miles.
Right. So then you'd be
Yeah.
assuming it's flat, measuring a flat angle, or a flat measuring an angle on a flat surface.
Yeah, but that's even a canon on a heliocentric model. That's why I don't understand how these people are arguing with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I look at his model that he provides, and it's just in the website. And yeah, if you scale that down, yeah, you're scaling it up. But if you're scaling it down, you're assuming all that's flat from the angles you're getting. Yeah, you'd have to. It is all conceptual.
Right. And you know, that's when you get into the size of the Earth argument normally, right? It's like, whoa, it's blah, blah, blah. And like, it's so weird because I know exactly how all of these conversations are going to go.
Well, that's what doesn't. You're kind of contradicting yourself. You're saying it's so big it appears flat, but you measure curve. You know, you're measuring an angle on a flat surface because you're saying it also appears so flat because it's so big. So it has to. Wouldn't it have to measure the way it's appearing as well?
I agree. Someone like somewhere there's some information that's not right coming from the authority, but they still won't acknowledge it.
The imagination is very strong because the harder you can imagine it, the more you can believe it. You know, so they're really imagining the model. You know, but even though their eyes and the reality isn't representing that, their imagination is stronger. So they'll keep imagining Spaceballs in their head, and they'll keep imagining how it works, and they'll keep imagining space-time fabric. It's stronger.
And what's scary is they come here and imagine a flat Earth. Or ask you to hand off an imagination to them. We don't do that. I was trying to explain that to this goofball earlier. I'm like, we don't think of flat Earth. We just go outside.
Well, that's the thing is we deal in empiricism. Like, no, we're not. There's not a lot of claims, except I guess you'd say, you know, negatively that there's lack of this. So the claim is there's lack of curvature, which you can back that up.
Well, that's what people get mad at me for, right? Is they're like, well, then give me a model. And I'm like, well, I don't have a model, to be honest. Like, I can give you what I see, but it's still, like, I'm not going to act like I know it. And that's what they want. They want the imagination.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder because if you know, whatever, the space programs, if the model that they do actually know. So, yes, they're lying about the heliocentric model, but what model did they actually find and what are they hiding? They'd have to know the real model, right? They'd have to know somewhat of how the sun and moon work, because they probably it's almost like they have a separate space program or a separate Earth program that the public doesn't get to see. You know what I mean? So it's like they've been to the moon, but not how they told us. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think that they're playing in the astral realm, personally.
Yeah, they're tinkering around, and we're only given the typical Star Wars productions. You know what I mean? That's the space we get.
Part of me thinks those are closer to reality than what we're being led to believe. And I don't mean physical reality. I mean an astral, like, travel that they're doing.
Well, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was more land. You know, maybe there's other types of civilizations, or they've gotten off of that. But I get what you mean. They're kind of taken from real life and just putting it in the movies to make us think it's imaginary. Yeah, so they'd have to know the real model, though, if they're going up there and seeing, or if they figured out we can't leave. Well, I think there's some smart people that would start, okay, we got to, and figure out what the real model is, and they got to know. I don't think it's such a big secret. It's just like what.
So maybe the whole thing they're spending all this money on, and all these rockets and so forth, they're just sending them horizontally to see how far they can go.
See, no doubt about it. What if that's the case? Is they can keep going they can go outward in all directions, just not up.
Right.
Exactly. It could be, and that's a whole other thing to keep contained as well. If I'm not saying an infinite Earth, but if there was way more land, this and that in all directions, that takes away laws, that takes away borders, that takes away, because you're now open to a lot more that a public now knows. Wait a minute, there's other lands that aren't confined to the the WEF world, the world that we're being exposed to. You know what I mean? I think that's another system of containment.
That would make a great movie, actually. Like, let's say Queen Elizabeth I, she's getting this information, and somewhere they find out, somewhere along that road, they find out that there's more land.
Wait, that's actually what happened. I have a book about Samuel Purchas, John Dee, and Elizabeth, their travels, and that's literally what happened.
I know. But I'm thinking more of the south too.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, I can tell you the book to buy, and it's like actually explains like Tartaria, like all of their travels. There's this big black rock that sucked the nails out of their ship, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. That's where I got some of that information from, is the Mercator map and the John Dee letter.
Interesting.
And you know what's weird about that book, too? Genghis Khan in the book and Muhammad Khan were like the leaders of like this Tartarian empire, and it aligns, like the story lines up with Revelation somehow. Like it like literally plays out to the point where like they're shoving gold down a pig's mouth, like all this stuff, and I'm like, what? Like, it's incredible.
Yeah, the history of gold and gold consumption and alchemy, and there's a whole other world of esoteric knowledge that I don't know if we're supposed to be knowing about. I don't know.
Yeah, did ancient ships use nails or wood pegs?
They started going to nails, iron nails, square nails.
I can't believe
I don't know. That's a good question.
I was just wondering the timeline, because that every time I find a rowboat wreckage, it's wood pegs. But yeah, I wasn't trying to be, because I've heard those stories before, and I just kind of tried to figure out what was iron in the ship at that time. No idea.
Well, and it's also interesting because those stories can be manipulated by the program that they're using to rip these old books, because I bought 2 copies of Purchas's Pilgrimage. It's that Samuel Purchas book I was just talking about, and both copies are slightly different.
Yeah, that reminds me of the story, maybe because it's in this title, where the people supposedly found the steel, I forget the father and son on their boat trip, and they found the iron, something iron in the title.
Yeah, I can't imagine these older civilizations figuring out buoyancy. They understood sails, where the pressure of the air can push a boat on a medium, but everything else they were just kind of primitive and savage. It's like they understood some heavy science.
Well, and you only need a 35-foot boat to cross the Atlantic comfortably, and we're told that they weren't transatlantic sailors, and I'm like, dude, come on.
Yeah. I wish history was a little more transparent, but maybe it's another form of control where it's like, look, we can't let people know how incredible civilizations were because we don't want them thinking they're incredible and they can rise up and do it. I don't know if it's a form of control keeping history suppressed. Maybe.
I have a quick question. Just in general, what is not incredible about history that we have been taught normally? Like, if I look at the way they have built things, I've looked at what is open and openly also admitted to be historical facts, such as the way they built certain buildings, cities, and so forth. What is not awesome about it? If you look at the Roman Empire, for example, I mean, they tell you that they used copper water pipelines. They tell you that they
don't use mortar in the aqueducts. I mean, that's an incredible feat.
They had literally everything that we use nowadays. I just don't get the sort of terror thing. There is nothing, when you look into history, there is really nothing except for maybe UFOs and hoverboards or something. That's just a joke, but there's literally everything is in the narrative. Like, the Romans already had almost everything that we use nowadays, except for a few things like, digital technology.
Well, that's the thing.
I don't get this whole advanced civilization stuff, because we have always been very advanced.
Well, the pyramids still have a big question mark to them, wouldn't you say?
Not really, to be honest. Like,
what?
No.
Do you think they're tombs? Do you actually think they're just big coffins?
Well, I've heard all the speculations also that they have found wiring in it and so forth. What I think is what the pyramids are, I think they are leftovers from the days of Noah before the flood, which were once the earth was highly advanced and populated with all kinds of perverted beasts and so forth, like the Nephilim that have been created out of the relationship between angels and human beings, and they have brought a lot of technology and knowledge, and I really think that
wouldn't that be considered an ancient civilization that you're suppressing?
Yeah, could be. I think what they're mainly suppressing, when you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, when you look at biblical historical facts, things that line up with the Bible, you can literally find in the open field. That is something that they don't want to talk about. And to distort the biblical narrative, the history that is written in that book, that the controllers for some reason don't really like to present as factual to the public, is why they need to distort certain events such as the flood and so forth.
Well, some people also think they focus too much on the body of Christ when they should be talking about the messages, because a lot of Christians and Catholics they revolve around the birth, the crucifixion and resurrection, but focusing more on the physical aspects, not the messages metaphorical and the allegories. And I think there's a big disconnect, like you're saying, with what that actually represents. And sometimes it could be historical, some of the Bible, but sometimes a lot of it seems like it's just good ways to live your life, like guidelines.
Yeah. I just would say that there's not much described biblical wise, maybe in the Book of Eden and so forth, when it comes to the advancement of civilization through the knowledge that was given by the 1/3 that has fallen down from heaven, which are angelic beings, which probably have a lot of knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think that's something they kind of put under the rug, right? You never hear like about Sodom and Gomorrah. You never hear like about the flood. Like that's stuff that in school is like just, fairy tales kind of, right? But then when you go out in the field, you just find a lot of factual, historical evidence for these kind of events,
Yeah, and sometimes cosmological connections, anatomical connections we're seeing with the Bible now.
Exactly. And the thing is, right, the Bible it says that that through creation there is no excuse. So through creation the creator is so-called visible in a way that through the creation he made, there's no excuse for a person who says there is no such thing as a God. So if the Bible says that creation itself gives testimony of a superb, wonderful creator, that's why we see that Satan has attacked that very construct and foundation through the heliocentric model and introduction thereof, right? Yeah. Because if we would, see that the Bible is lining up with or biblical cosmology lining up with reality, people would be like, oh, wait a second. So there must be a higher power. There must be someone who has put all this in place, right? And that's why he wants to distort creation so much.
Christ is within. Christ is literally within, is what they're trying to say. No, there's only one. They're trying to say Christ is you. The Son is, a metaphor for the Son and what's going on in you.
Oh yeah, the Zeitgeist movie and stuff. Yeah.
Well, Zeitgeist has taken that from a long line of people who have already been speaking about this. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything new. Great documentary. His second one was pretty good too. Man, I remember watching that a long time ago. Wow. Not 9/11.
Well, I've watched it too. But today I know it's like kind of putting you astray. It's just a diversion from biblical, historical,
Oh, you think it's a distraction? I see what you're saying.
A distraction. Yeah.
Man, a lot of it really coincides, especially with the sun, pausing for 3 days, kind of what Christ does with the resurrection, and some of that's just interesting, and even in the heliocentric model.
Right. I've heard that there's a wonderful New Ager who has worked with the people who around Zeitgeist and so forth, who has actually been born again and came to Christ, and he literally completely in a 5-hour documentary completely destroys and opens up the deception within the movie Zeitgeist. The crazy thing is even goes back into satanic influences by very evil people who have written evil books. It's
because I've heard it before. I heard it before Zeitgeist. I heard it before Zeitgeist, and the guy that was speaking about it was pleasant, and he wasn't trying to do it maliciously, with intent, but trying to explain to us that that humans are here, and they are not just humans. Christ was telling us this. He's trying to tell us that you are a Christ within, and it's nothing to take away from God. It's to share it with God, if that makes sense. And I think that Christians and Catholics feel like, no, you're taking power from God when you get to use some of the power that God gave you.
Well, unfortunately, what we see nowadays within religion and religious people is that they have taken what the scripture says, that you are the temple, right? You're the dwelling place that
King Solomon's temple built in silence. That's your mind.
Well, it doesn't. It says he doesn't dwell in temples made out of stone and bricks and so forth, made by human hands, but rather he chooses to put his spirit within you, which is the Holy Spirit, and then he can use you like a tool, right? Which he always has done since the beginning of this world. He has used all sorts of people, either for bringing out a message, either for building a city up, a civilization up, being a king or whatnot. This is just logical. If I would create human beings and I'm an invisible God, no one has heard my voice, no one has ever seen me, I would use the creation that I created in order to create order, to create all kinds of things I want to create.
No doubt about it. I'd create
Otherwise-
a bunch of temples of Solomon's, a bunch of people.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise there's no, like, what is the real reason why we exist? To serve the Most High, to be like a tool, like a Swiss knife, you know?
Yes.
Like
Serve the Most High.
everybody has a different talent. Everybody has a different function. And I think this is the life-fulfilling thing when you find out that if he can give you the very function you have been born for, then you have this very much fulfillment, and the void that many people have will like vanish, because you finally understand, okay, this is the reason I'm here and during this time for this short period to this such and such, to glorify you. Not giving myself honor for my work, but recognizing that you can work through me, because I'm just, I didn't ask for being here. Nobody in here, in fact, did.
Well, so, and I would think Jesus wouldn't say, because if Jesus is flesh form of God, I don't know if he would have you embody his body. Say, when you think of me, think of my face and my eyes and my hands. It's not that. It's the feeling. It's the presence of creation. It's the presence of love. All the good nervous system fuzzies that you feel when you're around something spiritual or holy, whatever. It's that kind of stuff. It's not picture me dying, picture my resurrection, that's all too physical. That's materialism.
But the thing is that the reason why he died is the reason why he died is for us to live. This is the thing in it, right? The same spirit that has rose him from the dead will also rise you from the dead, which is the Holy Spirit. He has defeated death by dying, as weird as it sounds, right?
But it took 3 days for him to die. It took 3 days for him to defeat it, which is interesting, because a god should defeat it instantly. For me, I don't know why it takes 3 days. Now, when I apply that to astrologically, it makes a little bit more sense that if it's a metaphor, or if it's just a guideline of what we go through within our bodies, as what we see in the sky as well.
Well, there's a distinction between the Father, who is the invisible God, which his voice has never been heard, his image has never been seen, and the Son, which is his only begotten, that walked between us, that knows us in and out, that knows how we feel when we are tempted. He knows how we feel when we have fear, when we have pain, and so forth, because he's walked in the flesh. And the beautiful thing is, he's our high priest. He sits to the right throne of his Father, and he is the mediator. He is the channel. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And no one comes to the Father but except through him.
Well, look up all the analogies of being on the right hand of God. I think that there's more about what the right represents, and
the right represents the future as well, whereas the left is the past.
Well, I've also heard the right represents your right hemisphere of your brain, and there's certain behaviors that associate with that. That's opposite from your left. So some people are associating this, again, anatomically. They're just allegories going on within.
Brother, just to touch on something you mentioned about it having to take 3 days. There's a lot to be said for when his blood actually went down on the seat, and without getting into like the actual debate with the actual event when it actually happened, a lot of people would actually say that it happened as soon as he was pierced and that blood trickled down into the earth. But the other thing to remember is like the Ascension, the following day after the Friday would have been the Saturday, which is believed to be the Sabbath. And we all know we're supposed to rest on the Sabbath. And then on the morning of the Sunday, which would have been the next day, he was proclaimed to be risen at that point. So like, observing the actual time and how things happened within the actual timing of it all, I think needs a little bit of attention. We can't just like whistle past and say that it didn't happen over a period of 3 days.
So he took his godly time and applied it to earthly time, so we could make a little bit of a better understanding of it, because I guess the Sabbath thing makes sense.
Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you guys to take it back to Flat Earth, because there are religious channels in this server, so
I thought it was coming, actually. I'm surprised you let us go on for so long. Thank you.
Thank you for the retraction. Or not retraction, the pullback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the topic. It's just I want people to come in here thinking that we're talking about, flat Earth, because those other channels are available. So
yeah, and I don't like when people associate flat Earth with only Christians, because there's a lot of people that aren't Christians that believe it too. So. Have you ever? I was using ChatGPT to give me some anomalies of the, like some coincidences. And did you guys know about the radiation of Olbers paradox? Have you heard of that? Olbers paradox, where we should be experiencing with all the stars, we should have massive amounts of radiation because of, especially how big they are, because of how much our sun produces.
No, I haven't heard of that. What was that about?
Olbers paradox. Yeah, they're saying that if space is infinite, I got into this rabbit hole. So if space is infinite, you should have a uniform amount of stars or suns or whatever in all directions, and those should be radiating heat, right? They should be radiating heat, like lots of it, especially how big they are. And his proposal is, well, then the entire night sky should be just as bright as the surface of the star, because there's so much out there. If it's infinite, then you should have uniform light, and especially how big they are. And what they said was that no, space is so big and it's so spread out. And what we see is, because I was saying I asked ChatGPT with the Big Bang, was it in one space? And I don't know if you guys knew this, but apparently the Big Bang happened simultaneously in all directions. It didn't start in one location and then spread out, if that makes sense. They tell us that it happened basically all at once everywhere. And I'm thinking, well, how is it then, like, because I was thinking if it started at one point, wouldn't you see less radiation to where that first initial spot started from the Big Bang? And ChatGPT said, no, it didn't. And that's an interesting concept, but it didn't, because it happened simultaneously in all directions. And then I said, well, wouldn't that connect with Olbers paradox, meaning you would see cosmic radiation and uniformity? And that's exactly what they see, is a uniform cosmic background. So it's like, you just told me that can't happen because space is so big and you wouldn't see a uniform cosmic background. But then in the next sentence, you say that's what we do see in the background of space, is the radiation is uniformly. I did not know the Big Bang was represented like that.
Brother, you know what another weird thing is I recognize? They say that the Earth's atmosphere expands out into space about 640,000 kilometers, which is like double the space between the moon and the Earth. Why is it, if the moon has the strength gravitationally within their paradigm? Okay, I mean, this is just hocus pocus, but anyways, if it has the strength to create the tides to move waters back and forward, right, on Earth, all these masses of water, why is it that it doesn't have the strength to collect particles of that atmosphere that goes even double the size of distance between moon and Earth? Why is it that there's no atmosphere around the moon already? Just because it collects obviously nothing from the Earth, but for some reason it moves all these trillions of tons of water. Like, this is nonsense. Like, the moon should have already have water on it. It should already be like a small little Earth we can like go to and go back from, because of all the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a good contradiction. That's added to the list for sure. Yeah, that's that. And with the moon, I didn't know the moon had a core, but they also said, well, the moon's a chunk of Earth. So you're saying that the moon became a sphere and then gained a core after it was a chunk of Earth?
Hey, I thought we moved on from religion topic. Back to religion again. Damn.
Shoot.
Oh, I get it.
We can't escape it then. We gotta delete the room.
Well,
Hey,
yeah,
you can't talk about this religion. Let's talk about the other religion.
I mean, in a sense, we always talk about religion when it comes to the heliocentric model.
Oh my God, I can't believe though. I have to give them credit. They have an answer for everything. And even if it's made up, they've figured out there's people out there that have asked these same questions, and they probably go, "Oh shoot, we got to put this in there, we got to put that in there, we got to put this because this will lead to this and this will lead to that." You know?
I haven't heard the answer yet to this question that I propose, right? So, and another thing would be, you know how the moon is all dusty on the supposed moon landing videos? Like you have this very fine dust that is so fine, like equal to like what can I say, when you bake bread or something, it sticks.
Is that why every time I look at the moon I feel like cleaning my eye because of the dust? This is the moon is dusty.
I don't know, man. But the question is, dust on Earth is being created by a friction environment, right? So dust is sand dunes and so forth. They are created by the friction of air and weather phenomena and so forth. But on the moon, there's literally no weather phenomena. There's nothing. So the moon is like no atmosphere. It is in a frictionless environment. How is it that the surface is simultaneously rock, but the surface layer is like pure fine dust? This is so stupid. It makes absolutely no sense. But again,
that's a good point.
Everything about it makes no sense. If it's formed out of a part of the Earth, why is it not a tiny Earth? If the Earth is expanding its atmosphere that's twice the size of the moon's distance, why isn't the moon like a tiny Earth? Why is it a dry, white rock in their paradigm? It makes no sense.
Why isn't it a smooth ball of dust, like a smooth ball? Because why would it, like, just because you said that about there being no weather really to speak of, so wouldn't it just be a smooth ball of dust? I don't know how would it have terrain and crevices and craters and all these things? Well, I'm assuming that's what they are because we really don't know if those are craters. We really, honestly, we really don't know. I mean, they sure do look like they have texture to it. They look like it goes deeper. Like it looks.
You should have angular. You should have angular trajections as well. Everything is a perfect circle. You don't see anything coming in at an angle. Nothing. There's not a single crater that comes in on an angle.
Right. No glancing blows.
Nikola Tesla posed the idea that the craters of the moon were created from electrical discharge.
Now that's an idea to hang with or think of. Land in the sky, though, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at an image or illuminated surface or something.
Right.
Because when you're reflecting light from the sun and then you could reflect it back to a ceiling, the light is not the ceiling, but this is being reflected on the ceiling. Or you might be looking at an image. Just when you're looking at the moon on a plasma TV, you're looking at an image, aren't you? And you see the moon, the image of the moon. Doesn't necessarily has to be either or. I don't know exactly, but light, it looks that way. The other guy said like an electric field and some type of electric effect. Yeah, it adds up.
Maybe. What if the sun and the moon are just sparks in the sky?
Another question is
sustainable.
Another question is if the moon is so close to the Earth and it's literally made out of the Earth, right? Why is it that the moon, apart from what I just said with the atmosphere, apart from the non-friction environment, why is it that the moon has got so many asteroids, in their paradigm, so many asteroids hitting it? Same with the Earth, which they tell is how we got water in the first place, how we got all these types of stuff on the Earth. And right? Why is there no life on moon? Why is there no water on moon? Even if the moon, how does it make sense if the moon is the same material as the Earth, has literally gotten so many supposed asteroid hits, but literally nothing on there? It's like the complete opposite to the Earth that supposedly got life forms and water and all that stuff.
That sweet Goldilocks zone.
It's so stupid. Like they think I'm stupid that I don't buy this.
Yeah, no, if you don't believe any of it, you're the crazy one.
Yeah, why is the daytime moon the same color as the clouds?
Whoa.
Yeah, also not to talk about all the colors of the moon, right? It's like a whole spectrum of colors that it can have.
Well, it's kind of weird because I've seen the moon appear the same color as the sunrise prior to the sun actually rising. You know, when the sun's about to rise, you get the crazy color spectrum. Sometimes you get pinks, oranges, all kinds of colors. I've seen the moon look like that too. So it's like, is the moon actually, does it have its own color, or is it colorless? And it's actually just the atmos that actually determines the color of the moon.
It's almost like a negative of coloration. When you look at a photograph that has all the colors, but you could look at the negative of it, and it has all of it, but in the polarized version.
Hey, and get this, right? The moon formed of Earth, and it says here, how was water created on Earth? Multiple geochemical studies have concluded that asteroids are most likely the primary source of Earth's water. Carbonous chondrites, which are subclass of the oldest meteorites in the solar system, have isotopic levels most similar to ocean water. I mean, not even to ask the question how the water got onto the asteroids and so forth, but in general, how is it that the moon formed simultaneously to the Earth into that rock, but is like the complete opposite and has all these asteroids hitting it by literally bringing no life to it? Like, it's so, dude, there's so much ridiculous faithfulness that you need to have. Like, I can never have your guys' faith. If there's any global listening to my voice, I can't have your faith. I wish I can have the strength of your faith in this bogus, hocus pocus, magical fairy tale land that you call heliocentrism.
I like it when in the Enoch, when it says, and after this I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary.
What did I do?
Yeah, and her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind. And light,
oh man, can I get on cam now?
Yeah, man. And light is given to her in definite measure, and her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, i.e. full, it amounts to the 7th part of the 7th light of the sun, and thus she rises. The Enoch goes through this, what the moon is doing.
Yeah, they explain it all.
That's amazing, man.
And the first phase is in the east, comes forth on the 13th morning, and on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 13th day, together with the sun and the portal where the sun rises.
But you know, saying this is crazy, right? Just, you know, believing all the stuff that I pointed out is way more reasonable than just accepting, you know, the moon is the light for the night, like the Bible says, and the sun is the light for the day. Being so simplistic and unsophisticated and requiring so little faith is so much worse than believing in all these inconsistencies and coincidences I put to the table. Right, like the hypocrisy between these both worldviews when it comes from the heliocentric side, right? When I say the things I say about my belief is so strong because they really don't recognize what leap of faith it requires to believe the heliocentric model in the first place. This makes me always very, you know, kind of mad, you know.
Yeah, but it's like we all know the heliocentric model. It's just giving everyone a story. It's just shut the fuck up. You know, that's the moon.
Yeah.
You know, just shut the fuck up. That's the moon. We know
most people weren't questioning it either. They weren't really questioning it. They just accept it.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's good because, I mean, it's not good. I'm saying that the point of it is to shut people up and give them the fucking story. So, you know, you don't have to ponder upon things and question things, do you, anymore? You know?
Yeah, because it does lead to other questioning. You start questioning this. I went, after I was, you know, I had time with this, I went into politics, I went into other fields, and I applied what I learned and how tactics were used psychologically here, and they do it everywhere. It's the same stuff used. You pick a field, you know, and you try to debate someone on it or whatever. There's gatekeepers wherever you go.
Oh, yeah. In the Globe side, there's so many gatekeepers. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. but it's good to be back.
I mean, the moon does look like a fucking rock, a little bit, doesn't it?
Sometimes, but they say that okay, they say our mountains are created by plate tectonics, but then they say there's mountains on the moon, but they don't have plate tectonics. It's all caused by crateral impacts, and there's some mountain ranges, that they're still mysterious about. Then they say Mars doesn't have any plate tectonics, and it's all caused by volcanoes, but it's got a thin ass atmosphere, doesn't have atmospheric retention, so why isn't that bombarded with asteroids like the moon somehow is? Again, they have to figure out, okay, how do we make the story work when there's contradictions? I
find it fascinating that the moon can go. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a blood moon, but when you see a blood moon that is even giant right above the ocean, then you just then it's over, man. The colors that the moon can go through will never add up to the story that they try to give me. And there's just so many things I can point out that just don't make any sense, right? And trust me, I have Estes and Geos with all the same old globers. No one is giving me an answer to this, right? To the things I talked about regarding the moon. Because they don't know themselves. They just believe. Right. There is no answer.
And a problem, they probably haven't thought of it, some of these people. They haven't put it into words like you had with the question, Yeah. And I know someone's saying Mars does get hit. Yeah, but we don't see it like the moon does. The moon is full of craters, perfectly circled craters. And it just seems like it gets hit more often than Mars does. And one's creating mountains on one planet, and the other planet's getting created more by volcanoes, which, yeah, it's just strange that you can get all that. But we have plate tectonics. Earth got the tectonics, nowhere else did.
Well, Mars still has an atmosphere, so they have wind erosion.
We have a very thin one.
Yeah, very thin. But that still means that over time, when you look up at the moon, you see asteroid impacts that are, millions of years old. On Mars, the older stuff eventually does get eroded by wind.
Yeah. Don't you find it fascinating, though, that there's no craters that any of them came on an angle?
Yep.
Where?
On the moon, you don't see something come from the side. Where in the movies, they portray asteroids hitting, and it's a lot of the times it's coming on an angle, or it's skidding across the ground, and you see this big trail of dust and dirt behind it. You never see that in the moon craters. They're all perfect circles, and then the little tiny mountains they say are in the middle of the craters was because it hit the moon, and then all that little tiny dirt or whatever came up from the center and formed a mountain.
Well, there's never anything there that's hit the moon, is there? There's never the rock. If something was hitting it, you'd see it, wouldn't you?
But you never see anything hit it, ever.
It's never left there, is it? Either you don't see what's hit it in the crater.
And we supposedly go through an asteroid sighting, or whatever you want to call it. We go through asteroid belts, or I can't have the words today, but every month there's a new asteroid show that you can go through. And it's like, man, out of all the photography and video, we don't see that thing get pounded. That thing should be pounded. And let's see angular trajections. Nothing. It's all perfect circles. And Tycho the crater, oh my God, that thing must be enormous.
Another question, is there any recording in history that shows a new crater being formed by a new asteroid hitting the moon, supposedly? Like something that can really be confirmed side by side.
Let's see. Chard posted one. He said, "Watch stunning footage captures meteor impact on the moon. Guarantee it's a perfect circle." Let's see.
Well, they must say this chaos stopped at some point, because the moon's shape and distinctive patterns have remained the same for some time now, haven't they?
Sorry, will you repeat that?
I'm saying if they're claiming that these craters, and as the chaos now stops, and when did it stop? Because the appearance of the moon, when you look at it, has remained the same for some time now, hasn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, they've been drawing it. Yeah, the same drawings since back in the
if it's all
1600s.
craters if it's craters hitting the moon, when did it stop and why?
It never stopped.
Oh, so why there's no new craters, is there?
Well, this guy posted one, but where's the aftermath?
I don't know. You'd have to get a higher powered camera than they were using.
You could see the. Go ahead.
Charlie, if the moon is formed out of Earth's material and the Earth was supposedly given water and all kinds of life forms through asteroid hits, why is it that the same material that is being constantly hit, as we can see with a new paradigm, which is supposedly the moon, the complete opposite to Earth, having no atmosphere, no life, no water at all, while it is also expanding, flying in Earth's atmosphere, being able to move all kinds of tons of trillions of water on Earth to make your tides work, while simultaneously too weak to actually collect any of the excess atmosphere of Earth to create water or life forms on the moon. Why is it a dead rock in your paradigm? That makes absolutely no sense.
I can address that.
Thank you.
Right. So the moon does have water on it, but it's ice. Because it doesn't have an atmosphere, right? Any water on the surface gets boiled off. So there are craters near the poles that never get hit by sunlight that do have ice in them. But as to why there's no life, it's because the Earth does not have a magnetosphere. So the radiation from the sun essentially sterilizes the surface of the moon. And the moon does pass within Earth's magnetosphere for about 1/3 of its orbit, but the rest of the time it's just completely unprotected.
So it can't collect anything regarding atmosphere. And how did you verify there being ice on the moon?
Oh, NASA verified it. And I know that's not a great source here, but
why is it that they don't check that out with the Apollo missions? Why is it all just dust and dust and dust on the Apollo missions?
Well, the Apollo missions were a lot closer to the equator of the moon. But with the Artemis missions, they are planning on landing down in the poles. And that's where they're going to set up their semi-permanent base because there's ice there.
When is that going to happen?
I think I don't know when the first human launch is. It's supposed to take place over the next 10 years. They launched the first Artemis mission in 2022. I think the next one is supposed to launch next year.
Mm-hmm.
But they funded it up to Artemis 9. So I think
9 missions?
Yeah.
They're going to do 9. Wait, they did 6 in 3 years. How many do you think they'll do with 9?
Like how?
They were able to pull off six moon landings within 3 years. And that's an incredible feat, right? You got to admit that's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It is.
3 years during the Vietnam War.
Yeah, but they've never discovered anything, have they?
The Artemis missions, not all of them are going to be landing on the moon, just like all the Apollo missions weren't on the moon.
No, but NASA's not discovered anything, or any space exploration, apparently. What have they discovered so far?
What do you...
9 missions.
They haven't discovered anything.
So, isn't it interesting that with the...
Hang on a minute. They've not discovered anything, no?
Holy shit, I didn't know they were doing 9. That's creepy.
Yeah.
So what have they discovered with all the space exploration?
Lots of stuff.
What, like?
For example? Like there's ice on the moon.
Oh, Lord.
Well, at the poles. You said at the poles mostly, right?
So what else have they discovered?
At the poles, yeah.
We have water on Earth, so I mean, there's no
we do. But it's more of like, if there is ice on the moon, then you could potentially establish a more permanent...
How are you going to get a pressurized system of air sustainable enough to form bases in a 1/6 gravitational field?
1 second. How was the ice verified? Because you said Apollo was not close enough to it, and Artemis is still going to do it in 10 years or something. So what is the verification mechanism? Just like some magical scans from Earth, or how did they figure it out? Like, no one touched the ice, right? No one collected it.
It was a robot, I believe. Hold on, it's the M3.
Yeah. How come there's no sublimation with ice? Because usually when ice is in a vacuum, you get sublimation. So how are you getting ice on the moon? Are you saying it's within the core, the soil and stuff, right? It's just deep embedded? Because you're saying
why is it not being melted by the sun?
Well, you'd have sublimation too, because there's no atmosphere. It's directly hitting the vacuum.
It'll be boiling off in the vacuum, won't it?
Yeah, there's no way. That's why I don't get why ice asteroids somehow are working in a vacuum without sublimation.
Yeah, they would just vaporize instantly.
There's nothing. There's no retention of a barrier to block the ice.
Water can only be present at a certain pressure and temperature.
And another thing that is interesting, it says Artemis 1 took 5 days as an uncrewed mission, while back with our extreme crazy technologies in the 60s, 70s, it took 3 days and 3 hours and 49 minutes for Apollo 11 to reach the moon at the surface, to set foot on the surface.
Oh, wait.
Have we cut the jugular already, or are we just playing with our food before we cut the jugular with this?
We're just playing with
vacuum with universal gravitation.
We're just tickling the jugular.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm here to have a conversation. I'm not here to convince you guys of anything.
No, we're tickling the balls, mate.
Oh my God!
Space balls. Like you still need to be convincing yourself with the robot.
Yeah, we're making space alchemy. It's space alchemy. That's all it is.
We're just going into the. We're just enjoying the fantasy for a while ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
I love the story. Space stories are wonderful. It does pique the imagination and it helps you grow. It really does. I'm telling you, learn more about physics and everything.
It also helps you to reify why why we are not vain believers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There is no reason to believe in a heliocentric model. Absolutely inconsistent, full of coincidences. There is a very high demand for pure faith that is required to.
Who owns the moon then?
Yeah, right.
Jeff Bezos, obviously.
Jeffrey
Is that
Kisses.
comment from Tree in the open chat permissible?
This is a really long post you posted, Gregory.
I think that is against TOS, and the guy should be banned.
For what?
The guy coke spiraled Chardzy in defense of you.
Oh, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it was in the chat. It was just an imbecile in the chat who didn't like his space rocket TV shows being taken away from him.
Yep.
So
you know what's pretty amazing. You know what's pretty amazing with the impact of the moon is they're saying that they caught the impact, but what was illuminating on the asteroid, because there's no atmosphere, right? So what is that guy still here? What did they catch that was illuminating, or did they only catch the impact part? Because how did you get combustion?
You weigh heavier. In the vacuum,
are
right?
you talking about the impact video that I sent?
You said an impact video. I see there's like this bright light, and I see the impact, which is very bright. What is it that's brightening?
It's the debris being kicked up, the dust.
What? That's illuminated debris? Come on, man. That looks like an explosion or something. It looks like a bright light went off. You're saying that's all debris that was illuminated by the sun from 230,000 miles away, and it looked like an explosion?
Well, of course, he knows what's happened, don't you, mate?
Man, what causes the damn illumination? Dust!
They've all been to space.
Well, given that I'm feeling a little bit bloodthirsty, I know as morbid as that facetious metaphor sounds, that's a deductive refutation that exposes the unverifiability and the impossibility of either universal gravitation, and therefore the impossibility of us living on a ball in a cosmic vacuum.
Oh, that I don't know what that sounded good.
Yeah,
that's a lot of words.
I can explain it.
I'm sure you could.
Yeah,
Do you
go
want
on.
me to?
Yeah, please.
Not particularly, but go ahead.
Okay. I guess you're torturing your own intellect. Okay. But You see the second law of thermodynamics there.
Uh-huh.
Concerned with entropy, concerned with heat and pressure, which is, of course, a very much intrinsic and essential concern of gas, gaseous matter, and its natural behavior. So we all know that gas has the intrinsic property to expand in all directions.
Uh-huh.
And so it would stand to reason that in a cosmic vacuum, the gas would attempt to expand in all directions. But so for some reason in this cosmic paradigm that you believe, the gas doesn't do that. It contracts in all directions to stay local around the ball in an infinitesimal fraction amount of all space and not expand to try and fill the vacuum. So
Sorry, Gregory, I just want to quickly add, where in that paradigm they say it expands 640,000 kilometers beyond Earth, beyond Moon. So where it's kind of like they have a very big contradiction. It is expanding into the vacuum, but for some reason Earth is ever creating, ever filling up the stuff that gets lost, you know?
Yeah, you're on the same page as I am. I was going to mention that because
okay, sorry.
Either they obfuscate the extent of the atmosphere, or they don't. At best, they don't, and they stay logically consistent, or they do, and of course, then it renders their entire position unverifiable. Right? It just undermines the whole paradigm. The whole idea is that you're going to outer space, you're leaving the atmosphere. Not that the atmosphere is inescapable, no matter how far away from the Earth you go. Of course. So then after that, of course, you need something to account for this glaring discrepancy in your paradigm, and so it's the universal gravitation appeal, which of course is evidently an ad hoc fallacious appeal to try and reconcile this discrepancy, but you can't. And so as it concerns either the gravitations, it's very long. So you already said you don't really want to read it, but
they must have evidence.
If you really want me to read it, then I'll do it.
They must have
but these
evidence.
are deductive refutations of both Einstein and matter attracting matter.
That's pretty neat.
I've never seen matter attracting matter in my life.
Yeah.
And then you're entering into a solar wind. They say there's solar wind, which is a pressure, which isn't a pressure. I don't know. I don't get a straight answer to that too. So the vacuum of space really isn't vacuum; it's solar wind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it gets stronger.
The non-vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, the non-vacuum is a vacuum, by the way.
Still.
So Gregory, to get this right, their paradigm is simultaneously showing that gas expanding into the vacuum, but also simultaneously they try to argue that a physical barrier is not necessary because pure contrast. Dude, this makes no sense. Like, is it both simultaneously? How's that possible? Like, I mean, they need to choose one. Isn't that right?
This is called dialectical tension.
They should just say space is photons. They should just say it's filled with photons.
Clay, everybody knows duck and flow at the same time if you got a globe.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so nonsensical. It's like
if the Earth was a globe, it would just roll away.
What?
What?
Well, Chelsea, we're not your enemies, right?
No, I don't think you are at all. But every time I come in here, it always gets really aggressive.
We're not trying to be aggressive, and if so, I apologize if I might have been aggressive or anything like that. But as you can see, as intellectual persons, which you also are, everybody in here, we try to scrutinize, right, certain types of ideas and things in order to figure out if it is lining up with the perceived reality for what reality is representing itself to be with the senses that we have been given and the eyes and the ears and so forth, right? So if I see a pressurized system where gas is pressing against the containment thereof within the reality I live in, if I want to have a barbecue and want to get some gas for my gas grill, I need to get a container where that gas is contained within. So if everything in reality is speaking against the notion and the contradiction within the heliocentric paradigm of gas pressure regarding gas pressure, then as an intellectual human being, I cannot just purely go and say, you know what, I'm going to throw away my intellect and I'm just going to blindly and faithfully believe that it somehow works.
Yeah.
So is that a reasonable? Is this reasonable?
Fair to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to walk through what a gas is, Clay? We can explain it to you. You don't have to throw your
Let me
intellect
just
at
say
all.
this for the sake of Charzy and the decorum of the voice channel. I just got here, obviously, but as far as I can speak for me, my indignation or my contempt isn't directed at you, at least so far, because you haven't done anything worthy of contempt. If you hear any contempt against the paradigm, that's because it is worthy of contempt. It is contemptible because it's so flagrantly chock full of fallacy and error and absurdity. But it's not an attack against you.
I get that. And I've only spoken to you twice now, Gregory, but I quite like talking with you. I think some of the other moderators in here can get really abusive towards individuals, not towards ideas.
Whining. Quit whining and make a point.
Yeah, see, like that. Thank you for the demonstration.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
on the other hand,
thank you for the interruptions into thank you.
Well, on the other hand, you gotta admit, as an intellectual person, when you go into the internet, which we are all in right now, on the internet, sorry, and you're in Discord, it is expected that it will not always be just honey around the ears, right? It is I'm expecting sometimes that there's probably going to be some.
I know, I love that expression.
Yeah, so it is what it is. I mean, sometimes I don't like it. It just happens, but I think there's always two sides to the matter, right? I think that the moderators or people in general in here are very reasonable as long as you as long as you stay in the same frame, right? So we have a saying in Germany that what you scream into the woods is what is going to be reflected out of it. So and that's how I see it.
He's been nothing but reasonable. He said that they funded the Artemis for 9 missions. So it must be real. I mean, that's completely reasonable. It's been paid for, therefore real.
Shit. They're duping
Whether or not
9
you think it's
generations worth.
gonna happen is a different, but they did fund it.
See, that's the point.
Mission?
It's whether or not you think it's going to happen. You think it was funded, therefore gospel.
Do you think it was not funded?
Therefore ice on the moon. That's not what I'm saying, Einstein. I'm saying you're making the leap of logic from it being funded to it being a legitimate venture. And then we asked, what are all these advances? And you go, well, I think a robot found ice on the moon, right? So you're the one left holding the bag, not us.
So Artemis 1 was $2 billion, and they didn't even have a man on it, and it was just to see if the craft worked.
Yeah, and they pushed it until deep into the night, until no one was watching the little cartoon. I watched it. Did you, Chauncey?
No, I didn't watch it.
I hate when they cute a cartoon.
Why not?
I'm so over it. 60 years and cute a cartoon.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, if you would have watched this thing you're hyping, Shardzy, you would have seen the jump to animation.
Yeah, put a live stream until it goes out. I don't care. I don't care if it goes out 13 hours from the launch. At least it was on there for 13 hours. You can do it. Elon did it, right? On a Tesla, but you can't do it anymore. It doesn't make sense. Just put a live stream on a launch.
And the inventions we have because of space travel. Water filters.
Yeah.
Sports shoes. Long life tires. Scratch resistant glasses. Camera phones. Clear braces. Freeze dried food. And air thermometers.
Yep. With the same camera shot from the 1970s. And the same cartoon approach since the Disney days.
God, where would we be without space exploration?
Yeah, they got to do better. If they're going to do better at propaganda, you're going to have to do better with cameras or really trick us because it's really lazy and people are getting smarter. So I don't know if you're connected with the space programs at all, but if you know anybody in the production department, you got to do better. You got to use AI or something.
Life on Earth has progressed so much in space exploration. You know, all these things we've discovered and how we've progressed through space exploration and all the money involved in that exploration.
Mm-hmm. Yep, all the money, and you get 2 or 3 cartoons. $2 billion, and we get a bunch of Pixar pixels. It's ridiculous.
So what do you guys think they've been spending all the money on?
That's what we want to know. Is it just fun? Is it just funneling? Are you guys laundering it? Is it, are you spending it on different programs? Does it funnel into military, different military, what am I trying to say? Operations, or, you know what I mean?
Well, I know there's thousands. I know there's thousands of people getting paychecks every week.
Yeah.
Sure.
What have humans discovered in space during the time that has passed since the launching of the first artificial satellite in 1957? Astronauts have travelled to the moon, probes have been explored, the solar system, and instruments in space have discovered thousands of planets around other stars. Whippity woo.
Oh,
yeah, you've
so
gone places.
Are you saying they did or didn't do that then?
No, it was just a caption out of the National Geographic.
Okay, so you just said after all this time, this is all they discovered. Did they discover it or didn't they?
Discovered. I didn't say discovered.
I'm sorry. What did you say? What was the word you used?
It says during the time that has passed since the launching of the first artificial satellite.
Okay.
In 1957.
So did that happen?
Oh, I'm just. No, it didn't, did it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Do you believe that happened?
So, let me finish it. Astronauts have travelled to the moon.
Uh-huh.
Probes have explored the solar system.
Mm-hmm.
And instruments in space have discovered, discovered thousands of planets around other stars.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you read that to demonstrate that it's all a lie?
I'm just wondering
just curious what you read it for.
No, to discover what space exploration how's it improved life on Earth.
But I think we first have to figure out if you believe they did all that.
Well, if you're asking what was the money spent on instead, obviously we know it's a farce, Scott. The money was used. The money was used as an investment, so people like Shardsy can come in here and say, "Moon robot found ice on moon."
Mm-hmm.
That was his great discovery of the space travel program.
Yeah, they did it just for me.
When he said lots of stuff, you and all the people who are equally dupable as you.
Hypnotic.
Yeah, those who their suggestibility works on. P.T. Barnum said, "A sucker's born every minute."
And maybe
here you are.
Maybe they think they're doing it for the greater good too. I always put that up there as these people that are elites or whatever you want to call the ones that are hiding this. They probably think they're doing it for the best of our interest. They might actually believe that.
I'm curious to hear more about that. How does that work?
Yeah, like William Hurt in The Village. He thought he was doing everyone a service.
Yes, because the life outside of what they knew could have changed them, and it might have, interrupted flow, equilibrium, which they thought wasn't good.
So tell us more how it works in the real world, not in the movie.
Yeah.
Well, in the real world, you have a guy come in here and say a robot found ice on moon.
No, we're talking about the William Hurt character in the real world. Who's the one doing that?
Believes, yes.
Well,
okay. So Shardsy is the guy who believes the monster in the woods.
I got that, but who's the one propagating the lie?
The ice on the moon.
Wait, is this a movie?
The monster in the woods. It's a film. M. Night Shyamalan, The Village. That is the condition that your psyche is embedded in.
But let's get back to the real world.
I don't want to give spoiler alerts, but it might enlighten you a bit, Shardsy.
Right. So I think what Scott's asking is
same thing in the real world. If you just make a movie, it's the same thing.
So I think what Scott's asking is right. If I've been duped, then what's the real situation?
Well, that's something you'd have to figure out for yourself.
You're in the story now. I thought that's why you guys were here.
Yeah.
Don't do space exploration. Do self exploration. Get away from space.
I don't have the reason, but I can explain to you that their story is bunk.
Okay.
Why? Who knows?
What's the disingenuous question Scott is trying to ask?
Oh, stop whining, Gregory.
I don't know. It just seems like when it comes to space, it's only going to be through your imagination. You're never going to experience it tangibly, but you will experience this Earth and this realm tangibly, which we appear as stationary and level and flat and a beautiful plane. And these celestial objects are doing something for us. So, I don't know. I can't live in the imagination world of space programs. I can't be programmed by space my whole life because you'll never get there.
That's good.
No, we know that. I mean, we're not going anywhere.
Right. So it's I don't know. It's why focus on that model so heavily, and if you don't, you're considered an outcast. That's the approach that I get from a lot of these academics.
I don't think you guys are outcasts.
No, we don't either. I'm saying you kind of get that feeling from people in society where, oh no, they're flat earther. Once you label someone that, then they're no longer serious.
That's true. That's true.
No, that to me shows you should be exploring more of that model then, because if you're going to push back that hard, then there's something there. There's something psychologically off that you're that hostile towards just an idea, even that's already been around for years and that was been debated.
Remember that woman? Remember that woman in that Nat Geo clip that Eli presented yesterday? And you heard the rhetoric. This is dangerous. Right? That's not the rhetoric of, this is just a benign, simple little inquiry in cosmology. No, this is perceived to be a threat.
Yeah, like you're a social terrorist, or you're science terrorism or something. Yeah, that you opened yourself up more to investigation by doing that.
But if we are correct,
you're going to hurt science's feelings.
No. But if we are correct, you guys are denying reality itself. And some people would consider that to be dangerous if too many people in this world denied reality itself.
No, you're generalizing and
on the moon is reality.
You're generalizing.
If we're correct. If we're correct.
Scott,
you're
you just kicked the hornet's nest.
Yeah, that was a hasty generalization. It was weak. You're talking about applying space models to everything in reality that we should. You know what I mean? You don't believe the heliocentric model, therefore surgery is probably questionable.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what some people do think you could get there. You can deny all science. If you can deny simple things like sunset, you can deny all of science.
There's branches of science, though.
I know.
You're umbrelling science into one question. You're questioning one branch, therefore it leads to all science.
I'm trying to explain what the person was saying. What they found so dangerous.
Truisms. Don't even fall for it.
Oh yeah, I don't.
This is why this woman was saying it's dangerous, because she's assuming that if you can deny things that we all see every day, that you can deny pretty much anything, and that's what some people.
Oh, you mean like John Travolta did? Have you written letters to John Travolta saying, "Why did you let your child die"?
Horizontal horizon.
It's worse to believe Scientology than flat Earth. And that's more dangerous.
I agree.
Like we already understand. Like
it's much bigger than you guys are.
That isn't demonized like flat Earth.
True.
Scientology is pretty bad.
Scientology demonized way more than you guys are.
They would. I think a Scientologist would be let in the room before a flat earther in some scenarios because there's. I to guarantee it. Because
okay, maybe.
But look.
You observe sea level and say it's curved.
But look, let's not go in circles with truisms, because that's ridiculous. So we all already know thoroughly that if their paradigm is true, scientism is true with this cosmology, then yes, we are denying reality. But of course, if it's false, then we're not denying reality. We're denying the reality of their false cosmology and their false worldview. So we don't need to go with truism over and over again.
I just like to stretch out his analogies and let him dig more holes.
You think I'm the one digging? Interesting.
No, Shardsy.
You think you dig enough, you'll get to another country. We don't.
Yeah. Hey, Shardsy, you said lots of stuff. So the ice on the moon thing disintegrated to the point where Scott jumped in. So what's the other stuff?
The other stuff?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're looking for, man.
Well, you said all this stuff. You said lots of stuff that we've learned from moon travel. Yeah, that was you.
Yeah.
Stuff. And then you
Artemis.
Yeah,
is going to teach us
you
more.
said a robot found ice on the moon. That was number one. Well, that fell
I looked
apart.
it up.
What-
It's
what's
actually
the
a
other stuff?
telescope.
Oh, bro. So not a
And it
robot.
wasn't.
So yeah, dude. So
robot
Shardsy,
telescope.
get your story straight, Shardsy.
So
Please.
this is what I
the
refer to
second
as kind
mission-
of being a little hostile.
No,
The
well,
second
I
mission
think,
will
you, I
go
think
off,
you're
though.
complaining about me pointing out your hypocrisy. I think
I'm
that's
not
hostile.
complaining.
I'm
The second
complaining
mission
because
has
you're
a crew.
being hostile.
diverting to tone policing when you should just be responding to his argument.
What argument? He keeps asking me to name things.
Okay, so then it's a question. So respond to that
No.
instead of police the guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
so
else?
What else? I don't know what you mean by that. You'll have to be more specific.
When you said lots of stuff, what
Lots of
was the
stuff.
stuff other than moon ice? Which you got that whole story completely.
You're talking about what they hope to gain from the Artemis missions? Like
No, you
this-
told us all the things that had already been discovered, all these discoveries from these space travel narratives.
Yeah, out of 100 billion, that's how much these Artemis programs are going to cost.
Yeah.
All total with 100 billion. I guess the first lady is going to be on there in the third mission. They're doing the second one around the moon. What's going on?
You
So
said
just
you said all these discoveries had already been made. We know they're still in the funding stage of your other Artemis thing that you didn't even watch the initial liftoff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
what they're
never
trying to
said
gain.
the Artemis missions discovered anything because they obviously haven't.
I know
happened
what I'm
yet.
talking about is what you said was well, dude, your ice robot, was that part of the Artemis missions?
No.
Okay. So you know the time frame in which I was asking these discoveries were made. You said that we've already learned all these things from space travel. Lots of stuff.
Yes.
So that's the stuff I'm asking about.
What we've gained from space travel, or what we've discovered.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, specifically
you have the floor, dude. You have the floor.
I didn't
either
ask
you know what
for the
other
floor,
stuff,
man.
and you can list them off, or you can't. If you don't know, then just say you don't know. Not repeat the
Okay.
question over and over again as though it's so unclear. The question is
Well,
simple and
it
clear.
is okay. So we have discovered a lot. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with the Hubble telescope, the James Webb telescope, the Parker Solar Probe. Right? They give us different information about different cosmological features in the sky.
They show
right?
pictures. And
Well,
they
not
have
just
the
pictures,
story.
but data from the pictures.
It's poetic, but what does it do that's helping us now?
So we've got pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's with the $1 billion camera that we have to keep repairing, and we're gonna have to put a new one up to get more pictures of stuff we already know, right?
Yeah, but that was a discovery anyway. They apparently built that on Earth. We've got pictures then, yeah.
And they usually take those pictures and heighten them with coloration and doctor it up. So it's like, are those cameras really capturing what's up there?
It's not just
Correct me if
pictures.
I'm wrong.
What else
Correct me
is
if I'm
there?
wrong. I might have this wrong. The Hubble telescope is standing on the ground, or no?
No, that's 250
No.
miles in orbit. They say.
The Hubble is in orbit. Yeah.
So they say it's a vacuum camera.
So guess where I'm going to direct your attention to now after mentioning that?
Mm-hmm.
Is the Hubble
My
really on
refutation
Earth?
to the Alpha Chat. Right.
A moving camera. 17,000 mile per hour moving camera.
You know, how about this to consider also? Imagine falling, but you never increase or decrease the distance between you and anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Is that coherent?
Well, probably not to you guys.
Well, it's not a matter of it perceiving, seemingly being coherent. Is it logically coherent, independent of any of our perceptions?
Yes.
Yes, that's what orbiting is. It's when you're falling.
No. Did I say orbiting? No.
No,
In
no, no.
style? You're falling in style?
I said falling.
Right. That's what orbiting is falling, but you're never actually getting closer
it?
to the. Yeah.
Incorrect.
Is it? Orbiting is falling. They're synonymous. There's no semantical distinction between the two in English.
I'm sure there is, but I'm just speaking
There
in
is.
broad terms here.
Yeah,
They
here,
fall in
Greg.
style.
Here,
With
Greg,
broader
Greg.
terms, they're trying to be specific.
This is what's
Okay.
happening on the globe. What they think is happening is that the object is falling towards Earth, But by the time it gets there, Earth has moved out of the way.
No.
No? Okay. So hang on before we move on to that, because you misinterpreted my question. I didn't say orbiting.
Okay.
I said falling.
Okay. All right.
And
I
obviously
apologize.
the question is poignant for obvious reasons, because that's what you people say. That's the rhetoric that you say. That's the word choice and word order that you say, that it's falling around the Earth, aka orbiting. But that necessarily implies that the object is falling whilst it's not decreasing or increasing the distance between it and anything else. Even though that's necessarily what would be the case if it were falling. Hence why we call it falling.
Okay.
So, so the very rhetoric is inconsistent. It implies absurdities on its face. So you can't just say things that obviously imply absurdities and then tout it as quote unquote scientific fact. That's not justifiable.
But it's increasing and decreasing the distance to every point on Earth all the time.
Yeah.
So is it moving closer to the Earth, yes or no?
No, but it's moving closer to points on the Earth, and it's moving further away from points on the Earth.
Okay,
Hubble has
so
orbital decay, though.
Categorically erroneous statement. That's what it boils down to. Well, you call it falling, but you really mean orbiting, and orbiting is to move in some type of circular pattern.
Correct.
Right? That's what orbiting is. You're not falling. You're orbiting.
Orbiting decay. Who is that?
Well, Hubble has orbital decay, which is why the ISS has to capture it and push it up.
Push it back up there, they say.
Push it back up there, guys.
You got to push it
falling down.
Falling.
It's falling down. We got to push it up.
Yeah, it can fall out of orbit. So it's in orbit, and then it falls out of orbit.
Wait,
Craig, at least it gives them a job.
Right there.
You know,
Craig.
Put propulsion on
it's
it.
Falling when it's in orbit, and then it's falling when it's out of orbit. So whether it's orbiting or not orbiting, it's falling?
Yeah, it's just like a perpetual motion machine. It just keeps moving and moving. Like, why not put some sort of capture that power? Throw something.
Well, some satellites have boosters, but they didn't put boosters on the Hubble.
Perpetual motion.
This is where I get confused, Bruber. Do you believe there's satellites with boosters?
Well, apparently there are. So I'm just saying.
But do you believe it?
I think
Professor Phil says there is.
There's definitely stuff up there that I've seen in night vision goggles.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where they are.
So it sounds like you're saying you believe there are satellites.
Well, again, I can name them that. I can name the lights that I see that, but I don't know if they're in the distances and what they're saying they are.
Okay, where do you believe they sent the shuttle?
I mean, we have satellites on balloons for all, we have tons of those.
Yeah. But do you believe they sent the shuttle? Do you think they sent the shuttle up to correct the orbit of Hubble?
Satellite does not equal the interpretation that you're putting on it for me. Sorry.
Okay.
I see stuff in the sky. I'm not going to deny I see certain lights in the sky, but I'm not applying your model to those lights.
Okay.
No, Scott hears satellite, and he sees Arthur C. Clarke's fanciful depiction in his brain.
I was wondering what that what are you going by, Bruber? Bruber meant when he used the language he used. He said the shuttle went up to correct the orbit of Hubble, and I'm kind of curious what he meant by that.
Because I read that Hubble has orbital decay, and they need to capture it and press it, and they need to push it upward in its orbital track because it's going to fall to Earth and destroy everybody on Earth if it doesn't.
Yeah, but do you believe they did that, or was that all just theater?
Listen, I have a dual reality. I can live in both, where I can say, okay, I'll follow your story just like I would follow Star Wars. Like, I'm not believing it. Like, oh my God, I question the heck out of it, and I put myself in that environment, and a lot of the times I don't. Yeah, humans in that environment is pretty insane. But that's all. So I can go along with you on the story, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'm full in it with you. And if I don't believe it, then I'm crazy.
This is also not difficult. It's an internal critique. It's an internal critique.
You're gonna need a globe for this, aren't you?
Huh? If you're gonna do an internal critique, you got to get our model correct, which you never do. So it's not.
What was wrong about that?
It's your misunderstanding of our model.
Look, as you try to dominate the voice channel because you're trying to obfuscate that we refuted and expose this paradigm to be incoherent on this point, dude, it's very simple. You have this ridiculous idea with this rhetoric that the satellite, so-called, is falling around the Earth, which really means orbiting. And orbiting doesn't equal falling, and falling doesn't equal orbiting. And if it is falling, then it's decreasing the distance between it and whatever it's falling to, and increasing the distance to wherever it's falling away from. And then you have this other aspect to the narrative, to the lore, that it falls out of orbit. And so it's not orbiting anymore, it's now falling. So whether it's orbiting or falling, whether it's orbiting or not orbiting, it's falling. So that's also another layer of self-contradiction. This is thoroughly refuted. There's no getting around this.
Let a Glober explain.
We do.
Glober, please explain.
Explain which part?
All of it.
Orbiting is considered a form of falling.
Let's give Scott the floor. Pick a premise in the deductive refutation I just said.
You started the prayer. Our model, who art in outer space.
Go ahead.
That's pretty good.
Orbits are just
the sky.
Objects rotate or orbiting around circling the Earth. Can't use orbit in my definition of orbit. Circling the Earth at a rate so that the change in velocity towards the Earth, i.e. the acceleration, matches the curve at which they would have to go to maintain their orbit or to maintain the circle. And so they have a particular tangential velocity. That velocity is being altered by the acceleration due to gravity, but that change in velocity, i.e. the direction part of it, just matches the circle at which it would have to do to stay at the same elevation.
All right. So cool story. So you didn't say a refutation of my critique that I just said. And also, my deductive refutation that you heard me say before also already still stands, as it concerns the appeal to the unverifiable and logically impossible and metaphysically impossible universal gravitation, matter attracting matter, orbiting space-time. This is foolish.
Okay, what was wrong with what I said, though? Before we move on to something else, tell me what's wrong with what I said.
No, I said cool story. You just repeated the narrative you believe, and so they didn't.
Okay, so there was nothing wrong with so there's nothing wrong with my cool story then. Nothing
but
internally.
Just said the critiques which are deductively true.
Nothing internally contradictory about my cool story, right?
So it wasn't a new exposed the incoherency, right? So you keep saying there's nothing wrong with that. I just told you the critique of it. I just told you the deductive refutation exposing its internal incoherencies.
Okay, what about my cool story was wrong?
Okay, so now this is the part where you start repeating the request to explain the argument that's already been said, especially multiple times.
You said nothing. You said nothing after my cool story to refute anything.
Yeah, so more invincible ignorance. There's that again.
You think you said something after my cool story to refute it?
He's doing it again. Really believe that? He's trying to make it work. He thinks if he chances sophistic tactics more often, it'll make it work somehow, but it won't.
Did anybody
Everyone
else
knows who's not trying to deceive themselves being invincibly ignorant bigots knows that I said the arguments at least 2 times.
Gregory,
so who heard a...
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
What do you think orbit is? If you were to put your global hat on and someone said, here's a comprehension test of this model. They're gonna give you a survey to see where you're at in understanding other ideas. What is orbit? Or orbiting?
Yeah, the orbit, especially it concerns their satellites, is a free fall of these artificial machines to be in a Goldilocks zone just at a distance away from the Earth, but close enough to the Earth so they don't fly away or fly back down to the Earth, but it just stays falling in a trajectory that it stays orbiting around the Earth in spite of its revolution and spin.
And they had to get it up to that velocity to do that. All because of Kepler rotating. You got to go faster the closer you are to a body. So you're telling me you got to move that thing 17,000 miles an hour? Yeah, we do to have this model. Sorry, got to make people believe it. It's closer to the Earth.
But what Gregory said was so wrong according to our model. It's just not even close.
Identify the error.
You mentioned nothing about velocity.
You got to get these things real fast.
Hang on.
Well, if he does, hold on, Greg. Let me help you here. If you enter in velocity, that means that Earth is stationary. That's why I think why Gregory left it out. Because if you start talking about its speed from the satellite's point of view, Earth remains flat and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to,
myself.
yeah, so you'd have to.
Earth can't be flat for a satellite.
Way to miss the point, Scott.
Well, flat. It has to be stationary.
Balloon satellites they can, but and maybe the other crafts they have up there that are just maybe they're just going in a circle.
Okay,
Just
so
like
we want to just glide on by that. Gregory mentioned nothing about velocity when it's a really
that's a welcome to flat Earth. That's
Chris just said to you, right?
Yeah, it'd be a welcome to flat Earth. That sort of idea of the gravity train, or whatever they call it, gravity tunnel, where it's 90 minutes from any 2 points on Earth.
Well, but if you were trying to explain our model and you put flat in our model, do you not agree that you are not explaining our model?
No, because it is flat and stationary. It depends on your level, how zoomed in or zoomed out you are.
Not according to our model, it's not. And it's our model you're refuting, right?
No, we are giving an example.
So there he is again, Scott, with the same obfuscating tactics, the way to miss past the major premise, the thrust of Crit's point. Right?
Which was
relative between the satellite and the Earth, it is as though, notice the emphasis, as though the satellite is orbiting above a flat stationary plane, not around a spinning, wobbling, tilting ball through a cosmic vacuum.
Yeah, that's another point of view.
None of these are rotating on an axis either, right? None of these satellites are they rotating on an axis?
Yeah, so he's doing all this to whistle past the fact that I correctly reiterated their position. Right. I correctly reiterated what you just reiterated less than 5 seconds before my reiteration.
Reiterating our position. You're so far off from
Gregory,
our position.
He nailed it from the satellite's point of view. What you wanted him to say is from a third person point of view, not from the Earth point of view or not from the satellite's point of view, but from another point of view that hasn't been entered in evidence yet.
Yes, that's how we explain orbits, though.
From a third point of view.
Well, if you guys are going to refute our model, our model, not your misunderstanding of our model.
Yeah, that is what Crit just said about what I said. So you just affirmed that what he said about what I said is a correct reiteration of what you just said.
Well, both you and Crit have our model incorrect.
Yeah, you're just refusing to let us actually successfully reiterate it. Because like he just said to you, you're trying to superimpose post-fact, after the fact, some other perspective besides my point, which is what you conveyed. That's not even what you conveyed in the first place. You conveyed the perspective of the satellite, as it were, if you could see the satellite's perspective, that it is falling around the Earth. It's not moving away from the Earth or toward the Earth. It is in a Goldilocks zone to where it doesn't fly away or fly back down to the Earth, but it falls around the Earth in spite of its orbit and its revolution. It's obviously the paradigm. Something wrong about what I said.
No, that is its orbit. There's no in spite of.
Yeah, there is in spite of, because either the objects are moving in the same vector or they're not. If they're moving in opposite vectors, then they're not going to stay in lockstep with one another. So obviously the satellite has to be falling around the Earth, quote unquote, so that it stays in orbit around the Earth in spite of the Earth moving from point A to point B in free space around the sun.
Yeah, that's just relative motion.
Yeah, just relative motion, which is antithetical to objectivity whatsoever. You can't have any idea what is or is not moving and what is moving in this or that direction if there is no objective framework to perceive the damn motion.
But we can.
Yeah, but we can, just by sheer fiat, right? There it is again. But we can. You know, just whistle right past the critique I just said. Just whistle right past the critique that exposes the metaphysical impossibility and epistemological unverifiability of this paradigm. If it's all just relative motion, and then you can't actually perceive the motion that really is happening, then you can't know anything about locomotion. So you just undermined all of your ideas about what is or is not moving and how.
Except relative motion is rather easy.
Yeah, just by sheer fiat, right? No argument, right? No argument.
Just
It's just
relative
it's easy.
motion.
It does make sense. It's just easy. It just does make sense because it does.
Well, it's not my fault you can't understand it, man.
You don't understand. Right? No argument. Again, for his defense or in refutation to me, just you don't understand. It just is what it is because it is, and you just don't understand.
Well, orbits are defined by the relative motion of the satellite to the Earth.
Your relative motion. At best, that's redundant.
It doesn't matter if the Earth is traveling through the universe at 1 billion miles an hour, or whatever it's supposed to be traveling through the universe at, as long as the satellite is moving at that same
relative motion.
miles an hour. Yes,
as you multiply words unnecessarily. Yeah, dude. Relative motion, that redundant phrase at best.
Isn't it interesting how? Hey, isn't it interesting from our point of view, the galaxy appears to be flat and stationary? It's almost like and then you page in, and it's like, okay, how about from the Earth's point of view, the solar system? Damn, the solar system appears to be flat and stationary. Okay, let's page into the Earth. We page in, make the Earth centered. From a satellite's point of view, damn, the Earth appears to be flat and stationary.
That's where all the observations are taken.
Yeah, from any observation you're taking, whatever you're looking at, it appears to be flat and stationary from your point of view.
And I don't care how much this irritates them, how much they whistle past this. I'm not going to lay off this point. This is totally undermining all empirical inquiry, especially so-called mechanics. Why? Because with so-called relative motion, right, GR and SR from Einstein, then it's just really anti-objectivism.
We're not talking
so it seems from this perspective that this motion is happening, but no matter what position you are at, no matter what perspective you have, it all appears the same. You're not going to perceive the motion differently from any position. So then it's just an illusion.
Relativity and relative
It's just an illusion, as he has to interrupt this, right? As he has to interrupt this for no good reason. As he's going to continue to interrupt this for no good reason. Why should I yield to him? Right? So he's still doing it. So why should I yield to him? Right? So again, this nonsense with GR and SR is just anti-objectivism. That's all it is. It's anti-objectivism as it concerns accurately perceiving locomotion as it is. They are saying that no matter what position you are in free space, the given motion is going to appear the same. There's no difference in the phenomenon, no matter what your position is. So that you can't see the motion as it is. So there is no orbital mechanics. No mechanics whatsoever. There's no locomotion whatsoever. At least not knowledge of it. It just seems to be doing what it seems to be doing, but you don't know.
So all those people who study in school got it all wrong. You're right.
Yeah, but see my incredulity? All these people in this godless cosmic vacuum with no value, all these people and all those study, like the self-righteous weeping, the self-righteous contempt, right? In their own worldview, I've yet to get an answer to this question. What makes any knowledge whatsoever worthwhile? What makes your worldview worthwhile within your own worldview? Because within your own worldview, it's a godless cosmic vacuum where there's only matter and sound and fury signifying nothing. So if you're going to be logically consistent with your own scientism worldview, you don't have any value whatsoever, which includes no value to this worldview that you're advocating so much, which is obviously worthless in your own premises.
I'm fine with that. I can have no value.
It's ridiculous. They have a worldview which is obviously nihilistic. There's no value, but then have the nerve to come into this voice channel or elsewhere in the world and admonish the people who don't accept scientism, including their cosmological doctrines. It's inconsistent. I'm not going to lay off of it just because they don't want to listen.
Okay, can we get back to a back and forth? Yeah, the podium moment is over. Get the back and forth, please.
What science do you accept, Gregory?
That which is really knowledge, obviously.
Okay, what's an example? What's an example of science you accept?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, what else?
Yeah, we don't need to go through 20 questions. What's the point of this?
And so people came up with the second law of thermodynamics, right? A person did that, right?
If you're referring to the phenomenon that we perceive itself, no, it wasn't made by humans. If you're referring to the articulation in English describing this, sure.
And so there was a person who first articulated it, right? And then lots of people understood what that person said and understood all the entailments and ramifications of that understanding, right?
Sure.
And all these people who understood the second law of thermodynamics, they also believe the Earth's a globe, don't they?
Many of them. Unfortunately for them, they weren't being logically consistent.
And so, okay, so what you're suggesting is that they understood the law enough to articulate it, write it down, and explain it to other people, yet they didn't understand that it flies in the face of the idea of uncontained atmosphere. They missed that part. Okay. And so what you're suggesting is that you understand this, they don't, therefore you understand it better than they do.
Evidently, at least as it concerns that issue.
All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Now notice, because let's not pretend that we don't hear that unspoken tacit insinuation, right? How absurd for you to have a position that implies that you know better than the doctoral university graduates and professionals, right? That's the insinuation.
The people who did the science,
which is just incredulity.
No,
that's all it is, right? It doesn't actually imply that my premise is false, because that's logically possible, and it's necessarily the case given the logical necessary implication of the premise. So it's not as though it's impossible or implausible. It's possible, and it's the case.
What I'm saying directly is you don't understand the second law of thermodynamics.
You kind of interrupted Old Hoss there. Old Hoss?
I was speaking a little bit before, but I'll stop.
Hold on. I'm just addressing your words. When you say did the science, you have to realize that's vague at best. You say it all the time. They did the science. Sorry, you don't understand. They did the science. It's vague. Does that not sound vague to you?
Not really. What's vague about it?
Did the science.
The premise. Listen, the premise.
Yeah, in my mind, science is a process. It's not. It's a verb, not a noun. You do science.
Yeah, what's vague about it? What you said. Yeah, it's vague. It is vague.
The people who did the science. I don't know. That just seems.
Yeah, the people who did the research, the people who came up with the theories and formulated testable hypotheses based on those theories, based on their observations.
The ones that put more lipstick on the ones that continue putting layers and layers and layers of lipstick on a pig. Yeah, they were all wrong, Scott. I know that shocks you.
Well, if you can tell me how they were wrong.
And again, here's this. I already said the previous point with his self-righteous tacit insinuation that my premise implies an absurdity. But here's this also. Again, where is the justification for his evaluation? Where's the justification? Because that's what's obviously underlying his whole pattern of thinking, that is just implausible or impossible, that we know better than these so-called scientists of scientism who are doctoral university graduates, right?
You want
that
the
we are being
justification, Gregory? I'll do it for you
other
right
premises
now.
in their worldview that they went out of their way to define. Right?
You want to do it right now,
What is the justification for the evaluation? That what we're doing is vain or worthy of contempt.
You want to do that right now? What's a gas, Gregory? Gregory, what's a gas?
What?
What's a gas?
Is it gas or gas?
What's a gas? What is a gas? Let's talk about the second law of thermodynamics. What is a gas? But what is it essentially?
CO2. State of matter
without state of matter.
Is it anything more than molecules in motion?
Yeah. They don't have a fixed shape.
It's a specific type of state of matter.
Yeah, they don't have bonds.
And what is there about that state of matter that's interesting?
No fixed shape
It's
or
not
volume.
a solid. It's not a liquid. It's not light.
Hey, Gregory,
take the shape of the volume that they're in.
Is it anything more than this? Is it anything more than the sum of the molecules in motion?
Say the question again. I hope it's meaningful.
Is a gas anything more than the sum of the molecules in motion?
All matters in motion.
That's not sufficiently distinctive of gas, because that's true about all matter in all its various states.
Yeah, unless you bring it down to like below absolute zero.
Well, the definition is a substance or matter in a state which will expand freely to fill the whole of a container, having no fixed shape.
There you have it. There's gas. Okay.
What is there more to it than the molecules in motion?
He just said.
Yeah. Do you know that
he was wrong. He's bringing more to it than it really exists.
Not true. It's a state of matter characterized by lack of fixed shape or volume. That's why we talk about it all the time.
I agree. It has no fixed shape or volume.
So there you have it. Heretic just told you.
Wow, dude, back down.
Stop making things up, mate.
Stop making it seem as though we haven't answered the question. That's why I'm arresting your words. So it's been answered twofold now. Your point is.
No, it hasn't. No one said either yes or no to my question.
You tell us what it is then.
He didn't ask a yes or no question, did he, Heretic?
Yes, I did. I asked, is gas anything more than molecules in motion?
And we told you what a gas is.
That's a yes or a no question.
I already answered that question, dude.
Was it a yes or a no? Was it a yes or a no?
What was my answer?
I don't know.
You tell me what my answer was.
I have no idea.
Exactly. Because you don't listen and you don't want to. That's why.
Can anybody else tell me what he said?
It's a substance or matter in a state which will expand freely to fill the whole of a container.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question, was it?
Well, we're telling you what a gas is.
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it just to cut this off. Right? Yes, because your question was not sufficiently specific to be distinctive of gas. All matter in all its various states and all its various phases is a sum total of molecules. That's not distinctive of gas. Distinctive of gas is what One Deck and Heretic told you. You see how they went nowhere?
That's what you get with Scott. But this is exactly the problem with you, Gregory, is you don't understand.
Yeah, I just don't understand, right?
No, because physicists understand gas to be molecules in motion, period.
Oh, so they understand something that's not logically sufficient to be distinctive of gas and is a property shared by all matter in all its various states.
Yeah, exactly. All molecules are in motion. If you just told me that, I wouldn't identify gas from it.
But I don't understand, right, Heretic? I just don't understand.
You just don't understand, Gregory.
I just don't understand.
What's the difference between a gas and a solid?
You tell us, Scott.
That's why
because
one's a gas and one's a solid.
That's why the third law is in place, because everything's in motion. Except for the third law tells you it will never reach absolute zero, which is pretty hilarious because the James Webb Telescope, they claimed they were able to cool it down to absolute zero. Or indistinguishable from absolute zero.
I don't know why sidetracks. The gas versus solid question, though, because that was already answered in the no fixed shape or volume answer.
Hello, Heretic.
Hello.
Well,
so again, you see how it went nowhere again? See?
You keep screaming over everything, man.
Point.
No more carping. This is what you get with Scott. This is what you get with the likes of these people.
Oh my God. So if gas is just molecules in motion, meaning each individual particle has a velocity and it has a momentum.
If gases, you said.
Yeah, but this is what the the physics world understands gases to be. That's the kinetic theory of gas. You've all seen the PV equals nRT, right? And, huh?
We've just been over this.
Well, I'm trying to get to the explanation of why Gregory's understanding of the second law of thermodynamics is just wrong. And gases and why gases will not expand infinitely to fill all the available space. Because if you understand what a gas is, you understand that whole idea of expansion really doesn't happen. There is no expansion in the gas. There are just particles or molecules, whatever you want to call them, that go in the direction in which they are going until they encounter a force that changes their direction. And so there's no expansion. There's just cajillions of particles moving in the way they're moving, in the direction they're moving, I should say. Moving the direction they're moving until their direction is changed. Does everybody agree to that?
So gas behaves like water.
Does everybody agree to that?
Until it's moved by some other direction? By some other object in another direction?
Gas is just particles going in their current direction until that individual particle encounters a force that changes its direction. That is all there is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're wrong.
That's it.
You're obviously wrong. We all know this by our own anecdotes.
What else is there?
We all know this by our own anecdotes, right, Scott?
What else
when you
is there?
fart, it doesn't just go the opposite direction that you're facing. It expands, right? When you blow up a balloon,
what is
it
that
doesn't just go in the opposite direction in the direction that you're facing. It expands.
Yeah.
When you fill up the gas tank so you can, like Clay just said earlier, to make your barbecue, it doesn't just pour down to the bottom of the container and then fill up like liquid. It expands.
What is that expansion, though?
What is the expansion? The expansion is the expansion of the molecules.
Yeah. You think the
omnidirectional expansion of the molecules.
Do you think the molecules are getting bigger?
No.
What are the molecules doing?
They're expanding. They're moving. The molecules are moving omnidirectionally in expansion.
So each molecule is moving in its current direction until its direction is changed by encountering some force, right?
Right. Expanding.
So
it's not like water, Scott.
How is that different from what I said?
It's not like it just goes in one vector. It's omnidirectional.
How is that any different from what I said?
Sounds like you guys are just arguing about the word expansion.
I mean, really, like he just refuses to acknowledge that gas doesn't act like water, right? It doesn't act like
I never mentioned water.
Well, yeah, he's trying to make it seem as though gas has a tendency to just fall down in the direction that it's pushed in, acknowledging the obvious fact that it expands.
That's not what I said, though, and this is why you keep misunderstanding.
Yeah,
you don't understand anything anybody's saying. But you're not saying what I'm saying. You're saying something completely different because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Case I just said.
There was no cut to the chase.
Everyone knows
you
what you're trying to do.
What I said.
You're denying that gas expands. You're the one making this radio sound awful because as you continue to try to interrupt the obvious devastation that I'm saying to your sophistry, now there's audio chaos.
You're so smart. But anyways,
ridiculous.
What is gas more? What is there more to gas than each particle going in the direction it's going until it encounters a force?
He was trying to explain why gas isn't expanding into the empty vastness of space. That's what he was trying to explain.
And I can once I establish that gas is nothing more than particles moving in a direction.
We've just changed the word of expand to gases moving in different directions because they're particles.
That's what expansion means. That's what it means for a gas to expand.
That's all you've done. So just move on to your next thing because you're both agreeing about the same thing. You're just calling it something different.
So the gas,
but it's really important to understand
What's stopping it going into the vacuum of space?
That's the question.
Well, tell us then. The answer.
And what happens if you have, we have to look at any individual particle. What is preventing any particle from just keep going in its direction it was going, which could, at the current time we're looking at, it could be towards away from the Earth. What changes the direction of that particle? Gravity.
Say the answer, Scott.
I just did.
It changes direction?
Right before you said say the answer, I told you the answer. What changes the direction of that particle is gravity.
Right, again, gravity that I've already refuted. Yeah.
If that particle
itself. Wait 1 sec. Are you saying that a gas molecule goes up and then all of a sudden changes direction due to gravity?
Not all of a sudden. It goes up and is constantly. If it has an upward velocity. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, fuck you.
Okay.
I've been listening to you speak shit all morning. Right?
Okay.
Change of direction is a change of direction. Yes.
Yes.
So it goes up, then changes direction all of a sudden. Yes.
No.
Because that's what it is. For it to change direction, it has to be all of a sudden. It's not gradual.
No, it doesn't.
So it changes direction, Scott.
Not all of a sudden, though.
Okay,
yeah, he's quibbling about that phrase for no good reason.
It has to, because it goes from no direction then to a direction. So that is all of a sudden.
He's saying it's gradual.
Yeah, it is all of a sudden. The gas molecules have been expanding and all of a sudden don't continue expanding and change direction. It is all of a sudden. Why didn't it stay near the Earth in the first place? Why did it go away from the Earth in the first place?
May I explain this? This is T-Dub I'm talking to, right? May I explain this, T-Dub?
Timbo.
Oh, sorry, Timbo.
Yeah, pay attention.
May I
you interrupt my answer to try and kick me out of the call.
Well, Timbo asked me a question.
Yeah, but
I would like to answer it.
So what's
I think I can.
Because you've never seen these molecules you've never seen these gas molecules change direction due to gravity, though.
But can I explain the change of direction thing first?
You can explain all you want, but you're making an empty claim.
I think
gas molecules go up and then they change direction due to gravity.
I think I can explain it in a way that you would agree is a good explanation, if you let me.
Okay. As long as we don't argue about silly words.
Sure. I can do that. But so a gas particle has a velocity. Let's say it's going away from the Earth.
Yep.
Give it a current velocity or initial velocity of 800 meters per second.
Can I just ask
away
a quick?
From the Earth.
This is
just let him finish. Just let him finish.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the entire time that initial velocity is 800 meters per second, but that particle will be losing velocity at 9.8 meters per second squared. And so over the course of, math is doing me correctly, the next 100 seconds, it will slowly change its velocity from 800 meters per second to 978 meters per 991 meters per second. Blah, blah, you know what I'm saying, right? It's slowing down. And so its velocity away from the Earth is lessening with every second until it gets to a point where that velocity away from the Earth reaches zero. And then its velocity starts to move in the other direction. But it takes a lot amount of time. It's just like you throw a ball in the air. At one point it's going up, and then eventually gravity overcomes its upward velocity and changes that velocity into a downward velocity. So it's the exact same thing. Have you
finished your explanation?
Yeah, I'm done. Yes.
So in order for me to believe you, then you would have to show me a demonstration of this with a citation of this happening.
And here's even worse. It gets worse. Okay. You ready? He's not being logically consistent with his own paradigm. The matter attracting matter theory of gravitation poses that the closer you are, the stronger the pull.
Yep.
And then he talks about the gas molecules going away from the Earth, which means that it's going away from a closer position of the Earth. And the closer it is to the Earth, the stronger the pull. So if it's closer to the Earth rather than further away from the Earth at whatever given relative distance between whatever given 2 points, then the pull is going to be stronger when the gas molecules are closer to the Earth. So if it's supposedly going away from the Earth, then it began closer to the Earth. But it would never have left the Earth, because if it gets closer to the Earth, then it's not going to leave. So there can't be any leaving from the Earth when you're closer to the Earth, especially being a mere little molecule.
Well, we are
so
talking
logically consistent. You couldn't have gas expanding through the ball.
I can explain that.
That is an out-of-date Newtonian gravity explanation we're talking about, which we shouldn't be doing, really.
No, I can explain that too.
You can.
Your explanations are worthless because you haven't got a demonstration of the first claim.
Go ahead. Look, give him the floor. Watch. Please give us your sophistry, how you're going to walk around this deductive refutation also.
I'll answer Timbo's question. We can show that gas particles are attracted by gravity by weighing gas, which we can do very easily.
At ground level?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can weigh gas everywhere.
In a container?
Yeah, doesn't matter though.
Yeah, so that is not the natural state of the gas in the atmosphere.
Why is that relevant?
Can you weigh gas in atmosphere? Or do you have to put it in a container?
No.
You can weigh gas in the atmosphere.
Yes, of course.
Can you show me this?
Oh.
Let's weigh gas in water. Let's do that.
You can go ahead and find that also. I'm waiting for you to address my critique. I'm not going to let this go.
You don't have to. I'm talking to Timbo right now. You're not the center of all conversations. But Timbo,
ignore my critique.
Yeah, all we have to do is to weigh the gas in the atmosphere is remove the gas from the atmosphere. Correct?
Put it in a container.
No. We remove it from the container. So if I were to put, for example,
you just said you're going to remove the gas from the atmosphere and put it where?
I put a crate or I put a container on a scale, right? And I just open the container up. Would you say that is the atmosphere not contained?
Like a soda, you got like a soda can. You put it on the scale, weigh it, weighs X. You open it up, and the carbon dioxide escapes. Now it weighs what? X minus or X plus?
Well, I would put, to give an example, just, a crate or something.
That a gas in a container would not be the same as the gas in the atmosphere. Why does putting a container make it no longer the natural form of the gas?
Well, that's something we got to get around.
Okay, it's in a container.
So if I put it, hold on for a second. Let me just finish this with Timbo. If I put a container on a scale and we weighed it, and then I sealed that container and sucked all the air out of it, and we found that now weighed less. Is that weighing the air?
Have you done that?
Yeah, it's been done lots of times. Would you consider that weighing the air?
Can you show that citation?
Would you consider that weighing the air?
You've reduced the
Timbo. You're better than this. Just admit it's weighing the air, right?
So another example is you did this the other day with the 15 degrees per hour. You said the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour. But the day before, you were previously telling me that you haven't, and that this is just a... Fuck my headphones. Sorry.
So if I can find you one example of somebody weighing a container, then sucking all the air out and seeing if it weighed less, will you give me that we can weigh the air?
You're telling me something, but every time you tell me something, you never back it up. So can you show this removing the air from a container makes it heavier or makes it lighter?
You've reduced the pressure.
This is the point where you show it. No show, no proof.
But this is also the point where if you guys were really curious about the truth, You can look it up yourself.
Well, I have a question.
Timbo,
how do they
carry my
sell
burden for me.
How do they sell tanks of helium or tanks of air if they don't know how much they're selling unless they're able to weigh the air?
Yeah.
Just let him just let him suffer. Right? No show, no proof. You go research. Timbo, carry my burden. He doesn't have an argument. So now that you failed to demonstrate that premise, would you like to address at least this a priori concern where you're not being logically consistent with your own premises, where gravity is supposedly stronger the closer the objects are? So if you say the premise that the gas molecules expanded away from the Earth, that necessarily implies they were at a closer position. But if they were at a closer position before their previous more distant position, then they had a stronger pull on them from the Earth. So there wouldn't have been an expansion in the first place.
No, they would have.
What's expanding the gas?
I put an experiment where they determine the molar mass of a gas.
Yeah, thank you.
What's expanding the gas?
Gregory, the only ones that are doing this free fall thing that is described are the molecules at the edge of the atmosphere. All the ones in the bottom part of the atmosphere are hitting other gas molecules, and that's what's changing their
You're not
direction.
answering my question.
That was the answer to your question. That was the answer to your direct question.
No, it wasn't.
The answer to your question, Gregory, is that the force of gravity on something that small at that range is actually not a lot.
Gravity's not.
It doesn't matter. It's enough to change its direction, like every other thing.
People are trying to walk around the question, trying to fill the voice channel with words, making it seem as though they're answering my question when they're not. I can hear the irrelevance of the answer. I didn't ask you about anything else except what I asked you about, which is what's causing the gas to expand, given that the pull of gravity is stronger when it's closer to the Earth.
Yeah, don't worry. He doesn't want an actual answer.
Their momentum. The momentum.
None of them
Conservation of
actually
momentum. Each of those particles has a momentum, and they're going to bounce off other particles, and that bouncing is what's pushing those particles away from each other, but they are being countered by gravity. So each of those particles are each at all times experiencing two countering forces. One is their own momentum, and the other is gravity. And that gravity is always creating a constant 9.8 meters per second downward acceleration that counteracts the momentum, but there's also the particles bouncing off each other. That's the expansion part.
Okay.
No flat earther has ever seen the flat Earth.
Yeah, stop. So
the end.
Stop. See, now people are going to try to prevent me from replying. So gravity's pulling on the gas, and the gas is pushing itself away. It's overpowering gravity.
Yeah,
to a point.
To a point, yeah.
You overcome gravity every time you stand in the air.
Yeah, not logically consistent.
Which
now, of
one
course,
it is?
You're going to make an ad hoc retort,
you understand the math.
right? Right, it wasn't done, right? You're not being
Well, you're
logically
wrong.
consistent.
No flat earther
If
has
it's
ever
closer
seen the
to
flat
Earth,
Earth.
the pull
Prove
is
me
stronger.
wrong.
Yes, if the Earth, as they prevent me from trying to reply, then I'm going to get muted for some reason. Okay, so the gravity is stronger on the pull of the gas when it's closer to the Earth. So what's causing the gas to expand? So your appeal is the gas itself.
It's
The
momentum.
gas itself. The gravity is pulling on the gas, and the gas itself is just pulling against the gravity, overpowering it to a degree. Yeah, great job. As you be logically inconsistent.
Well,
There are heavier gases
It's not going to
surrounding that gas that are
overpower
also
the
getting
gas.
bound by that same
The
force.
gas is not going to overpower your matter attracting matter when it's the very matter attracting matter that's pulling the gas to the Earth in the first place.
Gregory,
Not
what
logically
happens,
consistent.
what happens in an ideal situation when an object falling hits the ground?
When no one's ever
It's
seen
entirely
it.
irrelevant.
Yeah,
You're
no,
not being consistent.
It's exactly
with your
relevant.
own
What
premises.
happens?
There
See,
is
this
not
is how
going
you
to
run
be
away
any
from fact.
expansion if there is this matter attracting matter. You're just not being logically consistent.
I can explain this to you if you just shut up for a second. What
No, I'm
happens when an
explaining it to
object
you.
in an
You
ideal
just shut up for a
situation
second.
falls to the ground? This is the answer to your question. What happens when an object falls to the ground in an ideal situation?
Like a helium balloon when those fall to the ground?
No.
Thank
When
you.
when any object falls to the ground in an ideal situation, what happens?
Alex, this is me. He's
Any object like a helium balloon.
What happens? This is how you guys just need to run away from fact.
No,
we're not running away. We have a helium balloon.
You're relevant
What happens
You've got
in an ideal situation?
He's trying to intensify
Say
sophistry.
what it is, Scott. Or we're gonna be in this fucking circle.
It bounces.
Thank you.
If a truck's carrying a load of birds and all the birds are flying around, does the truck weigh less?
No.
Yeah, so his appeal to bouncing is again not logically consistent. Matter is acting like a pull. It's acting like a rope. So if I'm pulling on the rope, someone is trying to pull against someone's wrapped in a rope. I got the rope. I'm pulling them to me. I'm overpowering them. I pull them to where now their back is touching my chest. And I'm continually pulling on them with the same strength, if not increasing the strength perpetually. I'm overpowering them in the first instance. So there's nothing in them that's going to overpower my pull. Same thing with the gas molecules. There's nothing in the gas molecules that has the power to overpower the pull of matter attracting matter because they're already being overpowered by matter attracting matter in the first instance. So they're not going to all of a sudden gain the strength within themselves for no reason.
That just shows your fundamental misunderstanding of physics. You have no idea what physics is.
No, you're giving a wrong example.
Horrible analogy.
You're giving a wrong example, mate, because you said some gases coming from the center of the earth. It's not falling down from a gas factory in the sky and then bouncing, is it?
Thank you, One Deck.
No, the gases aren't coming from anywhere.
They're coming from the earth.
Here. They're already here.
They're coming from the earth. They're not falling down.
There was no expansion in the first place. They just were there. They just where they are now. They've always been there. There was no expansion in the first place. So your whole report earlier was entirely irrelevant.
Gases, every particle of gas has a momentum.
Dude, if they've been where they are the entire time, there was no motion. They didn't expand from the earth.
Gases have a momentum.
Is gas falling down?
Irrelevant. Again, not being logically consistent. He's bricked. I've already exposed the incoherency of his position. Matter attracting matter is analogous to me pulling a rope on someone else. And I'm overpowering them. So there's nothing within the person that I'm overpowering to then all of a sudden overpower me. So there's nothing in the gas molecules, given your own premises, that have the power to overpower the pull of gravity.
Can you corroborate your claim with any type of evidence that the pull that the analogy that you've made about it being the same as you and someone else pulling on a rope? Can you corroborate that in any way?
Yeah, when you look at any object overpower another object, there's nothing in the object that's being overpowered that can overpower the thing that it's being overpowered by. Obviously.
Any evidence?
So simple.
Any evidence? He's just replying as though I don't have a good reason to say what I'm saying. Everyone has seen something overpower something else. As he continues to interrupt this with his sophistry, right? Yeah, but everyone has seen something else overpower something else. What I said is patently empirically corroborated.
Gregory, the first gentleman, was trying to explain why gas doesn't expand into a vacuum of space. So we're still waiting for evidence of that.
Still waiting on a whole lot of things for him to get right. His position isn't even coherent right now. Of course he can't substantiate it.
Yeah, but I mean, the other gentleman was just asking you for evidence about the rope. Where's your evidence, Mr. Sir?
But that's the thing, right?
I'm not making that mention.
Why do you need evidence for an analogy? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Because he's saying
especially an analogy that we've seen. We've seen people pull ropes.
Yeah, but that's not the same as the gravitational forces against gases and their momentum.
Where's the error in the analogy?
Evidence of the analogy. It's fucking stupid, mate.
Yeah, where's the error in the analogy? You have the floor.
Yeah, the fact that it's just the comparison just doesn't make sense.
The horizon is
so
just
no
a straight
argument,
line.
just incredulity.
No, my argument.
The horizon looks like a straight line to the eye.
The idea that
you can keep going in any direction.
Acting upon gases in the atmosphere can be
So the straight line of the horizon is not the edge of the planet. Nice try.
Bro, you're
Actually
interrupting
not
the
a
guy.
nice try. Stupid try.
Shut up.
So the idea of two people pulling on a rope, which would be two active forces.
You misunderstood. Stop right there. Nope. Not what I said. So you're attacking a straw man. I didn't say two people pulling on the same rope. I'm talking about me pulling someone else, trying to go in the other way. Not them trying to pull, not them facing one another, trying to pull at one another with equal strength. No. I'm stronger than the person that the rope is wrapped around. I'm pulling them. They're trying to pull against me, but I am pulling them, bringing them closer to me. That is a perfect analogy with gravity and gas. And the earth.
That's not my bad. That's not. At first you said two
You
people
yank him a
pulling on
chain.
rope, so that's why I was like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
You don't call him Gregory Gravity for nothing, mate.
But at first you said two people pulling on a rope. That's why I said what I said. If that's what you meant.
Okay, so I clarified. You're good now.
So now tell us why gas doesn't expand into an empty space.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's still two people pulling on a rope. One's just pulling it with their hands, and the other one has it wrapped around their body, and they're trying to get away. They're still pulling
He
on
already
the rope.
acknowledged that he
Just not with their
misunderstood my
hands.
analogy, so you're not correcting anything.
That's still two people pulling on a rope.
So
you, again, correcting something that's not an issue.
how's gas not expanding into the vacuum?
Is the Earth pulling on it? Invisible arms.
I don't know why we're begging the question with Tim on this vacuum thing. They haven't validated the vacuum in the first place.
They've not validated the curved Earth.
Right. It's
Yeah,
all
they
just
can't
claims,
have
just
their
stories.
Yeah, they can't have their cosmic vacuum if they don't have a mechanism that keeps the gas in a local area, not to expand this. If the gas expands in all directions, it's going to eventually fill the vacuum. So you can't have a vacuum that's filled with things.
There's not one. They don't have verification of any of the claims that have been made in the last hour. They got nothing. Gas changing direction due to
laughable.
gravity. Don't have that.
Laughable.
Don't have gravity. You don't have a vacuum. You don't
Mass
have
doesn't-
gravity acting upon gas. You've got
Mass
nothing.
doesn't attract mass. Mass doesn't attract mass. Where have you ever seen that?
Yeah, mass doesn't attract mass. The gas is expanding for no good reason, and then returning to the Earth or stopping its expansion for no good reason. Supposedly in a cosmic vacuum. Again, nothing that is actually sufficient to contain the gas in an infinitesimal fraction of all space to stay around the ball. No verification for the unverifiable and logically and metaphysically impossible matter attracting matter in bendy space-time. It's dead.
As a doornail.
Is gas in orbit?
With that being said, I gotta go. God bless you. Peace.
Nice one, Gregory.
Did somebody want to see a helium balloon sink to the ground?
No.
Because of gravity? I thought I heard
No.
someone say that.
Oh, because of gravity. All right, that's a claim. Can you validate it?
Here we go. I just posted it in the chat.
So let's start with
I wanna see that.
defining your terms. What's gravity?
Cause for things to fall towards the earth.
Well, that's just tautological then.
That's just.
So it was caused to fall towards the earth by the thing that causes things to fall towards the earth. That's stupid.
Yeah, the things like we observe a natural phenomenon of things falling to the earth, we call that gravity.
Oh, the phenomenon is what gravity is
Phenomenon.
now. So it's not the cause anymore. I thought a minute ago that it was the cause of the phenomenon, but now it's just the phenomenon. So which one is it? Shut up. So which one is it?
Anyway, so there's helium
Anyway, so you defined
in a
it
vacuum container
tautologically.
falling to the
Then
ground
for
due
two,
to gravity.
then for two,
You're actually
right
right.
after you
I
said it's
posted
the
it.
cause, right after you said
There's
it's the
the
cause,
evidence
Oh,
of
Dude, shut up,
right after
Duncan.
you said it's the cause, you then flipped it around to the phenomenon, which would be the thing that needs to be caused. So, dude, this is convoluted and really stupid.
He doesn't know the difference between cause and effect.
Oh, you actually
I
put
don't
what
even
caused
think he watched the. I don't even think he watched the video, because exactly what he said was, "I'm gonna make the vacuum less dense than the helium that it's inside of the balloons."
Of course.
I think he's talking about specific gravity.
Yeah, of course. Relative density is what he showed us. That's what was manipulated, was the density of the medium. He can't even figure out
Of
gravity.
course, do you think it's density that causes things to fall to the ground?
That's what you just demonstrated?
No, I demonstrated gravity pulling helium balloons to the ground.
How he manipulated was the density of a medium. A density of a medium.
Show us gravity, not its cause.
I don't want to see the balloon falling. I want to see the helium falling.
I want to see gravity.
The helium in the balloon that you say, like you say, a helium balloon defies gravity.
If it was
rises
falling,
in the
it wouldn't
air.
be expanding.
There's the helium balloon, falling.
What does gravity look like?
If the helium was falling, the balloon wouldn't expand, wouldn't be expanded, right? Wouldn't be a balloon, wouldn't be blown up.
Balloon.
Yeah, one of them did blow up.
So what does gravity look like?
Helium. That's not helium falling. It's
Yes,
helium filling its available
It's a
volume.
helium balloon falling. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That's
so
what you guys asked for.
take the balloon away. Take the balloon away. Take the rubber away. Show me the helium falling.
Well, helium is a colorless gas. How do you want me to show it?
You said it falls.
Well, how do you want me to show a colorless gas to you? How do
Any
you
way
want me to show it?
any way you can demonstrate it.
Anyway, well, that's one demonstration right there.
Without the balloon.
That's a balloon. We need an exclusive downward vector for helium. Duncan,
Balloon filled with helium.
Duncan, I need you to show us an exclusive downward vector for helium. Go.
Not balloons.
I just did.
No,
that's
a balloon, friend. We're specifying helium. Duncan, we're specifying helium here. Any way you want to. You just said that helium goes down. I want you to prove it.
Any way you
How
can
do you
demonstrate
want
it.
me
Any way
to
you
show
can demonstrate
helium? It's
any
a
way you
colorless
can demonstrate
gas.
it. Anyway.
You made the claim. Just do it. Why should we do your work for you? You said helium has an exclusive downward vector of down. I want you to demonstrate that.
Well, why are you shifting it from a helium balloon to just the helium gas itself? Why'd you shift it from that?
Can I just explain something to you, Duncan? So, if you have
I just want to know why you're shifting it.
No. I'm going to explain to you about the. All right. So you should know this. You're quite technically minded. Yeah. So when a helium balloon is inflated with more helium, it will rise because of the density. Yeah. Density and buoyancy. When there's less helium in the balloon, the weight of the rubber balloon will overcome the rise of the helium, and the balloon will slowly sink to the ground. Do you know that?
Specific
They didn't change the helium. They didn't change the amount of helium in the balloon.
They changed the medium. They started sucking air out of the vacuum chamber.
I thought you said he was technical.
What does that have to do with it? What do you mean?
You are fucking retarded, aren't you?
He
They made the air less dense inside of the container. That
you
the helium
asked me to
balloon
show
was
you a
inside,
helium
therefore
balloon
the density
falling to the
of
earth.
the air outside the balloon
You're showing a balloon, mate.
became less dense.
You didn't show anything.
Are you claiming
I
it's
get
just
this, and I'm
density?
not on their side.
Are you claiming it's just density?
Specific gravity, mate.
No. Duncan, you verified for us that it is just density. Now, I was the one that asked for the claim.
I didn't.
Right?
Scott,
Okay. Duncan, I'm talking right now. We've already had enough audio chaos. I will unmute you. We'll do this one at a time. I'll speak, and then you'll speak. You have verified that if we change the medium, that we will have a vector change. You have demonstrated and proven that specific gravity is a real thing. We are looking for either mass attracting mass, which apparently is out of date, or the bending and warping of two conceptual mediums. Those would be the causes, apparently, of an effect of called 9.8 meters per second downward vector exclusive for all matter. Do you have anything like that? Because yes, I was the one that said, I want to see what happens when a helium balloon falls to the ground. Now you've shown that. The only way that you've shown that is to actually change the medium, proving specific gravity. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah. We love specific gravity. Has he ran away?
No, I mean, you told me that I showed a balloon falling to the ground.
Yeah, congratulations. You've debunked Einsteinian mechanics and Newtonian mechanics. Good job.
How old are you?
You've got issues, man.
How old are
I
you?
do.
You know, mate.
I'm 37.
Yeah.
You don't act
just
like
keep
it.
on track with the conversation, for God's sake.
Why don't I act that way?
Because you just
the goalposts of what the original.
Says who just explained it to you, and then you still turned around and said, "Yeah, I just demonstrated a helium balloon dropping to the Earth."
Did you understand what we said about specific gravity?
No.
Right. Well, it's a waste of time having a conversation with you then.
Yeah, it's fucking going nowhere.
Explain what you mean by specific gravity.
Relative density. He just explained it to you.
Relative density is a specific gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It does.
Silence speaks very loudly in these circles.
So
It's not.
why
It's
does
not
say
his
for
claim.
example?
That's what it is.
So when
Now
say for
you're
example you have
arguing with. Now you're arguing with a definition.
so if this relative density is the specific gravity, why does something that's less dense than something, say for example a stick in water, submerge partially? If it's just about the density, wouldn't every part of the stick float above the water? Or is there some some force that's pulling it partially? Yeah.
Well, in your world, why isn't the stick being pulled to the center of the fucking core of the Earth?
Well, we account for density. We have no problem with that. It's a combination of gravity and density. But if it's just like this, if gravity too is just a specific density thing, then anything that's less dense where it floats on top would completely float on top. It wouldn't be partially submerged. There would be no
Incorrect, 'cause
water.
It has weight. Because it has weight.
What does that weight have to do?
Have you ever heard?
Hold on.
Have you ever heard of the Archimedes principle?
So if something was floating, it would have sunk.
There's partial water displacement. Yes, the water is displaced
Why?
because of gravity.
No,
brother.
You're stating something.
Well,
Does
do you have
gravity
another
displace the
explanation?
water? I thought the object displaces the water, not gravity.
Yes, the object displaces the water due to gravity.
This guy couldn't define gravity for the life of him.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
I mean, you guys don't understand basic concepts, so I mean, to actually explain gravity, I mean, I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't have a degree in that, so I'd be the wrong person you would go to. I suggest you go to someone that actually studies that extensively. But if you want just basic definitions, then yes, stick around in Discord because that's what you're going to get.
Yeah, so you're stating something you don't even know what you're talking about?
Not completely, no.
Well, we could have
I
told
have
you that.
no problem saying that.
Well, we could have told you that.
You don't understand physics at a PhD level?
Nope.
Wow. How can you even say the Earth is a globe?
He would.
I've seen the pictures from space that you deny. I've seen the pictures from space that you deny.
Exactly what I was going to say. You had to go trust somebody else.
Yes, like cameras. I trusted a camera. Okay.
You haven't trusted a camera, bro.
It's fine,
Yeah,
mate.
I have trust
Yeah,
in
but
how that
listen,
cameras
guys,
work and can take pictures.
Which camera? Can you go to the forest and create a camera out of nothing? How can you trust a camera? Can you personally manufacture a camera?
Just
That's where these flat earthers are.
Because we have to do that to prove your point against you.
Listen, I've got no
question
problem. Listen, mate, personally, I've got no problem. You, if you want to believe in that globe, right, the religious belief, that's fine.
It's not a religious belief.
You have never seen the flat Earth.
And you still refuse to show any.
Oh my God! Okay,
You've never observed the flat Earth. The end.
Quiet, New Dawn. Keep quiet.
The
all
end.
we asked. Shut up. All we asked him to do was define gravity, and we get all this garbage. And you're setting the bar at, you got to be a PhD astrophysicist to define like, really? Is that what you think?
Well, let me ask you a basic question. If you want to study the shape of
first question.
If you want to study the shape of an object, is it best to study it super close to the surface or to look at it from far away?
It's better to measure it, don't you think?
Basic question. Is it better to look at it from far away or to
Wouldn't it
get
be better
like,
to measure it
right up
or
next to
guess?
the surface?
Depends what you're interested in, you know?
The shape of it.
Oh, they measured the Earth before we had spaceships. What's up with you?
I mean, it's just a question. I mean, if you can't answer that, then
Well, how do you gonna go to somewhere? Listen to what you're saying, dude. I'm gonna go out there to see what the hell it is. You're gonna jump off, fly to whatever you don't know what it is to go see what the shape of it is. No, you gotta go measure what you're looking at first and try to figure out what it is before you go out and figure it out from the sky somewhere, bro. Are you serious?
Yeah,
sounds like you are admitting that the best way to see the shape of an object is to go far away from it.
Yeah, you're
highlighting
status, Duncan Darth.
That would go down well in court, mate.
Usually, when I'm trying to I can't make out something in the distance. I try and get closer to it so I can. Right, that's what that is.
Like try to get close. Try to get as close as you can to the horizon. See how that works.
What, that physical fucking Earth curve edge? You mean?
Yeah, and give me the address.
Go touch the horizon. Tell me and come back and tell me how that went.
And give me the address to the location.
Go ahead. Go touch it.
Bro, you're kind of helping us with our point. You're saying that the horizon is not a physical place. So you've never seen the globe. I've seen the flat Earth. I see it every day.
You admit that you're a religious believer.
Hold on. So you're saying? Hold on. He's why is he? I thought he was a flat earther.
No, he's freaking out. He's projecting.
No, but what he's saying is we've never. I don't know who he's talking to, but how do you know what I've seen? How do you know what I've seen?
Oh, he's run away.
How do you know what I've seen?
Who is he addressing?
I'm
everybody.
The person who said I've never seen flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Have you?
Experience
you
it every
said
day.
that you said I
have you?
Yes.
Either it's no or you're gonna lie. Go.
Well, we'll deal with the first comment and then we'll move on.
No. We'll deal with.
No. We'll deal with the first. Your first.
I need to. One deck. I need to address the triggered troll. New Dawn. We're gonna do one at a time instead of you freaking out and projecting. So you're gonna ask a question. He may respond or ask you a clarifying question. Don't be a troll. Here we go.
I'm just saying you made a claim that I don't know who you was addressing. By the way, you said you've never seen flat Earth.
You're repeating yourself
because we've started the conversation.
We only see flat Earth.
So
you've never seen the flat Earth.
So how can you verify that I've not?
Nobody's ever proven to me they've seen the flat Earth.
But you've only seen flat Earth.
Feel free to prove me wrong.
You look at the horizon.
Water.
Sea level horizon.
Go touch a horizon. Get back to me.
It's not a physical location.
Okay. So you can't touch it. So it's not the edge of the Earth. Have you ever seen the edge of the flat Earth?
What are you talking about? Edge of the Earth.
Not the edge of your ball.
Have you ever seen the flat Earth?
Not the edge of your ball.
Why are you such a
your
straw
ball
man
sphere
troll?
edge horizon. You can't go touch the edge of your ball. It's you that claims the sphere edge horizon, not us.
Yeah, I mean you're the
we
one who
don't claim
says
any edge at all.
Yeah, we're saying it's an optical effect.
You have a physical edge to your line of sight, to the tangent point of your ball.
Let me just say something, guys. So all this scene that the Earth is measured flat.
Right. Well, he's smacking himself without realizing it.
It's actually
Yep.
measured flat. It does. We can talk about looking at photographs and what we see, and there's obstructions and it's observations, but it's actually physically measured flat. Celestial navigation with the Mariner's Sextant proves that. It's measured that way.
Mr. New Dawn, do you have any globe proof? Because it doesn't look very globe-like to me. Looking around, I don't detect any curvature, motion, spin, any of these
You've
things.
seen the flat Earth.
Oh,
We've
yeah, just
measured it. We've
almost
measured
done
it.
Are you claiming to have seen the flat Earth?
almost. Yeah, I
We've measured it.
almost,
right now.
We've
almost
measured
made
it.
it. So, would you happen to have any evidence that supports the conclusion that reality isn't what it seems to be? Go ahead.
So, what's the edge look like?
Okay, I
What?
guess that's a no.
The
That's a no.
edge?
He doesn't have it. Yeah.
Why do you
after
straw man
telling
say
him we don't have an edge, he comes back with that. He's a troll. Let's move on to somebody else.
He must have a model.
Yeah, but bye, New Dawn. You don't have the evidence that we were searching for. Sorry, another globe fail. But maybe the next
Yeah.
one. Thanks anyway.
Yeah, and we measure it that way.
Next.
Next one.
Yep, another satisfied customer.
You've never seen flat Earth, but his fucking god, Neil Smoke deGrasse Tyson, tells him he can't see a curve.
Hey guys, which is better, standing close to something or standing away from something? Checkmate, flat earthers.
Well, ask your missus about that.
Are you Globers like satisfied with the W's that you think that you get in here? You've never seen the flat Earth, and then that's somehow a win for you. Show me, go touch the horizon. That's somehow a win for you. I don't get it. Like,
I'll be honest, guys. The win here, if there is one, is all of you guys biting onto that obvious troll. Like, I'm sorry that if you think that any word of that guy's mouth from the moment he entered the chat till the moment you guys muted him, anything that he said, if you thought it was serious,
Hey, that's not fair. I picked up on that.
bro.
I kicked him out. Give me a break.
I
Come on, give me
agree.
some credit. I kicked him out.
I'm not saying you don't, Heretic. I'm responding.
Let us play with our food.
This is a W. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
No one
Well,
thinks it's
meanwhile, NASA trolls
play with our
fuckers
food.
for 70 years. NASA's been trolling your ass for 70 years.
yeah, Mr.
You
Jupak,
understand we like
you
playing
must
with our
know.
trolls?
Yeah, we do, but you got to know that guy was genuine. That's what every Glober comes in here and does. Baseless assertions and nuh-uhs.
I
We
just
keep hoping that
guarantee
you
you.
might be persuaded
I
by
really-
fact and truth, but that's aside the point.
Which is where? Go ahead and show that to me. Like, look at this guy's not a troll. He knows there's no globe evidence, but he just says there is and hopes, and then runs away. So, New Guardian, where's this evidence? Where's this verifiable empirical evidence? Please do tell.
Oh, your level of evidence is. I've already come to this conclusion. Your level of evidence is way higher than mine. So I bow to you and say yes. I cannot provide that for you.
Yeah, you
So
sound
low
pissed,
standards
mate.
of evidence. Okay.
You sound pissed, mate.
Because
Yeah.
I keep getting. I'm controlling my language. I'm
sound
not
drunk.
going to swear. I
You sound drunk.
will not. Every time I come into this channel, at least once, I am always muted. At least once.
Well,
But always,
Yeah,
always,
you-
always
that
once.
strikes me as, hey, if we want to have a decent
okay.
conversation,
You're talking about the
fair conversation,
Give us some,
then listen
excuse
to
me,
what I
mate.
have to say.
Give
I'm
us
gonna have
some
to put you on
fucking
mute
globe
for a
proof,
cooldown.
mate. Give us some globe proof. Stop talking about yourself and talk about the shape of the Earth.
Okay. I don't care. You guys do not want to hear truth. Therefore,
We do.
Okay. I'm going to let you off of mute one more time. I believe you've been drinking again. That's usually why you get muted. So we're going to talk about the Earth and not about you guys, right? Because you're just going to help me validate my point that it's never about the Earth. It's always about people or your feelings or appealing to evidence that doesn't exist. So one more time, let's talk about the Earth.
Thank you.
No need to remute. I'll do it myself. Thank you. You have a wonderful day.
Okay.
What a fantastic conversation that was.
Edifying.
It says who? Can I ask you a quick question about something you said earlier?
Yes, Scott, please.
Yeah. No, it's just so when you said that if we are saying that there's a constant 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards, do you think we're saying there has to be a constant velocity downwards?
What? No one said anything about constant velocity.
Well, or
is it not little g? What is little g?
It's the acceleration downwards.
And what is it? What is the value for that?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay.
Approximately.
Yeah, it's sea level approximately. Yeah, depending. It varies very slightly, but
don't forget
it sounded like you were saying. It sounded like you're saying there's only one vector downwards that we're claiming.
No. Oh, you're not claiming an exclusive downward vector? Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
So then gravity's out.
No, what did you mean by an exclusive downward vector? That's what this question.
Isn't everything falling downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, Scott?
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. No,
So,
they're not falling downwards at 9.8. No, they're accelerating downwards. That's different from falling.
Is everything accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second, Scott?
That's correct. Yes.
I thought we were
It
through
is.
the gas situation.
But you get that's different from falling downwards because falling implies a velocity.
The helium balloon is accelerating downward at 9.8 meters per second, Scott.
No.
It would be in a vacuum. Yeah.
So if we create an environment where we remove a medium more dense than what's inside the balloon, then it would fall or accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second. We would create an environment that we don't experience on Earth and then observe this acceleration. We're going to have something that doesn't comport with what we experience every day and call that science.
Every one of those particles inside that balloon are experiencing an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second downward, yes.
When we remove the medium.
Correct. No, all the time. Okay. Even in the air, even in the air.
So, hang on a minute.
Even in the medium, they're still experiencing that acceleration.
So is this the gas particles you were saying before are created at ground level?
I never said gas particles created at ground level. You did.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Where they created?
Where are they created, Scott?
Space, I guess.
Space, really? Can you show me this?
Then they
show me these gas factories in space.
There's no gas factories anywhere.
Well, you said that they were created in space. Yeah. Where's the space at? Where's space? What is that? I don't know what that is.
Well, it's not my idea. But I'm just curious. But
that's not answering the question, Scott.
But no, I was asking. How can you answer says who's question?
Why are you asking me?
The question was for says who. I don't know. The question was for says who.
Yeah.
And so I was telling him yes. But every gas particle, even in the medium, is experiencing a downward acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared.
So when you made a claim. You made a claim that gas particles are created in space.
I'd rather not talk about that right now because that's not what we're talking about. I'd rather not diverge.
We were talking about gas particles and helium balloons going down.
I just want to understand what says who was saying when he said that everything has to have a downward vector.
You're messing up the claim that is not demonstrated by your model or your physics. Apparently, everything is experiencing, no matter what, a 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration, even if it's going upward, and also downwards is in relation to a flat plane. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Okay, fine, but that last thing you said, yes, everything, even things that are moving upwards, are experiencing.
Okay, so you're going to validate this for me right now. You're going to verify for this right now empirically.
Why? What's going upwards?
Well, I just explaining it to you. You don't have to believe it, but
No, it's not. It's not about faith. You made a claim. I want you to demonstrate that now.
So
I'm waiting.
You can want. I'll go back on mute though, but
I'll help you.
I just wanted to make sure I understood what you're saying. And
Just want to make sure that you went away like I expected you to when it came down to go ahead and verifying the claim that you made. Yep.
I'll help you out, Scott. It's not experiencing an acceleration downwards of 9.8. It's experiencing a force that causes an acceleration. However, there's other forces acting on the balloon that instead of accelerating it downwards, push it upwards.
I could go with that. Yeah, that works for me too.
Go ahead and demonstrate this force for me.
Okay. Do you have something on your desk?
Like a helium balloon? Yeah, I got one.
Maybe not a helium balloon. Maybe something else. Do you have like a
maybe something
that helps you, affirm the consequent?
Well,
use this helium. This is the only thing I got on my desk right now.
I've got a helium balloon.
This helium balloon. Let's use that.
I've got one too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, there's a totality of forces on the helium balloon that causes it to move upwards instead of downwards.
What force?
What do you mean, what
upward force?
He said there's a totality. That's new.
Yeah.
What's this totality of forces that makes it go up?
Well, there's the helium inside the balloon is less dense than the air around it, and because of that density, it pushes upwards.
Oh, like specific gravity. I see.
Yeah.
It's not specific gravity.
Oh, you just.
Sure it is. That's exactly.
It's just a push where the balloon is pushing upwards.
Like specific gravity.
The air inside the balloon is pushing upwards.
Oh, welcome.
Are you sure it's not? Yeah.
It's not specific
Thank you.
gravity. That's
it
not
is.
specific gravity. No, it's not.
Also, you described this upward vector, which is always in relation to a horizontal plane. So, welcome to specific gravity and welcome to flat Earth.
Well, no, it's a relativistic up. It's not a.
What's relativistic up?
Well, relativistic to my frame of reference, right? When I'm saying up, I'm saying upwards in relation to where I am right now. My feet are.
Oh, the horizontal plane that you're standing on. Yeah, I know.
Well, no, I'm talking about a relativistic up, right? So, like, if I was talking about Australia, my relativistic up would be different than it is right now. But since I'm in the northern hemisphere, as opposed to the southern hemisphere, my relativistic up.
We don't have sphere-shaped air, mate. Air doesn't say.
Hold on a second. Timbo, buddy, I don't know if you can get on the mic, but is your up also in relation to a horizontal plane?
And down.
Up is up, down is down, mate. Same as yours.
Okay, yeah. So, cool.
You're gonna need a horizontal.
I understand that. Again, it's talking about a relativistic up, right? So,
just get the citation for me real quick. Get the citation for me real quick.
What citation?
What you're talking about? Just what you're talking about.
Relativistic up. This is not like I don't need a citation to like.
Oh.
Do you want me to just look at a dictionary and point at the word relativistic?
What are you trying to prove, mate?
I don't know. I don't know what he's asking me to prove. That's
what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, up and down are vectors in relationship to a horizontal plane. Anytime that you use up or down, oh no, it doesn't. Okay, so how would you describe?
That's why I mentioned a relativistic.
Dude, okay, hold on a second. I don't need you shouting at me because you don't understand the terms that you're using.
Sorry, I was just stretching a little bit.
Yeah. So you can describe to me up and down on a ball then.
Yes. Again, like I said, relativistic up and down.
Do it.
Okay. Relativistic up and down would be based on the person or the observer, right? So if I said down, I would be talking about the direction my feet are, right? If I was talking about up, I would be talking about the direction my head is.
What's the frame of reference? What's this in relationship to?
Well, it would be in relation to the Earth.
So if he was hanging upside down from a tree, where's up? Which is up and down?
Well, obviously that would change things, right? I mean, most other people in that frame of reference would call down towards their feet, but I think I would call down towards
So your
still
friend's
towards my
standing
feet,
next.
which would be
So
ahead
you're
of my
hanging
head.
upside down from a tree. You're hanging upside down from a tree, and your friend stood next to you, not
Why
hanging
are you?
upside down. From a tree.
Like you're trying to like intentionally complicate things. I don't know why.
Oh no, I'm just trying to get your. I'm trying to understand your logic.
That's you, bird lawyer.
But like, why do you want to like? Now we're hanging upside down from a tree, and now we're talking about gravity in this way. Like, why can't we just talk about being on the ground, dropping an object, and that object moving towards the ground? Why do we have to like now go upside down and
except for gas?
Again, there's other forces on that like ball of gas that you put inside a balloon, right?
No,
it's not just the force of gravity.
That's
you
not
can
in
do
a
this.
balloon.
You can
that's
do
coming
this
from
with
the
like
surface of Earth. That's expanding up and out in all directions.
you can. I mean, you could do this with like an object too, right?
Yeah.
You feel the weight of the object in your hand. Like, let's say I have like a bottle of. I have like a bottle of.
Well, just say a helium balloon.
Hot sauce here, right? So
Say
this
a helium
bottle of
balloon.
hot sauce has weight in my hand because the Earth is pulling it towards the center. But it also, I'm also pushing it upwards with my hand. I'm doing work on the bottle to push it upwards against the force of gravity.
So what are you doing with the helium balloon?
What do you mean? What do I do with the helium balloon?
Are you pushing that up? Are you pushing the helium balloon up to stop it going down?
No, the helium balloon pushes itself up. The gas inside of it.
So what? So where's gravity now? Where's gravity now then?
It's still there. It's still working.
It's
on
just
the
not
balloon.
working.
No, it is still on the balloon. Like it's still.
But it's not working.
Producing hold on. It's still producing a force on the
So
balloon.
it acts differently on different.
Force
It acts
is being
differently on different. It acts
you
differently
gotta
on
let me
different
finish, man. You gotta let me
No, no.
finish.
No,
I'll explain everything if you just.
I'm
like,
explaining to
just,
you,
like, but you're wrong.
I'm
Your
explaining
explanation
to
is
you.
wrong.
So gravity only decides what it's going to work on in relative
No, it's not
situations.
deciding. It's still
That
working
is
on
such
the
a
balloon.
dumb fucking answer to what he's saying. Are you serious? You're actually, Deck, is your response really that gravity is going to not make a decision on what it affects us when Bird is obviously trying to...
Sorry, go ahead, Bird.
So, like Jukabra was saying, yes, gravity is still working on that balloon. However, there are other forces on that balloon that counteract gravity, and
That's Mr.
push against.
So who's the one complimenting? Who's the one complicating?
I don't know
things?
what you're saying. You're very muffled.
Okay, that's Mr. Jubacabra. Who's the one complicating things though?
I'm not complicating everything. I'm just telling you that there are more forces than just the force of gravity.
And what are these forces called? What are these forces called?
Okay, so there's like a normal force of the air pushing against the balloon.
So a normal force. So let's talk about the normal force. What's a normal force?
And normal force is an oppositional force, usually to gravity.
Right. So what's causing it?
The weight of the gravity pushing against an object.
The weight of the gravity. So the weight of gravity. How much does gravity weigh?
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean the weight of gravity. I meant the weight of an object pushing against a force. It's an opposite force, right?
So the weight of an object pushing.
We know that forces come in pairs because of Newton's second law, right? For every
that's outdated. That's gone now. That one. That's been
not
superseded.
outdated. That's not.
Oh yeah, 108 years, mate. It's gone.
But it's still accepted. Like it's still. what do you mean? It's out of date.
It's gone. It's gone. It disappeared.
Can you explain to me how it's out of date? What do you like? How has it disappeared?
Because we've got Einstein's gravity now.
Einstein's gravity is relativistic gravity that only exists or that only matters at high speeds or like incredibly strong gravitational pull.
So now we've got
do you know the speed which 1% relativistic
so
gravity?
What's the difference between the two gravities then?
Well, again, so like I explained, relativistic gravity only exists at high speeds or at extremely large weights.
Can you show this?
Yeah, we can look at
where.
I mean, I got some mathematical formulas if you want to like look.
No,
at
just show it. I don't want to look at math. I want to look at it.
Okay.
I want to look at it.
We want to see the natural phenomena, mate.
Sure. We can look at how stars interact with the planets that are around them. We can see how their gravity pulls.
Okay,
on each
show me
other,
a star.
and
Show me a star
Sure.
interacting with a planet.
Yeah, you can look at the sun, and when we look at the sun and the gravitational pull, it doesn't quite match up with Newton's principles because
when
of
you
match
say
up
you're
in
looking-
gravity
In what
of the
way?
sun.
In what way?
What do you mean in what way?
Well, you said it doesn't match up with Newton's principles. So in what way?
Okay, so it is slightly higher. It would appear that the sun should be slightly
Should be.
more dense than it is. However,
How
we
do you know
this
how
is not
dense
true.
the sun is?
If you want to ask like fractorial questions, I'm never going to get to the explanation, dude.
They're not
Like,
fractorial
we can ask 1,000 questions over
They're
like the
not
course of this
fractorial
discussion.
questions.
Yes, it
Because
is.
you-
Every single time.
Hey,
you answer a
dude,
question,
lawyer.
ask another question.
Stop
Calm
yelling.
down. Calm
Bro,
down.
like,
Jeez.
but, like, I just want to
I'm
get to
asking-
one answer
okay,
one
I'm gonna-
question
hey,
instead
dude,
of
I'm gonna
10
go
more
back to the
questions.
Let's
simple.
not
I'm gonna go
get
back to this.
triggered. Let's not
I'm going to
get
go back to
triggered.
this simple question. Where are we viewing relativistic gravity?
Relativistic
And you're talking
gravity
about,
exists
I
around
haven't
the
finished
sun. I
yet,
just told
and
you
you're
that.
telling me the density of the sun, which you don't know.
We do know it.
Okay, how'd you get that?
Okay, so we can see what the sun is made of. We can take the
No, you
diameter of the
can't.
sun.
No.
Yes, we can.
No.
Yes, we can.
No.
What do you mean? No.
No.
What do you mean? Why are you just saying no?
No.
You're,
You
you're
can't-
making an
Like,
assumption
what
of
do you
what the
mean?
sun-
No.
you're
Why are
making
you
an
saying
assumption
that?
of what the sun's made of because of what?
Oh, we know what the sun is made of.
No,
We
you're
have-
making an assumption of what the sun
we
is
know what the sun is made of.
based on what?
Okay, if you just keep saying no, you're not actually adding to the conversation. You're just trying
Well, a
to stop
moment
me.
ago, you said you saw the density of the sun. You're starting to sound like Jim Morrison, dude.
We're not, what do you mean solve the density of the sun? We're just
Those were your words.
We're taking calculations of like things that we see in the natural world. We know
Can you
that
see
we know what's
oxygen?
in the sun. We know
Can you
how
see oxygen?
large the sun is. What?
Can you
No,
see oxygen?
Dude,
Can I
wait,
see
you just,
oxygen?
You just
No,
made,
I can't see oxygen.
dude, you just made another claim about you know how big the sun is.
Yeah, we do. We
No,
know the
you
size of the sun.
don't.
Can you
Yes,
see
we do.
hydrogen?
No, I can't see hydrogen.
So
I don't
how
see
are you
why this
seeing
is
these?
relevant.
So how are you seeing these things then?
Because we know how they interact with other things in the world, and we know
So how do you
that
see them? How do you see them?
we don't need to see them to calculate.
You just said
if
you
they're
can.
there.
You know the composition of the sun because you can see it.
But we know how to calculate these things. We don't need to like actually physically see the objects to calculate their existence.
But when you say
no.
we, who is we?
I mean the scientific community.
Oh, so when we're talking about science, what exactly are we talking about when we say science?
I don't. What kind of question is that? I don't know. What
Well,
you're-
if
like,
we were to validate something scientifically, how would we go about it?
what are you talking about in specific? Like, how do we calculate the size of the sun?
So we've
How
come
do
to
we
a conclusion
calculate-
about something.
Yeah.
We're saying it's a scientific method. So how do we go about that?
Okay, but that's such a broad question. I could just like cite you the definition.
Sorry,
of
stop.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No.
We're
no,
so far
stop.
away from the
Because
point that
you
we were
just
originally
said-
getting to.
You just said you know the size of the sun again.
Yes, we do.
How?
Because we know what it's made of, and from what we know,
It's
what
not
it's made of.
answering anything.
You're
How
not
do you know
letting me
that-
finish answering. You're
It's a
just
simple question,
interrupting
dude.
me and
How do
saying,
you know?
"Well, how do you know?" And then asking me 10 other questions. It's like no
Because
shit.
you're
I can't answer.
because you know a bird. Because you know
Because
why?
you keep
Because
asking me
answer.
new questions. I keep going on about the same thing.
Bird.
You keep asking me the new
Because you're making.
questions.
Because you're making empty claims with no
No,
backup
because you keep
evidence.
asking me new questions. I get halfway through a sentence and then
No.
you interrupt me and ask me a new question.
We asked you a simple question, and then in your answer, you gave a baseless claim.
I'm not giving a baseless claim. This is completely based on scientific
when you give a
research.
baseless claim, we have to ask you how you know that because it's part of your answer.
Okay, can I just get through the answer and then maybe
how big
through
is the
that
sun?
answer?
We know what
those
it's made of.
questions
How do we know
those
what it's made of? Well, we know
questions
how
will
big
be
it is.
answered?
Listen. Yes, you have to be stopped when you make a baseless claim, and we have to point that out to you.
Okay, but
we can't
like,
just let you.
it's not a blatant.
I could just read the fucking Narnia.
Second off,
You're interrupting me now.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't just carry on.
It's incredibly ironic that you said
as
that,
the
by the way,
second
after
time
you
again.
interrupted me like 17 times in a row. But go ahead.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, so we know the size of the sun. We know what it's made of. We know
how.
Oh my god, it's like you have brain worms or something. Okay, we know the size of the sun. We know what it's made of. We know its density. We know all of these things, so we can calculate its weight and its effect on the surrounding area, right? And when we calculated that, we should have seen a third or ninth planet at this point, ninth planet between Mercury and the sun. And we looked for it for years and years and years and years. We even named this phantom planet. We called it Vulcan, I think was the official name of it. However, this planet never materialized. We were never able to find it. We kept doing the research, we kept looking for it, and eventually Einstein came out and said, what if there's not a ninth planet? What if the gravity of the sun acts differently on the world around it because of its massive size? And then he came up with special relativity that accounts for this at large scales. There we go. That I explained special relativity.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Well, what do you mean? What do I mean? Why? You know what why means, right?
Yeah, but like, what are you asking why to?
Why did you explain it?
What?
What was your purpose of explaining it?
Because you asked me about special relativity and why that Einstein's theorems don't match up with Newton's theorems, and why we can still use Newton's theorems for like our everyday world, but why we have to use Einstein's theorems when we get to larger objects.
So Einstein is claiming that there's a fourth dimension. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's a specific claim.
And he claims that we can there's a bending of space time.
Sure. Yeah. There's a bending
of
space time.
So how do we go? So you've not explained any of that yet.
I mean, I can go over his explanations and his calculations of how.
So what did he observe in the first instance to presume that's correct?
Oh yeah. So the number one calculation that Einstein did, he postulated.
Sorry, I'm not being rude.
Wait.
I know we're getting all getting a bit excited. What I'm saying is, what did he observe to think?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
But
he postulated.
I know, but you said calculated.
Explain. You asked me for an explanation. And
I asked you for an observation.
I know. I'm getting to the observation if you wait more than 10 seconds. So
I'll give you 5.
During a solar eclipse, you are not supposed to see light that is behind the sun.
Who said that?
That's just how objects work. If light is in front of an object, or like an object is in front of light, you shouldn't be able to see it. However, Einstein postulated that you should be able to see certain stars behind the sun at a given moment during the solar eclipse. He did these calculations and calculated that, yes, he was able to see light that was beyond, or that should have been behind the sun during a solar eclipse.
Could I just really quickly try to steel man your argument? Just try to formalize it real quick, just to make sure I got it.
Sure, yeah, please do.
Okay, so during if the Earth is a globe, then during solar eclipse, actually, no, I already kind of screwed it up. So if the bending and warping of space-time, conceptual medium, then we'll see the star from behind the sun, right? Am I good so far?
Yes.
Okay, we saw the star from behind the sun, therefore the bending and warping of space-time.
Yes.
Okay, that's affirming the consequent.
Yes.
That's the point of the.
And that's
like,
logically
to
fallacious.
affirm,
So we
yes.
need to take this back to the drawing board.
How is it logically fallacious? Explain to me.
I just told you how it's circular.
Because it's
reasoning.
circular. Yeah, that's called
It's not
pseudoscience.
It's not circular reasoning.
That's pseudoscience. Yeah, it is circular.
Reasoning. Okay, so can you give an explanation to how that you saw the light?
So it's a formal logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. It's an invalid form of reasoning.
Can you explain to me how you saw the light that should have been behind the sun then?
It's not my claim or my problem. I'm just telling you that you have a
Okay, how about this? Ponies. Ponies made it possible.
our-
Invisible ponies.
Now you're
Sure,
trying to justify
but
your
all of our-
fallacy
all of-
by committing another one
That's-
called burden of
no,
proof
that's
reversal
a-
fallacy.
that's what a theory
Yeah,
is.
now you're reversing the burden of proof to
No,
justify
that's what
your
a-
fallacy.
that's what a theory
yeah.
is.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
It's what a scientific theory is. A scientific theory is
No,
the,
it's
the
circular
best
reasoning.
look-
Fallacy?
No, it's the
A
best.
scientific
look
theory is
at-
a logical fallacy?
So how did he
it's
then
not.
be
You're just not letting.
manipulated?
Again. This is what you guys do. You just have to talk and talk and talk until
Well, maybe
nobody
you
else
should
can
listen
talk
to
and
what
have a
you're saying,
discussion.
bird lawyer.
Because you're just interrupting
Have a
me every 2
sidebar with
seconds.
yourself.
So if I can go on, this is what scientific theories are. Scientific theories are, hey, we
Hogwash?
have all of this evidence. Let's
Dude,
look at this
what's the
evidence
theory?
and say,
Look.
hey, what is the best story? What is
Oh
the
my
best
God, just
construction
stop.
What's the
story
theory?
that we can tell with this
to argue
evidence?
your point, man. That's what
You
we're
don't-
pointing out.
It's not a
Just
logical
accept it.
fallacy.
Yes, it is. You should accept it and then try to do better. That would be the best course for you.
It's so good, dude. It's so funny.
Do you know why it's a logical fallacy?
It's not a logical fallacy. You just don't
We
understand.
can explain. I mean, we can continue justifying it.
It's a
wait,
textbook
but
logical.
you're not right about the.
It's a textbook logical fallacy, dude.
If A, then B, B therefore A. You quite clearly agreed with that, and that is affirming the consequent.
Okay, but it's not a
It's
logical
affirming the
fallacy.
consequent
That's what
because
that's what
it makes a
theory is.
conclusion without involving other evidence that could provide contrary observations.
Okay, wait. Yes, Amish, go ahead. Provide
Yeah.
the evidence that disproves Einstein's theory. Go ahead.
What evidence is there of his observation in the first
there is
instance?
no evidence that disproves
I have nothing to
Einstein's
disprove
theory.
because he
That's
hasn't made a positive
crazy.
claim that has any evidence to begin with.
Yes, he did. He has made a positive claim, and then he measured the light coming from behind a star.
Show me what that looks like. Show me what
that's
he's
great.
talking about.
That's great. So, can you provide any?
Can you provide evidence
that
for your
is
claim that he
counter-
saw stars through the moon?
Yes. They did
Okay,
those
your
kinds of
turn. This is your burden of proof reversing, and I'm not going to stand for that. You have to
Every
provide
single
evidence
time
for
a
Einstein's
solar-
claim.
Every time a solar eclipse happens, there is hundreds of scientists around the world that reaffirm Einstein's theories.
Prove it. Show me one that did such a thing this past eclipse. I want to see one, and I want to see them what they did and how they did it. Unless you're just making stuff up.
What are tides like during an eclipse? Is there like a
Do you have any off the top of your head, or are you frantically Googling something that might fit what
I don't
claim
have
you
it
just
off the
made?
top of the head. I don't know why I would have that off the top of my head.
I know, people lie for no reason at
didn't
all.
even know what a star is, mate.
Yep, I mean we can start there and keep walking it back to what One Deck was saying. Like we're eventually going to get to the point where you're going to be making up crap about what stars are and how far away they are and how big they are. And none of this is going to support any evidence that Earth is a globe in the first place, which is why we're all here.
Wait again. We've moved so.
Because when you
far
make
beyond
when you
that,
make stuff
'cause
up,
you-
it's not
you keep
evidence. That's
asking
why it's not
fractal
evidence. Because you make crap
You
up.
asked me 10 minutes ago about general relativity and how it like affects these things. That's why we're on this tangent in the first place.
Yeah,
I want
we
to
know.
go back to.
Thank you
proving
for the
Earth-
explanation. We're aware.
This has nothing to do with proving that the Earth is flat or not. You just
then-
asked me. You just keep asking me about it, and I keep answering your questions.
We,
So-
no, we,
No.
he was asked about the fourth dimension. Where's that? And then how is space time? How can you bend time?
Wait, space isn't the fourth dimension. Time is the fourth dimension.
So where is this fourth dimension?
Well, it's not something that you can like positively interact with or change.
Okay, so where is it then?
It exists throughout
in the mind.
Everywhere. Like
in the mind.
It just exists in
so
the
how
world that
can
you live
you
in
prove
right
it
now.
exists? How do you prove the existence of something?
It's a conceptual thing. I don't know
No,
what you.
I thought you just said
like,
hundreds of scientists every solar eclipse.
Yes, prove Einstein's theory of the bending of space-time. Yes.
So if he was going to
this is
tell
not this is not like proving the concept of time exists. Like, I don't know what you want me to do there.
You're telling me a fourth dimension exists. Where is it?
Where? So what do you want me to actually prove?
Where I want you to prove that there's a fourth dimension that no one's seen.
Okay, we call that fourth dimension time. It exists. We have a concept of time and how it works and how
is it a
time,
place? A place where you can go.
Wait, that's not how dimensions work.
So how do dimensions work? And how can I
find dimensions are a what's the best way? They are a measurable thing that we can we can measure the length of a time of time.
How and
right?
what tools you use?
We can use a number of tools. We can the most simplest way is using an hourglass.
So when you're going to measure something, so how do I go to measure? Where do I go to measure this fourth dimension that no one's ever seen?
You don't have to see a dimension for it to exist.
So
I don't know why you keep doing this. You keep baking in these premises. Like,
I'm not.
You need to see a dimension for it to exist.
I'm trying to understand it.
You need to do this for this to happen.
To understand it.
You're just like misunderstanding so much about the world, and then being like, "Well, why? Like, I don't understand."
I'm asking for help.
I'm going to help you here. Bird lawyer. It's very simple. You don't have to freak out and then start making it about people and the questions that they're asking you. You're making claims. We're trying to get clarity. So you can provide clarity without all the excited freaking out. Be no problem. Or you can stay on mute.
Okay.
I find it very,
if we can go over these things.
Lawyer, listen, I'm not
30 fractal questions every single time I make a claim.
Okay.
If I was I was a good friend of yours, or I was your child, say, right, and I was saying, listen, I just want to understand this a bit more clearer because I can't understand this. I can't understand this fourth dimension and the bending of space-time. I find it very, very difficult to comprehend how that somebody can justify this claim.
It is a very difficult concept.
So you need to be explaining it to me so I can understand it.
Can I explain it without you interrupting me or asking 30 new questions?
The only time I interrupt you is because, and I'm not being funny when I say this, sometimes you're in a conversation and you might be talking for a couple of minutes. They might, in the first 10 seconds, you might say something. I might not grasp that. So I have to, rather than, and if I wait, I won't remember the point that I've not understood. And that's why I step in and say, I don't understand that. But I mean, go for it. Please explain where this fourth dimension is and how you measure time bending, please. Because I can't get a grip of it.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that one, Deck. I don't really care about his explanations. So far, it's been nothing but claim stacking and explanations. I need demonstrations and empirical evidence of the things that he's claiming exist that have these physical effects, like time. So you're going to show us time. That's the next thing that you're going to cover for us. Go ahead.
Okay, so dimensions don't exist anywhere. I don't know why you keep claiming that, or that's like your...
So time doesn't exist. Great, we're going to just save time. Your little tirades, don't need them. So time doesn't exist, correct?
No, that's not what I said. I don't know why you're doing this. Okay.
Right. So you said time is a dimension, and then dimensions don't really exist. Is that correct so far?
There's no physical dimension. There's not like a space that I can point at and say that's time. right? That's not how.
Okay, great.
work.
So it's not going to have any physical effects then, right?
No, it does have physical effects. That just
So
because
this
something-
non-existent thing has physical effects. Why?
Right, just because you can't point at a particular thing and say,
No, it's not that I'm pointing at a particular thing or not pointing at a particular thing. The particular thing that you just told me doesn't exist. So there's nothing to even point to or not be able to point to. The thing doesn't exist.
Yeah, how can you point to it if it doesn't?
no,
if it's
I'm
not
saying
there?
it exists. I'm saying it exists, right?
Oh,
I just-
it does
I
exist.
can't, I
You
can't
said it
give
didn't
you-
exist.
I can't give you a time. Like I can't like
Why not?
hand a time over to you because that's not how dimensions work, right? I can't. Can I hand a length over to you? Can I hand a width over to you? No, that's.
Oh, see, so this is a conceptual description. It's just a convention. Right, so it doesn't exist.
No, it's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that I can't hand
It's
it to you.
mathematical.
It's not a
Then.
thing
It's
that I can give
mathematical.
to you.
It's mathematical.
Yeah, I would say that it's closer to mathematics, right? It exists in an abstract sense. It's not that these things don't have any effect on the world. I can't give you
Okay.
a length. I can't give
Great.
you a height, but height and length still exist in the world, and they still
Perfect,
have an
perfect.
effect.
Okay, remember the tirades I don't need. So you can tell me what kind of physical effect 9.87 has.
9.87. What do you mean by that?
How much time am I?
Yeah.
What?
Well, it's having no physical,
How much time-
physical effects on the Earth. So
How
how's it
much
having a
time
physical
am I?
effect?
Time has a physical effect on the world. I mean, you can just like
Okay,
you can
how
look
much
at
time am
things
I?
as they-
Measure my time.
I don't know what you're asking me to do. Like how long you're alive, how long that you exist.
I can measure
in
my
the world?
length and my height, my width. I can't
I
measure
mean,
my
you
time.
can measure time. You can measure time.
What
That's
about
more
my
of a
time? I want to
philosophical
measure
question
my
than a
time.
scientific question.
How much time am I?
That's a more philosophical question than a scientific question. You can let's do it like this. You can measure the half-life of things, right? You can measure the half-life of the muon, for example, which is a subatomic particle.
Yeah. So where is this? Like the gentleman was saying.
Oh my
And
god!
I'm just so. No, I'm still talking, mate. So the fourth dimension, right? Where is this?
Where is
place?
length? Where is length? Can you show me where length is?
No.
Easy.
No,
Tiger.
you can't show me where length is.
No.
Oh, that's
I
weird.
can't show you where length is at all. That's the same as time, right?
Oh,
They're just
okay, yeah,
conceptual.
so it's a dimension. So it does. I can't show you where something is.
Can I bend?
Can you show me where length is? Yeah.
Yeah, but I can give you a length of something that's physical.
I can
measure
give you
it.
the time that something exists in. I can give you the
I can
time.
measure my
I
table.
can give you
and
the
see
time
it
that a
is-
muon exists.
Yeah, but how do you measure time? What is
with
time?
a stopwatch. What do you mean?
Right. So what gives us the time on Earth?
What gives it? I mean, time is a
the sun.
concept, right? So we can
No.
measure
It's
that
the sun.
in a
It's
number
the
of
sun.
ways.
Excuse me. The sun gives us time.
The sun doesn't give us time.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
To be fair, we're actually measuring intervals between zeniths of the sun's position throughout the day. So we're measuring the sun.
Yeah, we're measuring the
Sure,
angles
that
of the
is-
sun.
that is
You
conception.
agree that time is just a
that makes
concept?
this
Do you
easier.
agree
It
that
makes
time
it
is
easier.
just a concept there, bird
What?
lawyer? Do you think time is just a concept?
Time is a concept. Yes.
Okay, we're done
What's
here.
the
Wow.
What's the sun?
Okay. Well, I don't know how we're done yet. Like, I don't even know what we're asking at this point.
So how many hours are in a day?
24 hours in a day.
And is the
I think
sun got anything to do with that?
It's slightly less or something like
Has the sun got anything to do with that?
Yeah, the sun does have
Yeah.
something to do.
So the sun's time, then it's a time measurement.
That's just how we measure time. That's just
Yeah.
how we measure.
So
a
how
day.
do you? So where's
not
the
how-
fourth? So yeah. So the sun is giving
But
us
sun
some
doesn't
time. Yeah.
give us time. Sun, it's
So-
like that's not how it works.
So what is time then?
Time is a conception. It is
No,
a
no.
dimension.
No.
Like,
time
time-
is measured by.
that's-
You just said
Yes,
it.
time is
24
time
hours.
is
24 hours in a
time
day.
on Earth is
Yes.
measured. Time on Earth is
By the sun.
measured
by the sun.
by how the sun moves through the
Yes. And we can see
the
the sun,
sky. However,
we can
that
measure
doesn't mean that it
and
creates
we can
time.
see the sun. We can see it, and we can
That's not
measure
a
its
creation
angle.
of
We
time.
can
We're just
measure it.
measuring where the sun is and saying
Yeah. So
we're declaring like
yeah.
this
So
is
what
midnight, this is
But what are
noon.
you saying that's different then?
Because that's not time is not given to like the sun doesn't say here you go humanity here's time. That's not how it works. Like if the sun
No.
disappeared,
That's exactly
if the
how it
sun
does work, mate.
disappeared, time
No,
would still
that-
exist.
No, that's how exactly it does work.
What? No. Okay. So if the sun completely disappeared, let's say it just completely gone out of the sky,
We'd
it
all
just, like,
die.
ceases
We'd all
to
die.
well, yes, we would die, but time would still go on, right?
How
A
do you
day
know?
would still be a day
How do you know this?
because we could still measure a day
When you're dead.
happening.
What? When you're dead?
No, I mean all of us wouldn't immediately die. Like the sun
Yes, we
going
would.
off wouldn't mean.
Yeah.
No, that's
if the
that's
sun
absolutely
disappears,
not
mate,
true.
we'd die.
I mean, yes, over a period of time, humanity
No,
would
straight
die
away.
out.
Straight away.
No, that's not true. You wouldn't immediately die if the
Yes,
sun
yeah.
disappeared.
We'd all die.
This is getting
and
ridiculous
you're
now.
you're saying that when you're dead,
Are you
can
saying the
measure
sun
things-
keeps you alive?
Yes, it does.
Yes, guy. Are you kidding? Hello?
I mean, the sun doesn't like if the sun turns off, you don't die, right?
Try to put a
Yes, you
plant.
do.
It doesn't. That's it. It's not like
Maybe
it's not.
look,
It's
try
not
to
like
put
an
a plant-
immediate like
put a
oh sun's
plant in a
gone.
dark
Oh, I'm
room.
immediately dead.
Okay, put a plant in a dark room and see if it dies.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
source
not going to die
for it.
immediately. If
No,
I
no, but the sun, unlike for just a
cares?
plant, a sun, unlike for a plant, like in a dark room, is it's the energy for the hydrological system.
I agree, yeah. That's why
The cycle for gases, like how weather is behaving right now.
But you
the
wouldn't die
movement of the
immediately.
sun. So listen,
Yeah,
you
I know, but you
yeah,
wouldn't die.
like a day,
Dude, let it go.
No, not even a day. Like
a
I think,
day or
I think
less.
no, actually, if the sun went out, humanity could survive maybe a couple months at most.
No,
We wouldn't just die
no,
immediately.
no.
Oh no,
No.
yeah,
Okay.
we have a
You
lot
No.
of food. We have
So stupid.
we have a lot of
dude.
energy
Based on what?
stored.
Based on
Yeah.
what TV show or movie? Because you're not thinking.
Send them back to
TV
school.
show or movie.
He
I don't
he
need a
thinks
TV
that
show
we
or
could be
movie.
like nuked or
I can
something
just
like
look
in the
at. I'm just gonna
silo,
look
and
at the
so we could like
capabilities of
save
humanity.
rations underground or something. And no, the
What do you
air
mean?
we
What?
breathe is even the air we breathe, the gas pressure that we breathe
He's
right
denying.
now. All
We
of
don't
that.
need to. So we don't need to go on the surface, right? We can go underground.
He's not understanding.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's not
he's
getting it.
he's away there, is Eli.
I mean, we
He's away
wouldn't
with the
die
fairies.
again. We wouldn't die immediately if the sun went
Dude,
out.
we would die immediately
survive a
because we
lot.
wouldn't have air to breathe the way that we breathe it.
Yes, we would. We would still have air. Air still exists.
No, we
if the
wouldn't.
sun goes out.
No, we wouldn't.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because they
What's that
claim
again?
because the pressure gradient,
What about the
like there
pressure
would be
gradient?
no mix of gases. It'd be like death, like damn near immediately.
It wouldn't. Okay, it wouldn't be death immediately. It would.
You don't even know
gradients.
you don't even know that the Earth has curvature on the surface. Why don't you stick to that?
What? What are you trying to say? What? Okay, yeah, just all right. That's great.
It's the most valid point. It's all we actually really need to discuss. Everybody wants to discuss all the ancillary stuff that you still have no evidence for. But yeah, the Earth's not curving anywhere. So that's really all we need to talk about.
Okay. Sure, that's your opinion, I guess.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact. Unless you can show it to me. You can show me this Earth curve.
Yeah. Do you have a plane? You can go up in a plane.
Really? So you can see the curvature from a plane?
Yeah. I don't have a U2 on me, but I'm sure that you could probably commission one and fly up high enough.
So now this is a probably you can see it from a plane, or
No. U2 is a plane. It's a type
Just
of plane
wondering
that
why
can
we
go
have
up.
to go gather your evidence. Have you done this?
I mean, I can show you videos of the curvature of the Earth.
How much did they measure? Was it at the horizon?
Balloons
It was the horizon, right? Was it the horizon?
Are you talking about the
The horizon.
what horizon? Wait, are you talking about the horizon of the Earth from up in the air?
Isn't that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
Okay, so the horizon is the Earth curve.
Yeah, when you get up high enough and you see the curvature of the horizon, that would be
Well,
the evidence that I'm
if
talking
it's
about.
if it's curving at 60,000 feet, it's going to be curving at 1 foot, right?
That's I don't wait. Hold on. How do the U2s go? U2 maximum.
Google is my friend.
It is my friend. Yeah, 73,000 feet. Ooh, pretty high.
Yeah. So if it's curving at 73,000 feet, it's curving at 1 foot.
Are you talking about like how it looks?
No, I'm not talking about how it looks. I'm talking about how we can measure it. You say you can see it from all the way up there, but why don't I just
Well, you
measure
can
it
see
since
the-
I'm
you can see
standing
the
on the thing
curvature.
anyways?
You can see the curvature.
Yeah, so we can measure it, right? You say it's curving. If you can see it, we can measure it, right?
Yeah. So are you talking about how like it
Oh my
looks to
God.
curve in your point of view?
No, we're talking about how much measured curvature there is at 1 foot observer height.
Okay, I thought we were talking about when you go up in a plane.
Why would you care about that? How are you going to measure it from 73,000 feet? I'm down here on the ground. I want to measure the ground.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I was
So
discussing.
you only want to say that you can see it from a plane, so we should be able to see it at ground level. In fact, that's why we have Earth curve calculators, right?
So like you can't like if you get close enough to an object, you can't see all of that object.
That's a bummer. So you're saying that the Earth was never measured at ground level, ever?
Well, no, it has been measured at ground level.
Oh, okay. So at 1 foot observer height, I should expect to see 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where the horizon is going to be the sagitta of the Earth curve, right?
I don't know what you're asking.
The Earth is a ball, according to you.
Yes.
So it should be curving in every direction from me, right? From where I'm standing, it's curving in every direction away from me, right?
You can't see that.
So
curve
if
you're
I'm
too
at
close
1
to it.
foot, you can't see it, so you can't measure it.
No, you could still measure the curvature.
Okay, great. So we're going to measure it. We're going to be at 1 foot observer height, and we're going to look out over the water, right? Because the water has the least amount of undulations.
You can't do it from a single
right?
point. You can't look at like you can't be on one point on the map and look.
Why not?
And
Because they have Earth curve calculators that
Yes,
tell us that
that's-
we can. So why are you denying the Earth curve calculators?
no. Those Earth curve calculators are just seeing how far you can see on.
Because the Earth curve is in the way at the horizon, right?
On a globe.
Yes.
Because the Earth curve's in the way, right?
calculators-
The horizon.
Those calculators are not like holistic, right? They're just saying this is what you should be able to see from this distance. They're not.
Right, because the Earth curve is in the way, right? Because the Earth curve is in the way at a certain height and a certain distance. That's why they're there.
Yeah.
You're helping me out. I appreciate that.
I don't even know what you're asking about. You're just like,
Well, they have observer height, and they tell you where the Earth curve is beginning to occult things at certain distances and certain heights. So at 1 foot observer height, the Earth curve, the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So then if I'm at 1 foot, then the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Yeah, I'm talking this out. I know you want to interrupt it, but then according to the Earth curve calculator, even
we were talking about planes a minute ago.
Well,
and you want to talk about observer heights, and, like distance.
Yeah, because
horizon.
I
Like, I don't know
don't
what you're
have a
talking
U2 plane, and you don't have a U2 plane, so we're going to do this on the ground level because you can measure it on ground level. You told me that earlier. No, I want you to tell me how much where the horizon should be. That's the Earth curve that you were talking about that you could see from the U2 plane. Where it's supposed to be at 1 foot observer height. So go ahead.
I mean, you'd have to get a calculator for that. but there is.
Well, luckily, all the math's been done according to the Earth curve calculator. Every distance to the horizon should be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay, you talk so much, and you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so
so what's the math? Then you go ahead and tell me what the math is supposed to be for a Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Repeating that.
I mean, we're talking about your plane, mate.
Yeah, you're talking about me talking. I'm getting right down to the crux of the matter. So, how much curvature should I expect to see? Where should the horizon be? The Earth curve, right? The sagitta, be at 1 foot observer height. Or is my math off?
You can't see the curvature that close to Earth. That's what I'm telling you. The relative.
So, does ever measure the curvature of the Earth from the Earth?
Okay, there we go. The relativistic distances from your
relativistic.
Yes.
What do you mean relativistic?
Do you not understand what the word relativistic means?
Wait,
no. Tell me what you're talking about in this context.
Relativistic means
before we move on,
relation to the observer.
Hey, dude, just shush for a second. You missed says whose whole point. You said you can't see curvature from the ground, and then you related to a calculator of Earth curvature of what we shouldn't be able to see because the Earth curve is in front of it. Is that not Earth curve?
Okay, so when you're talking about these
answer
things,
it.
You don't see. I'm trying to answer you.
Just answer it with a question.
I'm trying to answer you,
my question. Is
Don't
it
try.
Earth curve or not?
Okay. Can I?
Is it
answer
Earth
the
curve?
question? Oh my God.
My man,
You
can
really
shut
do
up?
not want to copy.
Let him answer, bro. Let him answer.
It was a one-word answer. That's
It's
all I
not
need.
a one-word
Is it-
answer.
is
That's
it
not
Earth
how
curve?
questions work.
Is it Earth curve?
You're asking.
We're talking about how questions work. Wow.
How about like yes or no? Yes or
But
no?
that's not
Can
a
you do
yes
that?
or no question. Just because you
It is.
set up a false dichotomy doesn't mean that that's
It's not a false dichotomy.
False
Okay,
dichotomy.
Timo, let me ask you a question.
I'm going to explain this to you, okay? You said you can see Earth curve from a plane. Says who said, okay, let's go down on the ground and measure it. There's an Earth curve calculator for this that shows you how much should be missing due to Earth curve. Is this Earth curve or not?
It's Earth curve proof.
That Earth curve calculator isn't for the curvature of the Earth that you see.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The Earth curve calculator is not for the Earth curve. No.
It's fucking. It's hilarious, dude. So those calculators that you're talking about are how far you can see from the distance that you're at, right? They're not about what the curvature of the Earth is.
So why do they call it an Earth curve
Why can you
calculator?
only see so far? What stops you from seeing further?
The Earth.
That's exactly.
stops
Sorry,
you from
mate.
seeing any
Not
further.
bird. That's exactly what the Earth curve calculators are. It's based on the radius of the Earth. You should only be able to see.
Maybe
this
we're talking
distance
about different
and-
calculators.
Stop.
What calculators are you
Stop.
talking about?
Stop.
I think he's got a flat Earth
curve
calculator.
calculator. Earth curve calculator.
Can you give me an example of what calculator that you're talking about?
Just Google it. There's hundreds of them.
Okay, Earth curve calculator. Here we go.
Fucking hell! It took 10 minutes for you to look up an Earth curve calculator.
Which one are you talking
Can we
about?
use this one? Are we good on this one? Hold on.
Use whichever one you want.
Earth curve calculator. There we go. Is that one up fine? That's the first result on Google. Is that good?
Oh my God. This is great.
So
I'm just asking.
this
I'm
Earth,
asking.
So is this Earth curve calculator demonstrating the distance to the horizon and the hidden height of a target based on the radius of the Earth? Is it or not?
No, it's just showing you how much Earth curvature is over a certain distance.
Oh my God! Did you guys just hear that?
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, so you want that. That's what you wanted to talk about. That's the thing you wanted to talk about.
Stenographer will make a note.
Okay, so at 1 kilometer of distance, you should see a curvature of less than a meter.
Is that
Is that what
Earth
you're,
curve?
is that what you're
Is that
concerned
Earth?
about?
Is that Earth curve?
Yes, that's Earth curvature.
Finally, thank you. That's what Says Who was saying the whole time, and you
Oh,
weren't
okay.
listening
That's
to
what
him.
you talk about. Holy shit! Why do? Okay, fine.
Why didn't you just say
I don't know how that's relevant to what I just said about you being able to see Earth curvature at the height of a U2, but sure.
Well, I'm just letting you know because you say that you can see it from a plane. I'm saying, hey, there's an Earth curve calculator that proves that we can see it from the ground, so we should just measure it from the ground. No
Those
U2s needed.
Those relativistic
It's
distances
stuttering.
are so minute that you can't discern them at that height.
Actually, no, he just described it to you right there, and you described it to yourself. You know how
Can
much you
you
can
see-
see at
okay,
1 foot observer
at the-
height.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. If you go on a football field and I hold up a guitar pick from the other side of the field, can you tell the height of that guitar pick from where you're standing?
Of course not. Welcome to flat Earth. That's the whole point.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that these relativistic distances, you can't tell the difference between these heights because, like, again, they're like 2,000 kilometers away, and you're talking about a distance of less than a meter. You can't tell the difference there.
Welcome to flat Earth, then. I appreciate it.
That's not flat Earth. That's just you being ignorant. Like, what do you mean?
So,
No, you don't have to shout.
So the Earth calculator is not correct then?
It's correct. I'm just saying that if you're
Oh.
looking at those distances, you
Now I
can't
need
tell
to
the
clear-
difference.
Sorry,
It's
dude, I've got to
too
clear
hard to
something
tell
up.
the difference.
I've got to clear something up. You just said hundreds of kilometers, right? And then you started talking about Earth curve of a meter. Now, in your Earth curve calculator, type in 100 kilometers.
Oh, I was
Just do
wrong about
that.
You're right. Sorry, that's my fault.
Just do it.
200.
Just do it.
Wait, no, I admit I'm wrong about that. I just said that I'm wrong about that.
So you just called him
I-
ignorant from you being ignorant.
No, I'm just saying that so 5 kilometers, right? 5 kilometers is a huge distance. That's really
Not
long,
really, man.
right?
Not
That
really.
that is really long.
Just-
Most
okay.
people can't even run 5 kilometers. If you're
Okay.
talking about in a city,
Don't
5
talk about your
kilometers.
fitness levels. Just do it.
I'm not saying that I can. I'm saying that most people can.
Okay.
But if you're in a city and you're talking about 5 kilometers, most cities aren't like that. That's like a good distance into the city. So if you're talking about that and you're looking over the horizon at 5 kilometers and you're talking about a 2 meter drop, let's just say 2 meter because that's a little bit easier.
Type it into your fucking calculator.
Wait, I'm looking at it right now. 5 kilometers is 1.96 meters. So I was
Like a
just going
comedy
to
shtick, is
round
that
it
what
up
this
to
is?
2.
Yeah, I think
2
so.
meters. Just we're talking about 2 meters in relation to 2 kilometers.
Okay, so you're at the edge of a beach. You send the other guy 5 kilometers down the beach, and he should be 2 meters lower than you. And it should be, if you're looking across the water, the water
Well,
should be
that's-
2 meters above where he is.
Well,
Yep.
that is again with
In
no
relation.
refraction of light and everything like that.
Oh, dude. The
Wait,
coping-
that's like kind of important.
I know.
Light,
That's
light
the next slide.
refracts incredibly hard.
I
through
know.
an atmosphere.
I know.
I
me ask you a
know,
question.
you know. So I'm
How
just trying to
far-
say that.
I know. Yeah, I know the cope you go to. How far
That's not
away?
coke. You
Dude.
can show this in anything.
Okay, me
you can
thinks
take a
over
glass of
not
water
process
and
too
see
much.
how much it refracts.
Oh
in a
my
glass
lord!
of water.
Let me ask you a question about your guitar pick friend. How far away do you have to send your guitar pick friend until they've gone over the curve of the earth?
Until they've gone over. It really depends on what you're talking about.
It depends on if you and your friend have a.
It's really
one of them has a
important to talk
guitar
about
pick.
the.
Yeah, it depends on which.
I don't know why you're talking about
you
a
and your
guitar pick.
friend
That was
have a
only an
guitar pick.
example that I was giving about relativistic distances.
Okay, well, send your friend with the guitar pick over the curve of the earth.
No, you
What
will
distance
not
is
let this
that?
guitar.
The pick of destiny.
Sorry, I can't take him just like funny muting.
Are you actually talking about going over Earth? What?
Yeah, I mean it happens, right?
Earth's a ball, right?
Earth's a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, you're not going to be able to see the person.
Okay, at what point does your guitar pick friend disappear due to the curvature of the Earth?
It depends.
Give us some specifics.
On what?
Well, it depends on atmospheric refraction. It depends on your observer height, the height of the person that you're talking about. So
okay, you and your friend are both about 6'2" lead guitar height.
What?
Yeah, tell us to plug in the numbers for us.
But can you give me some more? Do you want like?
I don't know. How tall is Keith Richards?
Keith Richards. I don't know who Keith Richards is.
Oh Lord.
Am I supposed to know every single person that you talk about?
He's 4 years high.
4 years. That's pretty.
He's in a fourth dimension, mate.
He snorts time.
And he bends
Oh, he's an English musician. What did he? Oh, the Rolling Stones. Oh, I know that band.
You're like a comedian, right? Or like an aspiring comedian. This is a comedy shtick, right?
Yeah, I'm really funny.
Definitely.
You don't like it? It doesn't give us height.
Well, it is actually pretty funny.
Do like a boxer. Like we know boxers.
He's quite funny. I'm laughing. I'm having it. I think he's quite funny.
It's a good one, right? I'm fucking hilarious. Got him.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's like 5'10".
Mike Tyson.
So round up to 6 feet. He's got his boxing boots on.
Oh wait, we're
what a manlet.
Rounding.
And his buddy, who's the same height as he is, has a guitar pick. Dude.
Okay. So
What
Earth.
colour is the guitar pick?
Horizon calculator. Yes.
A yellow guitar pick will disappear before a blue one.
Oh, we're doing it in feet. Okay. Observer height. So we're saying
Yeah,
6 feet for the observer height, right?
Yeah, all these things were completely indistinguishable, and now he's going into the details of it.
So the
I don't
distance
get it.
to the
You're
horizon
talking out of both
is
sides of
3
your mouth,
miles.
lawyer. I object.
I just want to get this to what we're talking about. So we're talking about Earth. It's 3 miles to the horizon. So that's when
What height?
at 6 feet. We said 6 feet.
6 feet.
So 3 miles to the horizon.
So you'll see that guitar pick all the way out to 3 miles?
I mean, I don't know why we're talking about.
I mean,
Is it possible? Yeah, is it possible the guitar pick will
that's
disappear
just the
before
horizon.
then?
That's just the horizon, right?
Yeah,
you
if
have
the
to go
Earth were a
farther.
globe. If the Earth were a globe, that would be the geometric horizon, yes.
Yeah. So that's when you could still see the entirety of the individual.
Oh, brother. I hate to break it to you. The guitar pick's going to disappear from your sight well before
6 miles. Well, I mean, yeah, because I can't.
3 miles.
I only have a magnification of
So
1.
there's
I can't
different.
see that
So
far.
there might be
3
different
miles
reasons.
3 miles is like really far. Like holy shit.
Have you never seen beyond 3 miles?
No, I've seen beyond 3 miles, of course, but
How far beyond 3 miles have you seen?
I mean, I haven't calculated it. But I'm
Calculated
assuming
it?
pretty far.
Have you not been paying
Yeah,
attention to what you're looking at in the distance?
Well, no, I don't like say.
Okay, well
that thing's
maybe that's
5
why you
miles
remain
out.
in this water ball spot. This water ball.
He's so
orbit.
mad. All right, dude.
No, not
You,
mad.
you
I
should
pity the
maybe
fool.
be less mad.
No, I'm right here. I pity the fool, sir.
I guess so.
I'm just trying to help you pull your head out of the sand.
Definitely. I believe you, man.
He's like the guy at the Wolfpack, you know, fucking hangover.
Huh? I don't speak British.
Well, then don't bother looking into Keith Richards.
I like the Rolling Stones. They put out some good music.
He's quite fun, though.
I bet he thinks the Earth is a ball. All right. Well, it was fun, boys. Seems like we don't have any arguments left. So
Left. He never brought any. Next idiot up.
He was funny.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
I don't, you know what I mean? I know he's a bit annoying, but I didn't mind him really.
Says a lot of dumb shit.
I mean, to do what he does there is quite. Surely it's fucking worse than Arwen, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he blatantly.
Quite clever. He knows he knows what he's doing, but he's quite clever and quite funny.
He used a blatant fallacy. It was completely obvious, and then he just totally denied it.
But he wants you to pounce on that, and he knows what he's doing, and then he wants you to, and then sometimes we get a little bit, but you can't say that, but that's what he's doing. He's trying to reel you into that situation, and it's working a little bit sometimes.
Hey, what's Quetzalcoatl at? I need to debate him again and beat him again.
All right. Sure, let's go ahead. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Did the guy who just brought up Quetzalcoatl, was that in here? I think I have 2 VCs on.
No, that was it.
Oh, okay, my bad. For a second, I was like, oh, that was the other one. I guess this isn't going to make any sense to anybody. Okay, Quetzalcoatl guy, go ahead. I'll sub in for him.
Oh, no, you have to bring him in here because he knows me, like from another Discord channel. Actually, from 2 different Discords, but.
Well, now we know you.
Yeah. I'm just saying because like I've debated him twice, and each time I beat him. But him and McGill, like, is McGill here? Is McGill here?
No, debate, mate. Mate, you don't know what a debate is.
What?
It's not a debate.
If you're so pleased by the results, why don't you give a recap?
Oh yeah, I can easily get the video. Well, what's my
Well,
friend?
just use your words right now and just give a brief synopsis of it, round by round.
It was like a 3-hour debate. Okay. Well, we debated the lunar eclipse. Yeah.
And you won that. You won that round.
Yes.
What was the knockout blow?
Well, for some reason, you flat earthers always bring up the Selenian eclipse. You all don't know that the moon is in an elliptical orbit to the Earth. This continues to go past your heads. And then whatever we bring up, what's causing the eclipse, you all just don't want to believe in it's the moon. Even though everyone can see it clearly happening, it's the moon.
You
don't know what debate is,
Sorry,
mate.
got to interrupt, my friend. You definitely didn't win this debate. Everything
No,
you just
we did. No, I did.
hold on.
You weren't there, so you don't know.
Dude, everything that you've just said, the moon has got an elliptical orbit. It's got fuck all to do with a Selenian eclipse, mate. What's the reason? What's the reason? What's the reason we can see, according to you, a Selenian eclipse? Give me the globe Earth answer.
What? No, the Selenian eclipse is something you all bring up, not me.
Yeah. Well, how did you win that one then? You just turned around and said, well, the moon's got an elliptical orbit and that all goes over your heads. You haven't given us the point that knocked this other guy out. So could you give it to me?
Well, that's why I'm asking for McGill and Quetzalcoatl.
Well, we've asked you point by point how you won this debate. So far, you haven't given anything that's won a debate.
I
That's why I'm
will.
jumping
When
up
I
and
get
down.
the video, you can read it. You can look at the video
You
yourself.
can't remember yourself.
No, because this was a
Why
3-hour
not?
video, as I stated already.
Why can't you remember how you won the debate about
Do you remember
an
everything
eclipse?
you do in
Yes.
your life?
Well, I
You
can
remember
remember.
everything you do in your life.
I can remember the debate points that I have with regards to this topic. Most definitely. That's why I'm asking you, according to your model, why can we see
But,
a Selenium eclipse? So why have you got to talk
You
for me?
weren't
You're scared.
there. This is
I'm
what
asking you
wanting
now. I'm asking you
You weren't
now.
there though.
I'm asking you now. So what
Repeating
was the
yourself. I didn't
point?
hear you. I'm trying to
What
get to
was
the
the
point.
point that you won on eclipses?
Okay, the point was that I won is we proved it was a moon. That
How
was the
did you
point.
prove the moon causes a lunar eclipse?
Yes.
You're an idiot.
What's up, Bubs? It's looking good over here.
We thought the moon causes the lunar eclipse itself.
No.
Okay, so
Not
give a
listening.
better answer then.
I saw the moon go over the sun, and then I thought to myself, "Oh, it's dark."
See, this is
Lunar
why you all
eclipse?
lose the debates.
Lunar eclipse, not solar eclipse. God, I wish
We
you'd
was
have
actually talking about
fucking
both solar
mate.
and the lunar eclipse.
Yeah, well,
Talk
I'm
about the
talking
eclipse
about
in
the lunar
general.
eclipse. All I've spoken about is the lunar eclipse. I haven't mentioned the
Well,
solar eclipse until this
I'm
guy
glad
jumped.
you're doing that.
Well, you need to make a better argument, Sunshine. You're not doing very well at the moment.
I wasn't done before you interrupted me, but okay.
I've been giving you the opportunity to fucking speak, but everything you said has been fucking
And I'm
horseshit.
trying to give you the video, but you keep
Don't want the
passing it
video. I
in
want
a
you to
3-hour
articulate with your fucking words. If I
A
was to debate
3-hour
you
debate
now,
that
so let's
happened
have a
last
debate now.
year.
Let's have a debate now, me and you, about an eclipse. According to you, what
We'll talk about
causes the
that.
lunar eclipse? What causes a lunar eclipse, according to you?
The
The
moon.
lunar eclipse?
Yeah,
The Earth
lunar
passing in
eclipse.
front of the Earth passing in front of the
And
moon.
have you got an observation of this happening? Have you got a measurement of Earth curve to suggest that the Earth is a ball? Have you got a measurement of the Earth in motion to depict that the Earth's a ball in motion, getting in front of these two things? And that's not a selenium eclipse, the thing that you said us flat earthers like to bring up. I want to know from you, according to your model, how we can even see a selenium eclipse. Just to remind you, that's when both sun and moon are above the horizon. It's daytime.
Okay. Are you
Yeah,
done?
fucking pussy, mate. You ain't done shit.
Are you done?
The debate.
Are
What's
you
the
done?
debate? What's the debate,
Talk
boys?
about the lunar eclipse. Well, he muted himself. Okay.
Boys, what's the debate?
Measurable curvature in reality.
Oh, just go to the ocean, man. Call it a day.
And it's there. We did that and it's not there.
Did I?
You find
Did
the
you do
answer
that?
out. The camera, stick a ruler, find out how tall it is, see what's going on beyond a few distances in miles and kilometers.
There is no
whatever
drop
you-
over distance. Yeah, when we do that.
Drop, no drop, determine it, and then drink beer.
Yep.
Everybody gets along.
No, I'm in the big brain room at the fucking moment. Are
Yeah,
you
man.
gentlemen going to make any fucking sense at all?
People have got big brains, but sometimes you gotta sit at the beach and chill.
Maybe you can tell me
Go
why
watch
we
the
can see,
sun.
according to your model, was selling in an eclipse.
And
I
look,
don't,
into
I don't know,
water.
bruv, I can be honest. I've thought about it, and I'm just like, why is the world round? And then I thought about it, and then I thought about it, and then it was like, well, if the world is flat, what can I use to now? And then someone told me, you do not have a model to make that determination, and so through every means to determine why the world would be flat, there's a dead end.
No, it's measured and practically used as a horizontal plane. Measured.
Of course. But if I finish my train of thought there, just to tell you, I understand that if there's a prohibition to the understanding of something that could be so significant to understanding our existence on this planet or in life.
The word salad now.
Well, if every time I think that I'm going to figure it out and there's a dead end and another dead end and another dead end and another dead end, I've got to understand, just like every other experiment in life, we've got to change the recipe and put in what.
Fucking Earth's flat, mate. It's measured flat, you dickhead.
How you didn't get that? I don't know. Yes, I did try to tell you that, but you said no. We've reached the dead end. I tried to get you out the dead end by telling you that the Earth is measured over distances of water to lay horizontally, flat, level, if you will. I tried to tell you that, but you didn't want to fucking listen. You wanted to spew word salad, and that what you just said, my friend, was total word salad. Didn't mean shit.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
he's a real philosopher.
Of course. It never meant shit. I'm just here for the fucking jiggles.
Yeah, he's a dickhead.
Well, the best globe arguments are still sophistry, isn't it?
The best globe arguments is when they fucking prove flat Earth.
Hey, Matt, don't subject me to, the prick that you may assume that I sound like right now. I apologize for any of that. But particularly, just for jumping in here, I take you quite seriously. And I have thoughts as well, and without being sarcastic. I have thoughts and understandings that there are some things that defeat reasoning when I start looking into how and why the Earth could be argued to be flat.
It's fucking measured flat, mate.
But it doesn't conclude it for me. Because
Okay. How you will call flat surface?
I'm not saying the Earth is a globe either. I have thought that it's possible in my world, in my understanding, in my view, and I don't
Where's
know how
your
many people
world?
out there. In my mind,
Where's your
I
world?
think. Well,
Excuse me.
here,
Oi,
check it,
oi,
mate. In
oi,
my mind,
oi.
you can chill. Let me finish the sentence, and then you can
Your
scream.
world.
In my mind, existing in my mind, I understand that it's possible that the world that we live in could be oval shaped like an egg.
Well, how are you going to measure that?
Oh, golly, man.
We measured it.
Everything gets really
but
warm.
never like cylinder. Never like cylinder.
Like an egg. But then
But never like cylinder. Never like cylinder.
This is
I
what
don't know.
happens when you bring a ruler to the beach.
Exactly.
Turn
Like
into an
never
egg.
like a cylinder. It's an egg. Because in your mind it's an egg. In my mind could be cylinder, or maybe pyramid can be in my mind.
Yeah, but no, we're not. Listen, mate, we're not asked about what's in your mind. There's a claim on the table. It's not a fucking egg. It's got a radius of 3959. That's not an egg. So
It's like the thing. It's like
you
the
believe-
breakfast thing. That shape, like the oval shape, and I feel like it's a bit more elongated.
We're not bothered about what you think, mate. We're not fucking asked about what you think.
Well, shit. Here, right?
We are not speaking about
Yeah.
shape.
We don't
Well,
care
yeah,
about you. We're not asked about you.
Excuse me. I can't hear you.
care
You're too
about
loud.
you.
Turn your mic volume down. I can't hear you, mate.
But to be fair, if we're going to refute him, then we have to address his position that he does affirm.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I have no care in the world for it.
You sound like you're sobered up now.
Man, I've been the same. I just spoke my mind. If you have
And your
problem with
accent's changing as well.
man,
So why did you come into this voice channel?
Well,
You sound
again,
British now.
well, it seems like you want to chastise people out of this voice channel rather than being the speakers of what the innovations to the concept of how understanding that the world could be flat is.
So hang on, let him finish. Hang on.
Yeah, and I don't think that you guys are doing that. Perhaps there's no right way to participate in this conversation then, because for any outsider to come into it and ask questions, don't get too uptight and defensive, whereas say your point, and then no one's, if I'm charging at you, then charge. But if I'm just asking you questions and you're charging me, I could tell you less or more.
So consider this. Consider this.
Who spoke?
I spoke.
Yeah,
I
consider
asked
this. This
questions
voice channel
last
is
night.
designated to talk about. This voice channel is designated to talk about.
I know that already. I spoke to Larry last night, and I was in the chat last night, and I was in here for about 12 hours. And it was a great conversation, and it was a great exchange as well. Mind you that my position is that, hey, look, I'm not taking a position, but excuse me to be green and, hear my question out without a bias or without a conception of an idea that maybe he's this kind of person or a glober or whatever you guys call them. I don't know and I don't care. But I'm saying that from my views and things, I've asked myself certain questions with the understanding of the world that I understand and looked at the globe and said, well, shit doesn't make sense.
about you, mate. We're not
Chill,
bothered
chill,
about
mate.
you.
Chill,
We're
man.
not-
Chill. No one said you should be. I have a mother. I have a mother. I have a father. That's all I need. I don't need you to be
not
bothered
bothered.
about me. So you need to chill. That's all you need to do. And now I'm done talking. Let him
Okay,
finish.
okay. Look, listen. Okay, so are you going to critically consider the arguments that we have, or not?
He's gone.
Oh, he's
We're
gone.
not bothered about you. We don't give two fucks about you. Now tell us how the Earth's a globe,
He was called to dinner.
and try and keep the same accent going.
Is there anyone new in here? I'm not looking at the screen, so I'm just tossing that question up in the air.
I am Spartacus.
Well, I'm new here, but I'm definitely not new.
Welcome. So why did you come into this voice channel?
I've been hearing talk that this is the new go-to place. I frequent a few Discords.
Okay.
I've enjoyed this topic for about 8 years now. I just like to hear Glover spit stupid shit.
Okay. There you have it. All right.
And
Anyone else?
how would you prove flat Earth, mate?
Showing the flat surface.
It's not flat either. I love the false dichotomy. Because if it was
water
a ball...
is flat. Water is
water's not flat.
Water
has waves and shit.
Can you describe it?
No, hang on. Give me one second.
Hang on.
I said Earth is a cube.
Folks. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
A tool called a water level does
No, I didn't
create
say level. I
a
said flat.
horizontal-
Folks, can we
Can
let
I
each
finish?
other finish?
Sasha, sorry, man. Just chill.
Sorry.
All I want to say is that a water level tool creates a horizontal plane of reference. That horizontal plane is definitely flat, but that horizontal plane is not the Earth. It measures to the Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
Well,
water is flat.
Sure, of course. That's a truism.
Because
we
if
don't
water
we
is
don't
not
have to
flat,
misleadingly set up the truism with that's a false dichotomy. Every shape, every solid or liquid entity has a surface, and every surface is either curving or it's flat.
Yeah,
You need to
I've got a
deny that true dichotomy.
I've got a question for him. When's the last time you visited Bev's server?
I've never visited Bev's server.
Sounds like it.
As far as I know, the Bev that you're talking about doesn't have a server. So, okay.
how we will call the surface of the water? Description.
Wavy?
Wavy. How we will call it? How we will call
Unless
it?
you're using a
how
water
we will
level.
call it? How we will call it when it's not waves?
When it's not waves.
The surface of water at rest will be flat. Yes, I agree with you there.
Ocean is never
I'm not
flat.
trying to have an argument here. Okay?
Yeah. I
I'm
know
not trying
that
to
you
argue
don't
with anybody.
that because
Okay, thank you.
It's like a. I realize that it's somehow it's not good to say that water is flat. I can feel it like maybe that is not good to say. Water is flat.
The surface of water at rest is flat.
Yeah.
Not in the
It's
ocean.
very rare that you find. It's very rare that you
I mean,
find.
we're
Okay,
adults, folks.
Water
Why
in
is this
the
a point of
ocean is
contention?
never
We're
flat.
adults. We obviously know the difference between some surface being perfectly flat with no undulations at all, as opposed to just orientation. Right, the water is not curving in any direction. The ocean's not wrapped around anything.
Orientation horizontal, then. That would be the orientation that the water lies. It lays horizontally. That's a huge problem for a ball that's supposed to curve. That water shouldn't lay horizontally over vast distances, but it does.
Right.
Amen, brother. I'm with you right there.
Enya? Hello, Enya. I've never seen you before. Not responsive. Anyone else? Anyone new here?
I will say thanks for having me. I am new here. Don't beat me up too bad.
Is there anyone who hasn't heard the arguments proving the Earth's surface is generally planar? Not very responsive. Anyways.
Can land be flat?
I'll answer that real quick. Yes, it can be, but you need a surveyor to do that. Shout out to all the surveyors, real surveyors in life.
I highly doubt there are any surveyors in this Discord.
I guarantee you there are 0 surveyors in this Discord.
Right, there's
Let
been
alone they would be wasting their time in this town.
I can provide you with several surveys of water that demonstrate that water lays horizontally. My friend who thinks he beat somebody with a debate on eclipses decided to pipe up.
Water does
You
not lie
posted that video
horizontally
yet?
unless it's in a flat, like, cup.
You posted that video yet?
Oh, the video?
Yeah, you win in a debate apparently.
Oh, I kept asking if you wanted to see the video. You didn't say, so I didn't
You
get
said
it.
you were going to get it.
Okay,
I
whisper
want you
the guy
to
now.
articulate with your words the
Oh, yeah, I'll
survey.
whisper him. Yeah, give me a minute. Give me a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah, go and get that, and then you can remember how you debated somebody and won things like, as you said, eclipses.
I debated him
Because I
twice
asked
already
you,
and beat him 4 times.
You're starting to fucking annoy me. I asked you several
don't
times in
care.
your model what causes lunar eclipses, and your answer was the moon.
I said the Earth passing in front of the moon.
Now,
Maybe
eventually,
you didn't hear me because you talk too much.
no, I don't talk fucking enough, apparently, especially for you, because it took me 5 times to restate the question for you to even
I
understand
already answered
what
the
I'm
question to
talking
you.
about.
You
Yeah,
didn't hear me.
after the fifth time of me poking fun at you when you said 4
And I
times,
wasn't done
that's
talking
the
and you
moon.
interrupted me.
That's the moon, you said. So come
Hold
on,
on,
how
Pigeon,
do you explain
Didn't let me
selenium
finish.
eclipses? No. How do you
Do I have
explain
to explain it
selenium
again?
eclipses? How do you do it? How do you explain selenium?
Oh, for the last time.
Explain it. Explain it.
What do you want
Explain
me
it,
to
dude.
have? Are you gonna shut up and let me actually talk?
Well, you answer the question how you explain selenium eclipses. Yeah, floor's yours. Explain it.
Are you gonna keep like repeating that, or are you gonna
No,
let me
it's,
Are you
we
gonna
are
answer?
waiting that you start to speak.
like?
We're all waiting for you to explain it.
You really shit at debate, Sunshine. So you going to answer the question or
My
not?
God, I'm trying to.
Good. So explain
I'm
selling
actually.
in
Are
eclipses.
you
You go.
going to let me?
Yes, but
Are
you
you
explain
going to
selling
answer,
in
or are you
eclipses.
going
Yeah.
to
Trying
to repeat million times how he cannot give you the space for
No,
answering?
there's a delay on Discord right now, so everything you're saying is like 2 seconds later. When I
That's
start
lovely.
talking, and you
You sound like a dickhead. Jedi, wait him 3 seconds, please.
1,
2,
3. Okay.
what were we counting
4,
for?
5.
For you to figure
7.
out how to explain selenial eclipses, it's been a minute now. Can you do it?
Oh, okay.
1.
Well, first,
2, 3.
you're an optical illusion at the
4.
same time. They seem. Are you going to keep counting? Like what, bro?
I stopped it because you are answering.
No, the guy counted to 5. Like this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, continue.
God, hurry up.
Come on, dickhead.
Hurry up. We're
Hey,
waiting.
look, if you want to do like petty attacks, I can do that too.
Can you answer the question?
Take 2 minutes more.
Another 2 minutes.
Maybe you can stall for time to think.
Go drink water.
All in for time for. I'm waiting for you all to shut up.
Okay.
Where is this?
Still hasn't answered. Everyone shut up, but you still ain't answered.
Yeah, I'm getting the video first.
Oh, okay. So more stalling for time.
No.
We can speak now. We can speak now because you're searching.
I can't wait to see this debate of you stalling for time for 3 hours. This is going to be fun.
Stalling for time for 3 hours.
I mean, that's what you're doing now. You're stalling for time. So what you've been doing currently, I could only expect that within this video of debate of you, you've pretty much been stalling for time.
No, actually.
No. What is a selenial eclipse? Let's start there.
Well, I could explain it, but I mean, you should know what it is.
I'm asking you to see if you even know. I'm starting to distrust everything that comes out of your mouth because you haven't even given an answer to anything yet. So let's start.
In the clips when you can see the moon. What?
What's the moon?
What's the moon?
Don't deflect.
Selenial eclipse is when you see the moon. I see the moon every day. It's not every day selenial eclipse.
What the fucking moon is? I want him to explain what the phenomena called the selenial eclipse is.
I keep hearing like 5 different people talk. Maybe something with my mic. Give me a second. Let me refresh this.
Deflection. Maybe you can go and go Google.
No, I'm gonna refresh.
Just go and Google. Just go and Google something. Off you fucking go. You ain't one shit.
Google what?
Google Earth.
What am I Googling? Okay, I'm gonna refresh Discord. Give me a second.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I don't know what selenial eclipse is, so I'm going to stall for time and Google it.
If you look at moon, can you look the moon? Now you look the moon. Okay, that's eclipses.
Okay, you're back. Start explaining yourself. We're all waiting.
Earth is in front of moon, but moon and sun it's above the horizon in the same time. But Earth is in front of moon.
They want me to download Discord. I'm not downloading Discord. That's fine. Okay. Apparently what an internet speed thing.
You guys not even said
Alright, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Start explaining. We can hear you. Start explaining yourself. Everybody's waiting.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
What I remember. Okay. What I remember. Fuck. Give me a second.
Go on.
God, it's been like 5 minutes.
Come on, mate.
No, I'm having auto distortions. This is my problem. Give me a minute.
Come on, bro.
You can do it.
No, hold on. No, hold on. I got an issue with my mic.
We know you can do it.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah, come on, give it, bro.
All right, a lunar eclipse, and you can see a lunar eclipse at the same time you can see the sun.
Hooray!
That's not it.
Wow. So how do you explain that within your model?
Model.
Heliocentric model.
The heliocentric model.
Yeah.
Yes. How do you explain this phenomena of the moon being eclipsed while the sun is still in the sky? So there is not a syzygy
It doesn't
between
matter
the
because
two
it's a
cosmic.
reflection of light off the sun's off the atmosphere of the Earth. That's why you can see both the sun and the moon at the same time.
During an eclipse when you can't see one or the other.
No, it's a selenilian eclipse, my friend. It's both when sun and moon are above the horizon. It's daytime.
It's a reflection from the atmosphere. It's optical
actually,
illusion.
yeah, it's a reflection of light. Yeah, it's an optical illusion.
So it's not happening then.
What's the definition of an eclipse again?
Given the sorry, say that again. I thought somebody said
What
it's
is
happening.
what is an eclipse?
Talk about a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse.
Just an eclipse.
I mean, they're different. Okay. Solar eclipse.
Like if I were to eclipse something right now, right here, right now, like what would I be doing?
You would either be passing in front of it, or like you would be passing in front of something, stopping your shadow from broadcasting on what objects behind you from the light source.
Yeah, so if I stood in front of something, right, I'd be like eclipsing it. You couldn't see it, but you're saying that the stellar eclipse is not an eclipse. Nothing's
it's
being
optical
blocked.
illusion. It's an optical
But there's
illusion. It looks like it's an eclipse.
So it looks like it's an eclipse by seeing both daylight, the sun, and the moon, while nothing's being eclipsed. That looks like an eclipse to you?
It's an optical illusion. It looks like it.
Well, why we don't call that optical illusion? Why we call that eclipse?
That's the name of it. Because it looks like an eclipse, but it's not.
Why we
I don't
don't call something optical illusion? What is optical illusion? Because in the world, if something is optical illusion, we call that optical illusion.
Yes, but when
Well, why we don't call this optical illusion? You are
the
calling that
name
optical illusion.
the selenium eclipse is the definition of the optical illusion.
Okay, can you post that? Can you post that citation?
What's an
You want
illusion?
me to post the definition
That's
of
coming
selenium
from your
eclipse?
mouth. That means that it's coming from some source that somebody realized that, not you.
Oh, okay. I thought you. I
That's
mean, I thought
written
you.
there. Selenilian eclipse is optical illusion.
Is it
George
illusion?
Smith,
Okay, give me a second.
George
I'll
Smith,
get it.
1987. I don't know. Discovered that. Whatever.
I don't know who George Smith is.
Well, the thing
I'm spitting the name like a shit. You know, it doesn't matter. You said the Selenilian eclipse is optical illusion. Is that from your mouth or it's from some?
No, that's the definition of what it is.
Okay, can you post it?
I posted it in side chat.
Okay.
All right. So the stellar is that a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse? Eclipse, guy.
Or an illusion?
Yeah, but what like do we see an eclipse on the moon or do we see an eclipse on the sun during that time?
See a reflection of light. That makes
No,
it
that's just like
easier.
that would just be like the sun or the moon. What's being eclipsed? Like what is
Well,
being? Yeah,
I
go ahead.
believe it's the moon.
Right. So a circular type of shadow is going in front of the moon during the stellar eclipse.
I believe no.
Otherwise, it's not an eclipse. It's an optical illusion of a shadow on the moon.
What's an illusion?
Yes.
So there's no such thing as eclipses.
Okay. See, this is where. This is why I keep talking about a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse because you can see the moon.
So there was NASA.
Wow. Wait.
Lunar eclipse because NASA predicted a lunar eclipse and said there's going to be a lunar eclipse that's going to occur. There's going to be a shadow, a curve-shaped, circular shadow on the moon. People observed the curve-shaped circular shadow on the moon, but you're saying that's not true?
You said it's an illusion.
I did not say the
I'm reading I'm reading the article. I'm still didn't find. Can you help me to find where it's written? It's optical illusion, please.
Okay, I'll give you the link if you want me to. Give me a
No, I want the sentence where it's written. I'm reading. Can you point it out where in which sentence is that sentence? You know, where I can find.
Can you see an eclipse through the firmament?
I don't know, through the sky. I guess why not? But so I just want to get it straight with the eclipse guy. So we definitely have confirmed that NASA's. That was somebody else. Who knows who that was? They were just jumping in. But you're the eclipse guy now. So when there's a lunar eclipse occurring, right? That's what it is. Like NASA said, listen, according to these cycles, you know, wherever they're derived from, we're going to have an eclipse of the moon, and it's going to be a curve-shaped shadow on the moon, and that did occur, or are you saying it didn't occur?
It's an illusion.
Selenium eclipse is an illusion.
Yeah, but it's not
okay.
written in
So
this
was there
article.
so there was an actual? That's what I'm trying to find. So Selenium is an illusion, but you're saying there was still a lunar eclipse occurring.
During a lunar.
time.
No. I'm talking about a lunar eclipse that's completely different from the selenium eclipse.
Is it now? That's what I'm asking you.
Yes, it is.
Okay, please differentiate and specify.
That's what I was trying to do earlier. Okay. A lunar eclipse is when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow. It looks like the moon is being darkened. You can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon. A solar eclipse is when the moon passes.
Is it a flat shadow? Is the Earth flat, or is it a curve-shaped shadow?
It's always curve shaped.
Okay, so it's a curve-shaped shadow on the moon. Go ahead. Cast up by the Earth being curved. That's the claim.
Oh no! See, I'm not even talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm just talking about the eclipse at this point. But I mean, if you want to talk about
you're
the
reading
shape of the Earth,
you're reading it off. I'm just going to make sure you're reading off. You're saying the curved Earth or the Earth is casting a shadow onto the moon, always in a curved shape during the lunar eclipse.
It's never been seen in any other shape. It's always been
All right.
I probably would say like a 95-degree curve.
I don't know what that means. Okay, so
it's not like a approximate, but that's just my estimation.
Right. So during the lunar eclipse, you got a curved-shaped shadow on the moon said to be by the Earth. What's going on during a Selenelian eclipse? That's just a regular lunar eclipse. Now differentiate between the lunar eclipse and the Selenelian eclipse.
The lunar, okay, you want to see?
You did lunar
and a solar eclipse too.
No, solar we're all good with. No, we're all good with solar. Just now we got the lunar eclipse, and now we got the Selenelian eclipse, and now you're going to differentiate.
Is a reflection of light. It makes it seem like an illusion.
Makes what seem like an illusion?
I just put it in the side chat. Okay, but anyway.
Are you sure you won that round? Because this is pretty convoluted, dude.
But man, you posted the link and you said that it will be written that Selenium eclipse is optical illusion, but it's not written there. I wrote everything.
I gave you two different links. Like I gave you one link, and I gave you another one.
Where is another one?
Is it happening?
Picture in there. I posted a picture in there.
Wait, is it happening or not?
What?
So what you haven't differentiated between the Selenelian. You're just saying it's an optical illusion. What is an optical illusion?
It's the reflection of light, making the sun and the moon.
Reflection of light? Causing what?
It's making it cause that you can see the sun and the moon at the same time.
You can always see the sun and the moon at the same time, dude. Like all the time. Like I think it's like 3 weeks out of every month.
Every month.
Pigeon, in that second picture, where is written
it's not every time.
Pigeon, in that second picture, where is written that it's optical illusion, please?
That's basically what it is. It's the reflection of light. It makes it appear higher.
Where is written?
I'm trying to tell you.
Where is written, man? You are telling me, but where is written?
Yes, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Don't explain to me. You said it's written.
Doesn't want it explained. He wants within your reference where you can cite it is an illusion. Can you do that within your reference that you have posted?
Yes.
Point at the bit where it says it is an illusion.
Oh.
English ain't your
Please.
first language. But
What's the whole thing, man?
He hasn't really defined what it is yet. I mean, he hasn't even. He just said it.
I've been trying to say the atmosphere reflects light, making the sun and the moon appear higher than the sky than they are. That's an illusion.
Okay.
It's
So how do you
appearing-
know? How do you know where they are versus where they appear?
Which one, the sun or the moon?
You tell me.
Both.
Shut up,
You're gonna look
Peter.
and see one. What?
You're the one making the claim. So how do you know where any of these things are versus where they appear? How'd you figure that shit out?
You look at it with your eyes.
How you seen them if you're not seen them?
Well, you know where they appear, and you're claiming that they're actually not where they appear. They're actually somewhere else. So how do you know that?
Did you see them or did you not see them?
You can see one or the other one. One of them is probably
Was you
gonna be
there or was you
shimmering.
not there?
right, one deck. Let Heretic take his place. This guy really needs it slowed down for him so he doesn't get distracted. Heretic, please, mate.
Multiple people are talking, so multiple people are asking me questions.
I
I know.
Yeah, just to the question, I just want to know how you know where they actually are since they don't appear where they actually are. According to you.
Okay, what does? Okay, wait. What does their position in the sky matter? Why? What does that matter? We know the sun. We know where the sun is. Sun is in the center of the solar system. The moon is revolving around the planet. Only thing you probably need to know is where the moon is. But what does that matter? It's still an illusion.
So you just
It
stacked
is
a bunch
not.
of claims. Yeah.
That's your claim, not nobody else. That's your claim.
The
That's
sun
only your claim.
is not the sun being in the center of our solar system is not my claim.
No, your claim that it's optical illusion. That's your claim because it's not written anywhere. I'm looking for your third link.
You
You posted
is
the
English your
3
first
links,
language?
and there is no written anything about that. But you still saying that it's optical illusion.
Is English your
What's an
first
optical
language?
illusion?
Yes, my English is like this. Can you post it? The man who realized that selenium eclipse is optical illusion. That was not you. That it's somebody else. Who is that?
I'm going to ask you. Do you know what this
You
means?
posted
The
3 links, and there is nothing there.
The atmosphere refracts light, making the sun and the moon appear higher in the
Christ.
sky than they really are. Do you know what that means?
So where are they really, and how did you figure that out?
Are you asking me where the sun is or the moon?
Yeah, where is it? It doesn't matter. Whatever you say is a refracted position. You're not seeing the actual position. Tell me how you know where that
It's
actually is.
light.
That doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, if you look up wherever you are on the planet, you're going to see
What
this.
planet? So we got to beg the question of a planet. for
Okay, bro, what planet are we on? Do I need to answer that? What planet
Yeah,
are
we
we
got.
standing on?
I'm just wondering if that's part of the logic
Stop,
stream here.
stop,
Do we have to
stop,
beg the
stop,
question? of
Somebody
a planet?
muted?
Oh, no, that's Discord. Like Discord is messed up.
Yeah. So do we
This
have
is
to
why-
beg? I'm gonna
Because I
mute
can't
you.
hear
Do we
the
have
other
to?
person.
Who's talking? Do we have to beg the question of a planet?
Oh yeah, I have Heretic muted.
Who's that? Who has me muted?
Okay. What
Just-
happened?
Who was just talking?
Heretic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Heretic?
Yes, testing 1 2. Do you hear me?
Yeah, no, I had you muted. No, I can hear you now. I don't know why I had you muted.
Definitely don't mute me.
Well.
Okay, so where were we? You said planet, right, Pigeon?
I'm not sure what's going on. Heretic, can you say something right fast? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Testing 1 2.
Okay, see, now I know what's wrong. Apparently, if you server mute somebody, that means they can't hear anymore. Let me refresh your score.
It's a sad attempt at time wasting.
No, I'm being 100% serious.
Muted who?
Video for you right now. Like Discord, if you mute somebody, apparently it permanently mutes them for you. And you
No, but
can't
you just
hear
gotta go on there. Like, you just see the account. If it has like a weird microphone mute, like not as the other guys, means that you muted it.
He's saying that after Heretic muted him for some reason, he
No,
could never
that was
hear
me.
Heretic.
That was me.
I don't know if
Because
that's,
I could hear you speaking and I didn't hear the other person, so I thought you were talking by yourself.
I don't know if that's the case. Why doesn't Heretic do another mic check? See if it's good.
But now I
Check
can hear
1,
you.
2 testing.
Yeah,
now I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him now.
Okay. Well, anyway, you invoked the planet Earth when you started giving me your explanation for where these luminaries really are. So, is that going to be necessary to the conclusion? The Earth being a planet?
I'm sorry. What's a luminary?
Okay, it's the sun and the moon.
Give me a definition of a luminary.
Oh my goodness, dude. A light in the sky. That's the definition I'm going to give you. Don't care. We don't need that term if you don't like it, okay? I'm just going to say the sun and the moon. Yeah, you're detracting. You're diverting. You're diverting.
How am I diverting? You just gave him a wrong. Just gave a wrong definition.
Whatever. That's just what I called them. Okay, luminaries. Whatever. Okay. Call it the sun. Call it the moon. I don't care for the purposes of this conversation. Doesn't matter one bit. So I need
You can
to
also
know.
expand your vocabulary and learn a new word.
Well,
yeah, you could do that.
Definition of luminary.
Yeah, but you're just trying to escape.
Well, how are you trying to tell me what I'm trying to escape? I'm asking you to give me a definition.
Okay, buddy.
Do that, yes or no?
No, I'm going to mute you and get you back on track. So you said planet Earth when I was asking you how you know what the actual positions of these luminaries or whatever you want to call them are, because that was your claim. You know that they're in a different position than where they appear. You started talking about planet Earth. Do we need to invoke a planet Earth to get to your conclusion? Yes or no?
All right, so somebody want to tell me what a luminary is?
Nope, because that's not what the discussion is about. Anybody else want to tag in? Because I think he's done. Not going to just let you blatantly obfuscate, fool. One more try.
Right, I'm going to make a ticket about this.
Okay, you're gone. Bye. See ya. You're gone. You're banned. Next. That's FE for you. So I'm going to ban Genuine as well. That's FE for you. What? Holding people accountable for their claims, the stuff they say. Why didn't he say that's GE for you? Look at how blatantly he obfuscated by whatever your name is. Clown, probably Bev or something on an L. See ya.
It was funny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's FE for you. As the guy blatantly obfuscates. That's what Bevites go for.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Ski. Well, you can take over the floor now. It's all yours.
I don't know. I would never. Somebody else can jump in.
You're the man for the job.
And I'm just a humble spectator.
All right.
Humble spectator.
Yeah.
Ein Spectator. That is a funny word in German.
Hey, Clay, did you just smoke weed for the first time ever? What happened?
No. I think I had enough weed for my whole life.
Spectator.
Therefore, I don't need to smoke it anymore.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
If you ever have gone into dabbing, just smoking the pure THC oil, then you know you had enough.
Yeah, you're just trying to be
I mean,
forever high.
Well, no, that
I
was the
mean, the thing I
point
can
where I
comment on
was
that is that you know,
so high that I can't breathe anymore.
I mean, the thing I see is these dudes are smoking that shit all day. Like people I see are smoking it all day. You can't be getting that high. You're smoking it all day.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Where
Yeah, but if you give them real weed, they're like, they're done.
it's nothing.
I'm done.
It's nothing, man.
No,
That's
it's the
why.
opposite.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I mean, they'll be hitting the little pen or whatever all day, like 12 hours straight. And they'll go smoke like regular weed, and they're good. Like I'm good, I'm done.
But anyways, I haven't smoked weed for like, what is it now? 5 years.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm longer than you, so I don't know. I'm not a weed expert. These guys they smoke it all day. I can't be that good. I mean, imagine I was drinking. Vodka for 12 hours.
People do that too.
Well, I sell
Not living
alcohol to
people.
people, so I gotta be intellectually honest and accept both things as what it is, But what does it say again? 1 second. Yeah, it says I'm allowed to do anything, but not everything is good for you. I'm allowed to do anything, but not everything is beneficial. Okay, so then it's up to the person, I would say. I definitely know that I don't have the self control to keep me from getting addicted again. That's why I can't do it. If other people have self control, good for them, I just don't have it. Yep.
Yep.
Yep, potato chip.
Mm-hmm.
If you're tired, then you gotta stay awake.
True.
What's up, guys?
The sky. What's up, man?
What's kids?
What's up? Sabi.
Crazy, there's so many people in here. There's no conversation.
You want to start a conversation?
Well, we have a conversation now. I'm just saying, you know.
What's your favorite
Yeah, maybe we
food?
start a new thing when somebody says like, "What's up?" Maybe you just respond like it's all relative. Maybe that would be a better conversation starter.
Ooh, there you go. All right, so I'll say it. What's up?
It's all relative.
Oh man, he got me.
Yeah. There's this guy. This one guy had this like theory that you know when you like drop something, that you may not really be dropping something. It might be like the Earth and space and time, like actually moving upwards, and giving you the illusion that you're dropping something.
That would be pretty wild.
This guy, like I think Einstein, or some shit.
Damn, that dude sounds like he was on some other shit.
I don't know. Imagine giving that guy, like the guy who said, "Oh, maybe you're not actually dropping that thing. Maybe you didn't fall down. Maybe the ground came up and wrapped around you. You didn't fall and hit the ground." Imagine giving that guy like prizes and all the credit, and be like, "Yeah, this guy's legit."
Right? He must have had some pretty good arguments, if they were giving him prizes.
I just gave it to you. I just gave you the argument. I mean, can you prove it wrong?
I don't think you get a prize for that, right? You probably have to like write it down and do all this math stuff.
Then suddenly you didn't fall down. It's not even your fault. Nothing's your fault, right? Because it came up and hit you. You didn't fall down. I didn't punch you. Your face warped around my fist.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly there's no responsibility because with math and papers.
So true.
You think that's all it would take to make you believe that you didn't fall down? That it was just the floor came up to meet you? If I wrote papers, you'd be like, yeah, that's legit. I definitely didn't fall.
I don't know, man. You'd have to write the paper first.
Now it seems like gaslighting, right? Like, if I were able to write enough papers to convince you, that you didn't actually do something, that you did. It was everything around you acting upon you, just because of your dimensions that you took up within the space at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if you could write enough papers to convince me, I would be convinced.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is this about gravity?
Is that what? Is that all it takes for you? Is papers?
No.
Did I even write the papers, right? Or did I just hold the pencil and then the paper came up and wrote itself?
Oh, whoa!
I mean, how can anybody write a paper for you when paper obviously writes itself?
Right.
And that's a good joke right there. That's a good joke.
Yeah, I'm laughing, man. That was pretty funny.
The paper came up. Yeah. Now, would you need any experiments or no experiments?
Oh, those are cool. It's always good to have an experiment,
Well, there were no experiments in this relativity thing. Just like one equation. That's it, and then a postulation, and that's all.
Postulation.
Yeah, that the floor is moving up. That the chair under your ass is coming up to meet it. You're not sitting in it. It's coming up. That's the idea. That's relativity.
Cool.
Yeah.
What is pressing you into your chair today?
No, the chair is pressing into me, man. That's how it works, right? Am I getting this right?
Yeah, no, that's where you live. That's how it works.
Okay.
But you didn't even read a paper. Why are you?
The shit isn't coming out your ass. You're actually going up in the air.
Exactly.
Why are you taking on this belief system? You haven't even read a paper yet.
I'm not. You guys just told me I don't. Am I supposed to not? What's the other?
Is that all it takes now? Is for me to tell you, and then you're,
Well,
you're on
I'm
board?
trying to have a good faith discussion. So I was just assuming. Let's go with this conversation under the assumption that what you said was correct.
Well,
right?
nobody told you you had to agree
Oh, but
with
it's
it.
not correct. Okay.
I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I need you to tell me.
Oh.
And you're pissed.
You just have
You're
to tell
walking.
him.
But you were telling me, but now I'm telling you. What? We get stuck in a circle here.
If everything is relative, therefore everything is subjective. The only thing that we can rely on is one another to get to the truth, right? So whatever the common agrees, what everybody agrees it is, that must be what it is. Everything's relative. Truth is
Should
relative.
we do a poll?
Right. No, I asked you, and you said no, and then I said yes. Or we're
So
stuck.
we need a larger sample size.
Yeah.
Guys, let's do a poll. What's the poll about? Relativity?
Will we do a poll?
Let's do a poll. I'll make a poll.
I say no. So now what do we do?
Okay. General relativity. Real or false? We'll let the people speak. Here we go. Posted. I said general relative. Might have to make a new poll here.
What is general relative supposed to explain again? I forgot.
I don't know, man. I think it just says everything is relative, right?
Is that what it says?
I don't know. I didn't bring it up. I think the guy who was just talking would probably be a better person to ask about that.
Oh, you're asking. What, did you say my name? What's up?
What's general relativity? The question came up.
It's a theory.
A game theory.
Is it a scientific theory? No tanks?
It seems philosophical science would be cause and effect. Experimentation with no cause and effect going on here.
Okay, so this is not a scientific theory. This is just sounds like somebody's postulation, something they made up.
Yeah, it's like a philosophy.
Okay.
General relativity is marrying your cousin.
Yeah. There we go.
Twice.
I have it figured out.
Oh, did he marry her twice?
That's the joke, right? Einstein married his cousin twice. That's the joke.
You know I'm German, man. I'm hard with jokes. I just don't get them.
Yeah, Germany hasn't invented humor yet. Give them a pass.
But I really have problems with understanding jokes sometimes.
E equals MC squared. Einstein equals married cousin twice.
Wait, wouldn't it have to be two cousins?
Well, 2 times 2, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I posted the poll and it's still split 50-50. So I guess we'll never know whether or not general relativity is real.
Sounds like it's up in the air.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's unfortunate. Science has failed.
It is unfortunate. Space.
With the chair coming up to meet you, theory. Is it the same if you're moving kind of sideways? You know, if I go to the store to buy some custard donuts, are they coming to me?
Yes.
There we go.
That's
The
awesome.
massive
Everything's
circle.
relative.
It's all relative.
If you think about it, the donuts could also hypothetically have accomplished world dominion.
Yeah.
Making everybody obese, and then they get heart attacks, and then it's just donuts left.
Man,
Yeah.
what a world that would be. Do you think the donuts would then have like factional fighting between the different types of donuts?
Well, what they do is they're first gonna target the main targeting group, which is policemen. And if they're and if they're gone, they're gonna target the majority, and the donuts will hide themselves, so there's just not enough donuts there, so people gonna fight off after the donuts and gonna slaughter each other.
Oh man. I better stock up on donuts then.
And just watch out. If there's if there's a lot of glaze on it, they might be up to something.
Okay.
The custard ones are denser. And it always takes me the same amount of time to get there. Or rather than for them to come to me.
So hypothetically, or just relatively, or yeah, like when you eat the donut, what then?
Right.
I mean, it really doesn't like cease to exist, right?
Oh, you're moving around the donut.
Well, we can't observe the donut, right? So really, we can't say. It could stop existing.
Yeah.
You're moving around the donut. Right. You change its form. You let it bypass.
Yeah.
Golly. Man, oh man. It's good to be alive.
Hell yeah, brother. Ugh.
Man, what's the time? Like, you're from the US, right?
Yeah, it's only like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, why are you tired?
I had a long day.
Too many donuts.
Yeah, I know, man. You think you'd stop at 12, but, you know, sometimes you gotta go for that second dozen.
Oh, what a well-trained American. Give me a gallon of donuts.
Yeah.
Give me some donuts outside the metric system.
Yeah, we call it the freedom system. Oh, that was too much. Sorry, guys.
In German, we call it was für Vollidioten.
That's a long word.
It's easier just to call them donut.
Fucking up donuts.
The good thing is you don't know what I just said. Therefore...
Guten Tag, mein Liebling.
Guten Tag, mein Lieber.
Tag.
So who here thinks they're living on a giant wobbling space testicle?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
No, it's not. But some people think they.
It's a space testicle?
Yeah, it's got like, like trees and shit coming out of it, which kind of look like hairs at that scale.
What's it
It's got, like,
attached to?
Oh, to the testicle.
No. But what's the testicle attached to?
Oh, just nothing. Just, it
Nothing.
just. Well, I mean, the way it was created was that nothing exploded. Yeah. So nothing exploded and then made everything, right?
Okay.
Does that sound legit to you?
I would say it
No.
sounds legit.
He's going to need a self-writing paper to prove that to him.
Yeah, you're talking about the Big Bang Theory, right?
I am, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's quite how it goes.
That's pretty much what they tell you.
Well, it wasn't nothing that it exploded. It was everything that exploded.
Well, no, technically not. Technically not, because when you listen to these guys, these science communicators, they tell you that if you added up all the energy in the universe, it would equal 0, which would equal nothing, right?
No. Because if you have like a positive and a negative version, right?
Zero is one.
Doesn't mean there's nothing. It just means the sum of it cancels out. You're trying to
Yes, when
quantify
it's all
it.
cancelled out in one place, it's nothing.
But zero isn't nothing. Zero is one. It's the mass of all things.
0 is 1. What maths are you using?
Boolean.
Did bro just say 0 equals 1?
Nothing equals nothing. 0 equals 1.
Yeah, bro just said 0 equals 1. This is your brain on the globe.
This is your brain.
1.
Wait, how does that work? I mean, like, isn't for PCs 0 0 and 1 1 on off? I mean, it can't be the same. Like, otherwise our computers wouldn't work.
Oh, that's just what they told you, man.
They told me a lot of dumb shit.
Yeah.
Did you know that monkey men were walking
Like
around?
empty space. There's no such thing as empty space. So, 0 doesn't even apply to empty space.
Yeah.
Monkey men roaming around Earth.
That's crazy, man. Could you imagine what that would look like? They probably create little communities and have weird little things that they wear. Make these little tools to do stuff with.
Like TikTok.
Like TikTok.
So do you think nothing exploded to make everything?
Me? No. Because it wasn't nothing.
Yeah, but it was. Because it all adds up to 0, so it is nothing.
There's no such thing as nothing.
Correct. But according to the Big Bang, that's what happened.
I don't think you've read The Big Bang.
Then the Big Bang is wrong.
I think you're just suffering from flat earther derangement syndrome where everything I say has to be wrong.
Not at all. I was agreeing with the German guy. He had some pretty interesting theories on donuts that I found those pretty interesting.
Cool. So, what exactly is it about what I'm saying about the Big Bang that you find uncharitable or incorrect?
The universe did not expand from nothing, right?
That's literally what it says. If you don't believe that, that's fine. But at least
it's
understand the idea. Yes, it is.
It's not, though.
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the conservation of mass? Right, that whole, I don't know what that is, the second law of thermodynamics? Right? Conservation, you can't create things or destroy things. It's everything that exists has always been. And during the Big Bang, the entire universe was just compressed down to a really small point. And that little point
were you compressed down to a very small point?
Yeah, again, you're not understanding. So they say that when you add everything together, it equals 0.
Who is this they that's saying this? Can you
People that are
provide me a
telling you
source?
this
Because I
happened.
haven't heard of this before.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but that explains my theory that 0 is 1. If everything is 0.
0 is 1? Well, I'll be down.
Well, if everything is 0, then everything is one thing.
Wait, but what if nobody came up with math? Then what?
Whoa.
Well, mass is a flawed concept anyway. It's actually mass.
Well, it would still be there. It just
And
nobody
then we
know it
wouldn't
was
have
there.
Breaking Bad.
That's true.
Wait, did we discover math or we create it?
Kind of both. I mean, math
What
is
we
just a written description of natural phenomenon,
Yeah,
right?
what we discovered was already there, and we've just called
Yeah,
it
but
math.
like, could we like conceive of a reality where we have no concept of math?
Yes, I think that's called Arkansas.
Yes, you
he said that's Arkansas.
We would call it something else, and maybe it would work in a different way, but it would work in fundamentally the same way.
Math is just an abstraction. It's not a concrete thing.
Well,
Math
We
is
went
just
over-
really stupid. Math is just really stupid people adding things up. That's it.
True. Bunch of nerds. Their fancy numbers.
Bunch of nerds. Hell yeah. Nerds get all the bitches, and we get to tell you what to do, and we got the money and the Ferraris and the.
yeah, this guy. Yeah.
That's not true.
Oh.
Yeah, you go out there and freaking be my slave. I'll sit here in the nice, cool office.
Is that an accomplishment in life? Would you just stacked up?
You know what's accomplishment in life? You know that
No,
one
was it-
arc
that
off
was
of
a-
Dragon
that
Ball
was a-
Z's? Dragging
that
these
was
nuts
a-
across your face? I'm sorry.
That was a
Yes,
question.
I just wanted to read this to Global Friends here. So the Big Bang Theory says that the universe came into being from a single unimaginably hot and dense point.
All right, I got
aka singularity.
I got a
More
thought
than
for
10
you.
years ago. It didn't. Yo, I'm still going. It didn't occur in an already existing space, so space didn't exist, right? Rather,
Space
it
didn't
initiated
exist?
the expansion. And dude, I'm still going. Rather, it initiated the expansion and cooling of space itself. So
I
the
don't
Big Bang, according to this theory, created space. So yes, quite literally nothing exploded.
Oh.
That's literally what they're telling you, and you believe it.
But isn't space just empty? Like, isn't space like nothing? So nothing existed until.
There's no such thing as empty space.
Right, but what they're telling you is that nothing existed before this event and it created space.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyone can say that. Absolutely anyone can say
Yeah,
that.
because they're morons. But just
Morons.
because it's stupid doesn't mean I'm misdescribing it. Right?
Bro, you said that there is no, like you said what, that something always is in space, or like there's nothing in space. What did you say?
Right? Isn't like space empty? Like, so if there was
Bro, I'm
nothing.
pretty sure space is empty because every time you go to a parking lot to go to the store, you're gonna have to find an empty space.
Yeah.
Like the fuck.
True. You always gotta end up walking a whole distance.
You know what though? Here's the thing: life doesn't come from non-life. Something doesn't come from not something. Therefore, something had to create something.
Exactly.
Correct.
We're moving into a theological.
I mean, hey, if you want to go that route, we got a timeless, spaceless, powerful, immaterial, personal, intelligent cause.
Wow.
Didn't expect that to be.
You guys think God created the flat Earth? I mean, because it's hard to, think of something else that might have created it, right?
I think it's the other way around.
Here we go. We got a cat in the box problem. So we can say, sure, yeah, maybe. But then again, we ought to say, well, what if it's really not flat? Did he create the not flat Earths too? So
All right. Well, let's operate for the sake of discussion that the Earth is flat, right?
Okay.
Then, I find a hard time believing that could happen naturally.
See, no, that's why scientists would hide the fact because NASA. If you put T in there, I mean, Satan. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Satan, NASA. Satan?
What do you mean by
No,
happen
but
naturally?
Well, I mean, we see all the planets and the stars and stuff, and those all seem to be, round, kind of. But we haven't seen one that's flat. So obviously, the Earth couldn't have been created naturally, right? It would have had to have been, created by
technically, if you look
something.
at my bad.
Oh, go ahead.
We only see a flat,
like a-
round surface of the moon, or the sun, or the other stars and planets. We technically don't see a whole ass ball. So,
All right. Well, the moon is special because it's tidally locked, but the other planets we can see the whole, round parts.
That's incorrect.
why?
If we observe
why
it over a period of time.
Incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Yeah, you made a claim. I'm going to need you to prove to me the sphericity of any of the things that you call planets in the sky.
You're the one
Go
that
ahead.
said he's incorrect. You got to justify that.
No, he's making a claim. He has to support it. Don't you understand how the positive claim works?
If you hold a tennis ball in your hand, you know it's round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you
throw it up in the air, you can't prove that it's a globe.
Okay. So do you guys think the planets are all flat too?
Do you think these?
Nobody said anything about that, but you made a claim, and I need you to support it.
Okay. Do you want me to find you a time lapse?
Just support it.
Time lapse of what?
Of, say, Mars.
How is that supporting it?
What's Mars and where is it at? What does its makeup?
Mars is a planet.
Oh, so it's a wandering star. Okay.
The solar system.
It's a wandering star in the solar system. What's the solar system?
You don't know what the solar system is?
No idea.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Describe it to me.
Well, the solar system is all of the celestial bodies that orbit our star, the sun.
What star? The sun is a star? I thought the sun was the sun.
Well, the sun is a star.
And what did
The
the
sun
makeup?
is Jesus
What is the
Christ.
makeup of the star?
Hold on. I can't hear you. Someone keeps talking. What was it that you said?
What is the makeup of this thing that you call a star? Describe it.
It's mostly helium and hydrogen.
Okay, how would you prove that?
You can use spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy is done in a lab in a very controlled environment. Are you putting this star in a lab?
No, you don't need to be in a lab.
Really?
Really?
Show me a spectrometer.
Oh, what kind of spectrometer would you like to see?
Any of them. Show me how you're going to get it to this sun thing. Are you going to put the sun in this thing?
Spectrometer.
What's going to cause a black hole? Watch.
Yeah. You don't need to go to the sun to know what the sun is made of. Because it's a giant ball
Where's
of
the
fire.
sun?
So
That's just a claim. Can you support that, please?
man, you're getting a little
No, you just keep making the same claim over and over, and we kind of need to prove the claim.
Okay, have you heard of a telespectroscope before?
Telespectroscope. Nope, never heard of it.
So it's Greek, right? Tele, meaning remote or far away, and spectroscope.
Okay, what does it do?
It's like a spectrometer, but you can use it to measure things from far away.
And how does it do that?
I don't know. I'm not a spectroscopicologist.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe you should do some research about it and come back and support your claim with this telespectroscope. Does it just kind of measure wavelengths of light and then all of a sudden make assumptions by doing that?
Well, I assume it would measure wavelengths of light, yes.
Uh-huh.
I don't
And
think
that will it tell you about something, how something is composed, its size, what it might or might not be burning,
Right. Well, in your high school chemistry
where it
class,
is.
did you ever do that experiment where you can see different elements produce different spectral signatures?
Yeah.
Yeah. So different elements
Right.
burn and produce different kinds of light. So if you look at
Right.
something and you can measure the kinds of light that it's producing, you can see what it's made out of.
Right. You can also recreate that using, light sources that recreate that particular wavelength. Doesn't mean anything. It's kind of affirming the consequent. Are you going to come in here and affirm the consequent about what the sun is by spectroscopy?
I don't know what affirming the consequent is. I've never heard that phrase before.
Clearly, because you're doing it right now without knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Dunning-Kruger syndrome?
Dunning-Kruger. Affirming the consequent?
Yeah.
That if the consequence is true, that the antecedent must be true.
You
So,
memorize that. You memorize that.
why?
What do you mean, why?
Is that are you confused by the question? Or?
I don't know, am I? No.
Okay.
Your epistemic worldview, sir. What's your stance on that?
If it's pretty much saying if the conclusion is true, then the premise, the thing you propose, must be the case.
Mm.
Right. So you're saying it must be the. It must. We know it's the sun. There, the sun is made of this. Therefore,
Okay. Well, then I'll just be like this. What is your definition of sun, sir?
Right. It's that big glowy thing in the sky that keeps us warm.
I don't know what you mean by big glowy thing in the sky. What do you define sun?
I keep trying all these different definitions, and they all just keep.
I don't
missing.
know. I don't know if you speak the same English I do. I don't know. I need to know definitions.
I'm starting to think maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Why
there
do you
could, be
know
a,
this?
there could be a language barrier here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Voice correct. Yeah, it could be a language barrier here.
I think that might be the case.
I think, therefore, I am.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you know that's true? That's not you, it's me.
This is fun. Is this what you guys do all day in here?
Yeah.
Man.
I mean,
Yeah, we catch people out affirming the consequent nonstop, pretty much.
Wow.
Could you spell out his affirming the consequent?
Yeah. I would also like that for my own edification.
Just a moment.
Yeah. Oh, here lives with mommy and daddy. I mean, it's kind of a simple question. I don't know. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I don't know either of you two. I just want to put that out there. I don't know you, and I don't know you.
Okay.
I don't know you either.
All right.
Yeah.
And that all lines up with me not knowing either of you. Good.
Yeah. What is the sun? Is it possible the sun?
Why are you asking? Why are you asking what the
chariot
sun is now?
pulled by Apollo, chasing his sister Artemis across the sky?
No, it's obviously a 93 million mile distant dying star, and we're chasing it.
Yeah. That sounds kind of like a crazy theory, man. I feel like mine is a better explanation, honestly.
Define better.
Just more reasonable.
Oh,
yeah.
Easier to depict in paintings and stone carvings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, technically, if the sun were just a ball, that would probably be easier to draw. But I still like mine better.
Yeah, the burning ball.
Yeah.
It's still a giant wobbling space testicle.
You know, when you say it's more reasonable, that means you have like a justification or a reason to believe what you're stating. So, what's your justification or reason for believing what you're stating?
Well, obviously, none of us can confirm what the sun is
Is
actually
that
made
your
of.
justification? Your
Hold on,
justification
you're
is that I don't
backpedaling.
know what the sun is.
Hold on. Who's talking?
The reason that you don't know what the sun is because I don't know what the sun is. I don't know your name. Do you know your name?
No, man.
All right. So go ahead. Give the justification of why your worldview is more reasonable. Whatever that is.
Okay. Well, hear me out, right? The sun moves, so obviously something has to be moving it. And horses also move. So if the sun were a chariot attached to a horse, that would explain how it moves through the sky.
Yeah, he's doing it.
You have any kind
Now
of
that he realizes that he's embedded in a mythology.
Yeah.
So it's no longer the thing that you affirm the consequent about. Right. You want me to explain that to you now? Are you ready?
Oh, are you back? Yes, please.
Yep. Okay. So, hydrogen and helium burn at this particular wavelength. The sun puts off this particular wavelength, therefore the sun must be hydrogen and helium. That's affirming the consequent. When really you have no idea why the sun puts off that wavelength, but you are affirming that it is because you've seen this happen another time. Not conclusive. It's particular reason. It's asinine.
How is flat? Yes, absolutely.
So why does the sun put off those wavelengths?
No idea. I don't make claims about it. You do, and you haven't validated them at all, other than affirming the consequent.
Is that your version of accepting that you were using circular reasoning? Are you too proud for that, or?
So I don't think it was circular reasoning.
Oh Lord, we're gonna do this again. Yeah,
are we?
I just pointed it out to you.
You're getting like pretty played out.
That's what.
Okay. So affirming the consequent is also, I guess, is that circular reasoning? Affirming the consequent.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Right, because it's not circular. It's just the conclusion might not be the correct conclusion based off of the evidence.
It's very similar to begging the question, where you're kind of trying to prove the claim, already assuming it.
Well,
circular.
You don't need to. Okay. All
right.
right.
So let's not beg the question then, right?
Okay.
Let's not pretend we know what the sun is, since we haven't, verified any of this.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just don't.
Let's not let the scientists beg the question for us then too, right? The scientists that haven't proven anything to you, but they've helped you beg the question or affirm the consequent. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Maybe we don't appeal to complete strangers for our worldview. Maybe that's wise.
I thought that's what this server was.
Yeah, Chargy. So why do you believe what you believe, man? It's getting played out. You're playing yourself out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Why do I believe what I believe?
Yeah. Why do you have any justification for your beliefs? Any reason to believe what you believe?
It just makes the most sense,
Right. What makes it make the most sense? That was the initial question. That was circular. Right. That was the question.
That wasn't circular, but
yeah, that was definitely the question, though.
Yeah, it just makes the most sense to me.
What makes it make the most sense? What makes it reasonable? What's the justification? They're all the same thing.
It's all internally consistent,
All right, go ahead.
Well, so is the Apollo story. Does it make any more or less sense than the Apollo story?
I think they both make pretty good sense.
Okay, so that's what it is. You're lost in a myth.
Right.
Yeah, you said, well, isn't that what this server is? No, the Earth isn't a stranger to me.
You guys on good terms?
Yeah, pretty grounded.
This guy. Neato, man.
Is it internally consistent that the claim is that the Earth is curving, but it's not curving in reality? Is that internally consistent?
Yeah. I mean, it does curve, but
where? Please show me the measurements. No, you don't want to. Oh, you want to just make claims and then not support them again? We're going to do that.
Okay,
Chardsy?
I'll retract my claim if it keeps you guys from simmering over.
We're not simmering over. I'm just asking you to support your claims, which you continue to refuse to do. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go to a VC and talk like this.
It just it might keep you from respawning next time again.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll find something else to. That was good though, that you were able to run the parallels of the outer space science mythos with the Apollo chariot thing. That was good on you.
Yeah, but it's internally consistent, right? They said that the moon is a floating object in outer space that they can go to, and then they went to it. Therefore, it must
Well,
be.
when I say internally consistent, right? I don't mean just in one specific thing or another, right? I mean the whole.
Like all the things that you're not being specific on. Is that what you mean?
Well, let me talk, okay? Don't interrupt.
I'm gonna be specific.
Do you want me to be specific, or you want to keep interrupting?
Both. I want to interrupt you until you're specific. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So as I said, like the heliocentric model, the moon, the Mars, the sun, the stars, all that fun stuff, right? You may not believe it's correct, but at least the model that they present.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I watched a TV show. It was also about Batman, and it was internally consistent with like Batman's mother and Superman's mother.
Right. It's fake, but it's internally consistent with itself, right? It doesn't have something come up the next episode that like, whoa,
that Martha was like. What are you talking about, dude? So what in reality kind of corresponds to what you're stating?
All the things I just said.
About the Batman movie?
Yes, we're talking about the Batman movie now. That's obviously.
Martha. Do you not understand that they're both named Martha? Therefore, if the moon is a sphere, we must be a sphere because they're both named Martha. Like, what's your evidence that you live on a sphere? That the movie was good?
Can you let me finish? Do you want to keep going? Talk about the Batman movie? No?
Yeah, a little bit, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, let's hear about the Batman movie. Which one was this the Dark Knight series?
Come on, dude, go ahead. You're really playing yourself out.
Yeah. Right, so what I'm saying is, and again, I'm not trying to prove anything, but I'm saying that all this information that they've put out is it's internally consistent with the theories, right? You may not think the theories are correct, but the theories are all consistent.
Though? Which theories are they? Which theories correspond to the
said,
model correctly? Which one?
Right. I can't even hear you, man. You keep talking over me.
Which theory corresponds to the model that you're saying that all the theories correspond to the model?
Like the theories of relativity. That's it. We were talking about that earlier, but it corresponds with their model. Like the heliocentric model.
Yeah, you're stating it. In which way?
Right. And how the orbital mechanics of our solar system work.
And how is that?
Do you just want me to?
I can show you how water corresponds to a towel. Listen, I know that they're correlated. That the water soaks it up, right? And those two things therefore are correlated. And there's no inconsistencies within towels soaking up water. Like I can demonstrate it. So get ahead with the.
And Chargy, you're making a leap of logic in the first place that the ground we stand upon is one of these lights in the sky. You're leaping into it.
I feel like you guys could just let me finish.
Because if we were on one of these lights in the sky, you're just making a giant leap of logic into the thing.
Yeah, and what empirical experiment best shows relativity?
He's about to tell us.
Gosh,
we're just interrupting
was
him.
it the Cavendish one?
No, that doesn't show relativity
on there. Yeah. Well, like I said, this really is. You guys are not letting me get to my point here.
All right, go ahead.
Well, Cavendish contradicts your bending and warping of space-time. So not that one. That's not entirely consistent.
The only one I can think of, we never see it. We didn't see it on this eclipse. I mean, I'm waiting for the next gravitational lensing bend effect of light to happen.
Yeah. But, like I said, I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm not trying to convince you guys.
Not even to yourself, though?
The question was, why do I believe what I believe? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
what
saying,
justification do you have for believing what you believe? Yeah.
yeah, right.
And do you know any of it?
Yeah, who can know everything?
Do you know anything, or do you just believe?
No, I don't. My head's full of air.
You concede to what you don't know.
It'd be filled with belief, not air. It'd be filled with belief.
Bleach.
Yeah, you don't even have to justify your beliefs. So it's just shouldn't that raise a red flag? Yeah, but is it not a red flag that what you have is admittedly equal to the Apollo chariot and horse story?
Yeah, I don't really think they're equal. It was fun to use that example, though.
Yeah.
See, no tanks.
Being arbitrary, you have a justification for that statement. Why do you not? What differentiates the two models?
Yeah, you pointed to the internal consistency of both of them. So that was just you coping, or what was that?
Well, I wasn't pointing to the whole Apollo thing. That was kind of a thing I did earlier. But I was talking about, the internal consistency of everything in some way, right? Everything kind of fits together. And I'm trying to find reasons to...
Well, I mean, how about just like the most basic one? You're saying as long as there's not a contradiction, right? Internal consistency, no contradictions, right?
Well,
That's what I mean.
Well, no tanks. It's really important to listen to him here for a second. He's being honest, right? He's saying the story is internally consistent. None of it is reflected in reality, but he chooses. Like this is the point. They choose to believe the story. Never mind what reality says. He's being honest.
That's not quite what I'm saying, but thank you. I do appreciate that. No,
okay.
But it's all eternally consistent. And what I was saying is, what makes Flat Earth really difficult for me to seriously consider is that there are lots of things where you ask, how something is, why something is, and the answer is just, we don't know. And that's, I think, really... And you don't have to know everything, right? But not even like a theory or a possible explanation, and it makes it really hard for me to.
But you just admitted you don't know what the sun is either.
Well, I was saying earlier. I think that was just for the sake of conversation.
Are we supposed to disregard everything you say in the past? I mean, what is going on? It has like a nanosecond shelf life, and then it was all just a joke.
So, like I was saying,
how about like, is this a contradiction, right? Up, right? We got up.
Up.
Okay. Is it also down, or would that be a contradiction?
Depending on where you are.
Okay. So does the flat Earth model contain that contradiction?
To see, that's the question, right? Is if the Earth is flat, is there another side of the Earth?
But which way is up? That would be down, though. Right? No matter what, it would be consistently down.
Well, not if you go to the other side.
Underside?
The underside, because then you'd be standing on the bottom, and up would be down.
Relative to what? To what?
Like relative to wherever you were So if I said right here where I am right now is up, this up is up, and then I go to the other side, then up would be down, right?
Yeah,
that's not a contradiction.
The flat Earth doesn't say that, but that's what you're saying. But
yeah, don't bastardize and conflate two ideas.
I'm not trying to do anything, man. I'm just saying.
So why would anybody be standing on the... So you obviously have a flat Earth model that you've constructed in your head, and apparently if there was another side, people would be standing upside down on it?
Well, that's the thing, right? Is when you ask these questions, there is no answer. Is there another side? If the Earth is flat, that you would assume there'd be another side of it.
You made that answer up on your own. You made that answer up on your own.
Yeah, but when you ask people, what does the flat Earth look like?
Why are you asking if Earth is flat?
I thought that was the assumption here.
But assumption is this: if Earth is a sphere, what then?
Okay, nothing would change, I would assume.
If Earth is a sphere, then it will be some kind of sphericity there.
Mm-hmm.
There
That
is
is-
no sphericity. What is then?
Right. Then the
Well,
Earth must be flat, right?
Charzy,
That's all.
what tool would you use to measure the curvature? Like, what tool would you implement?
I would probably use a laser and a level and some sticks.
Okay, a level.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
to
so
make
that-
sure the laser's flat.
So you're going to make sure it's a straight, like level, being a straight line. You're going to make sure that if it is a straight line or not a straight line.
No, you don't use the level on the laser. Right, you just
What do you-
use it.
Yeah.
Use it to make sure that the laser is horizontal to wherever you are. Right, that it's not pointing slightly up or slightly down. Right, does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're going to make sure it's level. It's a straight line. You want to make sure it's level.
Yeah.
Right? All right. So you're going to get a level, and you're going to say, okay, well, a level and a laser, they do the same thing, but the laser goes further.
Right. And the level is just to make sure wherever you've got the laser started from, that it's horizontal.
Like
I would go
a,
to
yeah, like a water level. So you're gonna get a water level. Yeah, and you're gonna make sure that
something like that.
Since water is level and it forms a straight line,
Mhm.
a horizontal line, you're gonna go to the water like a lake.
Exactly.
You're gonna make sure that the water is level, which is a straight line.
Well, I would measure the water, right? That's why I said
Oh,
you have to have a couple sticks. You make sure the
Right.
sticks are the same height, right? And you put one stick on the shore of the water. You put the laser on top of it. You make sure the laser's level, and then you go to
Right,
the
so you're
other.
gonna put it a foot or 2 foot above the water,
Mm.
and you're gonna see if the level is parallel with level.
No. So
No.
you put the stick in, right? You put the laser on top of the stick, so it's a little bit above the water. Make sure that wherever it is, that the laser is level where you are. Then you row out across the lake to the other side. You put a stick of the same height on the other side. And because water is level, then if the earth is flat, then the laser should hit the same height of the other stick at the other side of the shore.
Yeah. So you said because water is level, which is a straight line, then level should measure level.
Right.
What would you be measuring if you weren't measuring level?
I don't know.
Would you be measuring a drop from level?
Oh, yeah, the laser and the top of the stick wouldn't line up,
So what would have to be that straight line that the laser and the water level, with levels, a straight line, right? You're saying that what would be curving and bending down at that point?
The ground.
No, the water or the laser. The straight line would be bending down.
Well, not the laser, because the laser would go straight, right?
Laser would be level. So
But
then what? The water? Water's not level.
right. So it would have to be the surface of the Earth.
So we know that, right? We can test it. We test it all the time, right? That water level and lasers. This is how you can like adjust and calibrate your laser to make sure it's level. If it aligns parallel with water,
I'm not sure that's how people.
then how do you establish level?
I feel like you and I are talking past each other.
No, this is the thing that might be hitting you, right? Is that you can't find out how to measure a drop from level because level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Right?
Well,
And you can't figure out a way because all the tools that we'll implement to measure the drop from level are the things that establish level, making it an impossible task to measure the drop from horizontal using a horizontal plane of reference established by the water level and the laser. No earth curve is even possible to be measured as far as water is concerned. You can measure the earth to be changing, mountains, hills, change in elevation. The thing that they're proposing is an impossibility.
Well, it's been done before, so I don't think it's impossible.
Walk me back through it again. So you're gonna use level, a straight line on a horizontal plane. You're gonna use the water level and the laser being parallel to each other, knowing that this is how you establish a horizontal plane of reference using the water level, and then you're gonna measure the water to be dropping from the water. So therefore, then water would be curved. So you would only be measuring curve following another curve. How could you ever get a difference in the measurement? If level is curve, there will be no drop from curve.
If it makes you, if this is easier, we could use a non-water level. If that would be.
What would you use to establish a horizontal plane of reference?
See, find one on Amazon.
There you go. There you go. So what?
Digital angle gauge. There you go.
Charlie, I don't know if you're realizing this, but you're describing something that's already been done, laser test done over a 26-mile distance with a laser over a lake. And that has confirmed that they hit their target on the other side, 26 miles, and there should have been, I don't know, some absurd 300 feet of drop, maybe more, 600 feet. So, yeah, Earth's flat.
Cool. Could you post that? I would like to see it.
Sure.
No, there wouldn't be a drop. It's a curve, there'd be a rise.
Ooh.
What?
Because the versions of this experiment that I've seen,
Well,
I don't know.
that message? If there's a curve, it would be a rise. What does that mean?
It depends on if you think that level forms a horizontal tangent, or if the true, level and horizontal on a globe is that you're actually looking down. Yeah. There's two globe beliefs going on.
Yeah, but I mean, fundamentally, it's dropping from the tangent either way, right?
Yeah,
Then what's obstructing
if you have a
distant
curved
objects?
bridge, if you have a humpback bridge over a river, you put a stick one side, and a friend stands on the other side of the bridge with the same stick, same position, same height. All you're going to measure is the height of the curve. It's not going to drop away.
But the perspective is ramping up in your view, right? So when you look over, let's just say you put your eye down to the level of a table, right? Why can you see the entirety of the surface of that table since it's all at the same elevation?
You can.
You can. If you put your eye like half an inch above a table surface, you can see the entirety of that table surface, but the table is all at the same elevation, right? So why can you see that?
The table is small and the Earth is big.
It's not. That answer doesn't even make sense given the question that was asked. That's like I've asked you what's 2 + 2, and you said
through it does. But if I put a space telescope on the shores of Ireland,
you haven't even answered. Like,
if I put a space telescope, if I put
sharp, dude. Your answer wasn't even in the right category. Like I said, what's 2 + 2, and you said purple. Doesn't make sense. So what I'm asking is, why can you see the entirety of the surface of the table? And the answer is obviously because your angle of view to each point of the surface is slightly different, and so it appears to ramp up in your view. That's got nothing to do with elevation change. That's how you look at things, how you see the world, right? So obviously that's going to happen whether there's a curve or not. Correct?
I think you muted him.
No, I muted him because he was talking shit. I was asking you.
Oh, I was not listening, but correct. I agree.
Well, do you want me to explain it again, and then I'll unmute him after he's finished interrupting me?
Okay.
Okay. So put your eye level down to, say, half an inch above a table surface, right?
Okay. I'm doing
You can see the entire surface, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I can see the whole table. Something about perspective.
Well, no. I mean, I just gave you an explanation that I didn't even use the word perspective, right? You have an angle to each point of the table surface from your eye, correct? That's why you can see it all. So that's why it appears to ramp up in your view, even though the elevation is the same. So you've got unchanging elevation, but optically it's rising in your view, correct?
I guess.
Yeah, so that happens whether there's a curve or not. That's curvature independent.
Okay. Tanks, this video is an hour long.
What do you want to know about it? I can distill it for you.
I just want to know what the timestamp is of the actual experiment, unless it's like the whole video.
You need to watch the whole thing to understand the full context. What exactly do you want to know?
I just want to see the results.
Well, the results were no curvature.
Yeah. They really made this a whole hour long.
There is a most replayed bit, which let me just watch that quickly.
There isn't on this one.
So you don't like that over the course of an hour they're going to be thorough until you have everything is set up and what they're trying to do, and then execute. You don't like that?
It's just a long video, man. You know.
Yeah, well, an hour is not a lot to spend, especially since most of your life you had to sit there. Someone forced you to sit there, and they force fed you this bullshit about the globe that you live on, and you did that.
But they forced me to.
Right.
So you're
So now
trying
you
to
get an opportunity to
force
see
me
if
to.
you were, no one's trying to force you to do anything. But thanks for trying to put words in my mouth. That was a really dick move, right?
Hey, whoa.
So maybe you could. No, it was a dick move. I don't like you putting words in my mouth.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
So anyways, you get to take an hour of your life if you want to and see if maybe they were stuffing you full of bullshit. It's up to
Okay.
you.
Well, I can't be in this chat and watch it at the same time, so I guess I'll go watch your video.
Yeah, if you start watching at 43 minutes, that's the one that I'm most familiar with.
43 minutes.
43 minutes for
Google,
about a
man.
minute
Don't
and a
have to listen to anybody.
So there's a lot of context you might be missing that I can fill you in on, but basically, yeah.
Why do
they
ships
shoot it.
disappear over the horizon?
Oh God, shut up! When someone's talking, just stop talking, dude.
I'd have
so
broken your
there's-
nose by now if you were in this room.
Yeah, I'm bigger and much
why
stronger
do
than you.
ships disappear over the horizon?
Yeah, that guy's just staying on mute because he's a fucking retard. So as I was saying, Chardsy, seeing as you actually know how to listen, there's a blue laser that's being shot 28 kilometers.
I see. I'm watching it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I'll let you watch it.
Yeah, I've got the volume turned off. That is a pretty impressive laser they've got.
Yeah, man, it's automatic targeting as well, so it's not even like they've just guessed. They did a pan to other targets as well. The reason for that is because the curvature would be different in the different targets. So that's to kind of eliminate the argument of there being, refraction that was affecting things differently. Basically, the argument was that if the refraction is exactly the same in 2 or 3 targets, then that would be very unlikely. Oh, in Indy's just he couldn't get away with relentlessly interrupting me, so he's just rage quit. So yeah, there was the argument with regards to panning was to do with refraction, right? So, if refraction isn't a thing, then you should be able to pan between multiple targets, and they did that as well. So, interesting stuff.
Neato. Yeah.
Well, there are those crypto who think that the Earth rises up to block and obstruct things in the distance. That guy who was talking earlier.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would have to if you were. I mean, if something was on the surface of the Earth 30 miles away and it was curving down, then that object would be physically below you, right? In terms of, obviously, they think that the elevation isn't different because there's a curving level, but let's just say that there is like an objective directionality in space. They would think that that object was physically below you because it's still on the surface of a curving Earth, which means that the curve would be in the way.
Yep.
Which is complete ridiculous, of course.
Yeah, because then level like the horizontal, wouldn't be a tangent. It would be slightly, down.
Right.
Because a tangent never there's never like another point on a tangent, right? It's always one point.
Yeah, exactly. So then they would think that like basically the hump would be in the way even though the elevation hasn't changed, which is again another very convenient argument.
Good talk.
If crane is distorted, then Earth is spherical. If crane is not distorted, then Earth is flat. Rick, the crane is distance marker. It's telling you how aim for the distance, not for anything else.
Yeah, Rick's
then you
not
have
in.
physical water behind.
Wait, so I shouldn't see the crane, right? That's the argument, right?
No, the crane is refracted. That means Earth is spherical.
Oh, yeah, it's a sphere. Yeah.
They don't want to speak about the surface behind the crane.
All it proves is refraction.
Yeah, what is always showing the flat horizon, that's refraction.
Yeah, last time I saw a wavy crane out on the horizon, I went, yeah, she's definitely a globe.
Yeah, me too.
Well, why do they actually never talk about the fact that if the crane is just an optical illusion and it's just being refracted upwards, why is it that the ocean water in the back is just straight and level? Why is it not also jiggery as we can see with other occasions of refraction?
Because it's a point about crane, not about the surface.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Of course, the argument's about the crane.
Yeah, that's the point.
But they argue that the crane is the indication of refraction, thereof they can dismiss the image as being real but just pure a pure visual illusion. Purely a visual illusion.
You're an illusion.
No, I'm not. I'm critically approaching the image, and I can say that if you want to invoke that because of the crane looking messed up, it's all reflection, then you're stupid because the water's clearly not messed up in the background. That is still rising.
Okay, so how would you explain in the videos where like a ship goes over the horizon, let's say the hull of the boat is blue, right? In some of the videos that are like from my perspective, if the earth is flat, then you should be able to zoom in and pull up any object that isn't obscured by particles within the air. And I understand that eventually the air particles will obstruct enough that the light won't be able to like show through. So I get that it should disappear, but how do you explain the holes of the ships being lower the farther away they get?
Yeah, because there's
With your
something
angular
called
view, it's lower.
Exactly, there's a limit to your angular perspective. It's literally like a law and perspective, which you can clearly see and repeatedly see when you go into to big cities and you have two skyscrapers in front of each other. You just need to look upwards, focus in the middle between these two skyscrapers, and you will see it looks like as if from both sides, the skyscrapers are coming closer to each other. Obviously, the skyscrapers have not been built crooked. It's just the optical illusion that is taking place that makes it look like as if they're merging closer together, which is a good example for angular resolution.
What?
Wait,
I'm sorry. I don't think that explains away my question very well.
I'm gonna post a picture
Try,
and you
try,
understand what I mean.
try like this. Put your camera on those flat surface, whatever that it is, some football playing or some asphalt, and don't go away from that camera, and you will see what will happen.
Is there a video?
Your legs will disappear in distance.
Can you show me a video of that happening?
Yeah, I can show you. Yeah. Just a second.
Do you understand this picture right here? 1 second. Do you? Golly, post it. Do you understand this picture right here?
1 second. I'm in the middle of a Tony Hawk combo.
Or maybe this.
All right, I fell. All right, what?
Do you understand the picture? I just Golly, I'm gonna go to sleep real soon. Do you understand the pictures I posted?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why things disappear the way they disappear.
Well, yeah, but it
just
looks as if you are seeing curvature on these images, right?
No, every board. Look at what Sesu just posted. Do you see how everything, even though there's things being obstructed, it's just all vertical? Even if the Globers post like a huge container ship, half of the bottom disappeared. They all look vertical and straight up because they are literally not behind any curve, you know?
Okay, so are you saying that the camera or the telescope or the binocular is also falling victim to this illusion?
Yeah, definitely, man.
Yeah, all optics suffer from this diffraction because it's called a diffraction limit and everything suffers from it. It depends on the aperture of the lens, the shape of the lens, the amount of available light. Like this is a phenomenon that happens all the time, even at the small scale. You can do this with a little RC boat on a pond. Same thing happens.
Let me wait. Let me give you this scenario, okay?
Can you see the GIF?
Let's say my friend doesn't believe in the flat earth, and let's say that I've brought something to his attention about it, and he shows me a video of someone zooming in on a ship, and the farther away it gets, the less the bottom of the ship is visible, which I can't think of a proper.
Well, why? Like the angular resolution. What is that? What do those two words mean? That Clay was telling you.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, I mean it's the same in reverse.
What's another picture that
the
shows
angle at which you're standing versus where the image is projected?
The
I don't
angle that you can resolve anything.
Okay, sure, but still, I'm having trouble because, like, I want to tell her
So how
that.
does that apply to something in the distance?
Wait,
What happens to something in the distance? Does it get bigger or smaller?
It gets smaller.
Okay, so the angle decreases.
Okay.
And becomes
Smaller.
unresolvable.
But where does the image curve? That's what I'm not understanding.
Where? I don't know.
When do you see curvature? You're seeing an optical effect, which somebody told you is Earth curve. You see it all the time. And so you've already been essentially, the power of suggestion is powerful, right? Pre-programmed to think that because I see something disappear bottom up, even though it's just the acuteness of the angle, the boat to the water and the deck, which I'm standing on,
Okay, look,
is Earth
I'm
curve,
not.
and it's
I
not.
believe the Earth is flat. I understand what's happening here. I need a simple way to explain this to my buddy so that it's not like I feel like when we're doing this, we're out of the realm in which I can actually portray an understanding of the subject to him about this. And so I'm looking for an easy explanation of
So
what's
just tell
happening.
him it doesn't actually go down. It just appears to due to angular perspective.
Okay, but I don't understand how that's working personally,
Because
actually.
it's nothing's going down. Nothing went down.
Right,
Just the bottom of
right.
the ship disappeared.
But okay, but how do you? It just disappears?
Because the angle where the sky meets the ground, right? The resolvability between the difference between the water and the sky, where the light bounces off of it through the atmosphere, is too small. The angular resolution.
Right.
No
well,
longer,
and see
you're no longer
what I.
able to see the bottom because that's the part that meets the other colors of the water. And because the angle is so small, you can't differentiate between the colors to make out the bottom until it disappears into that convergence zone, like on those upright buildings.
Okay, so it's going to converge at the horizon, not above it.
Above it is
Basically, essentially where the boat and the water intersect. But as that, like if you look at those Mirage pictures, or if you've ever been driving down a hot, sunny highway, right, and you see those cars way off in the distance, okay, that's the angle at which, right, because the farther out in front of you that road is, it kind of begins to kind of turn into nothing. It looks like water, right? That's just the angle. All the light now is scattering or diffracting, or it's just unresolvable.
That's what I told him, right? I was like, well, I'm not going to act like I 100% understand this, but from what I'm looking at, it looks like there may be more waves, like more light distortion, more choppiness, more noise in the image towards the horizon level as it gets farther away, right? And I think that's why it appears that it is like the bottom is disappearing more so than the ship is like converging into that depth perception area, right? And I was like, so I think it's like noise in the photo almost that's doing that. Like I don't think it's actually happening, right? And he just kind of like looked at me like I was retarded, and I was like, well, maybe I am. I don't know. Like
the bottom of the ship is becoming indistinguishable from other little whatever in the foreground, waves, whatever there are, right?
Well, and that's my natural thought, right?
Yep. Everybody knows this instinctively, but sometimes it's hard to describe to them. And that's why sometimes you need something like the Black Swan to give somebody an idea of just how far away the physical Earth curve should be, right? That way they can have a gauge. Now, I don't know if you've been through the Black Swan, but that's a great way to show somebody, hey, by the way, I just want you to know, at 1 foot, the horizon, the physical Earth curve should be at 1.22 miles. Now, that is not very far at all. Okay, especially when you can show it exponentially farther. To give somebody some perspective, right? Especially when you go out on the ocean, you can, like there's apps or websites that you can see, like Ship Tracker. You can see how far out the boats are, and then you can gauge, well, the Earth curve should be here, but I can see that some bitchin' boat, you know, all the way like bottom to mast, and it's much farther than it ought to be. Like Indio, he lives out on the East Coast. He does this frequently, where he can track these ships, their distance from shore. He can observe them and see how much hidden height should be there. You can see them bottom to top. It's just depends on the day. Sometimes the chop is a little higher, right? So that foreshortening effect that we get does kind of occult the boat. Some days the weather is weird and things are like refracting. Like all kinds of weird effects could happen. Some days it's stupid clear, and you can see way farther, and some people don't like this, but way farther than you ought to on a ball. Way farther.
I agree. I've experienced all these things, and so that's why I'm kind of like I feel like I understand what's happening here, but I can't think of a simple way to explain it to someone who actually thinks it's curving.
Yeah, I know. Well, listen, man, the indoctrination goes deep, right? Like, I can still totally envision the heliocentric model, the ball Earth, like all that stuff is still stuck in my mind. It'll never go away, right? But at least now I see it from the other perspective. Some people really struggle to get past that barrier. It's difficult. The fight is real, you know.
Well, and I've been like, well, you can just like entertain the idea, right? But they actually can't because the physics of it don't work in their head.
Sure.
It's like a
that's
foundational
cool.
issue.
Yeah.
But how do you change that? Like what?
Well, I think it has to matter to him. That's the hardest part. Where if it doesn't matter to him, all of your efforts, in some ways, it's going to feel like you're talking to a brick wall. Like if it mattered to him, he would find a way to figure it out, right?
Exactly.
Some people are naturally inquisitive. Some people like to scrutinize stuff. Other people just don't care. And that doesn't even mean that, like, oh, you don't care about where you live. Like, I don't want to harp on anybody that thinks that way. Like, some people just don't give a shit, and I'm not gonna hold that against them. They're interested in other things that are really important in life. We've decided to go down this rabbit hole and find out that and this is a good one because it's like, oh shit, they've been lying about this, right? This is all a farce. I've been looking in books and on TV, and I could have just walked out my back door and checked for myself. Well, now I'm going to scrutinize everything these people tell me, right? But some people just aren't wired like that,
Exactly that.
But this person says they're wired for that.
Well, then he better start looking like he'll want to. Then you gotta kind of figure out, why don't you want to?
Because I think it's like a narcissistic thing, like that, where they say they want to, right? Like it's like they're painting like a false image in order to feel a certain way, and I'm like, well, this is what this actually entails, right? Is like trying to find this stuff out.
Right. Listen, it's weird, right? Like this is a great study in psychology and just human nature. So people typically don't like to leave the aggregate of society. They don't like to be outside the fold. No one likes to be a black sheep. Nobody likes to go against the current. It doesn't feel safe. People feel safe when they all believe the same thing. And, we don't argue because we all know that the earth is round, and don't go leaving the fold, man. Don't buck against the system, right? You'll get us all in trouble. Or it's like a cult, in a certain way. It's really bad. If you leave, they'll punish you. If you leave, they'll chastise you. They'll make fun of you, right? And that's hard on people. People don't like to be made fun of. They don't like to be ostracized. It's a hard thing to walk out of.
Yeah, but if you don't let it affect you, then you're fine. So that's where I'm like I know plenty of people who, I'll tell them if they really want to know, but I don't give advice unless asked. And so I'm like, if somebody asks a question about it, then sure, and then they learn more. And I'm never ridiculed, bro. And I'm like, sure, people will scoff and laugh, but once they figure out you're serious and you're like, no, dude, don't make fun of my belief.
Well,
they stop.
You're one of the lucky ones. I've got family members that and friends that really don't talk to me anymore, and it ain't because I was, overbearing with it. They just could not believe that I would, think something so stupid could be a possibility, right? Go over the information with them. They literally would shake their head, and I'm surprised they didn't put their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, right? Like they hated it, and it was ridiculous. And we don't speak to it anymore.
Did you push it on them?
No, I just brought it up. I was like, so I think the Earth's flat now, and they, instantly laugh. I'm not pushing anything on anybody. I'm not an evangelist.
On my family, I push it on my family members, and I laugh at them when they try to push forth their gravity claims. And
yeah, that's more the situation that I get presented with is banter. Like nothing really worth getting ostracized about.
For some reason, no one in my family ever laughed at me for talking about it. My dad actually said this because of the past 3 years that I can't talk about. He was like, okay, if the earth is flat, I wouldn't be even surprised, because he figured out in the past 3 years how much the government lies. my dad kind of woke up.
It is kind of amazing, Clay. Like your government lied just as much as our government. Like, didn't they have a disagreement? No, they were all in agreement. I guess you have the same story I have. It's weird.
Yeah, and my mom and dad are the same way. Everything I told them was gonna happen like 7 years ago from the conspiracy point of view came true, and they're like, maybe it is flat. I don't know.
Yeah, my mom or my dad, they just are very chill about it, but they didn't seem to be very interested. I've sent my mom some videos and whatnot, but it if you don't really care so much and you're not really that much into this, that's okay. Like it's not like I think it's not like a requirement to.
And with those people, what I do, right, is I construct. So I've constructed a solar system with the space material provided to me from NASA. Maybe it's demonic, maybe it's not. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. But it allows me to like play in that realm with them and still believe what I'm talking about. In fact, I think I believe it more than they do. And it's pretty interesting to me.
So I just kind of tuned in a little bit ago, like a minute ago or 2 minutes ago on the stream, and I thought this was an interesting conversation. We're just kind of sharing like how real life and family and stuff reacts to flat Earth. Is that about it? About right? No, that was yesterday's stream. Yeah. No.
But right now that's kind of what we were getting into a little bit.
What I was just hearing, like, yeah, my shit's kind of the same. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I never even considered anything about flat Earth at all. But I've always been like, since like 9/11, like been like that guy in the family that doesn't trust the government, believes in conspiracy, blah blah blah, kind of labeled that way, right? And now I remember one time my dad trying to embarrass me at a family reunion in front of like, I've got a big family and we do these big family reunions every year. And he tried to embarrass me. I was like just in the pool and all of a sudden I hear him talking about me like in like loud, like he's like, and like my real name is Mike, not Lou, by the way. He's like, and Mike doesn't believe in 9/11. He doesn't believe in anything. He believes, or he doesn't believe in the moon landing. He thinks the Earth is flat. And this is stuff that I at the time, I still believed in the moon landing. I had never considered flat Earth. And I'm like, why are you being a dickhead? Like what? Because I don't believe in the 9/11 script, and I actually like, freaking, I did pretty good there in front of everybody, freaking tell them how it was on 9/11. But yeah, it's just funny. Like he had already pinned me as a fucking moon landing denier, flat earther. Like, in like 2000 and freaking 10. Like I don't know how the hell he did that. Your dad, yeah, but, your mom and dad. You only get one mom, one dad. I mean, they know you.
Oh.
But yeah, years down the road, then sure enough, I do stumble across flat Earth, and part of that actually rang a bell. It was like, I wasn't then, but I'm gonna listen to this shit. I'm gonna see what they got to say.
Well, that's what was so weird to me too. Is it was kind of the similar scenario, except I was just like, from a young age, I had looked into things that I wasn't really supposed to be looking into, right? Like maybe some forums that were there that weren't there anymore, and you could buy stuff off of them. And I was like getting really in depth into how chemicals work and stuff, And it started this weird complex where I was like, I can just Google what anything does and figure it out. And then I stopped like caring for what other people told me stuff does because I could just look it up.
Another similarity too is like what I heard you say there about the recent years. Like that's one thing that pre CV, like, yeah, they had their, you know, kind of doubts and stuff. Like, yeah, Mike's kind of a little bit of a tinfoil hat, whatever, you know. But like, when I told them right away what was going on with this thing and what was going to happen, and like not to take it, and they actually almost everybody in my family listened to me, and the one person who didn't actually had major problems. But like, when they saw this stuff pan out, all of a sudden they're like at that family reunion, like everybody's like, what does he know? Like they're all trying, like all of a sudden they're just like, oh my god, like you know, like he's on to something. He knows he something we're missing. He's got it. And like I had uncles like try to pull me, like, come over. What's up? He's like, sit down. You know, like sit down. I'm like, yeah, what's going on? They're like, tell us what you know about this. And I just gave them just the bare minimum. I was like, look, I'm not going to get into the long thing about this. It's pretty complicated, but you know, like it was obvious. Like they knew that I knew something and they wanted to know what it was. But if I told them, they wouldn't believe it. They, you know, like that's just the thing. So I just didn't.
Yeah, I don't know his name, but I don't know if he's still here. His name was Shrimp. I think he said something that I found very interesting. Whenever you say anything that contradicts what most people believe, you're already going to be, you know, looked at as, you know, crazy. They're going to label you 1,000 different things. And the reason why this happens is because as humans, we have a natural fear of things that counteract our current belief systems. So if you grew up with certain ideologies, certain philosophies, certain beliefs, and the second you find out that everything you ever knew, you know, was either a lie or it's not true or it's not what you thought it to be, a sense of fear comes in because now you're left back to ground zero and no one wants to go back to zero. Everyone wants to be in their quote unquote egos. We all want to identify as something. So whether it's a 1 or a 2 or a 9, no one wants to be nothing. Everyone wants to identify as something. So when you take a belief system away from someone, there's a fear of the unknown that derives from that. And I believe that's why a lot of people, they'll look at you crazy when you say, oh, you know, the world might be flat, or, you know, we have souls, or anything that is against what most people believe. So I'm not saying you should keep these belief systems to yourself, but everyone has a different way of responding to certain things. You know, you could tell me the world is a square. I'll listen, I'll try to discern the message, and I won't judge you. Other people may do the same thing.
I think you should be a little bit picky about like who you do talk about any of this stuff to. You got to feel them out first, you know, like see how receptive they are and how they react.
I agree. I wouldn't share any of these thoughts at work.
I don't agree. I hit strangers all the time. I'm just saying, you know, be like, hey, pretty lady, you one of those retards you think live on a globe?
They're
Just like have a nice little conversation. Yeah.
But you wouldn't talk about this at work. And that's just
100%.
because for me, it kind of gets into religion and the other stuff. And I'm like, why would I? Like, that's just not a place for it, you know? And so I also feel like it automatically paints you as a target if you bring like inflammatory stuff like that.
I think it's fun after you felt somebody out and you're still not really 100% sure how they're going to react. I think it's kind of fun to just kind of drop something real quickly, like not make an issue out of it. Don't call them a retard or anything, but just like, you know, just make some points and see if they catch on. And then after you've done that, and I'm talking about in like, if it's a coworker, for me being in construction, you know, I'm going to work with this guy for a week straight, or maybe I work with them every day, or whatever, and just every so often, every it might be
You,
weeks
you,
apart.
you can hit him with, you can hit him at anything from the argument. I remember I didn't even mean to flat smack this girl, and we were just going over the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, and I just got, without saying anything else, I just went over, well, in order to go in a direction, you have the North Pole, right? And I didn't even say anything else about it. We were just talking about cardinal directions, and she's like, wait a minute, and she put a stick on the ground and was like, wait a minute, what do I live on a flat Earth or something? How's this work? Like it just comes to you. You're just gonna hit him with anything.
If you can be, if you have time, you're going to see these people like day in, day out. You don't have to drop a bomb on them. You can just kind of throw things in there every so often. And then once you've done that a few times, it's fun to just be yeah, because the Earth's flat, and just move on like nothing happened. Just continue on in the conversation.
Yeah, but I don't like to gaslight people like that though.
We're opposites.
No, it works. It's not really gaslighting, dude. No, it's the way that I'm describing it. It's more of you kind of slide it in like a joke, but but you don't laugh. You just freaking you just throw it in there and freaking see how they do.
With the Cheshire smile, and then wait for him to react. Okay.
Yeah. And then when they want to laugh, now you sparked the conversation, and you can see how interested they are.
I think I told you this, Lou, before. I love talking about the flat Earth with just strangers, because I'm a really big fan of magic, right? I like the Carbonaro effect. There's this new magic TV show. I love watching these magic things, right? And just discussing these topics with people, right, without even bringing up the flat Earth, just saying, hey, listen, if I want to go to Australia, which way is it? And I just watch them point straight. I'm like, yeah, it's straight, right? I don't have to go down anywhere, right? And wait a minute, they start thinking about weird stuff. I just like pulling them. I like magic tricks, and it's just when they realized that they were tricked by magic of the globe without me even pointing it out, it's like, ta-da! It's fun.
The one that I always do or did was if I were to dig straight down, at what point would gravity flip me over so I'm right side up when I get to China? And they always look at me so weird, and I'm like, no, seriously, when does it reorientate to make sure that I don't come out upside down? And then just start laughing, bro.
Dude, in carpentry, you have so many opportunities to throw shit in there. It's freaking great. Last week we were installing a window, and the board was warped, but yet it was showing level with where he put the level. And I went, yeah, look, it's level with the curvature of the Earth. And I just moved right past, but he already knows I'm a flat earther, so he was like, that was on purpose, and I'm like, yeah, but it just slides, little shit like that, because any carpenter knows that a board has to be straight in order to be level. You can't have a warp board and call it level because it's curving. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. I worked in fast food for a while. I ran at Jimmy John's for 5 years, and we would hire 16, 17-year-olds, and I'd hear them talk about this kind of stuff. I'd never bring it up or talk about it with them. I don't believe in talking to anyone under 18 about religious material. And so I don't.
Flat Earth isn't religious, but maybe from your standpoint, maybe.
Yeah, from my standpoint, it is. Yeah. So I just wouldn't want to get into it, right? But
there's plenty of ways to talk about flat Earth without getting religious.
Well, sure, but when COVID hit, when stuff was happening in the news, riots, certain things, to hear the things that the kids were saying about what was happening was so odd, dude. It was as if and even to do with conspiracy theories, it was almost as if the schools had ran a disinformation campaign to combat what we were waking up to. And then, like, when we would like tell them that, right, they'd tell us that we're the crazy ones for thinking that. And I'm like, well, bro, they taught you guys like a completely different thing than what they taught us. Like, they even
Yeah,
changed up
they've
the
definitely,
material. Like,
yeah,
they
they've definitely
changed.
changed the material, and like in fact, in a lot of schools, they have like sections of their course like where they'll dedicate it to like discussing the flat earth and how you can debunk it, like, and all of that. Like, it's an actual thing going on, like how it's so easily debunkable. That's kind of like how to easily debunk the flat earth. You know, it's a part of their freaking course.
Right. Well, in the Vosh videos, the like all that stuff, right? And that's always what gets pulled up, and they like laugh at it, mock it, blah blah blah. And all the while I'm like sitting there and I'm like, and these are like the counterculture kids falling for this kind of stuff too. I'm like, what? Because like when I was younger and I was skateboarding and whatever, like I was liberal as all get out, man. But then it got like an artificial liberal. Like it was a weird thing that happened. But
There's
they're
a weird thing
against.
that's going on with all of that right now. Like everything that was traditionally leftist or traditionally Democrat is being kind of flipped to the conservative Republican and vice versa. There's this kind of weird trend going on there.
Well, and it's weird because I feel like me growing up doing hood rat stuff with the homies and skateboarding and all this stuff, I'm like I should be the most liberal person on the planet, but I'm really not. I'm like, and that kind of freaks me out because I feel like some of these kids are actually brainwashed like way worse than our mom and dads were. Like they cranked it up to 1,000,000 on these kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think every generation, everybody's brainwashed, but somehow like Gen X and like young millennials, like Gen X and millennial, but I would say Gen X more than millennial, it somehow got out of that. They were the ones that were questioning authority the most out of, the last, God, who knows how long. But like, the boomers, they really, they took everything like hook, line, and sinker. And these Gen Zs and the Gen Zs definitely are just they're being programmed, kind of like you said. They're being groomed to go to just laugh at and never and completely disregard everything that anybody says that goes against experts or the government or anything like that. I have hope for Gen A. I think Gen A might kind of be a little bit more like Gen X, which would be awesome.
But it's weird because they're fine with questioning the government, right? It's like the teachers and stuff are against the government as well, or the establishment as well, but it's in a different way. It's like they don't care about like the lies. They're okay with the lies. They support the lies. They just want more power than the government, it seems like. And I'm like, what is that? Whereas like I don't want anyone to have that power.
The young, like the later millennials and the Gen Zs tend to like praise big tech, big government, big corporations, like just industry, whatever. Like these are they just praise anybody who has money. They just automatically think money means brilliance and success, and they're willing to give them all of their what's the right word? All of their fuck, like just like everything that has to do with their own lives, they're willing to hand it over like to them. Like, you tell me what to do. I trust you. You tell me what to do and I'll do it. They'll jump through that hoop.
Yeah, I did that whole thing and I got boned.
As will always happen. It's an oligarchy, or a fascist oligarchy is essentially what these people are pushing for, and what essentially the government and these corporations have right now. When it comes to big business and government, the way that they're able to influence government, like, the government doesn't serve the people, the government serves the big corporations, specifically big tech and, like big pharma and all that stuff. So, big tech, all the data, and you gotta keep in mind biotech is really the big thing that they're after right now. So it's all about the convergence of technology with medicine. And they need to get that into everybody. So that's a conglomeration right there of like big medicine, big tech, and big government all working together to get an agenda done. And then they got a whole bunch of people praising them and freaking worshiping them. That's where we're at now. And it's funny when the left likes to point at somebody like Trump or something, and I'm not a Trump guy, but like they want to point at Trump and say he's a fascist. Like, these people are freaking crying out for fascism and supporting fascism at every fucking angle. They don't even know what the word means.
Well, that's what's weird to me is like I was told from a young age, right, to be wary of the tech, right? Like iRobot, blah blah blah, like all of my
Yeah, we've had all
indoctrination.
the programming and warnings and all of the freaking science fiction novels and freaking movies, like all through our lifetimes.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, so we're not supposed to fall for an illusion. Weird. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Makes me uncomfortable a little bit because I'm like, I'll show her the movies and they see it as like falling victim to the Matrix, right? Like gender norms, blah blah blah, and I'm like, whoa, that wasn't a thing when these were made. Like, swear, like
Somehow they think that whole like gender spectrum thing is breaking the Matrix. They don't realize that they're completely falling for it. Because one of the big goals of the transhumanists, which is really what this is, it's transhumanism. Like they're transitioning humankind from human to machine. They're trying to merge man and machine. And like one of the transhumanist goals is to get rid of all race, get rid of all religion, get rid of all gender, and to make you basically an androgynous droid, like a drone. That's essentially the goal. They want a gray race of people. Everybody is easily swapped out. You plug and play. This one is malfunctioning. Take him out. Put another one in his place. That's the goal.
I agree.
I don't know if I agree with the overall premise that they want anything.
That's the transhumanist goal. That's what I'm saying. And you got to realize that what these people are, they're transhumanists. It's the one thing that really ties all of this together.
But like, why don't they teach the old ways of transhumanism?
Oh, who's they? I have an issue with all
The
just because
the
they-
elite, the archons, the people who identify as the transhumanist agenda. There's a bunch of them out there.
Yeah, I just have an issue with the whole they, because they is we. Like, if you don't consent, then it's not. There's no power there.
No, they is not we. I mean, there are a lot of people who are going along with the transhumanist agenda who don't even, they're unwitting, participants in it. That's how it's done. You get this society to adopt your morals and beliefs and your system.
Yeah, but if whatever the opponent's like moral foundational system is, if it's not strong enough to withstand somebody else's influence, then maybe naturalistically it should fail.
I mean, we usually take issue with they. Like, I pretty clearly announced who they are. Like, when we're talking about this in particular. Like, I didn't name people by names, but I'm talking about big tech, big pharma, big government, and their goals, like, of moving society to towards post-humanism. So, like, they're in a transitional period, and their post-human goals are.
I didn't hear the end of that.
Yeah, I mean, I named a couple specific groups, not actual individuals, but if you need to, there's a whole bunch that are right out there that you can, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and all of them, but they're in conjunction with, it's all the people with the money in the world right now. Like, they're all into biotech, these data collection centers, any company that collects all of your data. So Google, Android, Apple, Microsoft, like all of these.
Yeah, but that's like kind of what it's saying. Like, if the data that they were collecting was, contrary to, I guess, what we wanted, then what use would it be?
The data they're collecting everything they possibly can on you, and it's not because you want them to.
No, not because I want them to. I'm saying, all right, let's imagine they just collected everything about me, my likes, my dislikes, the favorite flavor of food, all these things. So now how are you going to use all of my likes and dislikes against me? Are you going to give me what I like or take away what I like?
Dude, they're collecting way more than just what you thumbs up and thumbs down. They've got they got a forward-facing camera on your phone to see how your eyes light up, and that have retina frickin' sensors that you can unlock your phone with. They have technology that talks about, like, it's preliminary at this point, but being able to actually read brainwaves to determine what you're thinking about or dreaming about while you sleep. They're monitoring your breaths while you sleep. Okay, like, to see how well you're sleeping. Every step that you take with a Fitbit. They want every single piece of data about you.
They want it, or like, because the people are putting on the Fitbit knowing that
they're being tricked into putting it on. They're being marketed it and sold it because it's hip and trendy.
How can I be sold something I don't want?
You do want it, and I will make you want it. You'll buy it because I want you to buy it. That's the way they think.
Well, that's I mean that could be the case, but like maybe I really do want it.
Yeah, you really do want with every one of these things, everything that has the word smart attached to it. Smart means basically spy. You can replace the word smart with spy. I forget what the actual meaning of it. The actual actually, just give me a second, because even the word smart, SMART in all caps, it literally means
I mean, listen, I'm not going against I'm not going against what you're saying as far as data collection. Like, listen, I could take a picture. Like, my sister did it, right? She sent me this picture of like a kid at the class, right, in class or the classroom or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, let me zoom in on that and see what's going on. I could copy with my phone like the handwritten words and name tags from on their name tags. Like, it was picking up all the letters. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's look, of course, they sell all of this stuff. Like all technology has like pros and cons, and they sell you the things that you're gonna find cool and interesting and hip and neat. But along with it comes all of the bad stuff, and that's all signed away in the end user agreement. Click OK, in order to use. Like, you just signed away all of your fucking data. Like, you've got LiDAR in your freaking Roomba vacuum cleaner mapping out your house. You've got, your thermostat talks to your fridge, talks to your freaking doorbell. And all of these things,
You're in my
it all
house
talks
right
to your life. It's all monitoring you. They're all spy devices.
That's a smart meter, by the way, but go on.
The smart meters, all that stuff does that without a smart meter. Smart meter is just another
required
fucking
smart
device.
meter. My ComEd put it in. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying, Lou, is that you have the choice, like, and so do I, to not purchase these things or sign up for at this point in life. Maybe it won't always be that.
Yeah, you still do. You still do. You are lucky enough where you still have that. But more and more and more, you're going to be creating like a separation of classes. If you refuse to participate in that stuff, you're being looked at as a freak, and especially
Well, not
in
even
the
about
near
look
future.
at. You're going to get phased out, like, because you won't be able to communicate and stuff. Not even
Yeah.
like as an ignorant, not even to be mean. Just you just won't be able to talk.
Yeah, eventually you get phased out or you
Might have
assimilate. That's just it.
Yeah, but I just mean as far as like you'll be phased out as in you won't be able to call somebody because you don't know how to work a smartphone, or you won't be able to send an email if you don't know how to get on the computer or whatever. You got to.
What's up, everybody? Where y'all at in this conversation?
Talking about phasing you out.
What's up, everybody? Where you guys at in this conversation?
We're pretty deep into it. Not going to recap the whole thing. I mean,
Anybody want to drop a spark notes?
He doesn't understand smart meters.
Right. Smart
Yeah,
meters.
I was just touching base on like free will is required is all. So it's like, is it really against your will? I mean, it's against your will, but people are agreeing.
Are most people comfortable with the fact that free will is a religious matter as well?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Are some people comfortable with the idea that free will is something that is religious, a concept that is religious?
You think? Well, I mean, just say what you mean to say. Is free will a concept or does it exist?
It's a question.
Yeah, it wasn't
well,
a question, really.
I think that's something that's almost usually argued about in like a dichotomy type of a thing, and I think it's more complex than that. Like, I actually, in the bigger scheme of things, and I question whether or not we actually truly have free will.
You have the
I
option to choose, but you don't have the option to not choose. So is that free?
I mean, I would say that, like, in smaller instances, like on its face, yes, we can choose to take a left turn or to take a right turn, but But in the bigger grand scheme of things, in like the fractal nature of things, like, or in the creator's eyes, whatever, like if he knows the outcome, then whatever you choose probably ends up converging into the same end either way. And in that case, like what you choose has no matter.
How can we determine what the end will be if you know that it's the same end? To what cause and to what other experience comparatively?
Yeah, like right there, you said nothing again.
Is that your response?
Yeah.
That's a decent response.
A decent response when you can respond to the fact that some people don't understand that they don't have free will because perhaps they were born with it and they didn't know it. That's who will consider that different, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the future existing in a concrete way, I mean, if you're saying like, just if you're bringing the religion of God into it, you would be then putting like God in a place where saying just because the future exists in a concrete way, that means that that you in this moment, in the now, don't have an option or a choice. It's because this being that can do anything that wants to do can know both the future and the past in a way that we can't understand it.
I don't think that's how it
Doesn't mean
works at all.
it doesn't mean you don't have free will.
I don't think that's how it works at all. Do you believe in God?
I don't know. How do you think it works?
No, I mean, do you believe in God?
I mean, how do you think it works?
It's a yes or no. You can just give me one or the other.
Dude, you're not going to answer anything. You haven't answered anything.
I'm about to answer, but let's be
don't
fair.
talk to me. Let's
I've
not
answered
be
every
fair.
question. Okay, we're gonna do this. I don't want to
Yeah,
do
let's
that.
not be
So,
fair. Yeah.
I'm gonna skip backwards then and not ask you if you believe in God. I can
Do
assume
it.
that you don't believe in God, and I can assume that you perhaps have this small ultimatum percentage of it that believes in a higher power. Most people do. Okay.
Austin, is
We
that your
have-
question or your statement? Go ahead with your mind. Go ahead with your mind.
Oh,
and your,
you refuse. Well, let me speak now because I asked a question. You had the audience to speak and you didn't. You gave it up. Let me speak.
Go ahead, you fucking weirdo.
Cool. I'll be weird while I'm living. Anyways, so we
Anyway,
have free will, and humankind are given free will by the decree of God. I believe in that. But before I believed in that, I also believed in my free will based on a constitution, an existence of it. Before that free will, I also believed in a different rule of law, in a different study, in a different land, where there was no ultimatum such as free will. And yet again, still have to be in existence in accordance with different laws of nature. So,
yeah, do you think free will, like the invisible will that's not made of physical material, is a law of nature?
if you're asking me if I believe that I have the right to speak, yes.
That's not what I meant. That's what I said. You don't answer questions.
Because that's
so
an
weird, dude.
untangible question. That question is more oblique than anything that can be
You were
given
the
away.
one who
I'm
turned
not
to
the one who
it
did
being a
anything.
law
You
of
asked the
nature.
question.
Yeah,
Sure. I'll let
you
you
stated it as a law of free will, right?
Yeah.
As a law of nature.
Because
What
it's
do you mean by nature?
it's decreed by God for humans to have free will. Same as animals, by the way, and trees.
Okay,
That's why
so
they can
when you
grow
say nature,
anywhere.
are you referring to like the metaphysical, not the concrete physical?
I'm not sure which definition you choose to define nature as,
That's why I asked you.
but I do know nature as this, the simplicity of it at least. Sunlight, oxygen, water, humans, animals, photosynthesis, science, volcanoes, roads, cars, emissions, laws.
Right. So that's what I was asking if you think free will is a deterministic result of chemical reactions of the material world.
You can say that because you can't control those outcomes.
Which outcome?
The outcomes that it took one molecule to combine with another molecule to create perhaps this other entity in nature.
Yeah. Again, that's like So I don't want to go back too far.
Exactly.
Into like,
When you make something that opaque
no, I'm not.
and you don't
I'm
give
not
it any
done. I just didn't
concision,
want to take you to the next
it
level.
can take you
I want to go
anywhere.
backwards for you, and then just
Sure.
ask you: are you saying that you do have free will, or you don't?
I came in here saying I know I have free will.
Okay, and is free will made of physical material in your mind?
Free will is, well, which kind of free will do we want to talk about? We talk about the free will that is unconditional free will or involuntary free will, such as, um, let's even go as far and simple as calling it magnetism, or are we talking about free will that is imposed by the decree of God upon his sublets, humans?
Which I started off by saying
I just
know we have
differentiated the free wills we're speaking about.
I hear you, man. I'm
You just
talking
need to
right.
pick
So
one and
I
tell me which
began
one
by
you're talking about.
no, I don't need to pick which one that you're thinking of. No,
Okay.
I began.
Tell me
I'll
which one
just
you're
restate what
talking
I
about,
began
then.
with. Was I began with
Sure.
saying we do have free will, but not to the extent that we don't have the we don't have the option to not choose.
Cool. I would
I
do
mean,
you
it
this
could be.
favor.
You
I
could
would do you
always
this
be
favor. I
there's
would
always
go
the
back as far. I would go back as far as I got in here and I was like, "Hey guys, what are we talking about?" And we can start there again.
Yeah, and
there
that's
is the
where I started
possibility that
with
there is a
me and
possibility that
Bill talking. Yeah.
there is the possibility that you could have the illusion of free will, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Though you think that you have made a choice on your own, I mean, the truth is that in most choices that you make, there's really only one, like one probable answer, like one good answer. Like most of your choices, it's like, yeah, that's not good. I'm going this
Mm-hmm.
way.
The law
Like
of probability.
so it's yeah, it could be more of like a like you could have the belief that you are choosing, but it's already predestined. You
We
know
can even
that
condition
could
that
be a
to
thing.
go as far as understanding that we can take a breath and we breathe in oxygen, but one day you could walk into a room and not know that what you're about to intake through your airways is not oxygen, but you have the expectation that oxygen is what you will always receive, and you might demise by that. It's an accordance.
Yeah,
Free
you
will
really
is
have
not
no
necessarily
choice to
something that will
kind of
lead
think
us to an obsolete guidance toward freedom or a greater knowing. You know, I think so. I agree with the understanding that free will is, decreed by God. I understand that free will is something that we eager for as humans, and so we institute it in our laws and commandments. But also as well, it's something that should always be aware about and guided. Don't you agree?
That's to you, Will.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds pretty good. Yeah, like I basically the same thing. Like I, I can't assume, I can't assume that everything is going to work itself out on its own because God has a plan, and whatever is going to happen will happen, and all of that. That would be irresponsible. You know, that would be nihilistic and apathetic and all kinds of things. It would be terrible. So you have to do what's best for you as though you have free will. But there's a chance that that was already planned for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. So destiny exists and free will exists at the same time.
But there are some people
That's
who are good people, though, and they don't necessarily believe in, let's all go all the way and say God, other than the Bible alone, or religion. And, those people also exist in a world where they execute instances of free will in many different accordances. And I find it
Like
interesting.
but like somebody's belief in free will is not the requirement. Like somebody to believe
Yes.
in God is not the requirement for God to exist. Like it's independent.
Yes.
Whether they believe they have free will or whether they believe in God, these things can exist without their beliefs.
There's an interesting factor, though, because for some, they understand that there's an abundance of promiscuity that exists there, whereas the Bible thumpers, no offense to anyone, feel as though their exigence in free will is quite contained, moderated, and they are not liable to succumbing any kind of fate such as that. So is that kind of free will, that expression of free will, a poor character of mankind? Is it liable? Are we liable for any reasons? I ask that because now we have a constitution that supports it for anybody and everybody. And then we tend to determine that people can be evil. So, how are the lines drawn, and where is it appropriate to draw the line? Because that's where divisiveness is included in the picture.
Yeah, like the people who are gonna argue against these things, right? They're gonna have to borrow from them, right? Like, so if they're gonna say, well, you're bad and I'm good, and or this is good and that's bad, they're gonna have to borrow from from the Bible to even argue that stance. Because if the Bible is not true, if God is not true, then there's no absolute standard of good and bad. But they'll stand there anyway and tell you that they have the freedom to choose what's good and bad.
See, and that's where this gets kind of sticky, is because, like, if it's just the Christian Bible, then there's a whole lot of people being left out.
Why?
What do you mean?
Because it doesn't apply to only Christians, but why?
Well, what I'm saying is, and this, it
Well,
doesn't
left out of
usually
what?
go over well. Like, this is where it becomes kind of new agey, but like I think that most of the religions, almost if not all, like their biggest tenets, like of their faith, whatever, like in a God, like there's a lot more similarity than there are differences. I think they're all describing the same God, and that God still, it's not dependent on what book you read or what the name is that you call your savior or your God.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
as long
Well,
as
that's kind of besides the point, though. The point is that if you don't defer to a God or something that's ultimate, that sets the standard for everything, right? Then the consequence of that is that everything is relative. So if good and bad are now relative, then nothing is good and nothing is bad. Doesn't matter which one you're going to reference. You just have to reference an ultimacy.
Yeah.
If we could heed to that idea, what purpose would the Bible then have, or what purpose would any holy books then have?
Yeah, I mean, if you could determine good and bad on your, go ahead, Lou, sorry.
Because I know I asked that question.
Any holy book is basically there to kind of like set a moral standard. Like it's a what you were just talking about, good and bad. Like it's bad to do this, it's good to do that, and then there's it's just compiled with thousands of stories about somebody who did something bad, and or they made the wrong choice, and then this is the bad outcome. This is somebody who made a good choice, and here's a good outcome. It's all about just morality.
Do you think theological values are influenced by the effects of what morality will have on mankind if introduced or if induced in society?
He's actually said it again or rephrase it.
Do you think that conditioning any form of ruling and government over a society of people via using tools that are attributed to gospels and or holy books have any particularly fundamental effects on the ruling and the society that is being ruled under such?
It still sounded a little bit of a complicated way of phrasing it, but are you basically saying like the rulers of this world, like governments and so on, like using holy text to kind of manipulate people, or
essentially without the form or concept of manipulation, but with a sense of control? Yes, altogether. I was trying to avoid really making the question kind of be that kind of target. I didn't want it to be a hit.
Yeah, I think that's what kind of complicated it for me. It was that you were trying to tiptoe around that. Like, yeah, it is my opinion anyway that none of these holy books, Bible included, are literally God's word. They are they can be changed and manipulated and controlled by whatever king or government wants to do so. And that they have been done that way. That this is why one of the big reasons why I'm a deist. I don't like religion. I despise religion. I do believe in a God, a creator. And I think really it's just about knowing morality, doing what's right or doing what's wrong anytime that you have a choice between the two. If you do that, it doesn't matter what religion you're born into or anything like that, God will favor you in the end.
Excluding your personal experience with the outside world, when you close the door behind you and when you walk into your home, what do you think overall? Do you think to yourself, well, I'm done, playing the part, or do you think to yourself, this is exactly how it should be played?
What do you mean by close the door behind me when I enter my house? Like the way it should be played?
I say that because you describe yourself as a theist and you believe in a higher
Deist. Yeah.
That's what I said, right?
Well, I thought I heard theist. Sorry.
It's fine. And you believe in a God, in a higher power.
Yeah.
But you don't submit to all the other religions and what their fundamentals are and such. And you have to exist in the world of people such as, but you have to live in your world of your ideals and beliefs. But when you close the door behind you, without all those interferences and disturbances, what is your consideration of what it is for you altogether? And we could say at the end of your day, on a day-to-day kind of routine, or I could say altogether just in a general sense.
Do you believe the world's a spinning water ball?
Yeah, I close the door and I say, well, at least the world's a spinning water ball. And then I go and join a flat earth chat.
Well, you see, what you're not is a pessimist, and that's a refreshing thing, right? So
I'm glad you say that. A lot of people disagree. They think I am a pessimist, but
no. Because I simply did the due diligence of asking the appropriate questions to get into determine that, versus just being like, this guy could be whomever. And I have a disdain for that, but we just have to mature around it. Yeah, you're not you don't think worst of the world or that the world is shit. Well,
no, I have high hopes for everything, and I
yeah.
Every day I'm trying to make every day a happy day, a good day. Like that. I am, but people, because they know of my interests, like in conspiracy and stuff like that, and their lack of knowledge about those things, they just automatically think, because like the stuff that I tell them that's going on in the world and like what's likely to happen or whatever else, they think that I'm just always sitting here like, cursing at the frickin', just cursing at the world and, but no, I'm not at all. Like I'm actually pretty at peace with it, which is crazy. It took a long time to be, but I am.
I think this interaction is a description of how your free will is working out for you. Some may not understand that at all. I do. Cheers to that, my friends.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right. World is flat. World is not. I look out into the morning. When I was a kid, I used to look out into a horizon. We had mountains everywhere and farms and hills and mountains. And the sun will rise from a nice little angle in between all of those enclaves. And I will always watch it. But one day, I realized something was different when I started looking at it a different way. And I was looking at it from a reflection in the living room through the mirror. And I noticed that although the sun was still rising, relatively around the same place at that time of the year, everything else, the structures in the back, at a certain time of the day, they were at a higher point in the mirror because the mirror was like ceiling high. So imagine, let me give you an illustration, somewhere around 7 to 8 feet high, right? That same building that I could see through that light room, hallway in the house would be at a certain point that I could put a Sharpie on and say, this is where this is at 8 o'clock. And in the springtime, at 5 o'clock, that's where the building was at. Whereas at 1 o'clock, or 12 o'clock, let's say 12 because that's when I looked at it, it was at a completely different mark. And the mark always changed. And I always wondered how and why. Relatively, the reflection that I was looking at in the mirror was probably from about 15 to 20 miles away. Because it would beam and it would reflect this light and it was so shiny and I could see it. I'll put a mark on it. I'll look at the mirror later on in the day and it's at a different point. Does that have anything to do with the Earth being flat? Well, it's past 9 o'clock. Maybe you guys will come out of your slumber later.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the room was trying to get us to get more onto the flat Earth stuff, and I kind of toned out with. I was gonna. You and I had been talking for a while. I muted and kind of toned out for a minute there, but now nobody's speaking up.
I don't mind. Things do get boring after a while.
You got to call out the Globers. So yeah, I mean, you say you're. Where is actually your stance? Like, you haven't exactly been clear about that. I could go either way with you. Would you consider yourself to be a flat earther, or do you believe in the globe? Did he drop out?
I don't know.
I heard somebody drop out. I don't even know the name of who I was talking to. There's no way he just went quiet like that. He must have been the one who dropped out. Yeah, sorry, Heretic. I know we went for a little while there on like non-flat Earth stuff, but I think that stuff actually it's good for the room to do it a little bit. You know, like getting back on topic is always good too, but uh, doing the same, especially if nobody's naturally bringing up flat Earth, like having conversations like that draw a lot of people in. Actually,
Well, to be honest, I was deafened for most of it. I was just betting. I was just betting that we were off the topic.
What? Because I was talking? You're gonna bet?
That and Momo said that I bet this guy thinks he lives on a spinning water ball, so that was like my tip off.
Yeah. No, I mean I love the flat Earth stuff, but it's like I don't it's not like a sport for me to like just keep hitting Globers with the same damn arguments all the fucking time. You know, like I really like the actual conversations that can spark from it.
Yeah. It's just when there's new people dropping in, I want them to just hear like the main topic.
I get you. Yeah, no, and so that's why I was saying like having those little side chat topics, as long as they don't go on forever and ever, you know, like they're good because it's interesting stuff. But yeah, it should be brought back. And so thanks for the reminder there.
No worries. Well, I got to deafen some more. Gonna leave it in your hands again.
Not a wise choice, my man. Not a wise choice.
Well, there's other people in here who should do their job or something. Maybe they're asleep. I don't know. Well, we'll get it figured out.
Give her.
All right, peace out. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Yep, later.
What did I miss?
A riveting conversation.
Heard something about you guys were talking about something getting flat Earth.
Yeah, no, we got off topic for a little while there. Actually, we had a little bit of a moment. It didn't go too long about like technocracy, essentially.
Technocracy.
Transhumanism and all that. And then this guy came in and started getting a little bit cryptic and talking about like religion and free will and all of that kind of stuff. We talked about that. And
I finally got a break from the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, a little bit of a break from flat Earth, and then the moment he got pressed on flat Earth, he dropped out. So that's where we're at now.
I guess it's good to every now and then get a break from the same stuff.
Yeah, dude, this stuff does get stale if you've been doing it for years and years and years, like a lot of us have. Like, I mean, I don't. It does to me anyway. I don't know how some of these guys it's like they're like perfectly satisfied by just like using the same, dozen arguments, over and over and over and over again.
I know. I've had this conversation before with someone else. It's almost like having sex with the same person for 15 years. No one will admit it, but it does get a little old.
Yeah, there's a lot more. I mean, there's a lot of the. Just to be funny, there's a lot of other topics that sort of orbit this one.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does.
And and a lot of them are, in my opinion, more pressing too, but out of fear of, with censorship and stuff like that, you have to tiptoe around them. And I know that's why often that's the main reason why we're so strict about people jumping in and saying, "Hey, stay on topic," because they're afraid of you talking about anything that's truly important in the world at this moment.
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yo, how do you start a cult? Like, can you start like a church?
Dude, you can start a church for sure. Yeah, you got to apply for like, I think it's like a 301c or something. I forget, it's whatever, but like you have to have a certain amount of members, and then yeah, it costs money to get it, but like then you could get like a you can get tax-free like exemption, and you just get people to join your church and donate into a basket and believe your word, and you're good to go.
Okay, wait. So like if I buy like a plot of land, right? And I get people to like meet on that plot of land. Maybe much. Oh,
Are you really trying to set a cult? Like, I mean, ask the Scientologists; they did it.
oh, dude, I got some good doctrine, man.
Why do you ask such a ridiculous question, though? Like, is it insinuating anything, or is it just
Well, can a church sell stuff?
not for profit? It has to be a non-profit organization.
Okay, but
of
nonprofit
course,
organizations still run like a
Yeah.
business.
Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. So, like, you have to find a way to spend all of the money that you bring in on the books.
On the books.
Yeah.
Okay, could that church legally gamble?
No, I don't believe so, but I couldn't. No, I don't think so. The Church of Sports Betting.
No. See, I'm gonna keep it a secret, okay, until I actually figure out how to do this. But basically, I would have a church that is just like-minded people, and we'd sell like merchandise, and that'd pay for the church, and of course, like, I'd dip into it because I'd be telling people that, like, yo,
Well, dude, this is
this is how I want to live.
Actually, like the people who run the church, like there'll be certain people like at the head of the church that make ridiculous amounts of money, and like it's just a matter of like how you cover it in the books. Like, as long as the church itself, the organization or whatever, like it's not profiting, it spends all the money, like.
Okay, so what do you need to have it to be a church? Could it be like a philosophy? Is that enough for you to form a church off of?
You do huge write-offs, so you could have everybody in the congregation go to frickin' Maui for like a month. And as long as at the end of the year you have broken even, then you're still a non-profit organization.
That's so dumb. Okay, wait. So
you get it?
Or I want to make a church for the misfits. Like, give form to the new age. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually, like get in the forefront of this and just like make a place where people can walk in and buy like their you know, Yamta or whatever, like the mantras, but the pictured mantras, or like, you know, like all of it, bro, from all the religions, you know, and be like, this is what I think the principle, the focal point of this is, and this is how I think you can use it to make it work for you. And, you know, and that's the doctrine. Because a lot of times I want to buy shirts and stuff that I like feel like are targeting me. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like not a lot of companies can really touch on the esoteric aspect and subtlety of things, right? Like I feel like there's a bunch of skateboarding companies that are really good at it, right? But the rest of the companies are just super bad at it, man.
Yeah, I get you. Like when it comes to shirts or hats or something, like it's all too in your face, like going for shock value, and that's pretty dated. You want something that's going to make people think, and like get them to, you know, like make the connection, like subtly, right? Is that kind of what you're saying there?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. I agree. I like wearing a hat that says the Earth is flat is pretty lame in my opinion. Like you need to insinuate it and get them to think about it.
I agree. I think subtlety is like the art that a lot of flat earthers miss.
A lot of I agree completely. There's a lot of, in fact, people are I this is a conversation that because look, there's people in this room. I'm not going to name anybody in that by names, but it's just so shove it down your throat, in your face, and like almost. If I was going to compare it, I'd say it's like, who's the frickin' radio guy?
Yeah. In my eyes, I feel like if we go further with the flat, I honestly feel like places like this are set up to stop the conversation, right? Because the bottom line is like, if we want people to take this seriously, there's gotta be an actual like way to build a model. There's gotta be a way to agree upon something. You know, even if there's not, but someone's got to have a theory of everything eventually, so that we can get this stuff into work.
No, a theory of everything. Give me a break, dude. The mainstream, like your normies out there, laugh their ass off at the idea of a theory of everything ever being possible. You know, like when it comes to Stephen Hawkins and all of these other guys.
Right, but so why do you entertain them? Why do you
write them off? Okay, like it's only these freaking internet geeks, these freaking dorks that actually believe in that shit.
I feel that, but then why do you I guess entertain them? Like, why not further dive into what this place is and the mechanisms behind it, or develop a system of your own? Because like I feel like people are really missing the whole point of this, in my opinion, is that like you were given a system, right? And then you broke that system. And so now it's like, what are you gonna do? Right? Like, what system are you gonna make yourself,
You
or
know
what
what?
system?
You know what? It's more about instead of like a system. When I hear system, I'm thinking of a system of control, of mind control, and the control of the masses. It's not a system that you need people to adopt. It's more empowering the individual, taking the power away from any system, any government, any religion, any like. You need to empower the individual.
Do you?
You need to make you need to at least let them understand that they are the ones who are ultimately in control of their own lives and their own destiny.
Okay, but if you use that knowledge, right, to advance without them, that's not like our fault. That's not, like just leave them in the dust to think about whatever while you're
Right,
extrapolating.
well, what do you think? Yeah, what's been done to us? Yeah, that's exactly how it is. Because really, there is none of these laws that they write down on paper have any meaning. It's just that they have been at this game longer than us, and they've got more of a foothold in that door of asserting their control.
Yeah, but
they're
you live somewhere where you can make a foothold. You can take a stand, bro. Like if you're in America, bro, like those churches, that's what they are, man.
No, that's not what a church is.
Bro, that is what a church is. Look at the Geneva Bible, and
Dude,
like
look at
when
what happened in freaking Waco. That's what that was.
well, no, I don't mean violently take a stand. I mean intellectually.
No. They got freaking destroyed because they tried to freaking assert their freaking dominance through a church. Their like not dominance, but their own. They tried to do things their way and ignore the government, and then look what happened. They got fucking burned out.
Well, we wouldn't ignore the government. We just intellectually grow large enough that like our ideas become mainstream, right? And then we would infiltrate the government and take it over, right? And then just go back to being free. Like just get rid of these fucking weirdos, like the narcissists, bro, the flying monkeys of the story. Like nobody wants them there.
We don't want a flat earth religion, just letting you know that from the very get-go. Like we don't want a flat earth cult or a flat earth religion.
Well, no, but I want open-minded religion. I want a religion that allows for the practice of the religion, because in my opinion, like mysticism of any religion is the doctrine in practice, right? Like it's like, sure, you can read the stories and whatever, but like if you're not practicing it, right, like engaging in the mysticism of it, then you're not using the doctrine.
Yeah, sovereignty was actually the word I was looking for. But you do this whole like you started this conversation by saying, how do I start a cult?
Yeah.
And then it's about a religion and yada yada yada, and then somehow, dude, I don't like the way you're going with this. I think you're painting a bad picture.
I don't feel like it's a bad picture, bro. I'm sorry.
Religion isn't going to get you there. Cults aren't going to get you there.
Well, why do Christians, like think it's weird when you dive into what the Bible says?
I don't know. I don't know how that's related either, though.
Well, because like, let's say my girlfriend's dad is a Lutheran priest, okay? And when I like bring up to him, like, well, what do you think the Nephilim are? And he doesn't really have an answer. And I'm like, well, you don't think it's odd that the Book of Enoch explains this stuff, And and
You
he
know,
kind of
how
shuts
easy
down.
it is to write that shit off when you don't believe when you don't go along with religion, when you don't believe in religion, when you think religion is an evil of the world. You can still believe in a God and cast away religion. You know, Jesus did the same fucking thing according to your books. Jesus freaking decided not to preach in a church, to talk to the people, to freaking like. In fact, he condemned organized religion. He condemned the church and he condemned government.
For sure, I'm with you. I'm with you, but I'm like, we could just have a church that acknowledges
Why?
that.
Why?
You know,
That would be against Jesus's preachings. Why would you do that?
well, because then you'd be organizing the people in the image of the people. In fact, I would encourage other people to copy me throughout the country.
That's what every sociopath says.
Why? You really think that's like insane?
I didn't say insane. You know, like 90% of people are fucking sociopaths. Like, uh, insanity has more to do with like not with going against the freaking grain. Like being in. Then there's also the quote, I forget who says it, that says like being well adjusted to an insane society is no measure of, or it's no measure of, um, like how does that thing go? It's no measure of like good mental health to be well adjusted to an like insane world.
Okay, what is a church that allows you to like look into alchemical practices and those doctrines, and you know, it just has a place for the mysticism. That's all I want.
I don't know. I just you want what you want, and you should do what you want to do. But if it's a religion, I'm not going to back it. If it's a cult, I'm definitely not going to back it. And if you try to put flat Earth on its name, I'm going to frickin' condemn it.
Yeah. Nah, nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't think the Earth really has a shape. I think it's more of a projection, to be honest. But that's my personal opinion. Okay, what is statism, bipolar? He's Schmeagle before he became Golem. What? So do I just write stories then? Just write stories and like disguise the occultic knowledge in the stories so other people can like get on board with it and make money that way? Let's use the ring. Authoritarian statism. Well, yeah, but you can push ideas onto the public super easy. Look at what they did with certain groups of people that, like, in anything that you think about, they've done it. So it's like all you have to do is put the ideas out there and like actually flesh it out, right? Like write it down, like look at it, and then like come up with something. Like, look at that guy who made cellular cosmology. Terrible example because he was crazy, right? But there's a book on cellular cosmology, and it's interesting. Like, it's worth a read. It's a brilliant idea, even if it's wrong. Like, I like that, and I think other people like that too. Like, I think they like to read those things. Look at Jung. Look at like all these people who talk about mental archetypes, like. Wait, so bipolar, do you agree with the way that, like, let's say Israel is then? Because I don't necessarily disagree with it. And I think, like, what you're saying, like, government can be used for good, evil can be used for good, right? Like, when I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking of, like, secular and non-secular, basically,
Here's the way that I'm reading it. Like, so, and actually, I'm not sure I agree with him. Like, government could potentially be used for good. It's just pointing out a government that has been used that way would be hard to do. But at least in theory, like, it could be done.
What would you think if government was organized around like a trinity,
here's
like
the
a
problem.
monad, like a mother, a father, and a son?
Stop. No, because if your government is ruled by a religion, because that's what that is, then you're excluding like the vast majority of people, like, and you're forcing people.
Well, it wouldn't be a religion though. It would be a philosophy of how we see the most stable structure in nature, right? Three, the mother, the father, and the son. And so you could have like a elected official from the right wing, an elected official from the left wing.
That's the point that I was trying to make. Like, is that, government could be used for good in order to try to keep some kind of an order. Like, but the government needs to always be as limited as possible. Like, it can't infringe on people's on their free will, their own rights to live as a human being. As long as you're not harming somebody else, you should be free to do what you want to do.
Well, sure, but do you let your kids do what they want to do, or do you like prevent them from doing things that kill them?
We're not children. We're talking about adults when we're talking about this. Yeah,
well, I understand, but most kids act like adults.
Shut up! I'm still talking. The parents govern their children. The government governs the rest of the people, and its duty should literally just be to make sure that nobody infringes on the freaking rights of other adults or other families.
Yeah, I agree. I think like fire departments are probably called for. right? Like I think
You don't technically need to have a public fire department. You could still have a fire department. It doesn't technically need to be a public one.
well,
You could have multiple fire departments racing to fight the fire. I mean, I know historically they used to be gangs that they would then start fighting each other for the right to put out the fire. Instead of putting out the fire, yeah, that was an issue. But if you had 2 or 3 fire departments racing to the fucking scene trying to get paid, your fire would probably get put out faster.
but how do you collect money for that?
No, yeah, you figure out who gets paid, how much, and how. But literally, it doesn't have to be a public fire department to do it.
I think it makes it so much less predatory.
We already do this with our ambulances. We still, in most municipalities, don't even have a public EMT. Like Bell Ambulance is a private company.
Yeah, but you don't think that in disaster scenarios where no one can be left to foot the bill, and it shouldn't necessarily come down to interrupt the rest of the citizens' lives, that a centralized government is there to prevent little hiccups like that in society?
Centralized government always makes the hiccups. They always make things less efficient. They waste your money and do things slower because the people who work for them know they're getting paid no matter what. The people who work for government are the least qualified people in society in almost every case.
Yeah, but that's our fault.
No, it's the government's fault for existing.
Whoa. But you can do the same thing.
No, you can't. How do you stop government? They forcibly
What,
take your
you
money.
literally get a bunch of like-minded people together and you pick an elective and then you start talking.
Go and do that then.
I'm just saying.
It's not that simple, dude. They've got
Wait.
everything sewn up.
I
They have
don't know.
everything
I think it
around.
is.
No, it really isn't. You've got every piece of land. They forcibly extract wealth and resources from you, backed by force. What can you do about that?
Well, you'd have enough people that they wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, they can. They just, if you honestly, dude, let's just say that you got 100,000 people to have an uprising in the US. They were just
Not an
imprisoned-
uprising. Like
That's what you'd need to do. to get rid of the
No. We're talking about an information wave, right? That just like spread.
What, and just complain loudly on the internet? That's going to do nothing.
No. Organize. And
Okay, what does that look like?
it looks like starting a church, basically.
Right, but what do you actually do? What physical actions do you take?
What physical actions do you take?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be a theology of
Right,
like
so you get people say, we're not going to follow government. Then what?
no, not follow government. That's the part. Like, I wouldn't try to get rid of the government. I think it's like there for a reason, bro. Like, we have crazy
That's what we're
people
talking
out
about.
here.
You can't say that you're going to get rid of the government by not getting rid of the government, bro. That doesn't make sense.
I don't want to get rid of the government.
I know you don't, but that's the topic of discussion.
No, I want to infiltrate the government and use it my way.
Right, so how you going to do that?
I don't know, with an
so?
ideology. An ideology.
Government is itself an ideology of control over a group of people.
Yeah, but if you change the fundamental structure of the control that's been
Fine,
imposed
what does
on a
that look
large
like?
majority of people, well,
You're saying a lot without saying anything.
okay, so specifically, I think if we rewire people's brains to work in mother, father, son, right? Like a monad, a triple, like threefold system that respects masculine, feminine, and the child. Like the nuclear family, right? Proton, neutron, electron, 2 up, 1 down, right? Like the Higgs boson, it all powers itself. Like, and by correcting that in society, rather than it being leaning one way or the other, I think by using that philosophy, we can actually correct the story and like make a better world.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing practical or actionable there, is there?
I think there is.
Okay, you can think that, but what do you actually do?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said, "Oh, just rewire people."
Yeah, it
Cool.
will.
How are you going to do that?
What by discussing things with them.
I mean, if you're not going to bring anything practical, I've lost interest. But I can give you practical application for what I think, but you have no practical application.
Okay, well, I do. I just don't feel comfortable talking about it here.
Well, then don't. That's fine too.
Okay.
Yeah, Lou, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was relieved that you jumped in. Like, in fact, you said something that I was trying to get to, but he kind of changed the topic slightly on me. It is kind of a fruitless conversation with him. Yeah, like how are you gonna institute your will of government on the people by just having discussions with them? If you're gonna put any kind of if you're gonna use your power to force them to get along with you, you will also at the same time be creating enemies against you. How are you gonna deal with that? Like this is one of the big problems with institutions with government is that you can never get all people to get along or to agree. Like you have to, the only way that we could ever reach some type of a peacefulness is with just some very limited basic rules about infringing on other people's rights. Like otherwise, get the fuck out of my life. You don't belong there. You can't tell me what to believe or what to think.
I agree. I think that if we like just put the story in a certain light though, like it's not even something that you really have to believe. It's just like it fixes the way it is in your brain.
Yeah, I'm out. I'll see you in a bit.
Hey, Glahovers, are you guys seeing this? Glahovers. I got live action, globe destruction. Where you guys at? I wish you guys could see what I see with my bare naked eyes. Right? I'm just trying to find a
What?
spot. You don't see the lights across the lake? You don't see the whole horizon of lights? Come on, man. My camera's picking this up. Here, I'll pan from the left side. You see, that's one side of the city, right? That's the other side of the city, right? Where's the CN Tower? CN Tower's right there. I'm on the fucking beach right here, right next to the water. And right across, you see those lights? Look at that horizon of lights. The only problem is, like, I can lower my camera to the water even more. We're still going to see that horizon of lights, my friends. Right? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I'm like 2 feet off the water here. The only problem is, there's like a 4-foot, like, concrete shit in front of me. It's like a wave break. And I'm trying to find, like, a place where there isn't one along the beach, and I can't really find one. But yeah. Hey, Globers, you know how far that is? You got a little Hobers.
I see the curve.
Look at what fucking curve. It's straight. Yeah, buddy, if you see the curve, you fucking
I
have,
see the
you
curve.
have curve. You see how there's a nice little mirrored reflection on the lake of those buildings, right? And as I follow
Show
the
me the
middle
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower? What fucking Eiffel Tower?
I don't know.
What the
The
fuck
earth
do you
is
want the
flat,
Eiffel Tower?
correct?
So? What's your point? Are you telling me you're able to see forever? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Are you that stupid? You stopped yourself. Okay, so no. So then how the fuck do you think I can see the Eiffel Tower from where I am? What, is that Eiffel Tower like fucking thousands of fucking miles up in the sky and I can see it? Are you stupid or what? Oh, remember, stupid questions deserve fucking stupid answers. So don't fucking ask stupid questions. Motherfucker. Go back on mute before I get angry. You guys don't understand. It's such a clear day today that I see like stars in the sky. The moon is halfway lit. The whole fucking horizon that is like literally all of fucking Hamilton, all of Oakville, all of fucking St. Catharines. I literally see all of that. And that's just a bend of Lake Ontario, right? So if there was a fucking curve curving away, that bend would not look like that. That curve of the land that's going around the lake would not fucking look like that over 30 miles. But guess what? Oh, it looks flat. Because it is. Motherfuckers. Oh, it's so beautiful though. You guys don't understand how nice and clear. I wish I had like a fucking P900 or some shit so I could like zoom right into that. Right even across. I can even, today's so clear. Guy, I can see at an angle, and I think that's like 50 miles across. 60 miles. Holy shit. You know what I mean? So this lake is so crazy that at the shortest point it's 30 miles, but if you're going to start looking diagonally, the distance increases, right? Therefore, that curve should have been fucking there covering that. But no, man. As the distance increases, it's still fucking flat. And it's just moving away from me and fucking gets smaller. But I can see the lights, man, at a diagonal. That's actually extremely rare. I never see that. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. All right, I'll go back on
You're damn right you go back on mute.
Buddy, don't get me started, because you know when somebody tells me what to do, I usually start doing it the opposite, man. Don't fucking test me.
You're talking to me?
Hey, Vlad.
Damn fucking right, I'm talking to you.
Hey, Vlad, why don't you just like start talking to nobody as aggressively as possible?
Okay. Is there still 20 people in here?
The one
Hold
time.
on. Is it?
One time, Vlad.
I found the spot. Hold on. I found the fucking spot. There's no rocks here. Oh, watch this, baby. Yeah, this is a crazy spot. Watch, guys. You guys watching the camera? This is a motherfucking spot. I'm gonna try and get this close to the water as I can right now. We're talking at least 1 foot. All right? At least 1 foot off the ground. Motherfucker, see, I'm like right at the water right now. Splish splash. But is everybody seeing the lights across the fucking thing there? Do you guys see the lights? Hello? Anybody watching the camera or not? Globers. Okay, it's a little too scary for the Globers. It's fine.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh, yo.
What's
Watch the
going
camera,
on over
bro.
here? What are you guys talking about?
Live action globe destruction.
It's kind of dark.
I know, but do you see the lights across the horizon?
Yes.
Right. So watch me dip the fucking camera lower and lower. Do you still see the lights?
They're starting to fade out a little bit.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. My phone is literally 1 foot away off the water. You know how far those lights are?
Why does everybody on this chat like make that argument? Like the same
No, do you know how, buddy, if there was a curve, if there was a hump of water, those lights would not be visible. Do you know how far those lights are?
No, how far are they?
Over 30 miles.
That's a picture you showed yesterday, right?
Buddy, unless it's just live action, so I'm not bullshitting you. I did this with a live fucking camera, no fucking edits.
No cap. I believed you yesterday, though. I get it. I
Okay,
believed
cool.
you yesterday.
There should be 600 feet of drop.
I believed you yesterday because.
No, but my friend, 600 feet of drop. Remember that.
600
Over 30 miles.
No.
Yes, there's 600 feet missing of curvature. Problem. You understand? Those lights would not be visible even at my height. Right? So any fucking glober comes in here and saying, oh, what your elevation is, I don't care. It doesn't matter because at my height, I should not be able to see these fucking lights. And then, okay, fine, I'll bring the phone down right into the fucking water. You still see those lights. Live action globe destruction. Welcome.
I get what you're saying. It makes a lot of sense.
Oh.
And it only makes sense for the argument that the model, that the description of that calculation of 600 feet of elevation is invalid, right?
Well, you're going to have to then tell NASA that the radius of the ball that they claim is wrong. Okay? You're going to have to go and do that. Okay?
I'm a pretty suggestible person though in some areas, so.
Look, you got to understand where the problem is. We were given these numbers. We were given this whole fucking formula and this whole spiel about how much curvature there should be. Look, okay, well, let's go test it out in real life. They forgot that, hey, technology started advancing and we started getting better optics and shit. And we can see further and further and further all of a sudden. Right?
What were your initial cues to the idea that the world is perhaps not a globe? What were your cues? How did you get introduced?
Here's the thing. Never once thought about it. Well, no, actually. As a kid, always had questions, but I was a Russian kid in a fucking English school, so in my elementary, I don't even talk about it, so all that shit is like fucking bullshit. I was like always questioning, but I was always in trouble and shit. Right? But then I went into the sciences when I started going like into college and shit, right? Engineering, right? Never once did I question the globe shit because it wasn't really taught to me. All I know is the fucking the positions of the planets, blah blah blah. That's it, right? Who cares? Because everything else is speculation. They all always said it. It might be this, it might be that. All our lives it was said. It might be this. It's all speculation. Blah blah blah. We don't really have proof, but we think it might be this. We think it might be that. You know what I mean? So never ever, as a kid, have I ever had a fucking straight answer about any of this shit, right? So I always had doubts, but I never knew what the image of it, what it could be, right? The only image in my head was the globe, right? So the first time, I'm sitting there smoking weed with my buddy, right? And my buddy's a sergeant in the military army, right? This guy's like, we're talking Freemason level shit. This guy knows all these big fucking Canadian fucking generals and shit, right? He goes and fucking parties with them, drinks beer and fucking, they do blow and shit. Like it's crazy, right? So he tells me, I'm sitting there smoking with him, tells me the world isn't what it is, right? He says it's flat. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean, Mike? I say, the fuck do you mean it's flat? I can't get that image into my head. It's like, what the fuck does he mean by flat? Right? Because I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen like a flat plane with a firmament dome. I've never seen that image in my life, right? So I never had anything to reference anything, any kind of like flatness. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, Mike? And I couldn't rebut him at that point. And I'm the type of guy that argues like a motherfucker, right? Especially about science and shit. And when I had nothing to say to him about what he said, I was sitting there puzzled, confused, smoking my weed. I'm like, what the fuck? Right? So, but whatever. But I was big into like fucking Freemason conspiracies, the Rothschilds, who runs the bank, the IMF, all that shit, right? And then all of a sudden on YouTube, fucking, I'm just watching some dishes, and it was autoplayed. And the autoplay fucking came fucking, what's his name? Eric Dubay, motherfucker. 2,200 proofs the earth is flat, right? What the fuck? So I start watching that shit. You know what I mean? Because I hear something as I'm washing the dishes. And I hear him say, oh, there's this fucking bridge in China. That motherfucker's like over 100 miles long. And I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. 100-mile long bridge in China. They never once compensated for the Earth's curvature while building the bitch. Like, what? Yes, they never factored it in. Whoa. That's huge. Right away, that fucking sparked my shit. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Right, and then I sat down and started watching that whole fucking thing. And then at that point, I started questioning and doing more research into what the fuck it could be. Right? And that's why I have like speculations of my own of what we're living in. Right? But 100% geostationary, extended, topographical plane. That's it. That's exactly what the best description of it. The boundary is unknown.
That's incredible.
It was nice in 2016 when you could just put your shit on autoplay and you'd have like tons and tons of shit.
Right? Like the autoplay was sick and fucking back then until the algorithm started fucking throwing everything off. Buddy, that my build was fucking sick, and I always had the fresh fucking crazy shit coming in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had
like,
suggested videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was awesome.
No, we're talking about old YouTube when YouTube wasn't censored.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. How long ago was this?
I wasn't even on YouTube back then.
Buddy, I remember YouTube when YouTube just started. It was crazy.
Yeah, you could just you just type it in and let it ride.
Oh fuck! Right, no, but then they slowly started censoring it, slowly and then over censored.
Didn't YouTube have videos that they could only be like a few minutes long?
If I accidentally leave YouTube on auto, then I wind up with some weird, like nightly news affiliate. Like I wake up and I'm like, am I at my mom's house? What's going on here? And then I realized because I fell asleep watching whatever I was watching. Hey, how's my sound? Is it terrible?
But you got to repopulate. You got to use a VPN. You got to clear your things, and you got to. Yeah, I like using the VPN is good because it throws all this shit off. You know what I mean? I like using the VPN, especially when I use YouTube and any kind of like fucking platform. Essentially,
Yeah,
you know what I
but,
mean?
but the way things are going, it's just going to draw attraction to you, really. Like they're already out there.
Like VPN is for very, very specific reasons. Nobody listen. I'm on the internet streaming. Everybody fucking, if they want to find me, they can find me. Like, I'm not taking on the fucking freelance. It's not a fucking deal. Like, I'm not that guy. You know, I'm not. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Like,
You're
what are they
breaking
going
up.
to do? What can do? Job and start telling people I fucking know the earth is flat? Buddy, I already tell them all fucking what the earth is. Shit.
Well, I'm just saying that a VPN's not going to save you from anything, but you know, we can.
VPN saves you for enough shit. So when I want to fucking go on like torrent sites, right, and I'm trying to fucking just fucking take a whole bunch of shit, yeah, VPN fucking blocks the ISP from fucking seeing it from fucking downloading shit. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing I use the VPN for. So my ISP in Canada doesn't fucking see what I'm looking at. Huge, massive, big deal. You gotta understand how the VPN works, right?
Well, I don't understand how VPN works on a flat Earth for sure.
You don't know how the VPN works?
Not on a flat Earth, no. I get it on the globe.
It works on a flat Earth. That's the thing. It only works on a flat Earth. Fuck are you talking about? Buddy, all telecommunication, the majority of telecommunication is done with fiber optic cables underground and under the water.
What's your explanation for how a VPN works on the flat Earth?
5G.
No, that has, buddy, the radio frequency shit. No, man. The majority of the communication is done by fiber optic cables underground, my guys. It's a big fucking web network, right?
Right. So what are all those satellites floating around up there for then?
Well, okay, now you show me these satellites floating out there. Now go up there and now show me that shit. Go ahead. Now show me that.
Satellites help.
Your positive claim is so fucking awesome here.
Satellites help with beaming technology. Beaming technology includes cameras and includes radio waves, microwaves, and includes radio waves. What else?
Full story.
Phone signals. Phone signals, but they have to communicate to a network server, a database down here before even getting back to you.
Wait, so what do I call this dude? Linktree or whatever? Hey, Linktree, dude. Like, I'm just fucking with you, man. Satellites only work on the flat Earth. It makes no sense in a globe model. I was kidding, but like,
listen. First of all, if there's anything up in the sky, it's floating fucking balloons. That's it. You know, fucking see what do you guys understand what satellites are? I mean, see the word satellite, right? Like when a military, right, like the army goes into like some foreign territory, right? They're not using their communication towers and shit, right, to transmit the fucking communications, right? So what they do is they have these sat teams, right, satellite teams, where they fucking bring big fucking batteries with fucking big fucking antennas and act like fucking satellites. And these ground station satellites. These are what satellites are. Not fucking shit floating up in the fucking sky, please.
Yeah,
let's
right.
stop that shit.
By definition of what the word is, it's hilarious.
The original definition for satellites is escorts.
Well, like a satellite, in my opinion, I don't know what the definition is, but like how I think of the word, it's just like an extension, right? Like it's just like
exactly
right.
So these satellite towers, right? So these radio towers are satellite towers, right? They fucking connect a lot of devices at once, right? They're a satellite. It's a node, right? They're a satellite. Not some fucking bullshit up in the sky, please. Let's not fucking start with that shit.
That doesn't make it makes no sense that your signal would come from super far away.
It can't. It attenuates. Right? Signals attenuate over distance.
It makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Wait, are you guys telling me? Maybe I'm stupid. Are you guys telling me with flat Earth theory and stuff? We don't believe in satellites.
There's no theory. What the fuck theory are you talking about?
Wait, what did you repeat that question, dude?
Right? Are you guys telling me that if you believe the Earth is flat, we don't have satellites?
What do you?
Well, if I know the Earth is flat, you don't understand what satellites is. That's why you're asking a dumb fucking question.
No.
You're stupid. The first thing you said is true. Yeah, you're correct. You are stupid.
I mean,
Okay,
this
good
is
for
a
you.
stupid
Thanks
question, but
thanks for answering my question.
Well,
So if
well,
you believe,
everybody-
maybe you feel attacked. I could care less if you feel that way. If you
Your
believe the
question
Earth
is
is
stupid.
flat,
I didn't say I believe. I said I know.
Stay
good for
focused.
you.
Let's
Thank
stay-
you, bro. Stay focused on the
Let
mission.
me
If you
give you a-
believe the Earth is flat, does that
You
mean that we
believe this?
don't have
No,
satellites?
listen. You believe the Earth is a ball. See, I know the Earth is flat. Complete difference, my guy. Your question is stupid,
bro.
Hang on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're a believer. I'm not.
I can't make you mad. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not
It's
mad.
not my fault.
Hey, Hugh
I'm not my fault. You're a slow boy, my guy. I'm not my fault. You're getting all emotional and shit. I'm not my fault.
Calm down.
No
Everybody
problem, bro.
Hold
No
on.
problem.
Everybody stop. Hey, who spoke? What?
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question for you. I think what the question you ask is valid, and I think that everyone should answer your question, but and I would. Do you still want more answers to that question?
I don't really care. I was just participating in this conversation.
So, all right. So then I have a question. In that case, I have a question for you.
What
is your favorite?
Hold up. Before you even finish that sentence, before I answer your question, you gotta answer mine.
That's what I was just.
Fucking Christ, this guy's drunk, bro.
No.
No, I'm not. I'm sober as hell.
Well, then if you're sober as hell, you're stupid as fuck. Ha!
Okay, we're all laughing. Go on, bro.
At least I make myself smile. It's great. I love it.
Whoa.
I'm happy for you, bro. I'm cool with it.
Let
Yeah,
Hugh
guys.
spoke.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you speak, man. Come on.
No, I was just waiting for you to answer my question.
That's what I was asking anyway. What is your question?
My question is, so with the idea that the Earth is flat, does that mean that we're ruling out satellites?
Does that mean that we're ruling out satellites?
Yeah, if the Earth is
Like,
if the Earth is flat, do we believe in satellites too?
Well, I mean, I don't.
Like the things that float in space and like send us like internet service.
There is no space. There is no vacuum of space. Listen, kid. There is no vacuum of space.
True,
Okay,
bro.
buddy?
Hey, big boy.
Hey,
You're not the one.
there is
You're
no
not the one.
space.
Big boy. I didn't ask you the
There is
question.
no space. This is your
Big boy.
question,
Big
buddy.
boy. Let homeboy
You're
answer the
assuming
question.
space. You're assuming space, my guy.
All right, cool. Thanks for answering your version of
I
the
answered
question.
your question. No, I answered.
I might be able to.
Your question is
hold
stupid
on.
again.
You guys
I might
are
be able to
cut.
give you some kind of reason here. So, like,
Anybody.
Your question is stupid again.
can we launch things to a high altitude to gather data, to take pictures, or whatever else? Yes. There is. Vlad's right. There is no vacuum of space.
You see,
There's no
it wasn't.
No, hold on.
Go on, bro.
There is no outer space versus like the space that we know and contest and understand. Okay, there's just space, like 3-dimensional space, like the distance between you and me.
Up, down, left, right.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that's there, but what about the satellites? That's what I'm asking about.
As far as the satellites go, in the way that you understand them to be using this.
Let's be clear about how I understand it, so we're not beating around the bush.
Orbital dynamics and all of that stuff. Like,
there's only one thing. Let me hold on. I'm not trying to cut you off, but I'm just going to add this now we have some context. I know, and I will.
I'm giving you an answer that you asked.
You're giving me an answer without context, and I want to be careful about you making sure that you're answering the question. So I want to talk about space in the sense that you know that I understand, and the understanding that there are satellites, hundreds of them, orbiting Earth, as it is explained to every other person that is on the human planet Earth.
Do you know what an orbit means? Like, do you know? Like, there's multiple.
All I care to know is, are there satellites out there? That's all I ask.
Yes, there are things. There are things that are orbiting, but you need to know what the multiple definitions of orbit are. Like, in your worldview, most likely you're picturing a ball moving around another ball. That is not necessarily the only definition of orbit. Like, an orbit is literally just a circular path.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. I just posted pictures.
No, everybody calm down. Everybody calm
I
down.
just posted
Everybody
some
calm down.
pictures of the balloons. Look at the balloons in the
Alright,
chat.
Focus
All
on
you
this.
have to do to have an orbit over a flat Earth is literally just making a circular path over the top of the flat Earth.
So
And
therefore,
yes,
so to answer my question, without taking the longest route around that, we have satellites outside of Earth.
not outside of Earth, above Earth.
Such a
Whatever.
stupid question. It's
Up
such
in
a
the air. Because now we're just talking above Earth, so there's an up and a down.
Can
All
we
right.
just move on to the next question? Because this question's dumb.
I mean, yeah, I just need a simple answer. Are there satellites or not? And are they there?
So you're not going to get a simple dumb question.
Yes, you could have satellites.
I didn't,
but
yeah,
a satellite. Listen, hold on. You guys got to quit fucking cutting the answer off. Like you ask a question, allow it to be answered.
Facts.
Anything that a satellite could be a sataloon, a balloon. It could be like the Chinese balloon that supposedly went over, the so-called Chinese spy balloon that went over the United States last year, right? Like that could be considered a sataloon.
So can a plastic bag.
A satellite. Or a
So can a
satellite.
plastic bag that flies too high.
No, it would have to that doesn't qualify.
I don't know. That's the problem. Is that we haven't reached a definition of what satellite is. So
Yes, the definition of satellite is a follower of something, something that follows something around. That is what satellite is, and it originates. Satellite originates from escorts. Escorts were known as satellites. So now we know the definition of satellites. And homeboy, finally, someone answered my question. I'm not trying to attack anybody. If I jump in here and ask questions, you can attack me if you want. I could care less, but I'm going to stick to my question and find the answer.
Yeah, so look, you could have balloons, satellites, sataloons. These things were deployed before anybody had a space program. We had what were called sataloons. We still use them now. But aside from loons, you can use stop. Aside from loons, you don't know because I haven't said it yet. Aside from loons,
familiar with
it could be done with drones. It could be, just any UAV, unmanned aircraft that possibly. There's a lot of possibilities, but we can't. Most of the stuff is all highly protected and because it's owned by the Department of Defense or whatever else. High altitude planes like you and I can't freaking launch one. We are a drone or whatever else. But something that it's quite probable that they can collect just through solar power. Like keep a drone in flight in high altitude for very long extended periods of time. And because of the cheapness of doing that versus sending something to so-called outer space, they could have multiples of them. One lands and another takes off. Or
on top of that, like NASA alone launches thousands of weather balloons. Balloons every day.
Yeah, I mean the news has to do that every day.
Thousands of them.
They can tell. The news channels have to do that every day. Here in DC, we see about 8-7 weather balloons go up, depending on what kind of time you're in.
We're not talking about weather stations. I'm talking about NASA is the largest purchaser of helium in the world.
Yeah, and last time I checked, their headquarters are right here.
Not by a little bit.
Their headquarters are literally 2 miles away.
Hang on.
from my house.
Hang on, Lou. Listen, Lou. They have to keep that below ground pool above water or something. That's what the helium is. So don't go put it on the satellites. You can't use that.
Hey guys, I get that a lot of people probably joined a lot of VCs, especially this one particularly, and say bullshit, and then you guys pounce. But bro, I'm gonna just let it be known. I'm gonna join every now and then until I get kicked out. But if I'm joining, I'm not joining to pounce on flat earthers. I'm
I'm just curious
No,
about.
I get it. You're asking legitimate questions, but I do want you to when you ask a question, just be aware. Like you've asked a question, you need to allow the answer. Don't do what you've all been doing, where the person gets 2 sentences in, and then you think you can predict the rest of what they're going to say. Like,
On that
just
point,
allow
you're
the
completely
answer to
correct.
be
I
in it.
agree with you. I agree with you, and I could learn to do better according to that.
Well, it's
With every
difficult to
conversation.
do. It is difficult to do in this format because, like, we're not face to face. We can't, like, it's difficult to do. So
No,
let's
it's
all
not
try our
that
best to,
difficult.
like.
It takes a little bit of self-control.
No,
Okay,
I think
so
so. Yeah, I think it just it's just a little bit better introduction of oneself, so that people feel a bit more comfortable with you in the space, versus like you're another troll, you're a fucking dickhead, and this, and then name calling starts. It's just like I don't even want to participate in the conversation, but this is the world we live in, so it's important that if this is the room we get to speak about such things. There's not a soul in the world I would meet outside in IRL, right here, right now, in my life, that's going to talk about flat Earth. Not one.
Not openly. Not. You know what?
Exactly. Not one. I said in real life. In my life. I'm just speaking about my life experience. I can say that.
That's
no, but
wild.
what I'm saying is though that maybe it's because you never asked. Like you'd be surprised how many people are
Oh,
flat
of course, of course, and like some things you may need to gain confidence in some areas, and and harvest that confidence to a certain degree, where it's like you're now knowledgeable about it. So thus, then me claiming something and then not being knowledgeable, thus I'm asking a bunch of questions here, and it's pissing some people off, honestly. But I'm gonna ask because I'd rather not be ignorant and speak about something, and I'd rather ask about something I don't know and be shitted on.
Man, I appreciate that response, dude. Straight up.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That's just who I am,
Yeah.
and I'm in here. Yeah, there's a lot of things, and like immediately some concepts, depending on how they're presented, I'm just like now I have to ask more questions. That's the fact.
Hey, well, I do have one question for you. How did you wind up? How did you wind up in this VC?
I just joined Discord, right? And let me make a long story short. I was hit by a car, and prior to that, my day-to-day life, I'm a workaholic, so I've never spent any time on the internet other than scrolling through my phone in between work. Further than that, now I'm stuck at home because I have a broken leg and I'm healing. Got on the internet. Long story short, again, I met some friends on like chat services here and there. I created a Discord server. It got boring. It died actually. And then I was like, well, I want more Discord, but I don't know how to add more. So I went to YouTube and I was like, Discord servers I can find interesting, likable, some sort of like command like that. And it led me to Chill Zone, where I met this girl who was super cool in that chaos of degeneracy. And she was like, I think you might fit in this server. Check it out. So I did, and since then, the very first VC I joined was this one. But actually, before I joined a different one that had fewer people, just so I could kind of like gauge it. And then I was warned of this individual called Newt or Pickle or Mr. Pickle Man or whatever. And long story short, I joined the rest of it, and I was on here all night last night.
Welcome, man.
Well, yeah, way to follow the breadcrumbs, man.
It's a lot, it was quite a few. Prior to that, like I've been consuming content on YouTube, and there's a dead end, and then I even looked into why there's a dead end on consuming that kind of information, and then I found this guy. I don't remember his name, but there was an interview that he did with some guy 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and he became a flat earther. And it essentially uprooted what he knew as life. But, he pursued that. And one of the things, I was on here last night, and one of the other people was on here. He answered a lot of my questions. It was really nice. One of the things that I mentioned that it kept leading me to Alaska, and, how we can't get to Alaska or over Alaska or
not Alaska. Antarctica, not like Alaska.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I meant Antarctica.
Actually,
I didn't mean Alaska.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
The South Pole.
It is hard
I
to
meant
get to
Antarctica.
Alaska too, though.
Sorry, I meant Antarctica. Thank you for catching that. And quite honestly, I appreciate that. Antarctica, and and a lot of my curiosity resonated around that. So he even shared with me another server I could go to hear more about that banter and more sources I could look into. So at the end of the day, whatever server I join, there are two things I'm gonna do. I'm either gonna want to participate in that conversation. If I'm ignorant of things, I'll ask questions. If I'm not ignorant of things and I hear some things, I'm gonna call it out.
Somebody
I mean,
give this guy like a genuine role, seem sincere role or something at least.
yeah, we don't have all those like roles over here though. Those are 24/7.
Oh, that sucks.
roles.
No, that's cool. I mean, mind you, again,
Yeah.
like I've never existed on the internet.
Hey, do you care to say like a name that we can call you?
What'd you say?
Do you care to say a name that we can call you? What we can address you by?
So far, a lot of people have been calling me Hugh because they thought it was an easy way to say my name. So I just kind of like, I was in the bathroom and I was like, I can live with that.
Okay,
it's really
cool. He's cool.
he who spoke, but you can call me Hugh.
Well, it's
I
also
like
kind of like Hugh
Hugh Hefner.
Well,
Human.
He
I think
spoke isn't that hard, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, we're
I like,
cool with
I
it.
like Hugh. I think Hugh is cool.
Yeah, I like Hugh. How do you spell it?
H-E-W, I guess.
No, I'm spelling it. Well, you can spell it however you want, but I'm spelling it.
Sounds like a gender.
Well, you, I'm Lou. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
here I am, man, and I don't mind it. I enjoy the space. I enjoy listening to you guys.
right. Well,
A lot of
welcome,
intelligent
man.
people.
Welcome.
Thank
Hey,
you.
and by the way, good job, like making it through, like because there's an onslaught of like whenever you come and you try to ask questions as a new person, where you're gonna get hit hard with people who are just gonna, man. I mean, you're gonna get hit hard. So like, it takes something.
Absolutely.
You know?
The one guy, I couldn't say his screen name, but who was showing the video earlier of the the 1 foot off ground sea level thing. If you guys know what I'm
Wait,
talking about.
you're talking about he hit you with the swan or something?
Yeah, he's a cool dude. I listened to him talk yesterday, and he has a very strong personality online. I would describe it as. I don't know the guy, but he made some strong arguments
Talking
and some strong
about
points, and he seems quite convicted on. He seems quite stuck to his convictions, and at the end of the day, I would rather respect that versus somebody who is flaky about what they're talking about.
Straight
I'd
up,
rather believe
100%.
somebody who, like,
Yeah, you'll fit in good in these forums that way because you
Hell
can't
yeah,
be
dude.
you can't be a snowflake. You got to
You
be
can't be
able
weak,
to.
dude. You can't be weak.
Facts.
This is a
Because at the end of the day, like I could just log off and go back to my own regular life.
Yeah,
it
you
doesn't really
could.
matter that
You
much.
could, but could you sleep?
The fact that I
Could you
choose to
sleep
come
after
here,
that?
you gotta. It's the internet, and I would say like some of the servers have probably built me up to it. You gotta have some thick skin to deal with these idiots online. I totally get it. And a lot of people are fucking idiots. I've had some debate.
And keep your wits about you. It seems like you have them, but like on both sides of the argument, there are people who talk pretty grandiose.
Right. Straight up.
Like, and yeah, you're gonna have some strong personalities that are like shining to the top or whatever, or not to the top, but necessarily, but they're
overshadowing.
Yes, that's a better word for it. Yeah,
I've
thank
seen
you.
quite a few of those I've been in this forum. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm recovering from a broken leg. So the one thing I can do is sit around all day long.
Yeah, but how's that going?
It's coming along pretty well. It's been almost 6 months now.
How far post are you?
They were gonna cut yeah, bro, they were gonna cut my leg off, and I begged for them to save
So how long ago did you have surgery?
6 months ago. I have another one coming up in 2 weeks.
Oh, you gotta do another one.
Yeah, dude.
You had like compound.
It was compound. Yeah.
Holy shit! What'd you get?
My,
You got
my
run
ticket.
over by a fucking dump truck or what?
No, it was a hit and run SUV.
Wow, that's gross, dude. What, man?
Yep.
I know you don't want to. I don't want to like make you divulge information, but
I don't care.
I'm curious, like what city that happened in, dude. Like,
Washington D.C. So be careful if you come here as a tourist.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, dude.
Yeah, dude, and it's rampant. Like, last year it happened to me last year. Earlier in the year, last year, my friend died, from a hit and run, and his body was dragged. He actually had to get cremated because there was just no way.
Yeah,
It was
right.
very bad. So
It's
like,
not an appropriate funeral. Yeah.
hit and runs. Yeah, and when you're talking about the degeneracy that is happening with, government itself and letting people go, the police had the person in their hands, but they couldn't make an arrest. And
Well, it's like they support crime, dude.
they don't. We just defunded them, and now they
No,
have their
I
hands
think,
tied.
dude, yeah, you defunded them because they support. The reason you defunded
They
them
didn't
is
suck.
because
The
all
police
right,
here never
I'm not
suck.
trying. I'm not trying to overtalk you.
The police here never suck, and it's something. The police, there may be some bad apples, and there are bad apples. I'll never argue that. I agree with that. It's true. I've experienced them, and a lot of people have experienced them. But the ultimate truth is, in a civilized society, we need policing. We discovered this way before the post-Castro period, way into any discovery of governing that we've known. We've known that we should have policing and an enforcement of rules.
Yes,
So
that's
you
true.
can't
That's
just stop
true.
all of a
But
sudden.
that's true. But like the police swore an oath to follow the Constitution, and they have discretion to go with a written like local law or whatever else. They don't have to enforce a law that goes against the Constitution. If they do so, if they infringe on your rights as a citizen, or if they fail to uphold the Constitution to follow some other, bullshit, then they are, even though they are following orders, being an order follower is not an excuse. Being an order follower makes you a bad cop.
Good cop, bad cop. Good apple, bad apples.
Hey, Lou. Hey, so if like, okay, so if the advancement of things is progress, what is progress? What is the opposite of that?
Of what?
Of progress.
I mean, what are you talking about?
Progress
What are you
towards
relating?
what? Yeah, progress is not like progress isn't just progress because it's progress. Everything progresses. Every day something has progressed from whatever it was yesterday. It doesn't.
100%. Okay. Well, no,
Like
I'm talking
Harrison Ford,
about.
though.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about like the. It's not your question. I'm just saying like. So the opposite of progress. So like you have like pros and cons, right? Those are opposites.
That's not what progress means.
Wait, what are you asking about though? Progress
Okay, so
in
let
what?
me. Yeah, I finished. Just give me just a little second. I'm
Good
working
thing,
on
bro.
it.
Absolutely.
Let it go.
All right.
Take your
Okay,
time.
so the opposite of a pro is a con, right?
You're looking for regress? Are you looking for regress?
No, hang on.
Progress
Just
and
give me.
regress?
Let him ask.
Give me
Let him
like
chill,
1 minute. I need like one. I need like 1 minute. Okay, so the opposite of a pro, like so, if you make a pro and a cons list, right?
Yeah.
Make a list of pros and cons. You list the benefits and the negatives, right?
I guess.
You list the things, the way that it's good and the way it's bad, right?
Pros and
So
cons.
the pro and con, right? So what is the opposite of progress? Is congress.
The opposite of progress is regress.
Oh, God damn it. All right. I tried.
Are you making a joke about progress versus congress?
Well, I making a joke about like just this stupid fucking dumb reality we live in, but yes.
Oh yeah, I think I caught that. It didn't really land. No
Well,
shade.
I know it.
But
I know. I did. I didn't. I
no
know. I
shade.
did.
No
No,
shade. You
I know.
didn't
There's
land that.
always.
You didn't land that.
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
If anything, it crashed and burned.
Sometimes for the joke, it ends up being funnier and fuck it up.
Sometimes don't try too hard. Just let it out.
No, I'm always listen. If I feel the urge to try too hard, I'm going to.
Hey, you know it's
So
a free country. Do your thing, bro. I got your back.
no, there's no such thing as a free country. That's dumb.
I live in one. I stand on that.
What? So you
I
live in
stand on that.
Iran? Because that's about like Iran or Russia, maybe, or like the only like places they're paying $1.
Nah, bro. Don't even
They're
do that,
paying
bro.
$1 per
Dude,
gallon
don't even do
for
that, bro.
tax.
Don't even do that, bro.
Anyway, look, I'm just saying.
Don't do that.
Listen, if you don't live somewhere that doesn't have a centralized bank, if you don't live somewhere that you're not able to terrorists
Dude,
just
I'm
living
big on
there,
DeFi, but we don't have that mass populated. The integration on that is not something that exists right now, and we're getting there. But don't diminish the value of this beautiful country to nothing. And I say that as an immigrant who loves the fuck out of this country because I know exactly where I'll be right now if I was not here. I know that for sure. You know, and it's nothing to some people at most, but I know it for sure, so I can stand on that.
Just to get back to the whole like progress thing as we got into it, like progress is a word promoted by progressives, okay? Like progressive liberalism.
You're so funny for saying that.
It's a weaponized term.
Hold on, you gotta give us a minute to laugh. You gotta give us like 30 more seconds, bro. Hold on. Okay. No. Okay. Oh
hey,
shit.
Hugh, I got a question for you, man.
Progress is progressives. Sure, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, we can stay on that if you want to. I'm not trying to.
I don't care where we go, man. Let's go.
Hey, Hugh, so are you down with me calling you Hugh? Because I thought that's what.
Yeah, Hugh's cool, bro. Everyone's been calling me Hugh so far, so I'll just go.
Cool. All right, so Hugh, what is your favorite evidence for a globe Earth?
What's my favorite what?
Evidence for a globe Earth.
Evidence for a glober, like a person who believes in the globe,
No,
that the Earth is round.
No, the globe Earth. Like what why
is your
do you
favorite evidence?
Why would I believe the Earth is round?
Yeah, if there
Okay,
is any that
cool.
you have,
Okay.
Yeah. What's your favorite one?
Okay, so unfiltered, without any remarks interrupting before I finish.
Everybody shut up. Let you talk.
That the Earth is actually, a ball. Because I grew up with that idea, and there's a sentimental value to it to me, as many other people. There's something sentimental to it. Beyond that, now, no one cares about me and my sentiments. Beyond that, what is it that makes me believe the Earth is round? I have to think about the core. I have to now think about.
That actually wasn't the question, though. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like it
Well,
wasn't
did
about
I
your
misunderstand?
beliefs or how you were raised. It was what evidence could you provide? Like, can you provide
Okay.
evidence for the ball?
So again, if it's not considered evidence to your definition, it's quite evidence to mine because I observe it as a life experience. I'm alive, and I think that I'm
All right, well,
credible
we can
enough
work
to
with that.
speak for that.
So, hey, Hugh, we can work with that. Can
Okay.
you be
So
specific?
then I'll continue. Okay,
Well,
I can
don't
try.
continue.
I'll try.
Be
I'll try.
specific.
I'll
Be
try.
more specific, please.
I said I'll try. I said I'll try.
Specific.
I said I'll try. Whatever
Well-
fits, whatever you view as specific to it, I'll try. I view the globe, something that I mentioned, is a sentimental value to me. And then I also view the concept that we have a core, and the core is filled with molten lava. And then I started.
Wait, so is that core made of iron?
You asked a question. Let me finish answering.
Yeah, so right, I understand.
It's okay. I do the same thing. And then I understood that core is filled with molten lava. And then I
Wait,
thought to
it's
myself,
filled with iron.
Well, if you keep
It's filled with
correcting me
iron.
and then asking for me to give you a
No,
question,
it's just important. This is important that we clarify what.
No, it's
what.
not. It's not important right now. Let him finish,
After
and
I
then
hit the
go ahead.
All right,
Give me 30
fine.
more seconds. 30 more seconds. I wouldn't make it that
Fine.
long.
Yeah, we'll give you 30 more seconds.
I understood that there is a core in the earth. It's filled with lava. And one day I thought to myself, well, if I stick a pole where I'm standing, or the furthest place, where would I first of all, where would I consider the furthest edge of the world? And I couldn't figure that out. And so I figured, well, what would happen if I just stuck this pole into the ground and it missed the core? Where would the pole end up? And
China.
It was incredibly difficult for my brain to even compute what will happen beyond that, because as a child, looking down into the ground, you're thinking anything that goes
All
down
right,
is
that's
going
30
into the center of
seconds.
the earth.
That's
Okay.
30 seconds.
Are you satisfied with that answer? You're
No,
done.
don't do that. Don't put him on a timer because he said it would take 30 more seconds.
Hey man, I have no qualms here.
I am satisfied with the answer.
I have no qualms. I'm in the
I'm
middle of rolling
satisfied
up
with
a
the answer.
fat
Yes.
J,
Okay.
and if that satisfies you, then I think I did my job there. Say no more.
Okay, so yeah,
Hold
actually,
on a
you've been
second,
begging to go.
Lou,
Stay cool,
just a
Hugh,
second,
man.
Lou.
Nice, man.
There was a problem. I muted you because you didn't respect the man. Giving you an example, I'll unmute you. You got to stay quiet, dude. It was cool for a minute. Just chill.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. One of the most bizarre things where it started to really tickle my brain was, okay, if I stick this pole through the earth and it doesn't hit the core, and I'm thinking of the earth as a globe, which side of the earth is it going to stick through?
Yeah.
And where is it going to come out from? On which side? And therefore, would that mean it went through the earth, not into the earth? And I would go online and I would pull up a graphic of a globe and then pretty much play at that scenario on my computer. And every time I did so, it just didn't fit, because the globe kind of stopped at being a globe or a ball when you took away the water and when you took away the gas that surrounded the earth. And obscurely there was no shape, and that's because the computer wouldn't compute it. And I tried most things I could, but I didn't have enough information to perhaps log in and say these are parameters that I'm going to enter to see what it will formulate. I was at a dead end, so I stopped there and I was like, all right, so how else can I look at this? And I was like, let's look at it from above. And I was like, well, we've been to the moon, right? Once. Why have we never been back to the moon since the one time we went there? I don't know. What's going on with the moon and planets and outside of Earth? Everything's spinning, but yet everything. So if I'm looking at Earth and I'm questioning whether or not it's flat, and everything else around the Earth is behaving similar to Earth, I'm taught that they are also not only behaving similar, but they also shaped the same. But then we know so little about all of them. And
Bro,
the
this
more
is
I looked at those questions, it's like with everything that I could question, 10 questions show up.
Yeah, you sound like a flat earther in this testimony, though. The question was like evidence for the globe that you believe in. Do you believe in a globe or no?
Honestly, no. But I don't. I like, it's like, I'm not saying that I'm a flat earther, as though I'm
Well,
in.
then you just
I
spend
have
more
any
time.
knowledge of like astronomy, and I am that in depth with my knowledge of geometry and geography. I'm not, and so there are other learnings to be included in the knowledge of that, which I've been learning about quite a few in the 24 hours I've been here, and they've been interesting sciences to adopt. So
I want to give you a
I'm
big
not
round of applause, dude. Like you literally, with what you just described, you put a lot more effort into all of this on your own. It sounds like, without being prompted, like than most people ever will.
No, dude, I was
even
simply led here
yeah.
by everything. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I should say first.
Oh yeah, hell yeah,
I
I
was
agree.
simply led here, and like anybody else, looking for a space or community on the internet where they fit in, or where they can share like-minded ideals and ideas. I sort of stumbled into this, but I was sort of also directed toward it. So I have no shame in being here and hearing people out and listening to what they got to say. Until they become super offensive, and I'm like, well, you're not. Yeah, but so far, like digesting most of the things that I've heard here and some of the conversations, I just don't remember the Larry, yes, Larry. I don't know if you guys are familiar with
Larry's
the name.
insane. Yeah, dude.
I
That
I
was your first
spent
experience.
I fell asleep listening, and I shared a lot of conversation with Larry last night, asking questions into his conversation, and it's a
Holy
good thing.
shit!
Like for me, I like it
That
because like
explains a lot. That explains a
I
lot.
could talk to him, and it's like, dude, I don't have to go into a dick swinging measure or someone telling me to tell them, to verify and validate myself before they answer the question, which is I find silly. If you have the answer, share it. Otherwise, you're a gatekeeper. Shut the fuck up, and I'll go back to reading my book. But Larry made it really easy. He would share with me immediately a link or a reference that I could look up and read into something and become a little bit more aware and knowledgeable of where the concepts are leading and where I'm leaning onto, and if that idea that I was thinking about supports perhaps what my imagination fulfills with the blanks that I'm not fitting when I'm looking at the real world. I'm like, it doesn't make sense, but what else could be in there? So a lot of this conversation comes up. So I'm not here to say flat earth community is some sort of underground deranged group of people. No,
We are definitely that.
There's a science that is ignored in the common world alone itself.
Right. It's not.
And
That's
it's
what I wanted to say
repressed.
whenever you very first started talking to you. Was you were like, in flat
100%.
Earth theory. I remember the first question I heard you ask was you said, in flat Earth theory, what are satellites? And
What'd you say?
my
I
response
can't
to
hear
that
you.
is,
You're going
can you
in and
hear me?
out.
Can you hear
I'm
me now?
sorry. Much better.
Okay, so I remember the first question you asked was, in flat Earth theory, what are satellites? Or something to that nature. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so when you asked that question, what came to my mind immediately was what we're talking about here is not flat Earth theory. We are flat Earth science.
Yeah.
Like we are like the legitimate science behind where we live.
You could see me leaning on, what I'm comfortable with, whilst not, whilst not treading only lightly, but also yet to a certain degree, answering the question with respect, irrespective to, looking stupid.
Well, you don't need to worry about looking stupid in a flat Earth form.
Honestly,
like that's
I don't. But I'm just a
shouldn't.
courteous person, and I show my hand. And then until someone's an asshole, just like anything, I'll be an asshole immediately too. But I don't
We'll
tend to
get you
do
there
that
eventually,
often.
I'm sure.
I don't tend to do that often. I can become braggadocious, but I only do that when I know what I'm talking about, and I know that there's nothing you're gonna say to defute the point of what I'm making. I'm very adamant about being in my position.
So
So
right. So
I
and
would
we
not be
agree with you.
ignorant is ideal.
If you have a point to make for the globe, please make it. That's really the only that's where we're at.
He already basically said that he's not a glober. He's not
Well,
trying to
cool. Then
stand
so
for the
then
globe.
all right. So can somebody get this man a roll and let's move on.
I think I would agree that Flat Earth is very diligent in making sure that what they're saying is like
Wait, is
I don't
this a
know.
new person? I can't see you. What is different
Is
voice?
maximum. I'm here sometimes, like I come in and out.
Hey, what's up,
Okay.
Maximum? Saw you
What's up?
earlier.
Yeah, I saw you yesterday. I think I saw you here yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say I would hesitate to call flat Earth science, and I don't mean that as an insult. It's just there's no theory that you guys are working with. It's just a lot of conjecture about the globe model.
Ontology is a science.
I would disagree. I would say it's a philosophy.
Look up the definition of ontology. You'll find it's the science of observational measurements.
Do you think that is important though? Like, because let's just say that there was like a common belief that there was an animal and the animal was an elephant, but we found that the animal actually was pink and kind of small, right? Then you'd know it's not an elephant, right? So even if you can't tell me what the small pink animal is, you know what it isn't by the characteristics that it has.
Sounds like a pot-bellied elephant.
Sorry, but that was a damn good analogy.
You know what I'm saying, right? It doesn't like you don't need to know what it is. You can look at the characteristics and say what it isn't.
But in order to qualify as science, you need to have a hypothesis and something to test, right?
We went through that yesterday. Overwhelming.
Yeah, sure. But that, you completely ignored what I just said, though.
Hey, are we really going to go through the scientific method and globular belief? Because
it's going to be a long conversation. I've been there before.
I feel like Maximum just completely ignored my point, and I don't know why he's done that.
No, I agree. No, I agree. I was going to say I agree, but
if we're going to do that, let's do it right now. Let's start right now. Because
get it over with.
I for one feel like if I heard how the animal was supposed to sound, it'd be easier to know what it is.
Right. I agree with that.
But
so,
can you do this
Maximus?
the elephant?
Let's hear what Maximus is trying to say.
Yeah, men of mystery.
Yeah, can we let
actually
talk for like a minute and a half?
No, I'm just gonna make one
call
point.
Me Crypto, by the way. You don't have to call me by my stupid name.
Actually, I think someone else said this, that refuting an idea is not the same thing as proving another one. So you can refute that it's not an elephant, but you still haven't done any science because you haven't made a statement or something to be tested. So although Flat Earth can try and disprove Globe Earth, you need to come up with your own theory about how it works. If it's not Globe Earth, you need to come up with your own model.
I don't. I disagree.
Again, why? Like, if I'm telling you it's small and
actually, I was thinking about this recently, right? And I think a really good way to prove the flat Earth model is to build a scale model of the Earth with like an electronic version of all the functions. So you had a moving light and a moving moon, like seasons, and like you had all the dimensions and all the like distances done to scale. And then you tried to, like, if you imagine trying to do the same thing with a ball, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to begin with. And like you could,
it's correct though. You're making
like you could build it. What?
You can make this model, like you said, and then it could still be incorrect, and there could be fundamental flaws in how you're constructing the model.
Okay, but you're the one who said that you need to prove how everything actually works. That's why I said that's a way that you could do it to scale, which you couldn't really do.
You're coming up with the model for Flat Earth?
Globe. What I'm trying to say is,
let me hear Crypto.
This is all a waste of time.
Look, what I'm trying to say is if you took a globe, right, the average globe that sits in a classroom, and tried to make it functional, like a scale model functional thing where you had many weather systems and all the rest of that, it's profoundly more difficult to do than creating a flat Earth functional model.
I disagree.
Well, like go on deep in the rabbit hole.
You have to let other
YouTube
people get in at some point. You can't finish talking. Wait 10 seconds. Wait till 2 other people want to get in and then talk again.
All right. So what are going to be the parameters? Let's figure it out.
Well, I'd actually like to address what Maximum asked earlier, which no one's doing.
Yeah.
And why is no one addressing what he actually said?
I'm saying you need
do that, or should I do that? Like,
yeah, I'm saying just to reiterate, I'm saying that you need to have a model to do science. Just you can refute the Earth all you want.
Listen, that's a problem. I hate that answer. When you said, listen, bro, when you said that we can't disparage your model without having a collaborative full length motion picture feature fucking fantastic fucking retard model, because a model has nothing to do with reality. It's dumb, dude. That whole thing is so stupid to say.
Let me rephrase then. Let me rephrase. You could refute the Earth and not come up with the model. It's just
It doesn't matter. Listen,
no, that's true. I agree. You don't have to come up with another model. But in order for you to call yourself scientific, you need to have a model to test.
Right. Well,
by
the whole
definition.
point is that we're not over here claiming that we know the answer to everything. That's what you guys do. We're over here saying we are trying to figure it out without billions and trillions of dollars of funding, without the fucking CIA Mossad behind us, without fucking all of this shit. We're just some people out here. We're some men and women living and breathing, trying to
So am
figure
I, man. I'm not paid by the CIA. So am I.
Well, nobody's claiming that you are. Just listen.
Well, like, what? How do you really think it? You think that there's secret cabal of CIA people who are covering the truth about flat Earth?
Yes.
Why?
Maybe not about flat Earth, but about other things, yes.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm just going to take control of this conversation now because it's gone into a mode of ridiculousness. Now, you were talking. No, I haven't even started talking. I don't need to be interrupted yet.
Yeah, well, I'm talking so you can interrupt me or not. Whatever.
I'm just going to fucking mute you then until I'm done. So, as I was saying, Maximum, yeah, you were talking earlier about the model, right? You're talking about you needing a model in order to do science. That's not true. That's not true. You just need to follow the scientific method. You don't need a model. Okay? That's just not true. I don't know why you've said that.
So walk me through the scientific process, the scientific method. Walk me through it.
I mean, but that's irrelevant. You're talking
What's
about
the
a model.
first step? Hypothesis, right? That's the first step. Hypothesis.
No,
you need
it's
a
not.
theory. No?
No, you need to make an observation.
I think you're sorely mistaken. I'm sorry.
Well,
That's
no,
literally the
you're
first step.
wrong about that. You don't make a hypothesis first. Your experiment is a hypothesis test, but you need to make an
I
observation.
think what I've learned that the issue with going into it with a theory is that you're going to have
Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Excuse me?
I was answering his question. Just wait.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, observation is the first step of the scientific method. You then form a hypothesis, you then test that hypothesis with an experiment. None of that involves a model.
The hypothesis does.
No, it doesn't.
How are you going to make a hypothesis if you don't have an idea about what's going on?
So a model isn't an idea. You just need an IV and a DV.
You don't need you need more than that.
No, that's all you need. You need to have control variables as well. Sure, you need to understand what your variables are, but you do not need a model.
Well, there's a hypothesis, there's a null hypothesis in any experiment. Right, you
Well,
have
what
your
are they
you have
based
your
on?
dependent.
How do you pick the independent and dependent variable? How do you pick those things? Based off of your model, right?
No. No, it
measuring
isn't.
If I'm measuring weight, I'm not going to take a freaking, I don't know, statogram or something like that, something to measure electricity if I'm measuring weight. You need to know your theory, how to test it. That's how you pick your independent and dependent variables based off of your hypothesis. If I think that weight is
No.
caused by electricity, then I will go for some kind of static measurement tool.
No, you
Because-
don't understand what you're talking about. So
He's not wrong about that. That's how you come up with a
That's true.
hypothesis.
Yes, that's
well,
true.
no, the independent variable and the dependent variable are based on each other, right? So you measure the change in results of one, and while manipulating the other. None
They
of
don't
that
have-
involves a model.
But they don't, and they don't have to intersect nor relate. All
Yes,
you
how
have
do
to
you-
have
Yes,
is
They
one or
do,
the
that's
other.
the point of the test. You're
How do you
testing.
hold on? How
You're
do you come up with
testing
your
the relationship.
hypothesis?
Your test
What
is
are
to
you
see
talking about?
Your test is to see how and where it relates.
Well, my
Yeah,
question is how
By
do you come up with the
design, with the-
relation? How do you
Why
theorize?
are any of you talking when you don't know what you're talking about?
Because
No.
I have actually been to college and like done science shit. I've written lab reports.
I'm literally
so can you
studying
explain to me,
engineering.
can you explain to me how you like first hypothesize the relationship between the independent and dependent variable without without any kind of working model, not even working model, just an idea of a
Thank
model.
you. Yes, exactly. Go, Crypto.
Do you know what a model is?
Yes.
Can you say that?
Go on, then tell me what a model is.
A model is a
wouldn't-
theorized representation of what you are looking at.
Wait.
That's a very, very broad definition of a model.
Yes,
No,
and
hold
a
on, hold on.
model is very broad word.
Okay,
So
I
you're
have
just
to
using
do-
the word model interchangeably with
There's a-
idea,
I actually,
which
I
is
want to build
the
off.
proper definition.
Hold on. I actually want to
Yes.
build off what Hugh said. I could have a theory, and I could design an experiment with an independent and dependent variable, and then I could manipulate the independent variable and see if the dependent variable changes. And it could be there's a possibility that there's no correlation, that my theory was wrong. I manipulate the independent variable all I want, and the dependent variable doesn't change. So you need a
Right.
theory,
So,
you need a model. You need a model in order to pick
What is
your.
you
your-
No,
said
you don't
anything
need
that
a model.
matters?
Stop saying that.
That's what the test is for.
It's correct.
It's to
And what
see
he's, I
what
think
the-
what he's talking about is a blind experiment.
Yes.
That's what the test is for.
And it makes
You're
sense if
telling me
that's what
that
he's talking about.
It might
I have to
not
agree.
be a relationship. That's why you're testing it.
Yes, and that's your theory. You are
So
testing
why
a theory.
why have you said any of that? None of that's relevant. Everybody knows that.
You
This is
can't
like
test something
Babby's
without having
first
a theory.
fucking science lesson.
It's
You
okay.
can't test something
What's
without having a
understood
theory.
is that what you're testing is a blind experiment without a
You're
control.
testing a
And so
cause-effect
therefore
relationship.
you're using one variable versus one other variable that you have information of and testing it to see how that scales out.
Wait,
So
can we just agree to one thing real quick before we move on? Can we agree that everyone goes and takes either a shot or a drink of whatever they're rectifying tonight?
I've got a joint, I've got a six-pack,
That's
and a
fine.
bong going.
Yeah, I'm down with
That's a good
that.
question. So what direction do we go? I agree with you. I
My
agree.
neighbor
So
might drop
listen,
off some Molly. You
hey,
don't want that to happen.
so I mean, listen, I got GMT cartridges in the fade. They're ready to go. So, what direction are we trying? What philosophy are we trying to take this in this next hour or so?
I do
'Cause I
agree.
got-
Okay. I'm not here to
I
like
have, I have an out. Listen, my name is There Was a Problem. Here I am. Listen, I am a problem, and everyone knows there was a problem.
It's okay.
There was a problem. That's how we wound
This
up.
a mess tonight. It's an absolute mess.
So how do we want to take this next hour? I've got an hour. That's all I want to know.
I had to respectfully hit the button on that one.
Hold on, friend.
This honestly is a mess, guys. I don't know what you guys.
Bro, we only let drunk people have 5 minutes, so your hour's been cut by 55 minutes.
Anyone with me on that, or am I?
I
being
might go
mean?
smoke a joint in a second. I might go smoke, but I have to smoke outside. I'm not smoking inside.
Okay,
I'm
go
smoking a joint right now. It's quite lovely.
Go smoke a joint back.
I do
And
have
then-
to applaud Flat Earthers though for like it's
Yeah,
very.
we love you too. We love you too, bro. We do.
No, genuinely, and I don't
You
mean
know
that
what?
like
It's just
facetiously.
annoying.
Like
Talking over everyone now. Sorry, carry on.
I was gonna say no. We were having a conversation. I was just gonna say like the amount of introspection that it takes to question everything. I really do applaud that. That is actually at the heart. Like truly, I do think at everyone's hearts anyone who's entertaining these kinds of ideas at their heart is a scientist, even if we come to different conclusions. But I don't know. Some of us, yeah.
Listen,
You
man, I
know
really
what?
wanted to.
I
I really wanted to.
I agree with bro on
you
that.
what I was
Agree with
trying to
bro.
say earlier, right? Because it got messed up with a bunch of drunk people chatting random shit, right? Whatever. You initially said that you need to have a model of the flat Earth, right? Which I completely disagree with.
I don't need
Because-
one.
Yeah. Well, then that's not what you said earlier. Which
If you want to call yourself a scientist, then you need one. But I don't need one.
No,
you
you
can refute the
don't.
globe Earth. You can refute globe Earth, and I'm cool with that. I don't need a model of flat Earth. But as soon as you start saying that you're going to do science, then you need a theory. You need some kind of model. The test.
you need cause-effect relationships to go through the
Yes.
scientific method. You
Yes.
do not need models. That's
I don't
really
know how to
that's
explain it.
that's obvious, objective, basic stuff. If you disagree with that, I don't know what to tell you. But with regards to your logic on
Maximus,
the-
can I ask you a question?
dude, no, dude, wait till I'm done. So what I was getting to before, with regards to the globe, right? You can say that there are characteristics of a globe. If they do not exist, then the globe can't exist. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, then that's all I was saying earlier. So all this shit about you need a model, a flat Earth model, you don't. None of that's relevant. We can refute the globe Earth based on the claims of the globe Earth. We don't need to know what it is after that.
Hugh, I wanted to hear the question.
I'm sorry. Sometimes when I'm doing these things, it's a little hard to hold on to things.
Yeah, sometimes I forget my question too. What was your question?
It's gone.
Yeah, see, I hate it when that happens. Sometimes that happens to me too.
I apologize. I feel stupid,
So
but
let
it's what it
me
is.
let me read this real quick. A scientific model is a physical and or mathematical and or conceptual representation of a system of ideas, events, or processes. So anytime you bring in an if-then statement, a independent-dependent variable, you are creating a model. You are creating a conceptual representation of an event or a process. So any hypothesis you bring in invokes a model by definition.
Yes,
Such a broad definition that it's useless.
No, it is quite literally not a broad definition.
It's very broad. You can say that any
Okay.
idea.
If I bring up the scientific,
Hold on, friend.
Any
I will accept that definition. Then when someone asks for a flat Earth model, just say the Earth's flat, which is a concept.
Perfect.
Systemized.
good. Yeah, yeah.
There's the model. The model is the Earth is flat. There you go. There's the model, friends. Perfect.
Genuinely, that's all we asked for. Now, could you give more details
okay,
about
it's
this flat
back.
Earth? Could you
I
give more
remember it.
details?
No, you don't need it.
Oh, I want to
You
hear.
don't need it. You've AI's given you the
Yeah,
concept. Now it's done.
Fred, I heard about a model, Holmes. You got a model.
Maximus, I remember it.
Yes.
Have you ever been curious enough to look at the world from above in a two-dimensional plane?
What?
Like consider flat Earth? Have I ever considered flat Earth?
Of course. But
Yes,
looking at it and looking at the two dimension of a flat Earth.
Yes, yes, I have.
Have you looked at the map and the continents around it? And then
Yes. When I was a
Me
little
too.
bit younger, I was really close. I was actually going to. I don't know. When I was younger, I kind of actually believed in flat Earth.
What was your take? What was your take when you were looking at that map at that time?
Well, I was really actually fixated on the conspiracy behind it. I wasn't very interested in the physics of it. I was like, oh, these people are lying to us. There's a huge, and that's why the government is doing all the things. I was much more concerned about the people doing it rather than the actual physics of it. But now that I don't know, I go to school. I'm doing engineering right now, so I don't know. For me, it just feels like the flat Earth doesn't make any physical sense.
I commend you because one, a lot of your generation, they're not very curious about what's not being told, rather than what they can read, or if I should say that, even together with what they can read.
Yeah.
You
Do you
know,
remember
and
Anonymous? Do you remember Anonymous?
I remember Anonymous very well.
Yes, I used to love that kind of, I don't know, rhetoric about not letting the deep state or whatever control you.
Breaking out the matrix. And besides from what, some people in here may or may relate to, I can almost relate to certain things. I listened to you talk a few times and also in different chats. And, people give you a hard time because I think, in listening to you, it's almost as though you're maintaining the introspective view with a devil's advocate personality sort of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's sort of your way of maintaining your position in what you're discussing. And it's quite interesting to observe as far as,
I'm not
watching
sure if I should
dialogue
take that as
happen.
a compliment or insult. I try not to come off as super asshole, like a super pretentious asshole. But
Absolutely. If you were a piece of shit, I would just said that.
but another thing is, in high school, I did a lot of debate, and the way people debate on here kind of rubs me the wrong way. In actual debate, if you insult, you're out. You get a set of time to make all the points you want, all of the points you want, and the other person has to shut up and write down all your points. It's called flowing. If you make 7 points, I write down the 7 points, and then there's a cross-examination, and then it's my turn, and I address all 7 points, and then I make all of my points, and then there's another cross-examination. It's like actual debate, The way people argue on here kind of pisses me off, because it's all just rhetoric. It's all just like, I don't know.
Myself and you and probably a few more other people in this who are here now or probably not can probably share that experience and say, yeah, I relate to that. What we are taught to how to read those patterns when you are a person who has the drive to perhaps go into the uncomfortable, to figure out the uncertain. Being given a manuscript doesn't seem so natural in the real world. All of a sudden, when you confront yourself to it, what's interesting is that I would commend you for putting yourself out there. It's quite admirable.
Thank you.
And to the same degree, I think that you should be recognized for maintaining it to the most respectful manner. Well, a lot
Thank you,
of
but it's
people,
not. We should change topics.
yeah,
Yeah, we
Oh
should
my
change
goodness.
topics.
Listen, friends. This is not a formal debate. Capiche?
Yeah, and that's what kind of annoys me sometimes.
yeah.
I know. Well, look, if you want to schedule a formal debate, challenge an opponent, see if they accept, then maybe we'll have a formal debate arena. How about that?
Well, even just some structure. It doesn't have to be totally formal. Just some structure would be
I seek
awesome.
for that actually, where we can have debates because
Actually,
I've been in some chats and it's like, some people say things and to me, I jump in the VC, I'm like, well, that sounded stupid. Or it's like, let's talk about it. But like, for example, I'll even say his name, Pickle, and it's just like, I've listened to him, it's like, yeah, this guy's making sense here. But then some places it's like, okay, you're in a different direction now. You're coming from a different angle that it does not really fit with what you were just saying earlier. Come back to this or correct this or readdress this and make it make sense here. And when he gets addressed, I think he took either personal or it's like an attitude and an atmosphere where it's just like, I don't think we're exchanging intelligence. We're just calling people names and egos overriding. So it's like, in that sense, where's the mature conversation going to happen? I respect those things.
dude, can someone unmute? There was probably.
Yeah, let's see if he's
There
cool.
was a problem. No, that guy was talking over everyone. Dude.
He did say he was gonna get higher, bro. Anyways, so is the Earth flat today? Is the Earth not flat tomorrow? I had a hypothesis that it's possible that it could not even be shaped as either, and it could be, with all that we don't know and the invariables that we don't have, it's not free for the mind
Right
to
now.
consider that
Hold
the
on,
Earth
friend.
to be shaped
Hold
as an
on.
oval.
Chill.
Someone
Stop.
said I'm trolling, and when I said that, and I was
No,
like,
no, I don't. I just said stop. I just said stop because you see, a flat is not a shape. Okay?
Okay, but where's the point?
Can you
Was that
explain
your
that a
point?
little bit more then?
Was that your
Because,
point?
like, you have to understand, for you may get that. For the brain that has not concepted that, give it a little bit more to build around that. That's what I would say for me when you say a statement like that.
Okay, sure. So a globe is a shape, a ball is a shape, a sphere is a shape. Okay? Round isn't necessarily a shape. Curved isn't necessarily a shape. Flat is not a shape. Right? It's a property of the surface. So a ball can be curved, but a ball can't be flat. Right?
But he was making the
So I
point that
suppose
the
to
Earth
add
could
on to
be.
that, you would say that maybe like a die has 6 flat sides, right? But the die is the shape. The flat isn't the shape. Does
But
that
Q
make
was
sense?
making the point that the Earth might not be flat or curved, and now you guys are talking about definitions.
But
When
it's
his
you
point
can't.
was
Yeah,
saying,
but it's a category error. You're going between a shape and a non-shape as a dichotomy.
Because where I
That's the
center, it's like if I were about to center the whirlpool of and to concede to the ideas and where it leads me personally, where it's leading me, it's an idea that perhaps the Earth is not even this thing that is a flat shape at all.
Cool, but just to
And
answer Maximum's point,
and by flat in the definition that brought me to this is the curiosity, right? Because now before we even say the Earth is flat, I think we should define what we mean flat is.
Yeah, but that's what he was trying to do. Maximum, to answer your question directly, right? Why are you bothered about this globe versus flat thing? You've got two different categories, right? You can't choose between those categories. That's what AI is trying to say. So when we say the Earth's flat, what we mean is that that's the description of the surface. We don't know what it actually is.
Yeah, so
Okay, but
let me explain what flat means
no, I get it.
before anyone loses their shit. So what flat generally means in a practicable sense, right, is all variance between two horizontal planes. Okay? That's what it means. Now that variance could
Make
be
it easy for a
zigzaggy.
5-year. Make it easy for a 5th grader to understand.
Like, dude. Here, I'll make it easy to understand. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. Ooh, it's flat. Is that easy?
No, yes, but I was getting okay. What I was saying is that Q was just saying it could be not. It's. I'm not calling flat a shape. Say the nature of Earth is a. I don't know, not a globe, right? There's no curvature to the Earth, or there is curvature to the Earth. He was making a separate point. He said, "What if it's not neither of those two?" And arguing about whether he used the words. I don't know. He hasn't made like an argument yet, you know.
Because I think about the solid form of Earth versus the liquid form of it. Although we're composing all of it together, we will also include
How
the
would that change?
gases around it. So how would that change when we take the gas and the water away, the non-solid factors of it?
Yeah, how would that change the Earth if you remove the water?
So you know that.
Dude, what are you
the Earth
talking
being-
about it?
Yeah, I mean this is nonsense, right? You know, the Earth being a globe
It shouldn't be
necessitates.
nonsense. We can't be saying what's not part of Earth,
Dude,
and then
if you just
say
talk
it's
over me
nonsense.
again, I'm going to mute the shit out of you.
Okay,
Let
I'll
me
take
finish.
your threat.
So anyway, as I was saying, if you have a globe and you have, let's just call it point gravity, that's pulling every single piece of water to the center of that globe, the water would have to be curving on the surface, right?
Sure.
That's what we're saying. There's no curve.
Yes.
There's no curve on that water. So what does that tell you?
Well, you can measure the curve.
Okay, so
No, you
I
can't.
understood. I've understood that, and I'm not arguing it. The
You say you can
science.
measure.
I've understood that it's been measured. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a repeated factor of how to even come to recognize that. Yes, when I say now, Earth is still this form. We still have a form. It's a solid factor. Now, if we take away two of the other matters of Earth that can be malleable at most with just force alone, which would be gas and water, though Earth can be, but it will essentially kill us. What would the other physical structure mean? The rock-based part of Earth minus water and gas. Not
So what are you
assuming
talking
that.
about? Okay, so you take away the atmosphere and you take away the liquid water, and what are you left with? You're left with all the things that aren't those things.
Yes, of course. But what's the shape of that?
Well, let's say, for instance, that you have a sponge, right? And when the sponge is full of water, right, it feels a certain way, and when it dehydrates, it feels a certain way. But now it's porous, right?
But the
That's
Earth
all it
is
is.
not a
The
sponge.
shape.
The oceans
Dude,
have
oh my goodness, dude.
So there will be crevices.
Dude, so do the crack, the criggly cracks in the sponge have depth, right? So the Earth would just look, without the water, it would just look craggly, like a sponge or a biscuit, or a, like a piece of bread when you cut it in half.
What's the shape
Okay,
of
well,
that sponge? Is it?
yeah, well, very,
That's what I'm curious
very interesting.
about.
But the thing is,
It's not a
dude,
challenge.
check
It's not a
this
challenge.
out. Check this
It's
out,
not a
bro.
challenge. Wait, hold on.
I know, but just check it out.
You should wait.
That type
You
of
should wait. You
that
should
type
wait.
of.
I know what you're gonna say. Wait. Be
Oh
patient.
my goodness, dude.
Let's share it. Be patient. Don't say it. It's simple because I'm not challenging. I'm not challenging what a flat Earth is.
Stop saying
I'm
the same
asking-
thing 17 times
Again.
while someone's trying to answer your question.
So you're gonna tell me
Hey, the shape is undefined. There you go.
So we don't know. It's easy to say I
No.
don't know.
Well, look, you could have an undefined shape, but know all the extent of all the parameters in the 3D matrix. Okay, you could do that, but it's still an undefined shape.
Yep.
Like, let me ask you this question. What shape is a tree? The best you can come up with is tree shape, right?
No.
What shape is a rock?
Cylinder.
Rock
It
shape.
could be a cylinder. It can be
It could
oval.
be, yeah.
It can be oval.
But what shape
True,
is
but
this tree?
exactly. Certain
Sorry?
rocks could be shaped into a particular shape that you
Trees are
could call a
shaped
shape.
cylinder. Trees are shaped cylinder. It's like asking what shape are
No, they're
fruit.
not. No, they're
What
not,
shape?
dude.
Okay,
Trees
so
are not a cylinder, dude.
being you brought trees into the question, here's the other question. Does the process
Okay,
of
dude,
fruit
listen,
and how they grow?
friend.
Wait,
No
no, hold up,
offense, no
hold up.
offense, but you're boring,
No,
dude.
yeah,
Boring.
well, what are we doing then?
Monopolizing
People just
everybody's
calling
time.
people names? That's cool. I mean, there's
No,
300
nobody called you a name. I just said you were boring. How's that calling you a name, dude?
I'm sorry, we shared that.
No, dude, we're not gonna go past. We're not gonna go past the tree shape. A tree is not a cylinder.
What's a tree then? When you cut a tree down, what do you get in the middle?
Oh, so a part of a tree could be described as a cylinder, and then if you say the whole tree is the shape of a cylinder, you'd be committing a composition fallacy.
Bro, how many trees have you seen in your lifetime?
Millions.
Lord.
How
And
are
how
you
do they
arguing
look?
this?
How do all the
How are
trees
you
look?
arguing this, man?
I mean,
are you a
wants,
serious guy?
he wants to really,
Are you actually
really
here to understand arguments, to have a
No.
conversation, to debate?
I think
or
it's
are you
quite
here to
easy
waste
to just
time?
pick on me if I ask a deeper question rather than saying I don't
No,
know.
you're asking
And
bullshit questions that don't mean anything.
I want to hear where he's going with the
well,
tree.
you know what? You know what? Why don't you guys go find all the people who want to ask you all the smart questions?
Dude,
Because
you're
there's so
asking
many.
ridiculous questions. Why do you think people are getting frustrated with you?
How
And then
do
you're
you-
not
Dude,
understanding the answers.
Who's saying this anyway?
Appeals to vagary are not philosophically profound. Okay, a tree is not a cylinder. Period. End of story.
What's a tree to you then? Why don't you just answer that? Why is it so
A tree is listen, friend. I don't have to define a tree
What the hell?
in a particular shape. A
How
tree
is
is
the
a
guy who
tree
asked
shape.
what a tree is and then tells me that what in the hell is a tree? Is a tree shape? A car is a car shape.
Dude,
Yeah, dude, seriously, what shape is a car? Is a car a triangle? For goodness sakes.
No, a car is a car shape.
There you go, dude. So you know the answer. So you're just being trite and pathetic, dude.
But the car shape is an approximation, is his point, right? A tree shape, you could have 1,000 different trees, none of them are the same shape. Whereas if I get 1,000 cans of Coke, they're exactly the same. I don't know why this needs explaining to you.
I don't know why you're explaining any of that to me.
Because that's his point that I got the first time.
What's the point too?
The point is that a tree doesn't have a definite shape.
That's a great thing. I would have cared about that if that was my question. I asked how
That
the
was
Earth
his
was shaped.
point that you didn't understand.
See, this is where you're falling because I asked, what does Earth look like when you take away the water and gases? And he's talking about a tree, and you're pissed off about it. That's not my fault.
We're talking about shapes, my guy.
Hey, I'm just saying facts, bruv.
Yeah, but you
dude.
don't
Bad
seem to
if you can't
understand
follow.
very basic arguments.
And
Did you take too many drugs as a kid or something, dude?
You went around to telling me about a sponge, and I asked you what shape would the sponge be? Because if I had a square sponge, I could do the same thing with it. Put water in it.
He doesn't know. He
There'll
said
be
he
an
didn't know.
atmosphere around it.
Wow,
He doesn't know. He said he doesn't know.
Thank you. Why do you take the long way around? I
He
appreciate
said it
you.
before. You're slow. You're too slow.
Maybe I'm not slow. I'm stupid. Thank you.
Perhaps.
I'm Captain Dumb. Super sharp.
Yes. It's more noble to be stupid than slow, I guess.
Hey, you know what? I'm dumb and slow. Super dumb.
Oh man, dude.
Yep, I've been living in the
At least
world.
you're self-aware, eh?
Fucking foolish, bruv. You have no idea. King
Listen,
of
listen. We
stupid.
don't need to
You know,
go. We
I
don't
am
need to go
Captain
into
Stupid.
name calling,
I am
even if
so
it's
fucking dumb.
self-inflicted.
Bro,
All
I'm
right,
so
dude.
dumb. I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Listen,
God, this is
bro.
tragic.
That may work on women to get sympathy from them, but it's not going to work here. Okay. So I'm putting you on server mute so I can tell you this: that we're not going to go down this who's dumber game. There you go.
Yeah.
Holy crap, bro.
That's
Thank you.
I don't understand. Like, you've made a point. Within 5 seconds, I've understood it, and 10 minutes later, we're still trying to get him to understand it, and he wonders why we're frustrated with him.
Well, there's a certain kind of psychology of person that comes in here and they monopolize people's times for hours.
Yeah. I don't understand how something that basic is hard to understand. So I suppose at that point, though, if you don't understand that a tree isn't a definite shape, and that can't even be explained to you, then of course you're not going to understand stuff like the flat Earth.
Yes. Painful. Well, dude, to be fair, though, there are quote unquote flat earthers who don't understand what flat means.
Okay.
So I mean, there's
Did you hear
idiots everywhere.
Did you hear my little altercation with Bev the other day?
You know what? I would love to hear it, but I didn't.
Oh God. He was saying that the existence of a tree or a mountain on the Earth means that the Earth can't be flat.
My goodness, he's still going at it, huh?
Yeah.
I thought I put him away for good.
No, he was doing that for 45 minutes the other day. It was tragic, man.
Did you watch my clip?
Which clip?
Hold on, I'll find it. I wish I could play it so everyone. Just give me 1 second, I'll find it. Now, okay, so while I'm looking for it, oh man, dude, let me think. Oh, so we had Elder Bear come in first, and me and India were teaching him what flat means, and then so he had to call in the big guns, Bev. And Bev came in, and then me and India like double DDT'd him from the top rope. And then I was looking for a chair in the audience was you know how like in the audience sometimes they'll hand you a chair and then you can smack the guy with it for the coup de grace. But I couldn't find that. All I could find was a job offer, so I offered him a job.
Okay, what was the job?
You'll see here. Hold on. There we go. All right, go back in here. Is there a way to play clips for everyone in the room in politics?
Well, probably, but I don't know it.
Yeah,
I could play it for you if you send it to me, but yeah.
All right, bro. There it is it's in the chat there. It's only a clip. It's 1 minute clip.
Oh, okay, I'll go and watch it. I'll be back.
The total conversation was about 30 minutes with Elder Bear, and then like 20 or 30 minutes with Bev. It was definitely a fatal blow. There's no recovery from this blow. The fact that he even could still talk to anybody in public amazes me. But now everyone else is bored because they don't know what he's listening to. So I'll pump my gas while I wait.
We didn't want that quality control job.
Dang right, sucker. As soon as he accepts the job or tells the reason why he's not going to reject anything, it's over. His whole little spiel is over that he's been doing for the past 5 years.
That's absolutely brilliant. I'm gonna every single time I encounter Bev in future, I'm gonna offer him a job.
Yeah, dude. Isn't that brilliant? Because they can't do anything rational with that at all. If they say, oh well, I don't have to reject every part because it's within a tolerance, because that's how you measure flat in a practical sense. As soon as they open their mouth, their entire spiel for the past 5 years is over.
Yeah, because that's literally what we're saying. Why the Earth is flat is because it's within a tolerance. Right.
Yeah. So if you look up, go ahead.
All right. Now, does this mean in this clip, are you going for the idea that you can't measure flat without not flat?
No, dude. There's no such thing as flat in three-dimensional practicable reality in an ideal sense. That means everything that is defined as flat in reality must be and can only be a variance between two parallel horizontal planes, which is exactly how it's defined in all the machinist manuals, all the construction manuals, and every other manual that has anything to do with tangible reality. The only place flat exists in the way in which Bev thinks is in an ideal, which can't exist in reality.
Yeah. So it's like saying that like a circle or a cylinder, for instance, like you get this can, but it's not perfectly cylindrical. There's bits of rust and there's bits of there's dust and all sorts of stuff on the can. Does that mean it's no longer a cylinder? Or is it still close enough? Is it roughly a cylinder still? Like, it's the tolerance needs to be incorporated. But then also his argument would mean that the Earth couldn't be a globe either because it's not perfectly globular. So then what are you even talking about at that point?
Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid if you fall on our side, but that's the point.
Like, I think that's even worse.
Wouldn't the
There'd be
existence of a mountain
fucking
invalidate that still? Right? If you're going to be hilariously anal about it and say, well, something can't be flat because of a mountain, then it can't also be an oblate spheroid because now it's not that.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like, nah, I get you.
Yeah, cool.
Like machining of the tightest tolerances still of a tolerance.
And also, I mean, I just think that whole argument's just a big fat waste of time anyway, because no one gives a shit. Everyone accepts that mountains exist. So what is that even for?
Yeah.
It's just a tactic. It's just their tactic. It's you don't want to think, you don't want to speculate too much, but you see it over and over and over, and you just you see how they operate. So.
Should I play the clip or it doesn't matter now?
You might as well play it, sucker. Or let's change that. I'm going to offer you a job, which you can.
Is this because I say that the Earth's not flat?
Oh my god, dude! All right, I'm just going to mute you so
He knows you're boxing in.
Yes, so I'm going to hire you as quality control, and you're going to go to the engineering location, the manufacturing plant, and you're going to measure the products. I want you to reject every product that is not flat. Every product that's supposed to be flat, that is not flat, I want you to reject. Okay? Now, every single person who's been listening to this conversation understands what's about to happen. Okay? This is checkmate. And that's why he left. Checkmate. Check and mate. Game, set, and match. I win, you lose. It's like a crane kick. When performed correctly, there can be no escape.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I remember that
Karate
conversation. It started from talking about the horizon, I think. Something like that. He wouldn't define the definition of horizon.
Yeah, dude, that's another good clip from that. He literally wouldn't. Crypto. He's like, okay, define a horizon. That thing over there. You mean the cat?
Cat, yeah.
He did everything he could to avoid saying what the horizon was.
Yeah. Well, nowadays when I hear globers talk about geometric and apparent horizons, I try to get them to tell me where the geometric rainbow is.
Well, have you heard what Scott Mackey thinks the horizon is?
Oh, he thinks he's the physical curvature of the Earth, I'd imagine.
The horizon is not straight. You go out to the ocean, it will curve around you.
Oh, he thinks it's a flat circle, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Which, of course, you wouldn't be able to tell anyway, because that's how your vision works. But don't tell Scott that, because he won't get it. Turns out that no matter which direction I look in, I have the same limit of my view. Isn't that strange? Must be a ball. Oh, Scott Mackey's typing. That's...
You should unmute him if there's nobody else talking, right?
He's not muted. Why are you white knighting for someone when they don't even need it? It's a bit gay.
You say white knighting, I just say anti-Jewish. That's all.
You know what?
That's what.
That's actually quite funny.
Yeah, I don't support censorship.
Me too.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, you got the globe though. You support the globe. That's
Hold on. Yeah, do you support anybody talking at all, anytime they want to, anywhere?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's just all talk straight through each other incessantly and see how that goes.
I'm not for chaos, dude, but like, you know,
I guess.
like censorship in the sense of like shutting up people just because you don't agree with them, which happens on the regular.
You sure about that?
Oh, I'm quite certain of it.
It's a fucking show, dude. It's not your show either.
It's actually surprising. Well, not surprising, but it's surprising to me at least quite how many globers are pro censorship. Like a few aren't, a few here and there aren't, but
yeah,
tons of them are. Tons of them are like, oh yeah, if you don't agree with me, you need to shut up. Like, if you really have faith in
What
your
about you
ideas, you
guys?
don't need to shut other people up. You can just debate them.
I mean, every time I come in here, there's always somebody muted. Like, what does that tell me about?
So what? What does that mean, dude? That just means they're muted. You don't know why or how they were muted, right?
Yeah, do you want to know? I muted someone
You know
earlier.
why?
Do you want to know why I
Because
muted them?
They ask you difficult questions, and you guys all
Possible. Do you want to know why? In fact, I've muted 2 people today. Possible. Do you want to know why I muted both of them?
Yes, please.
Well, one of them was drunk, right? So, do you want to hear a drunk person rambling over the stream? Do you think that would be good?
I mean, depends how drunk, but okay. What's the other one?
Well, they were drunk enough to be ruining the VC for everyone else.
Presumably, okay.
Well, no, they were. And the second person, because he couldn't stop talking over me.
I mean,
So, are either of those challenging questions? I wish they were asking challenging questions. That would actually be more interesting.
the guy that was talking over you, what was his challenging question to you?
He didn't have one. In fact, he
Okay.
he didn't even, like, AI made a basic point about, you here? He made a basic point about shapes that he just didn't understand, and then he got frustrated and left.
Oh, the tree guy?
That's the tree guy. Yeah, I muted him earlier.
That's a fair.
Talking over me.
Yeah, fair point. But see, the problem is that just because someone has a challenging question doesn't mean that they're worth listening to or answering, because a lot of them may have an interesting or challenging question, but then they can't shut up long enough to let the other person respond in any meaningful way.
That sounds exactly like you guys.
Yeah, it's not though, is it? That's just a "nah, no, you" response. Kind of cringe.
Well, maybe I'll clip next time you guys refuse
Yes,
to let a guy
that is
finish.
called the two-quay fallacy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if we could quantify which side won't let the other guy finish his sentence, I think it's you guys that won't let the other guy finish their sentence. But
Yeah, but now that's actually a red herring from your original point, which is answering challenging questions, right? So sometimes if someone asks a question, that question requires a lot of detailed response, right? So if you ask a question like, "What's the meaning of life?" There's 5 words, but you can't answer that in 5
42.
words, can you? So like having equal speaking time doesn't actually make sense in any context. And if someone's constantly interrupting you as you're trying to tell them the answer, as happened earlier, then they do need to be muted. Like I don't know what else you like I don't know, man. It's like I don't even know why you've got me justifying this, because I made decisions that were good for the VC earlier, and I stand by them.
Just trying to gaslight.
I have seen them before, so
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
I would say Heretic is pretty bad, and
Okay, we'll take it up with him.
Gregory. I don't know. I don't know if Gregory is like a mod.
What?
No.
Gregory doesn't have any mute powers, but him just talking incessantly kind of acts like a mute functionally.
Exactly.
Anyway,
You guys
whatever.
are mute.
Can we just get onto something that actually means something? So, what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Douglas Adams.
Yeah, like 42, Life Universe and everything.
Who's Douglas Adams?
Did you say who's Douglas Adams?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I don't know. It's not that great. Like it's kind of like a British thing.
It's not the best thing on earth, but it is pretty dang funny from time to time.
Yeah, I've never
You know
seen
what was
it.
funny? You know what was funny? Red Dwarf. That was.
I read a Red Dwarf book once. And I
What?
didn't
They
know
have
what-
books?
Yeah, I think I
Dang.
read like a novelization because I don't think it's like